The invincible empress never expected that after rebirth she would become a snake demon that hadn't even swallowed a human. After all, she was once a peerless top-tier empress. Even if she was now an innocuous little green snake, she was confident she could once again reach the pinnacle of the world. But in reality, no matter how hard the empress cultivated, there was always a black snake brother above her, overshadowing her. Below there was a cute little white snake brother chasing her. All of this was because not long ago 3 snake eggs were born in a nest. I was the first to break out of the shell, and upon realizing I had no limbs, I wasn't sad but rather excited. People know that mules are destined to have no wife or children. And I naturally felt I was a holy mule body, so I wanted to lie flat every day. As for now becoming a snake that eats and waits to die, I am quite satisfied. Suddenly a prompt sounded in my mind. The host's desire perfectly matches the system. The infinite blood chi growth system has been successfully bound. Every second the host sleeps, 1 point of blood chi will be gained with no upper limit. Hearing this I was shocked, my eyes widened. With a name like this it seems I don't need to work hard to become strong. This is a world with monsters and demons. With my small size I'd probably be eaten like noodles if I went out, so I decided to sleep first to upgrade. However, just as I was sleeping soundly, a woman's voice suddenly rang in my mind, first angry then excited. In a daze I heard, "I, the magnificent empress of the sacred dynasty, how could I die so easily?" Seeing this I slowly reacted. Did a brother or sister break out of their shell? I peeked out to take a look. My eyes met a pair of beady eyes, and with one look I knew this was my sister. I opened my mouth to greet her, but the little snake opposite suddenly looked disdainful, and then I heard that voice again in my mind. This dim-witted little snake that can't even open its eyes is the brother of my empress body? But since he is my brother, I shall graciously support him. In the future, let him be a dragon horse to pull the cart. Then the green young snake retracted its little head. Hearing this I was dumbfounded. My empress sister is really generous. Watch me, even as a snake with mixed bloodlines, I can achieve the emperor's path. The empress, full of confidence and energy, wholeheartedly focused on her cultivation, eliminating distractions. I waited, and not hearing her voice again in my mind, I prepared to continue sleeping. That nap just now was really comfortable. After waking up I could feel the abundant and vigorous blood chi surging through my body, and I had become a first-order monster. But no sooner had I closed my eyes again, a man's strange laughter exploded in my mind. I am alive again. Indeed, the method of feigning death and changing cultivation is feasible. As the voice sounded, there was movement from the snake egg on the right. No need to ask, this was definitely the newly hatched little brother. Seeing this I hesitated for a moment but couldn't suppress my curious nature, so I peeked out to take a look. Meeting the little white snake on the right, our pairs of beady eyes met. Is this my brother in this life? Although a bit ugly, it doesn't matter, once refined into the myriad soul banner. It's all just a mass of black energy. Hearing this I was silent. What kind of siblings are these? The Empress Lingxiao's sister from the sacred dynasty is a bit better, though she despises him for being ugly. At least she gave him a spot to pull the cart. This useless brother is unacceptable. After expressing himself unilaterally, not caring about my reaction, the little white snake instantly retracted its head back into the eggshell. Seeing this, I also retracted back into my eggshell and called out to the system in my mind, why can I hear their thoughts? Upon hearing this, the system replied, within a meter, beings with intelligence and whose cultivation is not more than 3 levels higher than the host's can have their thoughts heard. Got it? Cultivate the Shangqing. Only this Taoist method of cultivation doesn't require an innate Tao body. Let me think, which technique should I cultivate? This young snake's body is too weak and it's not a human body. Seeing this, I asked the system to actively block their thoughts as it was too disruptive to my sleep and cultivation. I don't know how long I slept, but I woke up awakened by hunger. Just as I was thinking about how to fill my stomach, a prompt sounded in my mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for becoming a second-order monster, refinement point +1. After an indeterminate slumber, Su Changxian awoke. Hunger had roused him from his sleep. As soon as he opened his eyes, a singular thought struck him. Where's my phone? I need to order takeout. But as he turned his head, he was jolted into reality by the sight of his own scaly body. He was no longer human but a snake, and not in his original world. So as a snake, how does one satiate hunger? Perhaps he should try biting into his eggshell. He had heard that some oviparous animals eat their shells. Do snakes do that? He wasn't sure, but it was worth a try. Su Changxian extended his head, nudged open the snake egg as before, and bit into the edge. The eggshell was soft, and as his teeth pierced it, an odd texture greeted him. He gagged immediately. Su Changxian had always been a foodie. as a human one should have ambitions at least to eat well and not shortchange oneself. Even cattle and horses desire good feed. Making money is just to satisfy the taste buds, and he would try a bite of anything edible or not. Rarely did he encounter something inedible, but this time he certainly met his match. From the left eggshell a little green head with a grin and two tiny fangs peered at him mockingly. Without needing to hear its thoughts, it was evident it was laughing at him. Then he noticed two suspicious little holes in its own eggshell. "You, the Empress, also bit your eggshell, yet you mock me." Su Chengxian chuckled in disbelief and lifted the mental shield. He could hear his good sister's laughter. "Ha, so the ugly patterned snake didn't know eggshells weren't edible either, huh? He's speaking, but what's he saying? Darn it, I can't understand. Is it laughing? Could it have seen the bite marks on my shell? Impossible, a young snake couldn't be that clever. Could it be? Is it also reborn like me?" Su Chengxian thought. Wow, that's a lot to unpack. So even the Empress can't understand the hissing. Just then from the right egg another head emerged. "Has the Tao Sovereign's brother also awakened from hunger?" A green and a patterned head simultaneously turned towards him, their beady eyes filled with anticipation. "Strange, why are these two foolish snakes staring at me? Have they noticed something unusual about me?" The Su Chengxian quickly turned his head away. He didn't want to reveal himself just yet. Just moments ago he had decided that this game of who hides better would officially begin. Why did the patterned snake suddenly turn its head? Could it possibly eavesdrop on my thoughts? Su Chengxian widened his eyes. Thankfully just then 3 bird eggs rolled in diagonally from the entrance, plopping down not far from the mud platform where the snake eggs lay. This immediately caught the Tao Sovereign's brother's attention. It seemed instinct had alerted him to the commotion. "As I thought, young snakes have fragile spirits and can't possibly eavesdrop on others' thoughts. Phew." Su Chengxian breathed a sigh of relief only to see a flash before his eyes. "Bird eggs, there. Mine, the bird eggs belong to me." 2 little snakes, one green and one white, darted out. What a sight! Hungry snakes emerging from their den, and then they began to tussle. Each snake first encircled an egg with its tail, then turned to bite the largest one in the middle. "What the heck?" Su Chengxian jerked his head up. 3 bird eggs, 3 young snakes, and yet they still want more. I have to rush in or else my meal will be gone. Wait, he quickly glanced at the panel. Host, Su Chengxian race, water avoiding snake rank. Tier 2, requires 100,000 points of blood energy to become a Tier 3 beast. Blood energy, 10,187 physique, 13 soul, 63 divine skills, none refinement points. 2 halves, system, have my physique and soul grown stronger. Host, blood energy can nourish the body and soul, but without actively triggering refinement the growth will be very slow. I see, Su Chengxian said. In that case, I want to use refinement points to enhance my physique. A strong body is good for fighting. Good for fighting other snakes. 1 refinement point can refine 10,000 blood energy, and every 100 points of blood energy can increase 1 point of physique. Currently, blood energy can use 1 refinement point. Please confirm if you wish to begin. Host, begin, quickly. My eggs are about to be snatched by other snakes. I can let other things go, but definitely not food. Refining blood energy for the host now. Please note, for your safety, the system has automatically activated the concealment feature to hide your blood energy fluctuations, preventing others from sensing it. You can call the system again if you wish to disable it. Well done, little blood. Su Chengxian was very pleased. Such thorough consideration of course leads to silent prosperity. Then red light flickered on his body with blood energy surging and washing over every scale, every fiber of flesh and bone. Within a few breaths, a profoundly mysterious, powerful sensation filled his body. This feeling was hot, burning, slightly itchy, yet not unbearable. On the contrary, it was indescribably exhilarating, rushing, surging, vibrant. It made him want to fight someone. Ding! The host has a new task. In the beast world, it's survival of the fittest. However, the eldest is like a father with responsibilities to maintain family harmony and discipline siblings. Task: teach the disrespectful younger siblings a lesson and seize all the bird eggs for redistribution. Task reward: +3 refinement points, 1 random spirit seed. Su Chengxian laughed. I can complete a task and receive a reward at the same time? Dare to snatch my bird eggs, even an Empress Tao Sovereign would get beaten. Watch this little snake wave its tail. I'm going to strike. Swoosh, the flower snake moves. Whap, the little snake swings its tail. The tail is hard as a whip, striking the second sister on the head. Hiss. The little green snake, hit on the head, immediately released not only the big bird egg it was biting but also the eggs it was coiling around. The Entire little snake curled up into a ball. Seeing this, the white snake sensed trouble. It quickly and obediently released its grip, attempting to retreat with its egg. Unfortunately, it was too late. Whap! The little snake swings its tail again, the tail whip striking the third brother's tail. Hiss! The tip of the little white snake's tail, suffering a heavy blow, flipped its belly in pain, just like the little green snake, releasing the bird egg and instinctively curling up, rolling to the side. Su Changxian elegantly swung his tail in a circle, drawing all three bird eggs to his front, head held high, chest puffed out. Victory as easy as pie, simply effortless. Hiss! Who dares to ambush me? This wasn't just any ordinary little snake. The young green snake, despite the pain, managed to crawl up, lifting its head to glare at the ambusher. Upon realizing it was Su Changxian, her pair of dark, beady eyes widened in disbelief. Hiss! The dumb flower snake. Hiss! Sheep older brother of the little white snake also flipped over, assuming an attack stance, but when it got a clear look at Su Changxian, its tail went rigid. It realized that this so-called brother was broader and much larger than itself. They were from the same nest with very similar auras, indicating a close kinship. But how did the other's growth surpass its own so swiftly? Yet they did not hesitate. They immediately swung their bodies, dashing toward Su Changxian to snatch the bird eggs. Blood food could not be relinquished. Smack, smack. Once more both snakes were swatted away. Thud, thud. They hit the ground in succession. As they climbed back up, the young green snake's eyes flickered with uncertainty. It pondered whether its previous failures were due to carelessness or if the enemy was just too formidable. It had already drawn chi into its body, refined a trace of demonic power, and become a demonic beast. The demon clan needed rich blood food to cultivate, and the bird eggs could not be given up. The ugly flower snake merely relied on its larger size, not as clever as the little white one nearby. Its advantage was surely just a fluke. Battle once more. Su Chengxian's expression was peculiar. As he heard the inner thoughts of his empress sister, he simultaneously received the same content from his Taoist brother, only the self-reference I was replaced with deceit, demonic power with spiritual power, and the ugly flower snake was swapped for the dumb flower snake. These two not calling him brother was understandable. After all, one was an empress, the other a Taoist sovereign whose lifespans were likely beyond comprehension. Their reluctance to acknowledge him as a brother was reasonable, but to call him ugly and dumb, even a dung beetle jumping that high, was a bit too much manure to handle. At this moment, the young green snake lost patience first. It moved its body, opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and lunged at Su Changxian. It invoked a trace of demonic power within, a faint green glow flashing on its body, and its speed increased significantly. It was futile, my foolish sister. Su Changxian remained still, only lifting his tail to block in front of him. Ha! The young green snake rejoiced inwardly, biting down fiercely on the snake's tail. She didn't need to injure it, just cause enough pain to make the flower snake release the bird eggs then. Ouch! Hiss! It hurt so hard. The tail she bit into made her teeth ache terribly. Su Changxian chuckled inwardly. He could have easily dodged the young green snake's attack, but he didn't want to waste time fighting over the bird eggs. He needed to eat his fill and sleep. With a swift flick of his tail, he flung the young green sister away. At the same time, he lashed at the sneaky little white brother. Smack! The brother wasn't as fortunate as the sister, receiving a direct slap to the face. Both the green and white snakes were once again sent tumbling away. Meanwhile, Su Changxian, protecting the three bird eggs, remained steadfast and unmoved. Ling Xiao was flung aside, disoriented as he struggled to get back up. Ling Yunzi was in even worse shape, his face and tail aching. Both snakes, upon rising, looked utterly incredulous. They couldn't comprehend how they, with their cultivated mystical powers, were bested by an ordinary little flower snake. Despite the seemingly foolish flower snake having been born before them, how could it overpower them so completely, leaving them with no advantage whatsoever? Ling Xiao the empress and Ling Yunzi the Taoist lord felt their dignity questioned. How could they fail to defeat a mere little snake, if they couldn't even manage that? Where was their majesty? Another attempt, but again with a resounding smack, they were sent flying, landing with a thud. This time, after being thrown, both remained motionless on the ground, staring intently at Su Changxian. Their previous cultivation and spiritual senses had dissipated, otherwise their juvenile snake bodies couldn't have borne their powerful souls. Their short training period couldn't compare to the innate potential of this little flower snake. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi felt defeated. Yet after such a struggle, they found themselves too exhausted to continue the assault. After all, they were newborn snakes with limited stamina, but to give up on the eggs, The eggs emitted a faint spiritual aura indicating they were no ordinary bird eggs and consuming them would be greatly beneficial, yet now a single little flower snake had claimed them all, leaving nothing for them. How frustrating! They regretted their greed. They should have swallowed one egg right away. It was too late for regrets now. While they wallowed in frustration, Su Chengxian couldn't help but chuckle. Two tiny snakes, no longer than chopsticks and as thick as a finger, proclaiming themselves as Empress and Taoist lords, stared at him with their bright beady eyes. It was indeed comical. The little snakes with their glossy fine scales were almost endearing, carrying a hint of cuteness. Their demeanor of enduring humiliation added to the humor. Humph. Empress or Taoist lord, it didn't matter now. They understood, right? Disobey the big brother and get punished. Alright, after disciplining the kids, time to divvy up the eggs and get back to sleep. He raised his head and hissed. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were startled by his hiss, fearing he might have the strength to attack them again, but instead they saw him using the tip of his tail to nudge one of the bird eggs in front of him, then the other. The eggs rolled towards them. In an instant, the blue and white snakes dashed forward, catching the eggs in their mouths. As they swallowed, they looked at Su Chengxian with their beady eyes, unable to believe he had returned the eggs to them, keeping only the largest for himself. Why did he take them in the first place? They couldn't understand that Su Chengxian had his own reasons. Completing a task, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, oblivious to his thoughts, worried he might snatch them again. Vigilantly watching him, they swallowed the eggs whole. Each egg was about the size of their heads, and with the shells being quite hard, they couldn't waste the precious egg liquid by smashing them against rocks. Faced with no other choice, one must follow their instinct, opening their mouth as wide as possible and swallowing hard. Like a true young snake, after consuming the bird egg, it twists its spine, using the strength of its body to crush the eggshell, allowing the egg liquid to flow out. After a few attempts, the area distended by the bird egg collapses. Both snakes' eyes widen in amazement. This bird egg is indeed extraordinary. It is full of vitality and even contains traces of spiritual energy. The two snakes, no longer concerned with anything else, immediately coil up, close their eyes, and begin to circulate their cultivation methods, absorbing and digesting it. To them now, any chance to increase their strength, however slight, cannot be missed. Su Chengxian noticed a faint mist lingering around the two snakes. The Empress sister's body emitted a blue-black aura, while the Taoist brothers was a shimmering white. This likely relates to the cultivation methods they chose. Considering their previous thoughts, it's not hard to deduce. It seems this bird egg is indeed unusual. Su Chengxian hesitated no longer and opened his mouth, working to swallow the bird egg. Then, mimicking the others, he twisted his body to crush the eggshell. As the shell broke and the egg liquid flowed out, he felt a cool breath fill his stomach, followed by waves of warmth. He suddenly felt drowsy. Congratulations to the host for awakening the divine ability, consuming chi to transform blood. By consuming a snake-catching bird egg, you gain +11 to spiritual soul and +33 to physique. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning rewards. Refinement points +3, random spirit seed *1, awakening a divine ability, consuming chi to transform blood. Is it really this easy? As these thoughts flashed through Su Chengxian's mind, he suddenly felt his eyelids grow heavy and he fell asleep. Blood chi +1+1+1, blood chi +1+1+1+1. Congratulations to the host for becoming a third-tier demon beast. Refinement point +1, blood chi +1+1+1+1. Upon waking, he found himself needing to shed his skin. It was itchy, very itchy, unbearably so. It hurt, slightly painful, and felt constricting. Goodness, this is uncomfortable. Su Chengxian restlessly twisted his body. He felt constrained by something, desperate to break free. It felt like wearing a shrunken, poor-quality sweater worn inside out. It was tight around the neck and itchy. The worst part was not having claws to scratch the itch. After a few rolls, a sudden inspiration struck him and he quickly moved to the cave wall, finding a protruding stone to rub against vigorously. That's better. I rub. Following the dictates of his bloodline instinct, starting from his snout, he rubbed his snout and jaws against the wall. When he peeled open the skin at the corners of his lower jaw, he immediately flipped his head to rub the upper jaw. Once the skin at both jaw corners peeled away, the skin on his head could be easily shed, and he shook his head, nudging his neck against the stone, rubbing it. As he turned, he noticed that not far from the mud platform where the snake egg rested, there were several columnar stones varying in size and with many edges. These were perfect. Su Chengxian's eyes lit up, and with a twist he quickly darted over, wrapping around and rubbing against the stones. After a flurry of activity, he finally shed his skin completely. Comfortable, he lay on the ground exhaling deeply. He felt physically and mentally relaxed. The entire snake was light and joyful. He lifted the tip of his tail and waved it, feeling as if it had become thicker. I grew bigger? The thinnest tip of my tail used to be as thin as a chopstick, but now it's as thick as a finger. I got up, stretched my body as I slithered, and estimated that I must be at least half a meter long. The thickest part of my body is almost as wide as a rolling pin. I've heard that snakes grow when they shed their skin, but I've never heard of them growing this much at once. Then again, I remembered that this is a world where demon clans exist, so perhaps snakes of my kind grow this way. I turned to glance at my sister the Empress and my brother, the Tao Sovereign. The subtle glow on their serpentine bodies moved rhythmically with their breathing, indicating they were still deep in cultivation. They appeared to have grown quite a bit as well, though certainly not as much as I did. I felt reassured. Despite the commotion I caused earlier, they remained undisturbed, truly focused as expected from those who once held such prestigious titles. I then cast a glance at my status panel. Host, Su Cheng Xian species. Water avoiding snake rank, Tier 3, requires 500000 blood energy to advance to Tier 4 Demon Beast, blood energy, 412187 physical realm, mortal body stage, 298/10,000, spiritual realm, mortal soul stage, 261/10,000, supernatural skill, chi ingestion and blood transformation, divine ability, refinement points, 3/3 over 400,000 blood energy. Have I been asleep for 5 days? I did a quick calculation based on the time needed for such blood energy growth and quickly arrived at the result. To my surprise, I realized, I seem to have gotten smarter? Well, not exactly smarter, but my mind feels clearer. Then I noticed something unusual on the status panel. System, what's going on here? Why are there extra levels after the physical and spiritual realms? And why are there 3 fewer refinement points? The excess refinement points beyond the retention limit are automatically allocated to refine blood energy, enhancing the host's physique and spirit. This blood energy acceleration allows the host to rapidly grow in size, and the shedding talent of serpents enables them to endure it perfectly. Once the solidity of the spirit and body exceeds 100 the cultivation realms are successfully unlocked. Congratulations to the host for entering the cultivation realm and becoming part of the demon ranks. The reward seed has been issued. Please check beside you. Isn't becoming part of the demon race only after shapeshifting? I asked while searching. A demon is something that deviates from the ordinary. Those who deviate from the ordinary but lack intelligence are called demon beasts or demon plants. Those who gain intelligence and learn the art of cultivation can be referred to as demons. Those capable of shapeshifting are now called the demon race. Now, I queried, was it different before? The system offered no response and I chose not to press further. It wasn't of much importance. I figured it would be better to take advantage of my clear mind and ask more useful questions. For instance, judging by the system's automatic distribution of refinement points and blood energy refinement, it seemed there was an intentional effort to balance the physical and spiritual realms. System, is it necessary to maintain balance between these two realms? The physical and spiritual realms, when disparate, can lead to either loss of bodily control or the body's inability to bear the spirit. So that's how it is. I nodded in understanding. Essentially, it comes down to compatibility. What about the innate supernatural skill I acquired, chi ingestion and blood transformation, eating chi to transform blood ****. The host can consume all forms of energy and transform them directly into blood and chi, nourishing the soul and body. No wonder before falling asleep there seemed to be a notification about an increase in soul and body. Directly refining it is certainly good, but it's a bit scant. Roughly calculated, a bird egg took 5 days to digest and the combined increase from 2 realms was less than 50 points. It's far less efficient than spending a refining point in consuming blood chi. Mainly because blood chi is easy to come by, just an hour of sleep. And to eat bird eggs, wouldn't one have to raid bird nests? Some birds can eat snakes too. Moreover, these bird eggs contain spiritual energy and must have a notable origin. It's like a bird egg from the snake-catching spirit magpie. So, indeed, some birds eat snakes. It's not that he is unambitious, it's that effort isn't necessary. If living can make one stronger, why not lay low to the end? Su Chengxian completely abandoned the idea of leaving the cave to find bird eggs. For a skinny, plump and weak little snake like him, going out would surely be dangerous. System, what is this seed? Turning back, he found the spiritual seed randomly rewarded, next to the mud platform where the snake egg was. It was quite conspicuous because it had sprouted, two slender leaves with faint wisps of mist gathering. At a glance you might think you were seeing things. Spirit gathering grass. What's it for? It gathers spiritual energy, aids in sleep. Wow, this is great. Su Chengxian was delighted. He slithered over, pushed the eggshells aside, coiled up and with his nose close to the little grass prepared to continue sleeping, gurgle, but closing his eyes he found he couldn't sleep. Hungry, getting hungrier, being hungry makes it hard to sleep. Looking again at the green snake and white snake, still no movement. Are they not hungry? Maybe they're truly not. The moment this doubt arose, Su Chengxian answered it himself. No matter how good a technique is, can it compare to eating qi to transform blood, a divine power? The digestion must be slower. The speed and conversion rate of digestion are different. He eats quickly and absorbs well, but he also gets hungry fast. Looking around, the cave was left with nothing but soil and walls. Oh, and one more thing. I can't eat my freshly shed skin, can I? Ding. The system has a new task. Wasting food is disgraceful. Snake shed can be eaten, please do not waste it. Task content, eat the snake shed. Reward, refining points *2 random spiritual seed *1. System, where is your integrity? Su Chengxian widened his eyes, issuing such a task, forcing me to eat my own shed skin. The system has no integrity. Su Chengxian thought, a system that strengthens while sleeping doesn't need integrity, so to eat or not to eat? Speaking of which, he really hadn't eaten snake shed before. Taste it? What's there to fear? You know what, it is quite a chew, a bit like beef jerky. Indeed, no one escapes the true fragrance law of Emperor Jingzi. Su Chengxian mused as he chewed. He quickly finished his own snake shed, not full, but at least not hungry. Closing his eyes, he drifted to sleep, letting the fourth tier blood qi emerge first. Blood qi +1 inch devouring the snake shed grants soul +3 body +5 blood qi +1 Congratulations to the host for becoming a fourth tier demon beast. Refining points +1. Blood qi +1. I've broken through to the second tier, breakthrough after breakthrough, truly worthy of being me. As Su Chengxian slept soundly, the little green snake awoke from its cultivation with eyes full of delight, highly satisfied with the results of this session, feeling the demon power coursing through its body. It glanced at a certain flower snake that had grown larger and plumper, secretly thinking, ugly flower snake, this time I won't stop until I knock out your snake gall. Unless you haven't grown one. Why is it so itchy? Just as Ling Xiao was about to launch an attack, she suddenly felt a tight, uncomfortable sensation along with an uncontrollable itch. Realizing what was happening, driven by instinct, she slithered over to a nearby stone pillar and began to rub against it. The shedding process went smoothly. Moments later, she completely shed her old skin, revealing a body of emerald scales, now possessing an added sense of agility. So this is what it feels like for a snake to shed its skin. The process had exhausted her, so she decided to rest coiled around the stone pillar. Glancing up, she noticed Su Chengxian had returned to the mud platform to sleep, and she couldn't help but scorn. Lazy snake with no ambition, still sleeping and even blowing a snot bubble. Remembering how this guy had eaten the largest bird egg, Ling Xiao felt it was a waste. Without awakened intelligence or cultivation methods, at most he could absorb some of the spiritual energy to nourish his soul, perhaps having a chance to awaken his intelligence sooner. Otherwise, it was just a matter of growing his body with blood meals, unlike me who can fully refine it. That's why I could break through to a second-tier demon beast. The absence of other snake skins in the cave indicated this guy hadn't shed yet. To have such a physique without shedding, he must have some bloodline potential. Having strength without knowing how to use it is pointless, Ling Xiao thought. Now that I'm second tier, I don't believe I can't beat you. Once I've rested, I'll definitely reclaim what I've lost before. At this moment, she also noticed the small white snake on the other side. With a glance, she couldn't help but straighten her body. Indeed, he's also cultivating. She had thought this younger brother was peculiar when he grabbed the egg, and now seeing the spiritual energy swirling around him confirmed her suspicions. This little white snake, like her, possessed intelligence, and by the looks of it, he was cultivating a mysterious sex method. But who exactly is he? Ling Xiao pondered silently, thinking that if she could recruit him as an ally, it would be advantageous. However, before determining whether he was friend or foe, she couldn't reveal her identity. The relationship between the Holy Dynasty and the mysterious sex had always been intricate. In an instant, noticing a flash of spiritual energy from the little white snake, she quickly averted her gaze. Ling Yunzi had finished his cultivation, a gleam flashed in his snake eyes. He too had broken through to the second tier. The spiritual treasure sutra is truly profound, able to transform a snake of ordinary aptitude into a second-tier demon beast with such ease, and that bird egg was indeed extraordinary. Why it happened to roll into the cave remains unknown. Could it be that my reincarnation and cultivation have caught the favor of the world's destiny? Then he immediately turned his gaze toward the other two little snakes inside the cave. Why has the foolish flower snake gotten so fat? The snake had also grown quite a bit, and why was it coiled around the stone pillar, and beside it? Was that a snake's shed skin? Ling Yunzi's pupils narrowed as he approached, cautiously moving toward a stone pillar that bore no scent of the little snakes. Shortly after, he shed his old skin entirely, much like Ling Xiao, and coiled around the stone pillar to rest. Inside the cave, the three little snakes remained still. One was in a deep blissful sleep, while the other two harbored their own thoughts. For a moment no snake moved, and tranquility was restored within the cave. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Ling Xiao was the first to stir. Releasing the stone pillar, she slithered forward a few steps, adopting an attacking stance toward the flower snake on the mud platform. Then she turned her head and flicked her tongue at the little white snake. Hiss hiss, she was confident that the other would understand her intention. Is this green snake inviting me to join in an attack on the foolish flower snake? Ling Yunzi's eyes gleamed, and he gladly moved forward. It wasn't in his nature to leave a grudge unsettled. Thus the green and white snakes formed an unspoken alliance. With a tacit understanding, they split from both sides, head and tail, launching an attack on the little flower snake. Their movements became extraordinarily swift and precise. Almost in the blink of an eye, they sprang simultaneously. That speed was so fast it left after images directly pouncing on their unsuspecting prey. In that instant their bodies tensed to the extreme. Each activated the power within their bodies with a subtle glint flashing on their scales, mouths wide open, sharp fangs gleaming with a cold light. This is the difference between having intelligence and not having it. All creatures have spirits, and each race has its innate talents. On the path of cultivation, these talents evolve into the monster race's unique combat skills: biting, flicking tongues, coiling, devouring, poisoning. These are the innate racial talents of the snake and python clan. Water-avoiding snakes are non-venomous, so the talent skill the two snakes now displayed was the non-venomous snake's forte, biting. Without intelligence, they would have to rely solely on instinct, and who knows how long it would take to reach this level. But now, by actively harnessing their strength, they could invoke their innate abilities. With a faint and deadly hiss, their sharp fangs were about to precisely pierce into the prey's body. However, the two snakes did not intend to kill the little flower snake, so the spots they chose to pierce were the tip of its tail and the top of its head, exactly where it had been struck before. Got it. Ling Xiao rejoiced, but immediately sensed something amiss. They had bitten it, but their fangs failed to pierce the scales. At the same time, a realization dawned. Oh no! Ling Yunzi felt a force rebound from his biting action, sending a sour ache through his teeth, prompting him to quickly release and twist away to flee. It was at this moment that Su Chengxian awoke. Who's tickling me, and tickling my soles and scalp of all places? How utterly wicked! Feeling unwell, he instinctively flicked his tail and shook his head. The continuous refining of blood energy enhanced his soul and physique, causing even his unintentional movements to be shockingly fast. Even though Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi sensed something amiss and tried to flee, they were still caught off guard and hit directly. Pa! Pa! Two strikes landed, sending them flying with a thud as they crashed down. Su Chengxian suddenly cleared his head, looked up, and wondered what was going on. Ding! New task for the host. Teach a lesson to the sister and brother who dared to ambush their elder brother and make them eat your snake slew. Task rewards. Refining points *2 random spiritual seed *1. Series task: be a good elder brother successfully activated. Task content: discipline the sister and brother, achieve the rebellion is futile achievement *3. Rewards: refining points +5 random spiritual seed *1. What, such a good deal? Su Chengxian immediately squinted with mischievous intent. Dare to ambush me, you deserve a beating. With a flick of his tail he charged forward. Ling Xiao was startled but chose to confront him. The Empress never retreats, she declared, only to be swept away by a tail strike. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Ling Yunzi intended to dodge, but Su Chengxian's speed was too swift, allowing him to experience the joy of flying without wings. Having done all this, Su Chengxian raised his head proudly and pointed the tip of his tail towards the stone pillar, indicating the snake slough. Eat, I've eaten mine, can you not eat yours? He simultaneously opened up his mind's barrier to the Empress Daojun, confirming whether they could grasp his intentions. As it turned out, the two were quite smart. Not only did they understand his intentions, but they also inferred more. What does this stupid snake mean? Wants us to eat the slough? How? Can I? Wait. Ling Xiao suddenly paused. Could it be that the foolish flower snake had already shed its skin but ate it itself? I've underestimated this flower snake, Ling Yunzi thought to himself. It's so formidable. Is it a powerful being who switched cultivation paths, or did it receive a bloodline inheritance, or is it simply a case of bloodline reversion? The little flower snake's bloodline had reverted, yet it didn't seem to cultivate. If it were a fellow cultivator like me, it wouldn't resign to mediocrity, nor would it be so lazy. Without the awakening of the demon clan's secret bloodline, its future achievements would be limited. Fine, I'll endure for now and reclaim the debt later. Though the two snakes harbored grievances internally, they didn't hesitate. They moved as Su Chengxian directed and consumed their respective sloughs. Then they confirmed the profound truth of Emperor Jing's sayings, truly delightful. The little flower snake is following instinct, making us eat the slough. I'm indeed intelligent, I guessed right again. Su Chengxian grinned. These two truly deserved a beating. They judged that he wasn't a reincarnated cultivator because he didn't cultivate, lacked ambition, and didn't seem enlightened. Thus, they concluded he was just a naturally born lucky flower snake who had triggered a minor bloodline reversion with limited growth potential. Soon, they would surpass him entirely and reclaim what they had suffered with interest. Su Chengxian thought to himself, if that's what you think, then great. I won't have to worry about my task. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of teaching a lesson to the sister and brother who dared to ambush their elder brother and making them eat the snake slough. Reward received. Refinement points *2 random spirit seed *1. The system's reward announcement coincided with the two snakes finishing their shed skins. Su Chengxian relished the familiar, delightful sensation of blood energy being refined. At long last he witnessed a spirit seed resting on the mud platform where he used to sleep. Just as he was about to slither over, a sound echoed from the cave entrance. Was the child awake? Su Chengxian turned towards the noise and was startled by a massive snake head peering in. Oh my goodness! The sudden appearance of the white snake head shocked him. Hearing its inner thoughts helped him regain composure. He thought to himself, whoa, is it really my mother? As the giant white snake slid in, his curiosity piqued and he moved closer for a better look. This was the first time in both his lifetimes that he saw his birth mother. In the vertical pupils of the large snake, Su Chengxian's current form was reflected, a flower snake over half a meter long, somewhat plump with round eyes staring up. It looked a bit silly. Is this the eldest one? It's not afraid of me. The white snake's inner voice was gentle with peculiar pauses. It was delighted by Su Chengxian's approach, the joy evident in its voice. It twisted its body, lifting its head, and then slithered back out of the cave. Little flower smart recognizes me, little green, little white still dumb, bird eggs useful. Go again. Su Chengxian blinked. Did he hear wrong? Did the white snake mother just say something about stealing bird eggs? So those 3 bird eggs before were its offerings? He couldn't help but think, I knew it. How could it be so coincidental? Just when I felt hungry, bird eggs conveniently rolled in, and there were exactly 3. Turns out it was mother delivering food for her child. Then, recalling how the white snake praised him for being smart while calling little green and little white dumb, he felt even happier. Thankful for his mother's affirmation, he turned and stuck his tongue out at little green and little white. Empress Ling Xiao and Taoist Lin Jianzi indeed, occupying someone else's child's body and refusing to acknowledge even their own mother. I look down on you. What is this silly snake doing? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Is it mocking me? This fool who dared approach the big snake is actually mocking me. Strange. Why didn't the white snake eat it? As far as I recall, serpents and pythons devour their kind without regard for blood ties, especially when sizes differ. Small snakes are food for larger ones, hence serpentine beasts abandon their eggs and once hatched the young snakes leave immediately, unless it has gained spiritual intelligence. But ordinary beasts must reach at least the 5th stage to condense blood energy into a malevolent aura, which then attracts spiritual energy to nourish the soul and gradually awaken intelligence. The white snake doesn't even possess a blood malevolent mist, so its strength couldn't exceed the 5th stage. Perhaps it consumes some heaven and earth treasures rich in spiritual energy. Quite fortunate indeed. Oh, So that's how it is, Su Chengxian understood. These two knew about snakes eating their shed skins but were unaware that snakes could consume their kin. Snakes can discern the aura of bloodline kinship, they can recognize sibling relationships and naturally identify the big snake as their mother. However, the mother snake lacks the instinct to care for her young. On the contrary, for some reasons she might even devour them as a meal. Typically after laying eggs, the mother snake doesn't appear again. So when the big white snake suddenly came in, they all kept their distance. No wonder the mother snake showed up now. Su Chengxian pieced together the information he had gathered from both sides and had a general understanding. The snake tribe, to be precise, those without awakened intelligence have no concept of family. Their snake mother, however, had somehow gained intelligence prematurely due to special circumstances. For reasons unknown, she seemed to be trying to help them awaken their intelligence as well. He speculated that the snake mother might have accidentally eaten a bird egg infused with spiritual energy, which is why she would steal bird eggs to feed them. If not in the cave, she was likely guarding outside. Su Chengxian thought to himself that he was quite fortunate this time to have encountered a reliable mother. Before leaving, the snake mother mentioned she would go steal more eggs. Thinking about the taste of bird eggs, he couldn't help but feel a bit eager. Having just woken up, he found it difficult to fall back asleep, especially now that he was hungry, so he coiled up, pretending to sleep, waiting for the bird eggs to arrive. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, on the other hand, were filled with uncertainty and hesitation. They contemplated whether to leave the cave to avoid being eaten by the big snake. If that happened, they might not have another chance to be reborn. Damn it, how could I forget that this cave might not be safe? Why did the white snake retreat? If it has awakened intelligence, having its protection could be beneficial. I'm still too weak. Is this stupid flower snake asleep again? It's so calm. Could it communicate with the mother snake, or is it too foolish to realize the danger? Never mind, better to leave than to take risks. The two snakes simultaneously decided to leave. A blue and a white snake moved toward the cave entrance. As they slithered past the flower snake, they both paused briefly. Should I drive this ugly flower snake away? If it survives, it could serve me in the future. I'll be merciful this time, and if we meet again, it could become the main soul in my soul banner. Su Chengxian opened his eyes just as the two snakes were about to bite him awake. He raised his body and extended his tail, pulling the two snakes back. All right, it wouldn't be good to hog all 3 bird eggs. Where are you going? Stay put and wait for mother to bring the bird eggs. Considering that they had tried to flee and even called him along, he decided to let them stay. Su Chengxian was determined to prevent Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi from leaving, no matter how hard they tried. After several attempts, he blocked all their paths. Frustrated, they noticed him glancing at the cave entrance occasionally and gradually stopped attempting to escape. Before long, faint noises came from outside the cave, followed by 3 bird eggs rolling in one after the other. The Empress and the Taoist couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. There really are bird eggs. However, the surprise was just the beginning. Ha, the mother snake has brought food. I can go back to sleep now. Am I being fed by the mother snake? I'll repay this kindness tenfold in the future. Each snake took 1 bird egg. Su Chengxian, who was not the sharpest tool in the shed, was a bit of a cheat. In contrast, the reborn Empress and Tao Lord were quite astute. The mother snake came and went, and the 3 slithering creatures in the cave all understood where this bird egg came from. Each of them widened their beady eyes. As the bird egg got closer, their pupils narrowed further. This bird egg was different from before. It was much larger than the previous ones, and it had a faint glow shimmering subtly. This was spiritual energy, external manifestation of spiritual energy. This was the egg of a beast above the 3rd tier. Moreover, only a bird or beast with extraordinary bloodlines could produce such an egg. The glow on the eggshell was a phenomenon of the surrounding spiritual energy being attracted and gathered. The strength of a beast was constrained by its tier and bloodline. The tier represented the present, while the bloodline hinted at the future. Among beasts of the same tier, those with stronger bloodlines had more vigorous vitality and could attract spiritual energy more easily. In other words, they would awaken intelligence and cultivate more swiftly. Good gracious, who on earth did you steal this egg from? Su Chengxian marveled inwardly. Judging by its appearance, it was remarkably similar to the eggs of the snake-catching bird from before. So, could it be that his mother had targeted the entire family of snake-catching birds for disaster? Would this bring about any trouble? Just a mere beast egg. In the past, this egg wouldn't even make it into my imperial kitchen. Ling Xiao regained a bit of composure, trying to restore his dignity in his mind. One must not lose the demeanor of an empress over a mere bird egg. It is indeed lacking somewhat, but it suits my current physical form just fine, thought Ling Yunzi with restraint. As a Dao lord unburdened by family or sect, he had tasted countless delicacies, even dragon liver and phoenix gall weren't new to him. His slight lapse in composure was simply because it happened to suit his current needs. Pfft. What a show, and there's no one else here, plus he heard it in their thoughts, meaning these two were even deceiving themselves. Of course, this didn't stop them from lunging at the bird egg with great speed. Whoosh whoosh, two figures flashed and almost simultaneously pounced on two of the eggs. Each rolled one up and opened their mouths to devour it. Clearly, they had learned from past mistakes, understanding that with a colorful snake nearby, only what was eaten counted. However, would Su Chengxian let them succeed so easily? He still had a series of tasks to complete. He charged forward immediately, with incredible speed. He lifted his tail and struck. Bang, bang. The hits were both fierce and precise, just strong enough to hurt but not to injure. Having done this often, he had mastered the control. The two snakes struck, instinctively released the bird eggs, curling up and rolling to the side, both alleviating the pain and getting out of the enemy's attack range. They turned to see who had hit them. The little green snake furiously thumped its tail against the ground. Ugly flower snake, why do you keep hitting me? This time I only took one bird egg, the little green snake hissed in discontent as well. I only snatched one bird egg, and you still dare talk back, Su Chengxian retorted. Despite not really needing a reason to give them a hard time, as the elder brother, I suppose I should have won. Su Chengxian raised his head, his tail lifting as he rolled three bird eggs together. With the tip of his tail he tapped each one. The three eggs varied in size. Ling Xiao showed a guilty expression. The one she picked was the largest among them. Isn't this what I'm used to, she thought. As the empress of the entire sacred dynasty, she's always had the best. Even before she became the empress, as the saintess of the Yin House sacred dynasty, she always got first pick of anything good before others had a chance. How childish, fighting over egg sizes. Ling Yunzi, on the other hand, was at a loss for words. He hadn't noticed this at all, he just instinctively picked the option that seemed best for him. Su Chengxian shot him a sidelong glance. Really, you think you're not childish? You went straight for the second largest egg. He couldn't be bothered to argue with them further. With a flick of his tail he nudged the largest egg to his side. After all, by age or size he deserved the biggest one. The remaining two eggs rolled towards Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. The slightly larger one went to the empress sister and the smaller one to the Taoist brother. Go ahead, eat. The two snakes looked at the eggs, then at Su Chengxian. Each took their egg and headed to different sides of the cave, trying to sow discord. I won't fall for it, Ling Xiao thought. I won't be bought with an egg, giving me the smallest one. Fine, I'll remember this, Su Chengxian simply thought. Each of them ate their egg, crushing the shells as before. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi assumed their cultivation postures and began to train. Before entering a meditative state they exchanged glances. The ugly snake was not a concern, but the white snake was different. I cannot lose to this practitioner of the mysterious arts, Ling Xiao resolved. I must suppress him. This green snake, much like herself, was clearly someone who had reincarnated to cultivate anew. Dominant in nature and unrestrained, it seemed accustomed to a high position. Judging by the demonic aura it exuded, it was likely practicing a demon clan's technique. Was it a demon or human in its past life? Su Chengxian mused. Interesting. Did something happen that I don't know about? Why do these two suddenly seem like they're trying to uncover each other's true identities, and they seem to know more than even I do despite my own advantages? Mysterious arts practitioner, demon cultivation technique. This just got interesting. A game of who can hide better with these smart ones, plus myself the wild card. It'll be fun. Of course I won't lose, as long as I don't admit anything. Who can guess my identity? He returned to his spot and swallowed the egg, crushing it. Pure bliss. The egg's liquid spilled from the shell, filling the air with spiritual energy, making him feel almost ethereal. Consuming the eggs of the snake hunting birds granted him plus 89 to his soul and plus 76 to his physique. Su Chengxian was surprised. The increase in these stats confirmed the extraordinary nature of this egg, amplifying a lurking sense of unease within him. System, while I'm asleep, allocate all refining points to enhance my physique and soul. Understood. Host. Blood chi +1+1+1 blood chi +1+1+1+1. Su Chengxian awoke again 20 days later, just like the last time. He was the first to wake up. Beginning with shedding his skin, then he devoured the discarded snake skin. He examined his current state. Host, Su Chengxian race, water avoiding snake rank, 4th tier, requires 250,000 blood chi to become a 5th tier demon beast, blood chi, 181,0087 physique realm, mortal body, 698/10,000, soul realm, mortal soul, 733/10,000, divine ability combat technique, food chi transformation, divine ability, refinement points, 0/4, the blood chi had increased significantly in both his soul and physique had nearly doubled. This should be enough, right? Su Chengxian thought to himself. He looked at his body, which had grown from a half-meter rolling pin to a meter-long small tree trunk. This gave him some confidence, but he still felt it wasn't entirely safe. His eyes wandered to the two small snakes in the corner. He hissed with ill intent. Heh, let me think, what excuse should I find to give my Empress sister and Taoist brother another beating? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi finished their cultivation one after the other. They awoke from their state of forgetting themselves and everything around them, feeling very satisfied with the power surging through them. I've reached the 3rd tier, haha, ugly flower snake, let's see you now. Keh, I am also 3rd tier, this time I must reclaim what I lost before. The two snakes turned to see the flower snake on the mud platform, now standing like a broad, colorful stick, and were stunned. How did this guy grow so much? Did it have another bloodline awakening? As they practiced their techniques, they became increasingly adept and harmonious, and their ability to draw and refine spiritual energy was improving. The same applied to digesting the egg liquid. They absorbed almost all of it, converting it into their strength and blood chi. Some of the increased blood chi was even used for cultivation. Thus, the two snakes' bodies hadn't grown much, not to the point of needing to shed their skin. However, the flower snake's size far exceeded their expectations. Am I seeing things? How is this possible? Did it convert all the egg liquid into blood chi? Hiss, impossible, not even a demon saint's bloodline could do that. While they were frozen in disbelief, Su Chengxian didn't hesitate. He charged over and gave the two snakes a beating. No mercy. I knew you'd wake up and try to provoke me. Since that's the case, I decided to strike first. Any problem with that? None at all. Not satisfied? Then I'll beat you again. Here I come. Whoosh, bang, bang, damn it. Damn. The green and white snakes had no ability to fight back. Although they had grown stronger, it was clear the flower snake's power was still greater, not just in physical strength, but his speed was also faster. It showed that his soul's solidity had made significant progress, otherwise he wouldn't be able to control his body so well, but he seemed unfamiliar with his own strength. During the fight, the tail strikes aimed at them varied in power. Is it worried about hurting me? Ling Xiao felt insulted, and anger brewed in his heart. The combat style of this fellow was peculiar. I've never heard of a snake using its tail like a whip. Ling Yunzi pondered silently. It didn't coil or wrap, nor did it tear or bite. It opened its mouth but didn't flick its tongue. Truly bizarre. Initially he thought it was a coincidence, but now seeing the flower snake actively attacking with such skillful precision, it seemed to have some semblance of a combat technique, although it lacked demonic power and spiritual energy. Relying solely on its formidable physical strength, it couldn't harness magical abilities to form a battle technique. Nevertheless, its raw physical power was more than enough to handle them. Despite their frustration, especially upon realizing that the flower snake wasn't trying to hurt them and was deliberately restraining its strength, they felt a mix of shame and anger. Yet, they had to admit that together, they couldn't defeat it. They could only rely on their vast combat experience to protect themselves from harm. Sensing that they could protect themselves, the flower snake unleashed its full strength. Fighting faster and faster, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, being seasoned strongmen, were not ones to concede easily. Moreover, combat was also a way to temper their bodies. Thus, the skirmish between siblings continued until both serpent spirits exhausted their energy, collapsing to the ground. Victorious, Su Chengxian wiggled his tail in satisfaction. After a refreshing nap, a good fight left him invigorated. Defeating the two young serpents wasn't something to be particularly proud of. It would be worth celebrating if these two young serpents were the reincarnations of an empress and a Taoist sovereign. Congratulations to the host for completing this series of tasks and achieving that. Beat them if they disagree. Accomplishment 3 times. Rewards. Refinement points plus 5-inch random spirit seed x1. This is rock solid. Su Chengxian calculated the refinement points he was about to earn, considering the enhancement in strength. He felt that even if the snake's mother truly attracted snake-catching birds because of the stolen eggs, he should be able to handle it. Just as he thought of this, he heard the sound of birds flapping their wings outside the cave entrance. Could it really be such a coincidence? Flap, flap. the sound grew closer, mingled with bird calls. Oh no, they're really here. Judging by the sound, it was clear that the approaching birds were not small and there was more than one. System, Su Chengxian immediately said, use all refinement points to enhance the soul and body. Without making a sound, he slithered toward the cave entrance to assess the situation. Behind him, the green and white serpent slowly rose after hearing the bird calls, following him closely. The cave entrance was small. Outside the cave, it was sunset. The evening sun cast a glow, painting the forest in layers of colors, turning the river water sparkling and the feathers of the large bird outside into a dazzling iridescent black. Su Chengxian dared not venture too far out, sticking close to the cave wall and peeking outside at an angle. He saw 3 hook-like bird talons perched on long iron-blue bird legs. The legs and talons were covered in fine scales exuding a fishy smell. Flap, flap, dirt and stones flew as the large bird attempted to dig open the entrance. Swoosh! As if it had caught the scent of a snake on Su Chengxian, the gigantic bird's talons suddenly lunged in his direction. Its sharp beak followed, striking down aggressively. Bam! Oh no! Su Chengxian quickly twisted his body to retreat backward. What grade of bird is this, so fierce? The bird's talons are about 10 centimeters long, and he felt that one swipe could crack open a person's skull. Host has a new mission. Mission content: eliminate the invading enemy, a 5th grade snake catching bird. Rewards for completion include refinement points plus 15-inch a premium seed of the spirit locking flower. Caution to the host: there are 4 3rd grade and 2 5th grade snake catching birds outside the cave, posing extreme danger. The host may choose not to complete the mission. Preserving life is the priority. Good heavens! Did you go and steal the eggs of a 5th grade snake catching bird? Su Chengxian was dumbfounded by the news. Truly bold and daring, Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi, both serpentine in form, froze upon realizing the situation. The cave had been breached and it was clear the intruders were after them. The bird eggs provided by the mother snake couldn't possibly have been its own. Now the rightful owners had come knocking, surely seeking revenge. It's a snake-catching bird. My imperial aviary has raised them before. The bird eggs brought by the mother snake are theirs. Why isn't the mother snake here? Likely fled, I suppose. I knew it. When disaster strikes, everyone. Splash! The mother snake emerged from the river drenched in water. Its vibrant red tongue darted like an arrow towards the eyes of the snake-catching bird digging at the cave. Its wide-open mouth quickly followed, biting down on the bird's neck amid its confusion. With a twist of its body, it blocked the cave entrance, simultaneously strangling the bird. The 2 snake-catching birds hovering in mid-air saw this and immediately swooped down. A fierce battle erupted. Impressive, mother, that sneak attack was beautifully executed. Must have killed quite a few snake-catching birds before. Instantly took down an opponent. Alas, it is of no avail. The one killed was just one of the 4 3rd-grade snake-catching birds. Its death only incited the ferocity of the remaining birds. Su Chengxian, hiding behind the mother snake, observed secretly. Before he could rejoice, he saw 2 snake-catching birds dive down, their cries sharp and piercing. Their talons like steel hooks gleaming with a cold light targeted the vital spot on the mother snake. Snake thief, egg stealer, die! A bizarre voice echoed from the sky. Su Chengxian looked up and saw a large bird flying low not far away, its wings spread wide as if casting a shadowy cloud over the ground. Well, this bird can talk, he exclaimed, astonished. It was enveloped in a shroud of black and red mist reminiscent of the demonic spirits from Journey to the West, complete with an eerie wind. This red and black mist must be what Empress Sister and the others referred to as the blood-condensing fiend mist, the blood fiend miasma. The air was indeed thick with a fishy odor. While he was momentarily distracted, 2 third-tier snake-hunting birds and the mother snake were already locked in battle. The snake, as thick as a bull, and the bird, as large as an eagle, were fiercely contending. The snake-hunting birds had the advantage in numbers and a natural instinct to counter snakes, but their strength was slightly inferior. The mother snake had stolen their eggs to feed her young twice before and had often feasted on them. Hunting down lower-tier snake-hunting birds was second nature to her, so she held a slight upper hand in this skirmish. Yet, Su Chengxian couldn't relax because a 5th-tier and another 3rd-tier snake-hunting bird were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly he heard a bird's cry. Then the mother snake was deliberately lured aside by the 2 snake-hunting birds, revealing the cave entrance. Not good. Su Chengxian immediately whipped his tail and retreated swiftly. In the next instant, a gust of rank wind rushed towards his head. Bam! A massive bird claw pierced into the edge of the cave entrance, shaking the walls and causing dirt to fall inside. Wow, that was intense. Su Chengxian silently congratulated himself. He had already retreated a bit due to the fishy wind from the battle between the mother snake and the snake-hunting birds, and his quick reflexes saved him from being pinned by the bird claw. After feeling relieved, he worried again, wondering what to do. The attack was fierce, and he was struggling to hold on. The ambush was led by a third-tier snake-hunting bird, and the fifth-tier one hadn't even shown up yet. Behind him, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were also filled with complex emotions. Anyone with a bit of sense, and not feigning ignorance, would understand one simple truth: in this world, no benefits come without a price. If you gain something without paying the price, someone else has paid it for you. The mother snake, who could have escaped, was now paying that price. Should they pretend not to understand and hide in this cave, watching as the mother snake was hunted down by the snake-hunting birds while it protected them? It was unwise to venture out now. I act according to my heart, never burdened by morality. Good and evil, morality and ethics mean nothing to me, they are merely things I can discard at any moment. Blood mist and corpse chi, a fifth-tier beast. I just entered the third tier. Going out would mean certain death. But if I don't step forward once the mother snake is killed, I have no hope of escape either. 2 third-tier snake-hunting birds are enough to hold the mother snake at bay, and there's a fifth-tier one above who can speak human language, clearly having not only gained intelligence but also transformed its oral bones. Moreover, if I were to deploy troops, I would definitely set up ambushes in the dark to intercept and kill those who try to escape. Dying to save the mother snake is too foolish an act for me. But snake-hunting birds are especially adept at tracking and hunting snakes and pythons. If the mother snake fails, I will surely die as well. Seeing how easily the mother snake kills a third-tier snake-hunting bird, if I lend a hand we might stand a chance. First kill the third-tier ones together, then fend off the fifth-tier one. Perhaps we can drive it away and then dive into the water to escape. Birds are generally poor at fighting in water and cannot dive. This way we can avoid both pursuing and ambushing enemies. Su Chengxian thought, sheesh, what a dilemma, but in the end, isn't it just a decision to fight alongside the mother snake? What's so embarrassing about admitting you're doing it for yourself and for her? Like me, I openly admit that it's the first time in 2 lifetimes I've had a meal brought by my real mother, and I'm quite reluctant to part with her. I want to spend more time with my mom. So what if my real mother is a snake? She's still my mother. If I weren't worried about not being able to hold on, I'd have jumped in to help already. If it were just 1 fifth-tier snake-hunting bird, I might manage, but 2, that's tough. I need to think of a way, preferably to take one down first and then deal with the other. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the mortal soul and entering the realm of the demon soul, acquiring the innate magical ability, Bewitching Scream. The host can attempt to enter inner vision, explore the spirit platform realm, and consolidate divine consciousness. Su Chengxian was pondering this when suddenly he heard the system broadcast, feeling as if a gentle breeze swept through his mind. It was as if a veil of confusion was being blown apart. His spirit jolted, his soul became clear, and his perception of the outside world seemed to have significantly enhanced. Have I broken through in soul cultivation? Instantly overjoyed, a stroke of inspiration hit him, and without needing a system prompt, he focused and entered a state of inner vision. His body and mind instantly sank into the square inch of the spirit platform. Within the spirit platform was vast like a sea of mist, with a lotus platform faintly visible amidst the fog. The azure lotus platform appeared to gather and disperse, revealing a vague, translucent outline of a shadow. This was the sea of consciousness where his soul resided. The lotus platform was his spiritual arena, and the shadow was his demon form's aspect. Su Chengxian, observing these, gained an understanding of their essence, feeling a profound sense of clarity. It was as if he was retrieving an answer long recorded in his heart. With a shift of thought, his inner vision moved from the spirit platform to his physical body. Beneath the flesh, he had an extraordinarily long stomach, lungs, kidneys, intestines, pairs of ribs, and countless scales. Perhaps when sleepless, he might count them for amusement. This fleeting thought distracted him, pulling him out of the inner vision state. The last sight was of countless thread-like red mists floating and swirling within his body. That was his blood energy. What are these? In the instant he returned to awareness, countless invisible filament-like threads radiated from his brow, making everything around him sharply clear. Divine consciousness, this was the soul power condensed into divine thought. With a shift of intention, his divine consciousness extended beyond the cave, instantly grasping the outside battle situation with perfect clarity. He probed towards the fifth-tier snake, catching bird in mid-air, even able to discern its ear feathers, while the bird remained oblivious. Goodness and omniscient perspective, Su Chengxian excitedly supported his chin with his tail, thinking this time there's hope. Let's check the status again. Host, Su Chengxian race, water avoiding snake grade, 4th tier. To become a 5th tier demon beast, blood energy needs to exceed 250,000 points, blood energy, 181,2087 physical realm, mortal body realm, 933/10,000, Soul Realm, Demon Soul Realm, 1033/10,000, Magical and Combat Skills, Chi Consumption to Blood, Magical Ability, Bewitching. Scream, Magical Ability, Refinement Points, 0 out of 4 data is ultimately just data. How much combat power can be exerted still depends on actual battle. Su Chengxian calculated that with the power of a 4th tier demon beast as a foundation, surely he wouldn't be unable to withstand even a single blow from a 5th tier. As long as he survives one move, there's a chance. If direct confrontation is impossible, I shall strike unexpectedly, ambush, I shall win with the least cost. Su Chengxian glanced sideways at the other 2 young snakes that were also lying in wait. You're both using my words, he thought, observing the 2 third-tier snake-hunting birds engaged in a fierce struggle with the great white snake. High above, a 5th-tier snake-hunting bird circled, its eyes sharp as lightning fixed on a specific spot. It knew this was the lair where the egg-stealing white snake had hidden her treasures, a new nest she had cunningly prepared. This mother snake was indeed clever. She would hide the eggs in the river to mask their scent, making it impossible for the birds to trace her thieving path, until now, when they finally caught her in the act. To think she was stealing bird eggs to feed her young snakes suggested she had gained intelligence, perhaps even forming a demon core. If they could slay her and consume this core, the brothers might ascend to the 6th tier. With an urgent call, the 5th-tier bird instructed its comrades in battle with the mother snake to lure her away from the nest. Inside, the young snakes, fed with 3 bird eggs since birth, might have awakened their bloodline potential if they were still alive. They needed to be captured and devoured too. Seeing that the subordinate hiding nearby and waiting for the mother snake to be led away failed in his attempt to enter the nest, the great snake-hunting bird let out a dissatisfied cry. It then commanded all 3 third-tier birds to attack the mother snake, intending to exhaust her strength and test if she had any companions. Its calls also served to alert its brothers to be wary of other serpents or demon beasts. From not far away, a brother's response echoed back. A flash of cunning appeared in the golden eyes of the 5th-tier snake-hunting bird. The edge of the great wilderness mountains had scarce spiritual energy. Reaching the 6th tier meant they could venture deeper into the mountains to find peaks rich in spiritual veins for cultivation. Just a mother snake and a few young ones were not enough to share. Yet deeper within the mountains, high-level demon beasts and demon clans were abundant. Having brothers alone would provide mutual support, so sharing was no issue. Noticing the mother snake beginning to falter as the third-tier bird joined the fray, the 5th-tier bird let out another urging cry. It then issued a command in human language: blind it, the eyes, nest, capture the young snakes. The dim-witted 3rd-tier birds, lacking intelligence, could only comprehend simple instructions conveyed through bird calls. Thus, the words spoken were not meant for them. The eyes of the 5th-tier snake-hunting bird gleamed with guile and anticipation, hoping the mother snake would take the bait. The birds fighting the mother snake also responded with cries, misleading the great white snake into believing the 3rd-tier birds would target the young snakes in the nest, reminding her that their appearance was to protect her offspring. Immediately, the mother snake twisted, fiercely forcing its way toward the nest entrance, a fatal mistake. The 3 snake-hunting birds seized the opportunity, scattering to attack its eyes, vital spots and tail. The 5th-tier bird watched eagerly, letting out an excited cry, ready to swoop down and finish the injured mother snake. Victory seemed imminent in this battle without surprises. A snake beast that had not yet reached the 5th tier was hardly a threat, yet the anticipated cry of pain from the mother snake did not come. Instead, there were 2 sorrowful bird cries. 2 snake-hunting birds, seemingly grievously wounded, flapped their wings in a panic, struggling to fly, only for the mother snake to catch one in its jaws and coil around the other. In the next moment, both birds lost their lives. The 5th-order snake-catching bird focused its gaze and saw 2 young snakes, each less than 2 feet long, dropping from the heads of the 2 snake-catching birds. Where the bird's eyes once were, there were now only 2 black holes. All it had seen was a flash of green and a flash of white, and then their eyes were gone. Surprisingly, the 5th-order snake-catching bird was not angered by this sight. Instead, it was pleased. After all, it was fated that these extraordinary young snakes would become its meal, and the more extraordinary, the better. Just then another small snake emerged from the cave. This one was over 4 feet long and as thick as a small tree trunk. Is this a young snake? The fifth-order snake-catching bird wondered, its eyes widening in disbelief. Yet, upon closer inspection of its aura, it indeed seemed related to the white snake. Besides, if it weren't a young snake appearing in the snake's den, the other 2 little snakes would have been eaten by now. This snake, although large, was clumsy and lacked the agility and cunning of the other 2. It tried to mimic the first 2 snakes by attacking the eyes of the third-grade snake-catching bird but was too slow. Not only did it miss, but it was also harshly slapped away by a wing, landing under a tree 7 or 8 meters from the cave. "Ha, a clumsy snake," the fifth-order bird scoffed. The fifth-order snake-catching bird immediately dove down, aiming to seize the foolishly slow snake. If such a young snake had grown so large, its bloodline potential must be extraordinary. It planned to capture and consume its gallbladder first, then drink its blood and leave the flesh for its brothers. After all, it was the one doing the work. The striped snake, seeing the bird swoop down, hissed in fear and coiled itself around a nearby small tree, seemingly trying to use the tree trunk for support to avoid being caught. The bird's eyes glinted with mockery and disdain. That was impossible. The young snake's body was so tender that with just one flap of its wings it would be torn in half. With a screech, the bird curled one claw, grabbed the snake's body with the other, and let out a cry of triumph as it flapped its wings fiercely. Yet it did not ascend. The unexpected turn of events caught it off guard, stunned and alarmed. It looked down to see the snake's body stretched straight but not broken. Instead, the snake raised its head, flicking its tongue at the bird and hissing. Realizing something was wrong, the fifth-order bird tried to release its grip. But suddenly, it felt a dizzy spell followed by a sharp pain in its chest, bringing it back to some clarity. Looking down, it saw a vicious snake head with cold, vertical pupils and sharp fangs piercing into its chest. Panicked, the bird flapped its wings frantically, trying to claw at the snake and shake it off to fly away. Its massive wings emitted a dark, magical energy, creating a gust that snapped a nearby small tree in half. However, the tree trunk the snake had coiled around was as thick as a water barrel, and though the branches swayed, the trunk remained unwavering. And as the bird struggled, blood gushed forth, almost as if being drawn into the wide-open snake's mouth embedded in its chest. As the blood poured out in torrents, the struggling force quickly weakened. Within a few breaths, the flapping of the wings lost its vigor. The sly flower snake's eyes gleamed with the satisfaction of a successful scheme. With a forceful yank downward, the large bird lost its balance and crashed heavily to the ground. Su Chengxian swiftly slithered forward, coiling around the bird's body, tearing open its chest. His mouth opened wide, and he inhaled sharply. Warm blood slid down his throat along with something slightly hot. What was that? He wondered in surprise. Could there be a hidden weapon inside the snake-hunting bird's chest? But now wasn't the time to investigate further. A piercing bird cry echoed from the sky. Su Chengxian looked up to see a massive snake-hunting bird with outstretched wings diving toward him. He was immediately alarmed. Twisting his body, he darted toward the white snake and Ling Xiao Ling Yunzi. Empress sister Dao Jun, brother lend a hand. Big brother's too full to fight. Am I dreaming? Did the ugly flower snake actually kill that fifth-tier snake-hunting bird? I must be hallucinating, thought Ling Xiao in disbelief. Otherwise, how could he witness a fifth-tier demon beast being easily hunted by a foolish flower snake? Moreover, he could tell at a glance that the large bird was no ordinary fifth-tier creature. It had developed intelligence, capable of speech, and certainly had formed a demon core, meaning it had demonic power protecting it and even understood combined attack techniques. The way it summoned 4 third-tier snake-hunting birds to encircle the mother snake showed it wasn't new to intelligence. Yet it was schemed to death by a dumb flower snake. Did I underestimate it? Was it pretending not to have bitten? Ling Xiao wondered, shocked at his oversight. Both Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had, in their previous lives, undergone countless trials of life and death, gaining extensive combat experience. Thus, their ambushes hitting the mark wasn't surprising. But the flower snake was different. It was merely a small snake with some combat power due to its bloodline. It could suppress others, but wasn't guaranteed to gain an advantage from its enemies. A mature third-tier snake-hunting bird was not something a third-tier juvenile snake could confront head-on. Even in a sneak attack, facing its winged predator required precise timing, otherwise at best it would achieve nothing and at worst it risked being counter-killed. Neither thought Su Chengxian's attack on the 4th third-tier snake-hunting bird would fail and result in him being swatted away, suspecting no trickery involved. A young snake that had never left its cave behaving as such was quite normal. When they saw the 5th-tier bird pounce at the flower snake, they were powerless. Despite their successful ambush and the mother snake quickly hunting two third-tier birds, the brief encounter had drained their strength, leaving none to assist. Even without the exhaustion, they doubted they could save the snake from the claws of a fifth-tier beast, so they, along with the mother snake, dealt with the last third-tier bird first, expecting to turn and find the flower snake dead. Who would have thought the situation would unfold so unexpectedly? The hunted had become the hunter, turning the tables on the fifth-tier snake-hunting bird, until the massive bird gradually lost its strength to struggle. Both individuals could hardly believe it. Even more astonished was the great white snake that had turned to rescue the child. It was frozen in disbelief. Is my little Hua truly this powerful? How could this be possible, they wondered? Was it due to physical refinement? Through blood energy, or perhaps an evolution of the bloodline? How resilient must Hua snake's body be to remain unscathed under the full force of a fifth-tier avian beast's attack? How sharp and sturdy must its teeth be to pierce through the bird's body even when protected by demon power? Moreover, there was the matter of its tactics. First, it feigned weakness, pretending to be clumsy and inept, thus lulling the snake-catching bird into a false sense of security, making it careless and unguarded. Not only did it lead the enemy into a trap, but it also deceived the opponent into almost willingly forfeiting the opportunity to exert its full combat prowess. Ling Yunzi couldn't help but marvel at the cleverness of Hua's snake. The strategy was simple yet perfectly fitting. Often the more complex a tactic, the more difficult it is to achieve its purpose. It was its appropriateness that made it so effective, as it grasped the enemy's mentality, the fifth-tier snake-catching bird's arrogance in its strength was the primary reason for its downfall. This was surely not the wisdom of a young snake that had just recently left its nest. Was it innate wisdom, or had it gained enlightenment? Or perhaps it was a bloodline inheritance. It couldn't be enlightenment, nor could it be bloodline inheritance. The former only clears the mind of a demon beast, enabling human-like thought and consideration of pros and cons, but it wouldn't instantly make them as clever as a human. The latter allows a demon beast to gain knowledge of certain inheritances through bloodline tracing, but there's never been mention of gaining scheming skills through such means. Moreover, Hua Snake's performance was nearly flawless, indicative of a seasoned hand in manipulation and calculation. Even if such tactics were part of an inheritance, they wouldn't be mastered so quickly. Humph, child of destiny, how many have I seen? Ling Yunzi chuckled mockingly to himself. Even a genius requires time to mature, so he could almost certainly conclude that Hua Snake was a reincarnated old ghost, and an exceedingly cunning one at that. Ling Xiao shared the same perspective. It was one thing for the plump Hua Snake to dominate them in battle, but to also play dumb and deceive them. This ignited their competitive spirit. Neither the sagacious and discerning Empress nor the Tao Lord, known for his foresight and strategic acumen, had been fooled in such a manner for many years. From the northern wilderness to the southern continent, from the eastern human realm where the holy dynasty and the mysterious sect reside, to the barren western sea of yellow sands, I shall see what divine being you are. They vowed. Even if Hua Snake was not of this world but descended from the celestial realm, they were determined to unearth its true nature. Therefore, the two decided to feast on the blood of the snake-catching bird before returning to cultivate. With all the snake-catching birds dead, the crisis was resolved. Given Hua Snake's formidable strength, they had fallen too far behind and needed to catch up with their cultivation. In the world of cultivators, without cultivation and combat strength, everything else is but empty talk. As they lunged toward the bird's neck, a chilling, fierce cry pierced the air. A snake-catching bird, another one. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi whipped their heads around, hearts skipping a beat at the sight. A fifth-rank snake-catching bird, another one, was charging toward the ugly, or rather foolish, flower snake. It was clearly on the same side as the one that had already perished. The heavens are against me. Ling Xiao cursed silently. Two fifth-rank snake-catching birds. Had she known there were two such formidable foes, she would have chosen to flee for her life rather than fight to the death. But then she recalled the flower snake's previous performance and felt a surge of hope. Perhaps it would repeat its clever trick. Ling Yunzi's eyes also flickered with a mix of despair and hope, clearly sharing the same wish. However, the flower snake surprised them once more. It suddenly veered toward them, darting in their direction. That scoundrel! It came without any warning whatsoever. Damn it! Both were so shocked their tails stiffened. This wretched creature, couldn't it have at least given a hint before bolting? They were caught unprepared, and by now it was too late to escape. The fifth-rank snake-catching bird was upon them in a flash, the specter of death looming ever closer. Yet, in that moment, they couldn't think of a way out. In the past, they had countless means to crush a fifth-rank beast. but with their current strength even fleeing was a challenge. Just as despair began to creep into their hearts, the fleeing flower snake abruptly halted. It seemed to have tripped over something, swaying forward before turning around. Facing the pursuing fifth-rank snake-catching bird, it raised its head, opened its mouth, and let out a series of hisses. At the instant the snake's cry rang out, the bird in midair involuntarily paused. With a hiss of mesmerization, the snake's tail flicked, the message unmistakable: "Come on, family, don't just stand there, attack." Enchantment, it confuses, it entices, it muddles the minds of living creatures, clouding their clarity. Thus, using its divine power, the snake cast an enchantment spell, causing the fifth-rank bird to momentarily lose its senses. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were not about to let such an opportunity slip by. Without needing any further prompting, their instinct to seize battle opportunities was already deeply ingrained. Seeing a chance, they sprang forward, one blue, one white. They lunged at the bird, almost simultaneously targeting its eyes, the most vulnerable part. Their movements were decisive, swift and fierce. The snake's fangs gleamed with a faint light enhanced by their battle magic, easily piercing through the bird's weakest point. With a scream of agony, the bird snapped back to consciousness, blood streaming from its eyes and beak. The grievously wounded bird seemed to finally realize its peril and attempted to flee. It had always followed its brother's lead because it was stronger, but now, seeing that the seemingly weaker enemy had killed its mightier sibling, it understood too late that coming here was a grave mistake. Yet it was already too late. In the midst of the serpentine lair, the most formidable mother serpent, though only a heartbeat slower than her blue and white offspring, launched herself into action. She rose with her neck extended, wrapping herself tightly around the mighty bird's wings and coiling up its neck, seizing the moment to execute her deadliest move: constrict and strangle. With all her might she entwined her body around the bird's wings, coiling up to its neck and fiercely biting down on its throat. Truth be told, she was the one most knowledgeable in the art of swiftly killing a snake-hunting bird. The bird, poised to take flight, was pressed down by the serpent's weight, its cries turning ever more desperate. Faced with the imminent threat of death, it flapped its wings with renewed ferocity, narrowly avoiding the white serpent's bite aimed at its neck as it attempted to dislodge its foe and escape to safety. The massive wings whipped up gusts of wind, sending ripples across the nearby ponds. Hiss! The mother serpent flicked her tongue in panic. Ah, missed! It's slipping away. Su Changxian heard the mother's frantic inner voice and quickly activated his innate powers. The snake-hunting bird, having just taken flight, found itself under a mental assault, unable to resist, its mind clouded, its body stiffened, wings ceasing their motion as it plummeted toward the earth. Seeing this, the mother serpent was delighted, immediately opening her mouth wide and biting fiercely at the bird's throat. She hit her mark. Simultaneously, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, clinging to the bird's head, were not idle. They pressed their advantage, devouring the bird's eyes, plunging them into excruciating pain. The snake-hunting bird, jolted back to awareness by the agony, began to struggle anew. Su Changxian, observing this, swiftly employed his powers again. Each time the bird was roused by pain, it was once more confounded by the serpent's attack. Thus, in this relentless back and forth, a once formidable fifth-tier snake-hunting bird was tormented to death by this family of serpents. Once the bird was utterly lifeless, the three serpents, one large, two small, rolled off its carcass utterly exhausted. Ling Yunzi let out a feeble hiss. Damn it, stupid flower snake. To kill a mere fifth-tier bird, it took so much out of me. It must be a cunning, ruthless old ghost. Such torment, if inflicted on a cultivator, could surely stir enough resentment to create a powerful ghost. Ling Xiao echoed a similar sentiment. I knew it. This ugly creature just can't stand seeing me idle. Clearly capable of dealing with the bird, yet insists on wearing me out like this. He must be doing it on purpose, daring to toy with me like this. Once my cultivation strengthens, I'll definitely pay him back in kind. Though the serpent's hisses bore no communicative content or meaning to each other, their inner thoughts were strikingly aligned. They both felt Su Changxian was doing it intentionally, just as they believed his first kill of a fifth-tier snake-hunting bird was a simple yet brilliantly executed scheme. You really give me too much credit, Su Changxian mused to himself. If I truly had such skill, could my previous life have been worse than a dog's? The truth is, what Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi imagined and the reality of the situation are not just different, they're completely unrelated. There was a plan, after all. From the very start, Su Changxian had set his sights on dealing with the fifth-tier snake catching bird. He carefully selected a tree of suitable thickness to serve as a pivot in case he got snatched up by the bird and tossed to his demise. his plan was to grab onto a third-tier snake-catching bird, fling it away, and then feign a fall near the tree, waiting for the larger bird in the sky to swoop down and hunt him. However, things didn't quite go as planned. At the moment of his leap, an error occurred. Instead of flinging the third-tier bird, he was swatted away by a flap of its wing. As he was sent flying, Su Chengxian was momentarily stunned. There was no need to let everyone know about this embarrassing mishap. He decided to let this beautiful misunderstanding continue. Why be so candid? After all, even an old snake like him has his pride. Besides, he was indeed quite formidable. Although the process deviated from his expectations, the result was as intended, and that was enough. Life, be it human or serpent, is full of unexpected surprises that bring wondrous experiences. When he killed the first fifth-tier snake-catching bird, he didn't even need to use his innate abilities. Instead, he invented a new method of attack, a spiritual assault. Su Chengxian concentrated his spiritual consciousness into a tiny sword and aimed it at the opponent's spiritual sheath, thrusting with all his might. This was a technique he had mastered on his own, learning to use his spiritual consciousness in combat. He had tested it against the first fifth-tier snake-catching bird, and it proved to be highly effective. Although his spiritual sword was more form than substance, merely shaped by his thoughts into the semblance of a sword, his opponent was even weaker. The fifth-tier bird, barely capable of human speech, had a frail soul and offered no resistance. Su Chengxian's probing attack shattered its defenses effortlessly. Breaking through its soul was far easier than breaking its body, almost laughably simple. By not using his innate abilities, he conserved enough spiritual power to defeat the second fifth-tier bird. Otherwise, he wouldn't have withstood the repeated use of his abilities. As for why he didn't just repeat the tactic with the second bird, the reason was simple. His physical strength was too depleted. He couldn't risk enduring another fierce bout of tearing and pulling from a fifth-tier beast. The strength of a fifth-tier snake-catching bird was not to be underestimated. In the end, Su Chengxian was, after all, just a newborn snake. Despite his size, his cultivation time had been too brief. His physical resilience was not strong enough to come out unscathed from previous battles. On the contrary, the bird's sharp claws had left several bloody holes on his body. In the tug of war, his skin was riddled with fine lines of blood, and some scales were askew or even falling off. If he were to fight again, he might endure, but he would certainly be more severely injured. It would hurt a lot. Plus, he wasn't fighting alone. With companions by his side, why should he show off unnecessarily? They were all from the same nest of snakes after all, and should strive together in unison. Su Chengxian gave his younger siblings a chance to shine while he chose to play the supportive role, willingly playing the role of the green leaves that highlight the red flowers, the bystander beside the heroes. Empress Dao Sovereign, listen to those grand titles. As for me, I'm just an unremarkable old snake with a quirky system hack. Su Chengxian wagged his snake tail and thought, well, being a background character isn't so bad. Just a simple earth snake munching on melons and watching the drama unfold as the big shots return to reclaim what's theirs. Isn't that delightful? Just the thought of it brings joy. Wonderful. Now let's see what exactly I swallowed earlier. When I killed the first fifth-rank snake-catching bird, I gulped something down too hastily. The second bird attacked too quickly. I didn't have time to inspect. The intruders are dead, crisis averted, and now I can safely enter an introspective state. With a thought, I glimpsed that peculiar object. What is this? Su Chengxian saw a green egg with red markings. Host, this is a demon core formed by high-ranked demonic beasts, containing over 80% of their power. A demon core. Su Chengxian smacked his lips. So this is a demon core. If it contains over 80% of the beast's power, it should have been well protected, yet I barely felt any resistance swallowing it. What's going on? Could there be a trick? Actually, the demon core was nestled in the chest of the fifth-rank snake-catching bird, protected by blood energy and a thin layer of demonic power, but Su Chengxian had nearly drained its blood dry, causing these forces to either be absorbed or dissipate. Devoid of protection, the demon core was instinctively swallowed. Since ingesting it, Su Chengxian could feel its presence. It's constantly emitting waves of power, making him uncomfortable, now even more so. In his introspective state, he could clearly see wisps of green mist rising. Is this demonic power? It feels a bit like the aura when Empress Sister cultivates. Oh dear, what now? Spit it out. Su Chengxian sensed that if he couldn't absorb this power, he might be in trouble. This doesn't add up. I'm at the 4th rank, yet a 5th rank beast's core is this potent. Host, take note. This 5th-rank snake-catching bird's demon core was formed using a fragment of a 7th-rank water-avoiding snake's demon core. The power exceeds the host's absorption limit. Would you like to consume 1,000,000 blood energy to advance your divine ability? Is that even a question? Advance, of course advance. While that explains it, a mere 5th-rank bird's core shouldn't have left him so stuffed. It wasn't original. A fragment of a 7th-rank water-avoiding snake's core, despite being incomplete, is at a different power level. Now, that's more like it. Ding. Host, please note, the divine ability consuming air to transform into blood will be upgraded to devouring air to transform into blood. The system will now upgrade your divine ability. Please focus and refrain from activating internal energy and blood. As the system's mechanical voice sounded, Su Changxian felt warmth spreading through his digestive organs, especially his stomach and intestines. He seemed to feel his blood and energy churning inside him, tempering. Within a few breaths, the warmth turned into a slight burning sensation. It wasn't unbearable, much like the feeling of waking up hungry in the middle of the night, a bit restless, a bit hard to endure. System, can I eat something? Su Changxian asked, after receiving a positive response. He snapped back to reality, opened his eyes and prepared to grab some bird meat. By now the sky had already turned dark, the night had descended with a bright moon and sparse stars. The mother snake had already devoured 2 of the snake-catching birds it had hunted, leaving it too full to move. It had also drunk a lot of blood from the 5th-tier snake-catching bird, making it quite drowsy. It lay there flicking its forked tongue towards the 3 little snakes still lying on the ground. Eat, come quickly, eat the meat, eat more, grow faster, it seemed to say. Beside it lay 2 birds with their necks torn open. The thoughtful mother had already prepared canned food for her children. Hearing its hissing, Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi, who had regained some strength, got up one after the other. However, they didn't go over but instead slithered toward the already dead 5th-tier snake-catching bird. The mother snake watched them, wanting to stop them. Demonic beasts consume the flesh and blood of their enemies because it contains power. But if a weaker beast eats the meat of a higher-tier beast, it could end up bursting and vomiting blood. There have been ignorant young beasts that have died from overeating, but it had eaten so much that it couldn't move and could only watch anxiously. However, it soon realized that its 2 little snakes didn't seem to be after the meat. They slithered over the bird's body as if searching for something. Finally they stopped at the bird's chest. Then, working together, they made a hole there. Not long after, the green snake extended its head inside and pulled out a green demon core. Su Changxian looked up. He wanted to see how these 2 would handle the demon core. He thought to himself that they should know this thing couldn't be swallowed directly. These 2 were still young snakes themselves and didn't possess his innate magical abilities. If they tried to eat it, the story featuring them as protagonists would come to an abrupt end. The protagonist, overestimating his abilities, dies from swallowing the demon core out of greed and ignorance. The end. But as it turned out, the imperial sister and the Taoist brother weren't that foolish. They had a better way to refine this demon core. The 2 snakes moved to a large rock by the riverbank. The green snake then reared up head towards the moon and flicked the demon core into the air with its tongue. At the same time, a trace of magical power was emitted from both its and Lin Jianzi's mouths. The demon core, propelled by the 2 streams of magic, began to float in midair, gently rotating. Then each snake took a position, raising their heads high, puffing up their chests, and slowly breathing in and out towards the demon core, aligning it with the moon. Gradually, a beam of moonlight began to coalesce on the demon core. Tonight was a full moon. The moonlight grew increasingly bright, casting its silvery glow. As the 2 serpents practiced their breathing techniques, threads of azure and shimmering light from the demon core and moonlight were drawn into their bodies. Were they harnessing the demon core to cultivate and absorb the moon's essence? Su Changxian, relying on his instincts as a beast, recognized it immediately. It was moon essence, the purest form of lunar energy. After completing their ritual, the 2 snakes let out a hiss towards Su Changxian and the mother snake, then shifted slightly as if inviting them to join in the cultivation. Su Changxian was taken aback. What was that look from the ugly flower snake? Did it think he intended to hoard this spoils for himself? The demon core couldn't be consumed directly and he couldn't store it away. Without absorbing and refining it, it would simply dissipate. It would be better for everyone to refine it together and then proceed deeper into the mountains, providing mutual support. The flower snake and the mother snake lacked cultivation techniques. How much could they really take? Su Changxian only needed to compete with the little white snake. Cultivation resources are earned by one's abilities. This was an opportunity to gauge the origins of his own power. What was that look from the little white snake? Was it provoking him? The thing he feared least was competition. The two snakes exchanged a glance, their brief moment of cooperation coming to an end. The mother snake, filled with excitement, dragged her cumbersome body over with difficulty. Su Changxian wasn't one to be overly polite. He followed and settled onto the stone. The demon core's owner was jointly defeated by all, so each snake had a share. Soon, the burning sensation within him began to subside. The mother snake mimicked the blue and white serpents, practicing her breathing techniques. Su Changxian, however, coiled himself up and promptly fell asleep. Ding! Congratulations to the host for advancing the innate skill Devour Qi and Transform Blood to completion. The host has consumed a low-tier demon core, gaining spirit plus 304 and physique plus 205. Congratulations on completing the task. Hunting and killing the snake-catching bird. Rewards received: refinement points plus 15-inch supreme spirit locking flower seed *1, blood chi plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, blood chi plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1, blood chi plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Congratulations, host, on advancing to a 5th tier beast. Refinement points plus 1, blood chi plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. After intermittent periods of sleep and wakefulness, it took Su Changxian a month and a half to completely refine and absorb the demon core. The process was described as intermittent because he needed to eat, otherwise hunger would wake him. The 4 snakes in their den, especially the mother snake, had an enormous appetite. Fortunately, the generous snake-catching bird had not only delivered the demon core but also a body full of flesh. The bird's corpse, imbued with demon energy and having had its blood drained first, did not spoil for many days. In the first 10 days, Su Changxian consumed a 3rd-tier snake-catching bird. Later, he devoured most of a 5th-tier snake-catching bird, which kept him from hunger for about 17 or 18 days. After that, there was nothing left to eat. They had to hunt demon beasts for food. However, hunting interrupted his sleep, so he came up with a clever solution. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's cultivation was also forced to pause due to hunger. Excessive consumption of blood qi was detrimental to their physical growth. They were, after all, beasts now, and adequate blood food was crucial to their development. The body was essentially their foundation. In the initial qi refining stage, human cultivators also needed spiritual beast meat. However, this was not something the two had needed to worry about in the past. In a world where everything was once prepared for them by others, now they had to hunt for themselves. Not only did they need to provide for their own sustenance, but they also had to prepare extra. Su Changxian had devised a clever plan: have his cherished Empress sister and Dao Jun brother bring back meals for him. I never imagined I'd have to catch fish to eat myself. Damn it, when have I ever done such troublesome tasks? He lamented. Who would have thought that for their second battle, upon reaching the 4th tier, their opponents would be a pack of 2nd-tier demon beasts, the chasing wave bluefish? The fact that this was the second battle implied there had been a first, and the opponent in that first battle was naturally Su Changxian. Having failed to defeat him, they were forced to bring him meals. Could the flower snake have been a gluttonous spirit in its past life? It eats so much. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly as he slapped a half-meter-long fish onto the shore with his tail. This creature required 10 such large fish for a meal. Did it have a pill for digestion in its stomach? It was already the 4th meal. Ling Yunzi, with a snake's face that was cold and unfeeling, felt his inner fury reaching a breaking point. The damn flower snake had been squeezing him dry for 16 days, forcing him to bring meals 4 times. With a splash, a white tail smacked the water, sending a large fish flying into the air. As it arced through the misty spray, the flower snake, growing more like a water barrel by the day, lazily lifted its head from the shade where the warm sun could not reach. It caught the fish midair, tipped its head back, and swallowed it whole. Just a moment before, it had just gulped down another fish thrown up by the green snake. Why all the fuss over bringing a meal? Su Changxian mused to himself. Being an older brother with a sister and brother to command was undoubtedly satisfying. Moreover, his sister and brother were no ordinary beings, making the act of oppressing them even more delightful. Living without needing to dress or feed oneself with meals delivered to one's mouth was undeniably a joy. This pleasant period might last a while, as long as Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi remained unable to defeat him. Thinking of this, Su Changxian glanced at his personal status between bites of fish. Host: Su Changxian's species, water-avoiding snake, tier 5th, requires a breakthrough of 5 million blood points to reach 6th tier. Blood points: 351,0087. Physical realm, demon body realm, 1848/10,000. Soul realm, demon soul realm, 1819/10,000. Abilities and combat skills. Abilities: Qi devouring blood transformation, bewitching hiss, Combat skills, snake bite, snake constriction, refinement points, 5/5. After a thrilling life and death battle, only a slight improvement in soul and body realms seemed rather unrewarding. Su Chengxian, after a quick glance, was well aware of his status. This knack for weighing the balance between grams and price to see if a purchase is worthwhile was honed over countless shopping trips. It seems that my recently ascended 4th-tier demon beast sister, the Empress, and my Dao sovereign brother will have to live under my shadow for quite a while. He wags his tail with a sense of satisfaction. Content with his current life, he has observed over the past 2 months that snakes enjoy sleeping. The mother snake, once full, spends about 2/3 of the day sleeping, clocking in more than 18 hours daily. It's a classic case of eating and then sleeping, with most of the time spent either resting or asleep, so he doesn't need to worry about being deemed abnormal for sleeping too much. On the contrary, it's so normal that it even concerns the mother snake a bit. Compared to Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai, who practice their moon worship diligently every day, Xiao Hua seems too much like a typical water snake with no intelligence. He endlessly cycles through eating and sleeping. After finishing the bird meat, he finds himself awake more often because the fish in the river aren't as filling as bird meat, requiring a meal every 3 to 4 days. But Xiao Hua is formidable, even Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai combined can't defeat him. This reassurance relaxes the mother snake, who no longer fears her son starving easily, yet it insists that its eldest son, whose size is nearly equal to its own, join it in practicing on the rocks, especially when the moonlight is bright. Moonlight essence is associated with Yin energy, gentle and cool, and can blend with the blood aura of demon beasts, nourishing their souls, awakening their intelligence, and strengthening it. By absorbing moonlight, demon beasts can awaken their intelligence, condense their demon cores, and enhance their cultivation while refining their souls. The mother snake's intelligence isn't enough to comprehend the specific benefits of moonlight. It only knows that it feels good and enhances its cultivation when it stays on the rock, breathing in and out. Su Chengxian doesn't wish to reject its goodwill, so he lounges on the rock. After all, he can sleep anywhere sometimes. He doesn't even move during the day. With the sun growing stronger in recent days, he has moved to the shade under a tree. After finishing this meal and taking a short nap, it's evening again. As the moon rises, the family of snakes coils on the 4 heads, each occupying a corner, beginning their routine as they have for the past several days. Some snakes practice, some learn to practice, and some simply sleep. Sleep, sleep more, sleep yourself to death. A little girl's voice emerges from the green snake's mouth, impatiently exclaiming, "Old ghost, your tail is over the line, you're in my spot." The flower snake's large plump body takes up its share and occasionally crosses the boundary, much to the annoyance of the Empress, who was proud of her figure in her past life and now feels particularly petite in comparison. "Got it," Su Chengxian lazily replies, slowly retracting his tail. This is why they can smoothly transact. The Empress sister and Dao sovereign brother not too long ago refined the bone in their mouths and can now speak. Su Chengxian managed it a few days earlier. This demon core should be exhausted by tomorrow night at the latest. Ling Yanzi adds with a word. The voice was clear and youthful, reminiscent of a child's, which was precisely why he didn't like to speak much, unless it was something important, like now. The demon core was nearly depleted. This meant that the days of rapid cultivation for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were about to end. Su Chengxian glanced over and saw that it was indeed only the size of a quail egg. It might not even last through the whole night tomorrow. However, this single demon core had been used for nearly 2 months of cultivation, which wasn't bad. The meat of a few snake-catching birds, along with 2 demon cores, allowed their family of snakes to shed their skin at least once, growing to more than double their previous size. Nothing lasts forever. Ling Yunzi understood this. He was just reluctant to part with the feeling of rapid progress in his cultivation, so he mentioned it once and then fell silent, focusing on his cultivation. The night passed quickly. After dawn, the mother snake went out to forage. Su Chengxian was awakened by Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. "Old ghost, wake up. I'm going hunting with Xiao Bai." Ling Xiao flicked open his eyelids with the tip of his tail. "Oh, remember to bring me some food," Su Chengxian muttered without opening his eyes. Ling Xiao was speechless. "This time, we're not just hunting for blood food," Ling Yunzi said. "Looking for a beast that has produced a demon core?" Su Chengxian asked. "Exactly, Xiaoqing and I need demon cores for cultivation," Ling Yunzi replied. "Stop calling each other Xiaoqing and Xiaobai, it's awkward to hear," Su Chengxian said, opening his eyes to look at the 2 small snakes in front of him. He suddenly teased, "Do you want to know who the other is?" The white snake was the younger brother and the green snake was the younger sister, so for someone familiar with the legend of the white snake, it felt very awkward. Moreover, these two had changed even their self references to hide their identities, which he found very unnatural. He decided to reveal their identities to win the final victory in this game. What do you mean? Ling Xiao was anxious, his voice becoming even sharper and thinner. You know our identities. Impossible. Ling Yunzi was confident he would never be exposed. How about this? Su Chengxian leisurely rolled over. Whoever calls me brother first, I'll keep their secret. Call you brother? What's wrong with this old ghost? Not calling. Really not calling? Su Chengxian looked at them. Then I'm going to spill the beans. How do we know you're not bluffing us? Ling Yunzi asked. Yan Hao Holy Dynasty heard of it, Su Chengxian said lightly, causing the two snakes in front of him to shiver. The demonic sect of Yan Hao. Ling Yunzi turned his head in surprise, looking at Ling Xiao. He thought the other would be a demon clan, but they turned out to be from the demonic sect. Demonic sect? It's the Holy Dynasty, Ling Xiao protested. So it's true that the demonic sect likes to call themselves the Holy Sect, Ling Yunzi remarked. Su Chengxian, the Holy Dynasty is actually a demonic sect. Makes sense. Learned something new today. Didn't expect an unexpected gain. Old ghost, what do you mean? Ling Xiao turned his ire towards Su Chengxian. Xianmen Orthodox Jinmao Mountains Tianxian sect. What do you think? Su Chengxian immediately offered a fair exchange, revealing Ling Yunzi's information as well. Huh, a place full of self-righteous hypocrites? Ling Xiao squinted his eyes. Little white brother, you're really from there? I couldn't tell at all. I've heard that the people from Jinemo Shan are all staunchly righteous, detesting old demons and evil spirits. Shouldn't you have bitten your tongue the moment you turned into a little snake to end it all? Can a snake really end its life by biting its tongue? Su Chengxian was curious. Don't compare me to that bunch, Ling Yunzi said coldly, though the childish timbre of his voice somewhat undercut the chill. Oh, referring to yourself as my seat, Ling Xiao laughed heartily. In the human realm, the strongest in the Xianmen are the true immortals, with Yuan Jun being below the true immortals. If no true immortal has fallen in 100 years, then it should be a Xuanjun. Among the Xuanjun, the ranks from high to low are Dao Jun, Ling Shui, Ling Wan, and Yushi. Only a Dao Jun among the Xuanjun can refer to themselves as my seat. She looked at Ling Yunzi. Little white brother, I wonder which Dao Jun you are? Ling Yunzi remained silent. He still did not know Ling Zhao's identity, but Ling Xiao had guessed his previous cultivation realm from just a self-reference. He was already at a disadvantage in this round. Not saying? Then shall I keep guessing? Ling Xiao smiled. Guess, go ahead. Su Chengxian shifted to a lying down position. This was interesting to him, he liked listening. There aren't many Dao Jun in Jinemo Shan. As far as I know, there are 7. The 2 oldest have been in seclusion for years. Of the remaining 5, 3 guard the back mountain and 1 manages the sect's affairs. Only the youngest Ling Yunzi is arrogant, unruly, and acts with reckless abandon, making many enemies. As a female emperor, Ling Xiao was well versed in the top powers of the barbaric continent, not to mention the cultivators in the eastern human realm, reciting them as if she were talking about treasured possessions. Little white brother, I guess you are that Ling Yunzi Dao Jun, right? On what basis? This question came from Su Chengxian. There's not much basis, just that I have heard of his deeds and have predicted that sooner or later he would be beaten to death. Humph, the way you act, Empress Ling Xiao, is domineering and willful, not unlike my seat, Ling Yunzi retorted. So I was beaten to death too, she said, adding a touch of self-deprecation. In the end, it's because I wasn't strong enough. If you're strong enough, even if others don't like you, there's nothing they can do about it. Ling Xiao snorted. In this lifetime I won't be so easily beaten to death again. Have you never thought about being less disliked? Su Chengxian interjected. Old ghost, you call yourself an old ghost, yet you're so naive. Ling Xiao tapped him with the tip of her tail. Whether others dislike or like you, does it really matter? Some people hate you without ever having met you. No one likes being hated, but whether others like you or not is irrelevant to the strong. What's important is that those who dislike you can't have the power to harm you. Exactly. All I seek is a life free from others' control, to act as I please. Ling Yunzi declared. I cultivate my own path, they cultivate theirs. We were originally unrelated, yet they plotted against me, leading to my downfall. I'll settle this score with them. His tender voice, claiming himself as my seat, was both sinister and arrogant. The adorable little girl with her imperial Jin was something Su Chengxian found quite agreeable. After all, he was almost used to it. So, you both want to act as you please, and leave me to do the same, he summarized. Ah, the Empress nodded. The Dao sovereign nodded as well. All right then, Su Xian sighed and said, since we're all in the same boat of snakes now, I don't want you to be too weak and drag me down. Oh my, this feels amazing. To say such things to the former empress and Tao's sovereign, it felt so good he couldn't help but want to wag his tail. "I understand why you woke me up," he said, feigning indifference. "Here's the deal, you go find some mythical beasts. If you find them and can't defeat them, you can lure them over and I'll help. Wow, this feels incredible, but let's limit it to 6th rank and below. Anything too strong I can't handle either." Acting all superior was delightful, but his life was precious too. Showing off wasn't a trait Su Chengxian added to his old ghost persona. Absolutely no room for reckless bravado. Alright, since I agreed to help, don't you think about calling me Big Brother?" Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi turned and walked away. Yes, Su Chengxian sighed once again, failing in his mission to get his younger sister and brother to call him brother. Time to sleep. Blood energy +1 inch blood energy +1 is squeak. What is this? The spirit gathering grass. And this, is it spirit locking grass? Before being awakened by the squeaking, Su Chengxian was asleep. While sleeping, he organized the recent information he had learned. This happened when he entered the demon soul realm at the divine soul level. The source of the information was simple, all from the heart voices he could hear. Most came from Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, with a small portion from the mother snake. The mother snake had gained intelligence, but not much. It was simple-minded, preferring to act on instinct rather than think. It ate and slept or cultivated, so it accepted the oddities of its offspring quite well, even feeling proud of their extraordinary traits. Its previous protective behavior also earned Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's respect and care. Thus, this snake family was living in harmony, judging by their willingness to share cultivation resources with the mother snake. They had no intention of separating. Su Chengxian didn't want to part from the mother snake, the empress sister, or the Tao's sovereign brother either. Over the past month and a half, the system had issued several tasks related to them, none of which were completed yet. Moreover, with a sister and brother bringing meals, he didn't need to hunt himself and could sleep and grow stronger. Without them, finding such suitable targets for exploitation would be difficult. Su Chengxian mumbled in his sleep. He had already learned from the mother snake that their current location was at the edge of the northern wilderness mountain range. There were no spiritual veins, the spiritual energy was thin, and the rank of mythical beasts was hard to improve. The 5th rank snake-catching bird was the smartest mythical beast the mother snake knew. So after its death, the mother snake believed there were no more dangers nearby, which is why it decided to live by the river with them instead of returning to the cave. This realization struck Su Chengxian. It would be challenging to find another being capable of straightforward communication due to their intelligence. The overly powerful were unbeatable, while the too weak lacked wisdom. Upon careful reflection, there were none more suitable than his younger siblings to provide him with the service of bringing him meals. These two were principled. When they couldn't win, they accepted their losses gracefully and fulfilled their promises, even if reluctantly. So Su Chengxian was quite willing to spend time with them. As long as he remained strong, he could always achieve his goals. With the system's assistance, this was the least of his worries. Instead, he needed to ensure they weren't significantly weaker than him, lest the quality of the meals they brought him compromised his sleep quality. Moreover, higher-grade demonic beasts were also more delectable. Thus, when his brother and sister suggested they join forces to hunt relatively high-level demonic beasts, he agreed readily. He hoped they could find beasts that had condensed demon cores. Su Chengxian pondered that for Ling Xiao and Lin Yunzi to keep up with him, mere diligent cultivation wouldn't suffice. The cultivation method for demons was simple and crude. Consumption: they consumed blood, spiritual herbs, spiritual medicines, spiritual roots, spirit stones, and such. However, without intelligence or cultivation techniques, relying purely on instinct, their efficiency in absorbing and converting what they consumed was extremely low. Additionally, ordinary animals had limited lifespans, rarely surpassing a decade. During these years, they hunted prey instinctively, often muddling through life, ultimately remaining at the lower levels of demonic beasts. Thus, the challenge in demon cultivation was how to quickly advance their cultivation and break through the lifespan limit. Consequently, the growth path for 90% of demonic beasts involved predation, digestion, strengthening, and then hunting higher-level demonic beasts, or being preyed upon by others, in a repetitive cycle. From this perspective, the distinction between demonic beasts and wild beasts wasn't vast except for the potential avenue for growth. All this Su Chengxian heard from Ling Xiao and Lin Yunzi. Blood energy condenses into evil aura, refining spirit into demon. As their blood energy intensifies, it condenses into a malevolent aura, attracting and gathering surrounding spiritual energy. This nourishment of spiritual energy targets the soul, enabling demons to awaken intelligence. With luck, one day they might suddenly comprehend how to actively use their blood energy to absorb and refine spiritual energy into demon power. Condensing a demon core, subsequently, by relying on inhaling and exhaling the demon core, they refine the essence of the moon. This foundational cultivation method is an opportunity all demons have under the grand rules of the universe. Strictly speaking, forming a demon core and comprehending the cultivation method marks the true beginning of the cultivation journey. From then on, they shake off ignorance, aspire towards the great path, and gain a chance to break free from the shackles of fate. Moon essence for demonic beasts not only enhances their cultivation but also offers other benefits. Many demonic beasts worship the moon at night in open spaces or unobstructed heights. Cultivating by absorbing moon essence not only rapidly elevates their cultivation but also curbs the malevolent aura's infiltration of their soul. In the mystical realm where beastly creatures and demon clans dwell, these beings rely on consuming blood to cultivate their powers. However, they dare not indulge excessively, for the concentrated blood energy can assault their very souls, driving them into madness. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were well aware of this peril. Hence, upon breaking their shells, they chose the path of steady cultivation over the quicker yet riskier method of devouring blood. Maintaining a balance between refining blood energy and spiritual energy is crucial for a beast to transition into a member of the demon clan. Ignoring this balance early on only makes it increasingly difficult to control later. This time with the aid of the demon core from a 5th-tier snake-catching bird. Their cultivation speed increased significantly. Su Chengxian understood that Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were using this demon core as a fake core to absorb lunar essence rather than directly tapping into the core's power as he did. This approach allowed their demon beasts, which had formed a core, to refine lunar essence at a pace akin to breathing in and out, thus enabling them to safely consume blood meals without the risk of destabilizing their demon power. Ling Yunzi in particular practiced a profound arcane method where excessive blood energy could hinder his later transformation and the formation of his Dantian and Purple Mansion. Simply put, their cultivation required more spiritual energy than blood energy. Therefore, before they could form their own demon cores, harvesting cores from other beasts was a viable strategy. Yet, Su Chengxian suspected this would not be an easy task. The demon cores of the two 5th-tier snake-catching birds likely originated from the remnants of a single 7th-tier water-avoiding snake's core, which had enabled them to prematurely gain intelligence and form cores. Ordinary 5th-tier beasts are usually incapable of forming cores, not even managing to coalesce a demon nucleus. Thus, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had no choice but to cast a wide net in their search. For Su Chengxian, this development was a boon, as he would have an ample supply of 4th and 5th-tier beast meat to feast upon in the foreseeable future. Well fed and well rested, he could continue to grow stronger. Life was splendid indeed, and Su Chengxian couldn't help but relish in the thought, even flicking his tongue in his sleep. At that moment a squeaking noise stirred him. He felt someone tugging at his eyelids. Opening his eyes, he saw a pair of furry paws. Looking further up, he wondered if it was the great sage. Suddenly a flurry of birds took flight from the trees, leaves rustling in the sunset's glow, a time when creatures should be returning to their nests. Then a commotion arose from the forest behind him. The ground trembled with the thunderous steps of a giant beast. Turning around, Su Chengxian heard Ling Zhao's voice calling out to him, "Old ghost, your meal has arrived." Two snakes, over a meter long, slithered out of the woods one after the other. Behind them came the grunting squeals of a pig. Roaring and bellowing, a massive wild boar charged into Su Chengxian's view. Its colossal form was like a mountain of flesh, with blood-red eyes gleaming with a murderous light. Tusks flared outward, and its hooves churned the earth beneath it, kicking up a trail of dust. The crimson aura swirling with dark energy around the boar indicated that this mighty creature had indeed cultivated demon power. Goodness gracious, this is no ordinary beast, Su Chengxian thought. Suddenly a notification chimed in his mind. "Host, you have a new task. Hunt the 6th-tier demon beast, the mountain-shaking boar, and seize the spiritual root pure heart grass." Task reward: refinement points plus 12, master servant contract charm *2. A boar refers to this massive wild pig. Su Chengxian was well acquainted with the phrase. It originally referred to large wild boars and giant pythons used to describe greedy and violent individuals, but now he found himself face to face with both a wild boar and a python, a 6th-tier beast. Su Chengxian cursed aloud, "A damn 6th-tier wild boar, and the demonic aura on this thing is even stronger than that of a 5th-tier snake-catching bird. Shao Cheng, shall buy." You two have turned into real snakes, doing things so anthropomorphically. I told you the sixth tier is the upper limit, and you actually brought me a sixth tier one. You two are really obedient. There were no wild boars around the territory of the mother snake, so these two must have gone out all day specifically to find this wild boar, right? This creature must weigh several thousand pounds. To be fair, if they managed to kill it, it could feed the entire family for 10 days to 2 weeks. But wild boars have thick skin and tough flesh, not afraid of tigers and leopards. It's not that easy to kill one. Old ghost, stop shouting and help us, Ling Xiao urgently called out. This wild boar is insane, we didn't provoke it, it wants to eat us, Ling Yunzi echoed. Neither he nor Ling Xiao was foolish enough to engage in a fight they couldn't win. They had first scouted the area, ensuring the surrounding beasts were of lower tiers before heading deeper into the forest. At the nest of the 5th tier snake-catching bird, they found the tree nest empty, no bird eggs, and no trace of other snake-catching birds. After another half day of walking, they had a good idea of the lay of the land. They took note of several territories of 3rd tier and 4th tier beasts which would be future prey. Then they ventured a bit further before planning to return home. It was then under a large tree that they spotted the wild boar from afar. The demonic clouds around it clearly indicated it had some cultivation, likely even possessing a demon core, although its strength was undoubtedly formidable. They had no intention of disturbing it, planning instead to remember the location and return to hunt it once they had grown stronger. The cultivation they had gained by refining moonlight with the demon core required time to stabilize. Though eager to acquire another demon core, they weren't in such a rush to get one immediately. Who could have guessed that the mountain-shaking boar would immediately detect their presence and relentlessly pursue them? The disparity in strength between them made it impossible to shake off the boar's pursuit. If it weren't for their coordinated efforts, there were several close calls where they almost got caught. The mountain-shaking boar was ferociously aggressive. Despite its massive size, it was incredibly fast. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were barely able to utter a sentence before nearly getting trampled to death. Damn it, into the water, Ling Yunzi yelled. As they dashed past Su Chengxian towards the river, they relied on their water snake instincts to dive into the water, evading the wild boar. Although the boar could swim, it couldn't go underwater. Ling Yunzi's shout was also a warning to Su Chengxian. If he could fight, then fight, if not, he should follow them into the water. With a splash, the two snakes hit the water, disappearing beneath the surface. There's still a bit of conscience left, Su Chengxian snorted softly. However, he didn't jump into the river after them. His own strength was already at the 5th tier, and facing a 6th tier wild boar wasn't entirely out of the question for a battle. He decided to give it a try first. If it didn't work, he could always run. The big river was right behind him, convenient for a quick escape. At this moment, having lost its original target, the murderous intent of the wild boar naturally shifted to Su Chengxian. The creature had gained intelligence and realized that the snakes were a group. Moreover, the little snake before it appeared plumper, promising greater benefits if devoured. With a snort, the 6th tier mountain-shaking boar charged directly at Su Chengxian. So this creature understood that eating an intelligent beast could be beneficial, which was why it persistently chased Xiao Cheng and Xiao Bai. Su Chengxian was clear on this. Facing the charging, intimidating wild boar, he felt little fear. Earlier, the claws of a 5th tier snake-catching bird couldn't pierce his scales, and even though this wild boar was more formidable, it couldn't fly, making it less of a threat. With a swift twist of his body, Su Chengxian didn't dodge but instead lashed out with his tail. A loud thud echoed as his snake tail struck the wild boar's head like a clap of thunder. The mountain-shaking boar staggered, its head reeling from the impact, and it stumbled a few steps before stopping. Su Chengxian was sent flying backward. That boar's head was indeed hard. Just as he stabilized himself, he saw the wild boar charging again and quickly lifted his head to let out a shrill hiss. His spiritual awareness concentrated, forming a small sword to stab at the boar. Simultaneously, he swung his tail and advanced forward. In an instant, the wild boar's charge faltered. By this time, Su Chengxian was already at its side. Using his innate ability, bewilderment, he clambered onto the mountain-shaking boar. His snake head looped around its neck, his jaws opening wide to bite into the wild boar's most vulnerable spot, its throat. Employing combat skills, constriction and snake bite, his fangs pierced through the protective demonic energy, penetrating deeply. He drank in the demonic energy and blood together. The mountain-shaking boar let out a tragic cry, blood gushing like a fountain. It thrashed about madly, trying to shake off its enemy, but Su Chengxian, tightly coiled around its body, wouldn't allow it to succeed. Instead of being thrown off, he tightened his grip, forcing out more blood to consume. The sound of bones snapping echoed from within the mountain-shaking boar's body. Finally, unable to support itself, the wild boar collapsed, its front legs buckling as it knelt on the ground. The demonic aura surrounding it had long dissipated, and the light in its eyes gradually dimmed. This mountain-shaking boar died unjustly, unable to use any combat skills or unleash its full strength, having its soul severely injured and then being stealthily killed. Su Changxian, now sated, released his coiled body and slithered aside. With a splash, two snakes, one green and one white, emerged from the water. Witnessing the scene, a single thought arose in their minds: who exactly is this old ghost? He's become much stronger than before. Just then, a golden-furred, blue-faced monkey scurried out of nowhere, heading straight for the fallen mountain-shaking boar. What is this creature? Su Changxian mused. Isn't it obvious? This is a Ma Lu. And what exactly is a Ma Lu? Ling Xiao was puzzled. This was clearly a golden water monkey, so why did the old ghost call it a Ma Lu? Could it be that this monkey had a special lineage? He had never heard of any monkey lineage called Ma Lu. Oh, Ma Lu just means monkey. That's what I called him, Su Changxian explained, scratching his chin awkwardly with his tail. It was embarrassing, really embarrassing. It seemed no one got his joke. Why was this old monkey here anyway? Ling Yunzi glanced at Su Changxian. Judging by its aura, it should be the golden water monkey that lived on the eastern side of the mother snake's territory. It was the weakest among the beasts capable of claiming territory around here. Although it only had the strength of the third tier, its speed was exceptional, making it difficult to catch. With so little meat on its bones, it had managed to survive all this time. You guys had just left when it showed up, Su Changxian chuckled, and it seems to have taken a liking to me. When he first opened his eyes and saw the monkey, he shouted, "Great sage," but upon seeing the little blue face, he realized he'd mistaken it for another. After all, this wasn't the world of Journey to the West, there was no great sage here, yet this monkey was quite intriguing. It wasn't afraid of him and even wanted to help him plant spirit herbs. If he chased it away, it would soon come back, lurking stealthily nearby, then inching closer. Could it be that this monkey, having gained intelligence and the ability to speak, has formed a demon core? Su Changxian pondered, but to deal with a monkey intent on planting herbs for him, a golden silk monkey, yet that he couldn't bring himself to just swallow it whole. He didn't really need it for a meal anyway. However, this monkey kept disturbing his sleep, so he planned to use someone else to deal with it. It has no demonic energy, its blood vitality is weak, and it only has unrefined lunar essence. How could it have a demon core? Ling Yunzi stated. A demon core is formed when a demon refines its blood vitality and spiritual energy into demonic power. The monkeys grasping for the moon and the foxes worshipping it are innate skills passed down through their bloodlines, allowing them to absorb lunar essence and develop intelligence. Speaking of which, wolves howling at the moon and tigers perched on mountain tops are also ways to absorb lunar essence for cultivation. Hence, most beasts have an instinctive behavior of worshipping the moon, though some lineages display it more clearly than others. The monkey tribe's bloodline is one of the clearer ones, which is why they more easily develop intelligence. Moreover, they mostly eat plants, not consuming blood meals leads to weak blood vitality, making it difficult to form a demon core but enabling them to gain intelligence sooner. If they can abstain from eating meat entirely and refine spiritual power through cultivation, they wouldn't be demons but spirit beasts. In the mystic sects, the spirit beasts they raise are mostly spirit monkeys and old apes, aside from dogs. Old ghost, don't you even know this? Ling Yunzi teased. What's so strange about that? Su Changxian replied nonchalantly. Live long enough and some things you remember while others you forget. He thought to himself, in the vast world there's nothing too strange. So the difference between demonic beasts and spirit beasts lies in the power they use, whether it's demonic power or spiritual power. Moreover, the grade of a demonic beast is an important measure of its strength, but it's not the only criterion. It is not the sole determinant of combat strength. Indeed, if higher levels were absolutely stronger than lower ones, there would be no need to fight upon encounter. Everyone could just declare their rank, and the lower ranked would simply lay down and let the higher ranked consume them, ending the matter. Fighting back and forth would just be a waste of time. Combat skills, divine abilities, intelligence, and strategy are also crucial components of battle strength. Was the death of the 6th level mountain shaking boar unjust? Both yes and no. The set of combined tactics used against it had been rehearsed countless times by Su Changxian in his sleep. The timing, the combination of combat skills and divine abilities were executed to perfection. Moreover, his own strength, physical resilience, and spiritual realm were not much weaker than that of the great wild boar. in fact, they might have been slightly stronger. In contrast, the great wild boar charged recklessly without any strategy and underestimated its opponent, relying solely on its massive strength, which led to its downfall. It's the same mistake the 5th level snake catching bird made. From now on, I must be extra cautious and vigilant in any confrontation. Having achieved 2 combat victories by relying on surprise attacks, Su Chengxian silently took this bloody lesson to heart. Fortunately, it was someone else's blood that was spilled. Squeak, squeak. While they were talking, the golden-furred monkey was not idle. It kept reaching its hairy paw into the mouth of the deceased boar, getting itself covered in blood. However, it seemed it hadn't found anything, which left it scratching its head in frustration. Monkey, what are you looking for? Ling Xiao couldn't help but ask. Squeak, squeak. Treasure, treasure. The golden water monkey turned back, glanced at them, then bounced over to Su Chengxian, pointing at the great boar and saying, treasure, there, you take it, it's yours. Mine. Su Chengxian chuckled. This boar was originally killed by me. If there's treasure in its belly, it certainly belongs to me. Do I need you to give it to me? Despite his words, he swam over, starting from the throat, and cut open the boar's belly. Squeak a squeak. The golden water monkey rummaged around the stomach a bit and pulled out a small blade of grass only as long as a pinky finger, appearing utterly unremarkable. This is supposed to be a treasure? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Hunt the 6th level mountain shaking boar and seize the spiritual root clear heart grass. Reward received, refinement points plus 12. Master servant contract symbol *2. Su Chengxian exclaimed, wow, it really is a treasure, but this treasure looks quite unassuming. Is this how the spiritual root clear heart grass should look? A treasure should radiate with splendid rays and brilliant lights, making it obvious at a glance that it's a precious treasure, unlike this spiritual root fairy grass, which seems so ordinary. Spiritual root, you just said this is a spiritual root, clear heart grass? Ling Zhao's eyes widened as he looked at the small grass in the monkey's hand and then at Su Chengxian. Old ghost, are you sure? I'm sure. Su Chengxian nodded. The system wouldn't deceive me. Why, do you recognize it? Listen to that. How subtly he uses the word also. Ling Xiao shook his head. I don't recognize it. I've just heard the name and know its purpose. Do you recognize the gathering spirit grass? Su Chengxian teased. You probably don't recognize that either, right? It's been growing right under your noses and I haven't seen you ask about it. Gathering spirit grass? This time Ling Yunzi's eyes also widened. You mean gathering spirit grass? Yes, gathering spirit grass. What's the matter? Su Chengxian immediately understood their reaction. Oh, the opportunity to show off has come again, he spoke with an increasingly calm and ethereal tone, displaying the demeanor of a high master. After all, such an ordinary spiritual herb, it's understandable that they don't recognize it. Do you have a spirit gathering grass? Ling Yunzi asked eagerly. Do you have it? Otherwise you wouldn't mention it. I do have it, replied Su Chengxian. Where is it? Ling Zhao's gaze shifted from the small grass in the monkey's paw to Su Chengxian, fixing on him suddenly. That depends on which one you're asking about, Su Chengxian said lightly. Which one? Does that mean you have more than one spirit gathering grass? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were very excited. Yes, the more excited they were, the calmer Su Chengxian became. How many do you have? 3 or 4 perhaps? 3 or 4, the two asked in unison. Want to know? Su Chengxian teased. Call me brother and I'll tell you, you wretched flower snake. The emperor ask you, where is the spirit gathering grass? Ling Xiao roared, unable to bear it any longer. Su Chengxian held for spirit gathering grass. Not only that, but he also had an exceptional locking spirit grass. Upon hearing about the locking spirit grass, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi became even more excited. Is this the locking spirit grass? Ling Xiao lay on the ground, eyes wide, staring at the small grass about to sprout its third leaf, asking excitedly. That's right, Su Chengxian confirmed. The dignified empress was so thrilled over a spiritual herb. Could it be that this locking spirit grass is some kind of heavenly treasure? But he had asked the system, and the value of the exceptional locking spirit grass is only 1 tier higher than the spirit gathering grass, and spirit gathering grass is considered a low-tier spiritual herb in the cultivation world, so he found it hard to understand their excitement. Neither of you, an empress nor a Taoist lord, can recognize such an ordinary spiritual herb, Su Chengxian questioned. I haven't seen it before. What's so strange about not recognizing it? I don't have a penchant for tending flowers and plants, nor am I a spirit plant cultivator specializing in spiritual species, Ling Xiao said. What is brought before me must be top-grade and rare wondrous herbs, such ordinary spiritual herbs I never paid attention to before, Ling Yunzi added while examining the spirit-gathering grass. Outer disciples and servants usually manage this. Since I refined my first batch of pills, I've only used second-tier or higher spiritual plants. Su Chengxian chuckled. Who are you trying to impress? I know you had it good before, but true heroes don't boast about past glory. If you're so capable, stop crouching with your butts in the air circling around my spiritual herbs like a bunch of rogues who've seen a peerless beauty. Where's the demeanor of a true strong warrior? Have you discovered anything? Su Chengxian asked. Upon careful sensing, there is indeed a slight gathering of spiritual energy, Ling Yunzi replied. And all you got from crouching there was this? Su Chengxian mocked. What do you know? Ling Xiao snorted. A single spirit-gathering grass alone doesn't have a strong effect on gathering spiritual energy, especially since this one has just sprouted. Without careful discernment, you might not even realize it's a spiritual herb. Without divine sense and lacking the innate bloodline talent to seek spiritual herbs in snake form, identifying it can only be done this way. What's wrong with crouching? What's the big deal with lying on the ground? It's not like she ever cared about appearances. The real annoyance is this spirit-locked grass. She still can't sense anything special about it. Then again, if it were that easy to notice, they would have realized much earlier that the spot where the flower snake lounged had some unusual plants growing there. Perhaps they can't sense it because it hasn't been long since they sprouted. Su Chengxian seemed surprised. Why didn't you say so earlier? As soon as these words left his mouth, two pairs of vertical snake eyes locked onto him. What are you staring at, old man? Su Chengxian glared back, his single eye larger than their four combined. Who was afraid of whom? I've already told you, as your big brother, I have 4 gathering spirit grass and there's only one here, so the other 3. Whoosh whoosh, before he could finish his sentence, 2 snake shadows darted past him. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi dashed straight toward their previous lair. Moments later, triumphant laughter echoed. Gathering spirit grass, 3 of them indeed. Su Chengxian chuckled in exasperation. Well, these two had clearly taken his words as nonsense earlier and didn't believe him at all. A short while later, Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi finally calmed down. Old ghost, we need to plant the gathering spirit grass together, said Ling Xiao. Exactly, the more gathering spirit grass, the stronger the spiritual energy it attracts, added Lin Jianzi. A single gathering spirit grass is merely a low-grade spiritual plant, but several of them multiply their value many times over. Combined with the spirit-locked grass, they could set up a small spiritual formation for cultivation, making the effort worthwhile. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he looked at Su Chengxian, who was caught off guard. Why are you looking at me? Oh, worried I won't agree? No way. Go ahead and dig them up and set it up, I have no objections. For Su Chengxian, the gathering spirit grass was merely a sleep aid. Arranging them into a formation wouldn't disrupt his slumber. It would actually draw in spiritual energy. With ample spiritual energy nourishing his soul, he'd sleep even better, so naturally he wouldn't object. No, Ling Xiao shook his head. Old ghost, spiritual plants are delicate and we're afraid of digging them up carelessly. You're skilled in cultivating spiritual plants, you should be the one to extract them, said Lin Jianzi. Gathering spirit grass is one of the most common spiritual plants in the cultivation world, but that doesn't mean it's unimportant. In fact, some established sects would go to great lengths to cultivate and plant gathering spirit grass and spirit-locked grass. However, while these spiritual plants are not hard to grow, it's tough to cultivate them on a large scale. One reason is the low germination rate of the spiritual seeds, another is that the plants compete for spiritual energy and may even fight among themselves. Ironically, gathering spirit grass requires large-scale planting and needs to fill a significant area to be truly effective. Its role is to gather spiritual energy and nourish spiritual herbs, accelerating their growth. Whether a sect possesses a large field of gathering spirit grass is even a benchmark for its strength. To form a spiritual array, at least 4 gathering spirit grass plants are needed. Right now, there are just 4, which means if even one is damaged, the spiritual formation cannot be completed. Thus, both Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi believed that it would be more prudent to have Su Chengxian, who successfully cultivated 4 spirit-gathering herbs, do the delicate task of extracting them. Su Chengxian said, digging them out isn't a problem, but who told you I am skilled in the art of cultivating spiritual plants? Although he enjoyed planting things in his spare time, that was a talent from his past life. Moreover, there's no guarantee that everything would thrive. In this life he didn't have hands anymore and could only use his tail to dig them out. There was no assurance of survival. Then how did you grow the spirit-gathering herbs? Ling Xiao was skeptical, just planted them. Like that, Su Changxian replied confidently. With seeds provided by the system, there was no issue of them not germinating. He hadn't even tended to them, he let nature take its course and the little herbs grew quite well on their own. Old ghost, are you truly not proficient in the art of cultivation? Ling Yunzi asked. Indeed, I am not, Su Chengxian affirmed. Then you wouldn't know how to use the spirit gathering herb and spirit locking herb to set up a spirit gathering array, would you? Ling Yunzi pressed on. Su Chengxian was stunned. What do you mean, weren't you two supposed to set up the array? Why is it suddenly my responsibility? Faced with his questioning gaze, the two snakes fell silent for a moment. In the past, I only used high-grade spirit stones rich in spiritual energy for setting up arrays, never these spirit-gathering herbs, Ling Xiao explained. The same goes for me, Ling Yunzi added. Wow, you guys had it good in the past, didn't you? So now you expect everything from me, Su Chengxian retorted. Unfortunately, I don't know how either. The three snakes couldn't help but glance at each other, suddenly realizing they might have just made a big blunder. One is influenced by their surroundings, Ling Yunzi sighed, looking at Su Chengxian. Su Chengxian replied, don't think I can't tell you're insulting me. By this time, the sky had completely darkened, the moonlight had become bright. I'll go retrieve the demon core first, Ling Xiao announced, lifting her head. The light of the golden crow speeds up the dissipation of the demon energy on the core. They had been waiting for the sun to set to retrieve the demon core. Ling Xiao then slithered towards the mountain shaking boar, heading for the chest and belly where the demon core was located. There she found a curled up golden water monkey. Monkey, what are you doing? She asked. Chirp, planting flowers. The golden furred monkey waved the Qingxin herb in its paws at her. Planting flowers? Spiritual roots, aren't that? Ling Xiao was dismissive, but in the next instant she couldn't help but narrow her vertical pupils. Old ghost, little white, come over here, hold this monkey down, I want to recruit it as the grand steward of the inner palace. What's the origin of this monkey? Can't tell, but it might have inherited a bloodline that allows it to plant spiritual roots. How could such a thing fall into the hands of such an ordinary monkey? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi stopped fussing over the spirit-gathering herbs and turned their attention to the golden water monkey, scrutinizing it closely. What's so ordinary about it? Su Chengxian couldn't hold back any longer. Look at its fur, golden and yellow. Look at that little face, so uniquely blue. Look at those paws, so dark, and its tail can curl into a loop. Its appearance is anything but ordinary. Put a tiger skin hat on it, wrap it in a tiger skin skirt, and give it a golden cudgel. It could knock you two demons out with one swing. Without the ability to use divine sense, they couldn't see much more, but the monkey's ability to know how to plant spiritual roots using demon blood was certainly an unmistakable sign of bloodline inheritance. Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao pretended not to hear Su Chengxian's words and continued their conversation. The concept of bloodline inheritance and ancestral reversion is a serendipitous opportunity that any demon beast might encounter during their cultivation journey. However, for the majority of demons it remains irrelevant. Only the exceptionally fortunate ones have the chance to experience it. The luckiest, of course, can simultaneously acquire both ancestral reversion and bloodline inheritance. Such gifts bestow immense power, extensive combat experience, and even ancient secrets, unexplored realms, and the methods to unlock them. Any one of these can mold a formidable great demon. In ancient times, the demon race was unparalleled in strength, dominating the vast wilderness, with both the heavenly and human realms under their command. Although now suppressed by the heavenly order, the demon race occasionally still sees the emergence of extraordinarily gifted individuals. In comparison, a monkey capable of nurturing a spiritual root seems less surprising. It seems our luck is not too bad, Ling Xiao laughed heartily. It's as if a pillow was delivered to us just as we were about to nap. We were just worried that transplanting the spirit-gathering grass might cause damage, but now with a monkey capable of nurturing spiritual roots, what is there to fear? As for setting up formations, there's even less to worry about. The key to using spirit-gathering grass in formations is planting them in suitable locations, maintaining a certain distance to avoid competing for spiritual energy while allowing mutual nourishment. This is also the key to successfully planting the spirit-gathering grass. If the monkey can plant spiritual roots, it surely can plant spiritual grass. As long as it instinctively or through inheritance plants the grass in the right spots, the formation will naturally take shape. The spirit-locking grass and the spirit-gathering grass have a symbiotic relationship, if the monkey can properly arrange the spirit-gathering Grass, it can certainly arrange the spirit-locking grass as well. Old ghost, didn't you mention before that this monkey wanted to plant grass for you? Ling Yunzi recalled something and asked Su Chengxian. Yes, and I didn't expect it actually could plant. Su Chengxian glanced at the monkey holding onto his tail and thought to himself, had he underestimated the monkey based on its appearance? In his mind, a lively and active creature like a monkey would hardly be interested in planting flowers and grass, so he assumed the monkey had discovered the uniqueness of the spirit gathering grass and wanted to pull it out to eat. Monkeys are omnivores, they eat leaves and fruit skins, so grass should be edible too. But now he realized he had misunderstood. Squeak, for you. The monkey with one paw holding his tail raised the other to show him the clear-mined grass in its palm. Su Chengxian detected a hint of blood. This spiritual root, which they had assumed couldn't survive, was now enveloped by a lump of black mud around its roots. The mud wasn't originally black, it was a clump of soil the monkey had dug up by the river, molded into a small bowl shape. The monkey placed the grass roots inside, filled the bowl with the blood of a mountain shaking boar, and carefully molded it to cover the roots. They had all witnessed the monkey doing this but hadn't given it much thought. The monkey then squatted still on the boar's chest, likely continuing to water the spiritual root. At this moment, the clear heartgrass unfurled its leaves, releasing a faint fragrance that mingled with the smell of blood to create a peculiar aroma. Aside from this distinctive scent, the spiritual root appeared rather unremarkable compared to the spirit-gathering grass. Spiritual roots take an exceptionally long time to grow. Ling Yunzi mentioned that this particular clear heartgrass had just sprouted less than 3 years ago before being devoured by the mountain shaking boar. Now that it has been replanted and is thriving once more, it seems its fate was not to end prematurely. Long? How long? Su Chengxian inquired. Even 1,000 or 10,000 years may not be enough for it to grow to a point where it is of significant use to you and me, replied Ling Xiao, who had just extracted the demon core. Significant use? No worries, even if it has minor uses, that's fine too, Su Chengxian decided. He would plant it anyway and hope it thrived. Influenced by his past life's habits, he felt the urge to plant something once more, a habit he couldn't quite shake. Along with this urge came a desire to raise something as well. Great sage. He turned his head and nudged the monkey with his tail. Chirp chirp. The golden water monkey looked at him with interest. Ever since it was first called Great Sage, it seemed to have taken a liking to the title. You want to plant my grass? Su Chengxian asked. Chirp chirp. The monkey nodded enthusiastically. Whitehead, plant grass, become strong. Alright, seeing how sincere you are, I agree, Su Chengxian said, but we need to sign a contract. Chirp chirp. The monkey hesitated slightly. The word contract didn't sound particularly appealing. Don't worry, this is just a simple master-servant contract with no coercive terms, he explained, raising his tail to touch the monkey's forehead. A small flash of light appeared, hovering in front of the monkey's brow. If you agree, just think agree in your mind, Su Chengxian instructed. If you don't agree, just think disagree. This was one of the 2 contract symbols he had recently received as a task reward. The contract was a mutual binding agreement. Its terms were straightforward. Any servant who signed the contract with him would have their interests tied to his, and they could not harm him or harbor any harmful intentions towards him, otherwise they would suffer the contract's backlash. However, he could not order a servant to their death. Moreover, if either party died, the contract would automatically dissolve. It seems somewhat unfair yet relatively fair. Chirp chirp. The golden water monkey, able to sense the contract's simple terms, didn't hesitate long before nodding to Su Chengxian. In the next moment, the light orb merged into its brow. Alright, we're family now, Su Chengxian chuckled. Do you have a name? Or should I give you one? Chirp chirp. Name, I am called Great Sage. The monkey pounded its chest proudly. Very well, Great Sage. You can start planting grass now. Su Chengxian gestured towards the cave entrance with his tail. First, dig out the spirit-gathering grass in the cave and plant it together with the spirit-gathering grass here. See if it works. Chirp. Spirit-gathering array. Great Sage tilted its head, pointing to the spirit-locking grass. That's right, the spirit-gathering array. Chirp chirp. Great Sage beat its chest, indicating there was no problem. It then turned and waddled off to dig up the spirit-gathering grass. In the mystical world where mythical creatures and magic abound, the sovereign, playfully referred to as Old Ghost, was contemplating names for his new chief eunuch. The suggestion of calling him Great Sage didn't sit well, so perhaps Little Sage would suffice. But even that didn't seem right. Su Chengxian, a creature with a flick of his tail, challenged him to a duel, as if to say, you think your Great Sage can be the chief eunuch? Let me extinguish that thought today. However, the duel didn't happen because the mother snake returned slightly injured but not severely so. There were no beasts nearby capable of causing her significant harm. Her kind had a remarkable ability to heal, but good meal would see her wounds disappear swiftly. The mother snake, who had been listening to the conversations of Ling Xiao and his companions, suddenly began to speak human words one day, albeit sparingly. Little flower, little green and little white were the phrases she managed to say most fluently. She had no need to hone her hunting skills through playful tussles with her siblings. Madame Shi Xiaotsui, the mother snake's chosen name, was mainly concerned that her son, who was rapidly catching up to her in size, might accidentally swallow his siblings whole. The name was inspired by a single green scale on her otherwise snow-white body. Rest assured, I won't eat them, Su Changxian mused. He knew the difference between a temporary feast and sustainable development. Xiaotsui, have you eaten? He inquired, observing her belly. I ate, but I'm not full, she replied. Well, eat some more later. We've got some wild boar meat delivered to us today. If only they could cook it. Alas, not a single long-armed creature in the family to start a fire or cut the meat. But no worries, the snake had its own clever methods. Madame Shi Xiaotsui joyfully slithered over to the beastly mountain of a wild boar, inspecting it eagerly. As the moon climbed to its zenith, everyone busied themselves with their tasks. Su Changxian was preoccupied with sleep while Great Sage dug and planted grass. Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi and the mother snake together dragged the massive boar into the water. The mother snake used her powers to wash it clean, and Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, using their magic, began to carve the boar, transforming their powers into a blade and threads to slice the meat. The remaining pig's blood trickled into the water, attracting a number of water-dwelling beasts to watch from afar. They dared not approach, and Su Chengxian's family paid them no heed. When not hungry, there was no need to senselessly kill, especially since these creatures were barely at the first tier of beasts, not worth the effort. As Su Chengxian put it after a fart, you're hungry again, not worth the trouble, better to eat something big and filling. Finally, once the three snakes, a large one and two smaller ones, had divided the pork, Great Sage had also finished his planting. He planted spirit gathering grass along the big stones by the riverbank and locked spirit grass under one of the stone's protruding edges. With a sense of accomplishment, he ran to have his work inspected by his employer. Su Changxian didn't need to look. A sweep of his divine sense confirmed that the spirit gathering array was complete. The spirit gathering grass, which had been uprooted and replanted, did not experience any loss of spiritual energy or vitality. On the contrary, its vigor seemed even more robust. This was because the soil used for planting was specially prepared by the Great Sage, who used his furry claws to dig up earth soaked with the blood of the mighty beast, the mountain-shaking boar. It seemed that the grass was being nourished by the beast's blood as each stalk stood upright and the leaves unfurled with vigor. Although the spirit-gathering grass varied in size, their health was visibly impressive. Something feels different, one might have thought. If one were to examine it with spiritual sense, they would notice a faint glow coursing through the leaves and stems, appearing intermittently as if following a hidden rhythm. The 4 stalks of spirit-gathering grass shared this rhythm, acting like an eye of a storm, drawing the surrounding spiritual energy towards them. Is it truly working? Ling Xiao sensed the changes in the spiritual energy and exclaimed with delight. Unfortunately, the grass is still young, Ling Yunzi remarked. Initially, the effect wasn't obvious, but as the grass grew, the effect of the spirit-gathering array would become increasingly potent. The spirit-locking grass was still too small, occasionally emitting a glimmer of silver light but not yet capable of fully containing the gathered energy. No matter, spirit-gathering grass grows much faster than spiritual roots, Ling Xiao responded with a positive mindset. Indeed, Ling Yunzi nodded, satisfied with the flow of spiritual energy. However, Su Changxian thought to himself with a sense of frustration, from a revered empress Taoist to a mere little snake, from being a heavenly favored child to a forgotten corner of the world, such a fall from grace would be hard for anyone to bear. In his past life, if he had achieved any success or financial freedom, the moment he crossed over, he would have first shed a few tears, mourning his once beautiful life. At this moment, the Great Sage took some clear water from the river and, using his furry paw, sprinkled a few drops onto each spirit-gathering grass. The slender and resilient leaves and stems, once moistened, appeared even more vibrant and lush. Do the spiritual herbs need watering too? Su Changxian suddenly remembered that he hadn't watered the grass at all. The fact that they could still thrive showed how accommodating these plants were, though the credit surely went to the system. The Great Sage then planted the clear heart grass next to the spirit-locking grass. Having eaten recently, the family of snakes wasn't very hungry, so each snake swallowed a pig leg as their dinner. Ling Xiao, and Ling Yunzi as before swam up the large stone and expelled their demon cores into the air with mana. Feeling the gathering spiritual energy and the moonlight being drawn in, both of them were thrilled. With this, my cultivation will progress by leaps and bounds. Given time, I will surely ascend to a 5th rank demon beast. Is it really worth such excitement over an ordinary spirit gathering array? Su Chengxian adopted the demeanor of a sage, inquiring. It wasn't just for show, he genuinely wanted to extract more information. The path of cultivation is like traversing mountains and rivers. Any gain in speed is cause for joy, Ling Yunzi said with a smile. With demon cores and a spirit gathering array, how much faster is it compared to my solitary meditation? Indeed, indeed. I once cultivated in the spiritual veins, but times change and having this spirit gathering array is quite beneficial. Achieving the Tao may come sooner or later, but those who reach it first are leaders. Time flies, never wasted, the future is long ahead. Well said, truly well said. Su Chengxian patted his tail as if applauding the two former powerhouses, but then he asked, have you ever heard a saying? What saying? Ling Xiao inquired. A dragon stranded on the beach is mocked by shrimps, and a tiger fallen to the plains is bullied by dogs. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi both looked at him without speaking. The implication was clear. Who wouldn't understand? Little Hua, what do you want? The spirit gathering grass, the spirit locking grass, they're all mine. The spirit gathering array was set up by my great sage. Are you planning to take advantage of this without any cost? Su Chengxian raised his head and questioned. I will repay you, Ling Xiao replied. So will I, Ling Yunzi echoed. You can make one request and I will fulfill it, Ling Xiao continued. So will I, Ling Yunzi agreed. Alright then, I want hot pot and starch sausages. The hot pot must be pure beef tallow and the sausages must be pure starch, not a trace of meat, Su Chengxian declared. What is that? I've never heard of it, Ling Xiao said. I've traveled all over the eastern lands and never encountered such a thing, Ling Yunzi added. Can't do it, can you? I told you not to make empty promises, such checks can't be cashed here. How about this, call me Big Brother once each? When it comes to family, Big Brother is always generous. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of asserting the elder brother's authority. Reward, refining points *2 random spiritual herb *1. Su Chengxian laughed joyfully at the system announcement. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's snake faces were filled with frustration. They seriously doubted what kind of conduct the self-proclaimed old ghost flower snake had in a previous life. Why was he so keen on being called Big Brother? They've heard of people demanding to be called father, grandfather, or ancestor, but this was the first time someone insisted on being called Big Brother. To be fair, the flower snake did hatch before them, so calling him Big Brother wasn't really putting them in a difficult position, but the way he presented himself was particularly vexing. Calling him Big Brother felt like a significant loss. What are you doing? Su Chengxian observed the two snakes in silence, adopting a posture of a good big brother. I don't believe you've never experienced being under someone's roof, having to bow your head. Even if you later became a Tao sovereign for the Empress, you weren't born as the Empress's Tao sovereign. Everyone grows up from being small and weak to strong. Have you never been humble before? I haven't, Ling Xiao declared. I was born the treasured child of my family with a moon spirit sacred body. At 7 I was chosen as a saintess, sitting high on the lotus platform dedicated to cultivation until reaching the half-step Holy Spirit level, never having been wronged by anyone. Same here, Ling Yunzi concurred. I joined the sect past the heart array and thereafter became an inner disciple apprenticed under the sect leader. Within 100 years, I reached the golden core realm, becoming a prodigy within the sect. Who would dare to bully me? Su Chengxian smacked his lips and managed to squeeze out, to live life you need to know how to bend and stretch. Perhaps you stretched too much before, which is why you're now long worms, unable to move without bending. There's some truth to that, Ling Yunzi remarked, looking at Su Chengxian. I suppose, Big Brother, you were just as successful in your past life as we were. Su Chengxian, this conversation is over. Too heartbreaking, little brother. Let's not dwell on the past, life has its storms. You two go back to cultivating. Big Brother is going to take a nap, sleeping again. I'm getting older and I need more rest. You're not even 3 months old yet. If you were reborn as a cat or a dog, you'd still be nursing. How can you talk about being old? Ling Xiao rolled his eyes. Ever since the Empress was reincarnated as a snake, her behavior seemed influenced by her new body, making her act like a young girl. It's hard to say whether her personality has changed or if she's just being herself now. Little sister, have you thought about changing the way you address yourself? No, the Prime Minister said calling myself old lady doesn't suit the Empress. I have to return to being the Empress eventually. Changing it would be troublesome, such confidence, Big Brother has faith in you. I'm off to sleep now. Xiaohua, why aren't you joining us to cultivate the moon essence? Are you experiencing a bloodline awakening? Seeing he was about to leave, Ling Xiao asked directly, sort of. Su Chengxian murmured vaguely. Ling Xiao didn't press further. Old ghost, accumulating too much blood energy might make you formidable for now, but it's not beneficial for your cultivation journey, Ling Yunzi advised. Don't think just because you're clear-headed that you won't go astray. If blood evil collides with your soul, even immortals can't save you. Besides, if your body grows any more, transforming into a demon later will be extremely difficult. Thanks for the reminder, little brother, I appreciate it, but I've got it all under control. Su Chengxian smiled. He couldn't very well say that the system would help him refine the blood energy, could he? Even if he did, who'd believe him? Little white brother, stop trying to persuade him, you'd be better off focusing on improving your own cultivation, Ling Xiao said. With you and me here, we won't just let this flowery snake die so easily. Makes sense, Su Chengxian, makes sense. My foot, little sister and brother are so articulate, even Big Brother doesn't know whether to feel warmed by it. Nishi Xiaotsui had already climbed onto the large stone and was urging them. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi straightened up at the sound, saying, if you don't cultivate, sleeping here is just the same, you can absorb some moon essence with every breath anyway, and there's space on the stone. I've already arranged for that spot. Su Chengxian turned and called, Great Sage, come here. He summoned the Great Sage over to its designated spot to cultivate together. Once our Great Sage's cultivation is high enough, it can roast meat for me. Old ghost, wait a moment. Su Chengxian's words left the two speechless, intending not to engage further. But Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and asked, we haven't asked you yet, how did you know my and little white brother's identities? Oh, because you talk in your sleep. Su Chengxian had prepared this excuse long ago. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were once again left speechless. What nonsense was this old ghost spouting? Earlier, with their mouths unable to form human words, how could he have understood their sleep talk? Nevertheless, they tacitly chose not to pursue the matter. Living long enough, you accumulate secrets untold to others. Moreover, a cultivator's secrets are sometimes their means of survival. To insist on knowing would be highly inappropriate. Blood energy +1 +1 +1 +1 inch blood energy +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 blood energy +1 +1 +1 +1. Congratulations to the host for advancing to a 6th tier beast refining point +1. Blood energy +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Wait a minute, I'm at the 6th tier now. Time flies when you're engrossed in cultivation. Being fed and having nothing more to do than eat and sleep felt quite pleasant. It was only upon hearing the system's notification of his advancement that Su Chengxian realized how much time had passed. He opened his eyes, ready to share the good news with his sister the Empress and his brother the Tao Sovereign. They had just advanced to the 4th level a few days ago. As the eldest brother, it was his responsibility to provide them with some challenges to motivate their cultivation further. But just as he lifted his head and was about to speak, he heard the frantic flapping of bird wings above him. Suddenly, an intensely oppressive aura quietly spread from the forest. Su Chengxian felt as if a fist had struck his chest. It was like an invisible giant hand was pressing down on his shoulders, making it difficult for him to move. What is happening? Ling Xiao was startled awake from his meditation. This is the aura of a higher level being. Ling Yunzi's expression changed. Looking up at the sky again, he saw dark clouds rolling in rapidly. It's a demon cloud. Su Chengxian was taken aback. Could it be that I've ascended to the 6th level in my sleep and now the heavens are displeased, sending someone to end me? The demonic energies spilling over from the condensed blood and demonic power created the demon cloud. A great demon wielding such power could stir the heavens and earth, obscuring the sky and sun, thus forming a demon cloud. Even from afar, they could faintly hear the sounds of wind and thunder. Roar, a howl like one from the depths of the abyss echoed, filled with bloodthirsty madness and despair. It was as if a great demon had broken its final shackles and was about to begin its unrestrained slaughter. Such power wasn't typical of an ordinary great demon. Ling Zhao's expression was grave. Beasts capable of transformation were categorized into the demon race. The weakest level within the demon race was the great demon realm. Unlike the beast hierarchy, where strength was clearly divided by the intensity of their blood and energy, within the demon race there could be vast differences in strength between great demons of the same realm. Thus, within the major realms of the demon race there were 4 sublevels: initial, middle, late, and peak. To command a demon cloud, summon winds and rain, and have one's voice heard miles away, one must be at least in the late stage of the great demon realm, perhaps even a great demon on the brink of ascending to a demon general, Ling Yunzi speculated. No, it's a great demon that failed its ascension and is now nearing the end of its lifespan. Ling Xiao raised his head and declared, I have heard the Chancellor speak of the demon tribes in the great wilderness mountains who are brutal and savage. Some great demons, unwilling to accept their nearing end, venture to the mountain's edge, slaughtering numerous high-level beasts to devour those with strong bloodlines. This is survival of the fittest in its rawest form. To high-level demonic beasts in the wilderness, what is most terrifying? The answer is a great demon nearing the end of its life. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril. Imagine enduring countless hardships to ascend from the first to the ninth level only to be devoured by a great demon before achieving transformation. How tragic! Could these rumors truly be true? Ling Yunzi was skeptical, but if so, wouldn't devouring those with strong bloodlines weaken the entire demon race? The lifespan limit of a great demon is 200 years. In the vast wilderness, there are at least tens of thousands of great demons. Each time one nears the end of its lifespan, it emerges to wreak havoc. If left unchecked, the demon race would surely occupy a quarter of the world's territories. In reality, every great demon nearing the end of its life is escorted back to its ancestral lands by demon generals. Only with the approval of a demon king can they devour the bloodlines of other demons. Ling Xiao explained that beasts above the 7th rank, those with truly strong and promising bloodlines, have long been recruited by the demon generals and are not left to wander the fringes of the northern wilderness mountains. The key point here is that the range for a great demon to devour other beasts is limited to the edges of the northern wilderness. Most beasts gain intelligence around the 5th or 6th rank, and the stronger their blood and energy, the harder it is for them to become intelligent and take on a humanoid form. Thus, once they reach the 6th rank, beasts from all directions will head towards their respective king cities. Those with strong bloodlines are formidable in battle as long as they reach the king's city or pass through a spirit vein cave guarded by a demon general and showcase their strength on the arena. They have a chance to be recruited. And what if some slip through the cracks? Well, then their luck just wasn't strong enough. Ling Yunzi commented, in the realm of cultivation, lacking fortune can sometimes be more fatal than lacking talent. Even if a beast gains intelligence at the 6th rank, it will instinctively move towards the deeper, more spiritually rich parts of the northern wilderness. Before reaching the 7th rank, if they manage to avoid being devoured by stronger foes, rise to prominence in the arenas and catch the eye of top-tier powerhouses, they can secure a spirit cave and learn advanced techniques. The next step is transforming into a demon. My chancellor remarked that releasing the great demons to slaughter is actually a strategy of the demon race. Ling Xiao continued, if one can survive being in the path of a great demon, they might be rescued by a demon general and continue their cultivation. If not, then they die, clearing space for lower-ranked beasts to grow. Additionally, it teaches intelligent beasts what steps they need to take next. This widespread announcement method is direct, ruthless, and cruel, yet effective. Even beasts without intelligence, after witnessing the slaughter by great demons and observing what stronger creatures did afterward, will learn by example. Just look at the reaction of Ms. Shi Xiaotsui. She was trembling with only one thought in her mind: to leave, to flee. She even had a planned route, following the river northward. So should we leave? The answer is undoubtedly yes. I believe the time has come to move deeper into the mountains. With our strength, we can protect ourselves. Ling Xiao was the first to vote for relocation. We were meant to leave anyway. Ling Yunzi said, a thick tree with a short tether cannot tie a horse, and a wide river with shallow water cannot raise a dragon. The spiritual energy here is lacking, and staying any longer would be pointless. As their cultivation progresses, the amount of spiritual energy required increases. The demon core of the mountain shaking pig is slightly inferior to that of the snake-catching bird and has already been exhausted. He glanced at Su Changxian, whose body had once again grown significantly over the past month, and said, Brother Hua, if we don't leave soon, I'm afraid you'll devour all the beasts here. As the rank of mythical beasts ascends, their thirst for blood only intensifies. Whether they indulge in blood feasting or refine spiritual energy to solidify their souls, they must venture to places rich in spiritual veins. Hearing this, Su Changxian nodded in agreement. It made sense. Then let's move in. This area, apart from the formidable mountain-shaking boar, there weren't any stronger beasts. This scarcity of threats meant he rarely had the luxury of sleeping soundly for several days at a stretch. At most he would wake every 2 or 3 days, needing to eat his fill before he could drift back to sleep. It was quite bothersome, mainly because he couldn't derive much pleasure from eating. His beastly form didn't make him averse to blood meals, but the only satisfaction he could glean was the feeling of being full. Other flavors, forget about it. Perhaps higher-ranked beasts tasted better. Neither Empress Lingxiao nor Taoist Master Lingyun had mentioned splitting up. It was clear that staying together was advantageous for everyone. Having decided to move, the next step was to determine when to relocate. Let's wait a few days until the demonic clouds disperse, Lin Jianzi suggested. Why? With the great demon dead, its cave dwelling atop the spiritual vein would become a contested prize. Lingxiao had guessed his thoughts. Perhaps when the time came, they might have a chance to compete in the arena. This competition wasn't about vying for the great demon's cave. In reality, the ownership of such a dwelling was likely predetermined even before the demon's demise, just as Lingxiao and Lin Jianzi accepted that its death was inevitable. Relying on devouring other beasts to prolong life after a failed ascension hadn't succeeded for centuries. The odds of encountering a beast with potent bloodlines and then successfully triggering one's own bloodline after consuming it were slim, almost non-existent. With such fortuitous qualifications, how could one still fail an ascension? Thus, the great demon's death and its dwelling were irrelevant to Su Chengxian and his companions. It was a foregone conclusion. However, the spiritual vein dwelling was constructed on a towering mountain, and based on strength, there would likely be an opening at the base for one or more to claim. Spiritual veins varied in quality, and their first stop would undoubtedly be the outermost spiritual vein dwelling. Who wouldn't want a better dwelling? Hence, the origin of the great demon wasn't crucial. The one they were headed to promised more opportunities than before. Su Chengxian nodded again. Goodness, he could almost feel what it was like to be carried along by big shots. The opponents wouldn't be too fierce, providing a chance to practice. Lin Jianzi spoke with confidence. Along the way, there might even be additional gains. Lingxiao glanced at the great sage nestled behind Su Chengxian. This monkey might have the bloodline of the legendary spiritual treasure monkey. It was said that such a monkey could seek fortune and avoid danger, locate treasures, and most impressively, understand the application of all spiritual objects. As spiritual plants were spiritual objects, it made sense that it could cultivate them. Su Chengxian turned to look at the monkey. Chirp chirp, the monkey gazed back at him. It's nothing, Su Chengxian mused. Those named great sage were always impressive, and this seemed quite fitting. Thus, the relocation time was set. Now only one question remained. How would they move? What do you mean how? Lingxiao was puzzled. They didn't have much to bring, not even needing a bundle. They could just swim along with a flick of their tails. That won't work, Su Chengxian shook his head. I need to bring the spiritual herbs, and most importantly, it would disturb my sleep. Let's take the water route, I'll think of a way. What way could you possibly think of? Boom. An 8th-tier great horned bull beast was instantly slain. The colossal demon soared through the air, resembling a deity or a demon, yet it did not pause to devour its prey. Draped in armor as dark as ink, its eyes glowed with an eerie green light like two ghostly lanterns weaving through the swirling demon clouds, daring not to be gazed upon directly. Low-level beasts on the ground, startled by the demonic winds, looked up only to be paralyzed by its gaze. In the next instant, they would burst with a thud into a spray of flesh and blood. Roar! The demon general with its immense body rode the demonic wind, howling as it swept over the mountain peaks. Its voice was like thunder shaking the mountains as if to uproot the very earth itself. Thud thud, thud thud. Bereft of reason, it suddenly descended, rampaging through the forest with reckless abandon. Each step brought towering trees crashing down, dust rising, ancient trees collapsing. The beasts caught in its path felt an unprecedented terror and despair. Those doomed met their end, while others fled in panic. They roared or wailed, scattering in all directions, trying desperately to escape the shadow of death. But the demons' oppressive aura was like invisible chains, binding their wills. Even as they exerted all their strength, they could not escape the suffocating sense of oppression. In no time, the ravaging demon clouds and demonic power reaped countless lives. Against such overwhelming force, their cries of anguish were mere noise to the demon's ears. It paid them no heed, only feeling irritated. Unable to find the target it sought, it grew even more violent. The beasts it startled fled for their lives, quickly forming a beast tide. The surging tide of beasts rolled like waves, trampling flesh and countless plants in their path. Those weak creatures struggled in despair, helplessly swept along by fate in this senseless catastrophe, swallowed and engulfed. Only the exceedingly fortunate could escape unscathed. And the luckiest of all were those beasts outside the demon's rampage zone. They were fortunate enough because no high-tier beasts surrounded them. The great demon had no target to seek among them. This demon is doomed, Ling Xiao observed, watching the distant demon clouds, concluding, it seemed fierce and powerful, yet it was already in disarray, having lost hope, otherwise it would not have begun slaughtering indiscriminately from the start. Facing death, how can one remain calm, Ling Yunzi remarked, unless one is like me, well prepared early on. Little white brother, what gives you the premonition that you'll be beaten to death sooner or later, prompting you to prepare in advance? Ling Xiao teased, I really want to know. I do not have the foresight as your majesty suggests, he replied. I merely prepare for contingencies. In the path of cultivation, walking between life and death is commonplace. I just didn't expect to use it at the Taoist monarch realm. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have ended up with an ordinary young snake. This time remember to consider the future more when making preparations. His Majesty's words are like they'd been reborn into a venomous snake. Is that so? Thank you for the compliment. By the way, where did the ugly flower snake go? Ling Xiao asked. We might need to set off early. They were on the edge of the mountain range with no high-level divine beasts, and the only mountain-shaking boar had been hunted down early, so they were certainly outside the range of the great demon's slaughter. But once the beast tide forms, the affected areas will greatly increase. This great demon is quite reckless. Its killing spree started a few days earlier than expected. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi estimated that it would take at least a few days before it completely despaired. After all, being on the verge of becoming a demon general, it should have some patience, so the relocation needs to happen sooner. The mother snake is asleep, only the flower snake and that monkey are not around. The monkey is surely with Su Chengxian, so Ling Xiao only asked about its whereabouts. It's odd that useless snake is actually not sleeping, across the big river behind us. Ling Yunzi replied, what's it doing there? Ling Xiao was puzzled, trying to persuade the purple gold wind-chasing turtle to be its mount. Ling Yunzi said, what's it dreaming of? Ling Xiao laughed. You didn't try to talk him out of it. The purple gold wind-chasing turtle is renowned for its hard shell, long life and slow growth. Their shells naturally have purple gold patterns, forming an innate formation. From birth, they can automatically absorb spiritual energy in moonlight. After just one full moon, their shell becomes so strong that it cannot be broken by anything less than a spiritual treasure. Moreover, their swimming speed in water is extremely fast, and once they retreat into their shell, there's little anyone can do. Of course, there are still many ways to kill it and seize the shell, but this kind of beast, which if not dead reaches at least the demon marquis level, do you think its ancestors are still alive? And the most terrifying thing is that this species is so rare, with less than a handful of new purple gold turtles born in a century. So for those who kill a purple gold wind-chasing turtle, it's uncertain how they died, but one thing is for sure, they died quickly. This little turtle in the river is only 2 zhang in size, likely under 10 years old. According to the purple gold wind-chasing turtle's lifespan, they don't reach maturity until 500 years old. It's known as a spiritual seed among beasts. Didn't try to dissuade him, he thinks he can do it. Ling Yunzi said, he can do it. Ling Xiao sneered, how can he do that? Through threat or temptation. Threats won't work, their combat power can't break the turtle's defensive shell, especially in the water where they can't catch up. The turtle was probably attracted by the spirit grass array or by their consumption of demon pills and moonlit refining. It stays on the opposite side because as soon as they move, the turtle could escape several zhang away in the water. Temptation, don't even mention it. Besides a few spirit herbs and a newly sprouted spiritual root, what else does the ugly flower snake have to offer? Would the turtle become a mount for these? Impossible. Su Chengxian certainly isn't mad, however he truly doesn't know how extraordinary the purple gold wind-chasing turtle is. He doesn't even realize it's a young turtle. After all, under normal circumstances, whose young turtle has a shell with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters, so there he stood 10 meters away, mouth open, as he called out, old turtle, have you eaten? Just behind him, the Monkey King peeked curiously, not yet, I've just caught a fresh fish. Want to try? Su Chengxian said, offering the fish curled on his tail. As he handed it over, he couldn't help but marvel once more at nature's wonders. Only a place like the northern wilderness mountains with its 100-meter-wide riverbeds could nurture such a large turtle. Of course, it was the generous size of this turtle's shell that caught his eye, making him consider asking it to be his mobile home. Judging by its size, it seemed to offer more than 20 square meters of usable space, enough to carry his entire snake family. Mainly it needed to accommodate him and Shi Xiaotsui. Su Chengxian's body had already grown larger than a typical small water bucket, showing signs of heading toward the size of a small vat. he sensed that he was on the verge of shedding again, and once he did, his size would undoubtedly surge. His waist might surpass that of a small vat, rivaling large pickling vats or 100-pound wine jars. Typically, a 100-pound wine jar has a diameter of over 40 centimeters, which seemed achievable. Without much difficulty, currently his waist measured around 20 centimeters, a result of just 4 months, so becoming the size of a wine jar was just a matter of time. Moreover, his growth seemed to be accelerating. Su Chengxian mused that he wasn't just getting thicker but longer too. Conservatively estimated, he was now about 4 meters long. After shedding, he would exceed 5 meters. A smaller mobile home wouldn't suffice. If this mobile home could grow alongside him, that would be ideal, he thought. But even if it didn't grow, it wouldn't be a big issue. Coiling his snake body would only take up about 2 square meters, so the space on the turtle shell should be enough to last them until they reached their destination. It was quite spacious too. Look at these colors, green-black as the base, hints of noble purple and striking gold intertwining in intricate patterns, smooth and pleasing to the eye. The more he looked, the more satisfied and excited he became. But after waiting for while there was no response from the big turtle, so he moved closer, raising his voice, "Old turtle, are you home? Are you calling me?" The purple gold turtle in the river had long sensed Su Chengxian's approach, so it retreated into its shell. Since the snake didn't come closer, it didn't flee. Curious to see what the snake wanted, it hadn't expected the colorful snake to call it old turtle and even offer it fish. "Calling me old turtle?" The purple gold turtle turned in the water, poking its head out, its small eyes peering over as it asked. "Oh dear," Su Chengxian heard the voice and thought to himself, "I've made a mistake." This clear, childlike voice couldn't belong to anyone older than 4 or 5 years, a little girl. For a moment Su Chengxian was at a loss for words. Goodness, what now? Calling her sister wouldn't be appropriate. "You calling me old turtle? I like it," said the purple gold turtle. "Like it? What's good about it?" Su Chengxian wondered. System unlocked the mind's voice barrier, understood host. Then he heard the purple gold turtle's thoughts, chuckling to itself, "Hee, they call my great-grandfather old grandpa turtle, and this colorful snake calls me old turtle, almost like great-grandfather. Great-grandfather was formidable, hence he was the grandfather. I'm not formidable, yet I still have a grandpa." Even Su Chengxian didn't expect that the grandpa could be so understanding. "Are you looking for me? Is there something you need?" asked the purple gold turtle. "Why are you giving me fish for me to eat?" It was curious, as its inner thoughts were very fluent, but when it spoke, it was a bit stammering, just like other beasts that had recently gained intelligence. "I'm offering you fish, just to get acquainted." Su Chengxian handed over the fish again. "Don't worry, it's not poisoned. Even if it were poisoned, I wouldn't be afraid." The purple gold turtle looked at him, then snapped the fish into its mouth in one bite, swallowing it in just a few gulps. It then asked, "Why are you looking for me?" Ding! The host has a new task. Task content: form a contract with the purple gold wind-chasing turtle. Task reward: for refinement points 2 shape transforming grass seeds. Su Chengxian, just about to speak, heard the system's task and felt a joy in his heart. Wasn't this like catching a rabbit while gathering grass? A matter of convenience. "Old turtle, I was thinking that guy is really eyeing the purple gold turtle," Ling Xiao said as he looked at the turtle and snake across the river. "Your Majesty, do you believe this patterned snake is an old ghost?" Ling Yunzi asked. "Don't believe it," Ling Xiao replied bluntly. Judging by the actions and demeanor of the ugly patterned snake, there was no sign of an old ghost's depth. Although it called itself an old man, its actions were entirely like a young person's. "What about you, Dao Jun brother? I don't believe it." "Why not ask?" "Why ask? In past lives, if one can let go, they can dissipate with the body. If unwilling to let go, it's merely a persistence that's hard to erase. We are neither good men nor women nor transcendent people. As long as we retain our consciousness, naturally, we must repay grudges and enmities. Each has their own karmic burden, so why inquire about others? Besides, I see he has a hint of transcendence. If someone can escape past life karma, it's a fortunate thing. There's no need to be the villain that drags people back to the mundane world. Speaking of which, this life has just begun. Both you and I have already benefited a lot from this guy." "Hey, Dao Jun brother, those words seem a bit distant. We're all one family of snakes. Why speak as if we're two, right, Your Majesty?" "Why's Your Majesty? Wait, am I seeing things? Look at the back of the purple gold turtle. Is there something flashy there?" "Your Majesty, that flashy thing is our elder brother." A stick of incense. Time passed. During this time, the great sage completed the transplantation of the spiritual grass. Madame Shi Xiaotsui was awakened. for snakes climbed onto the back of the purple gold wind-chasing turtle. However, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi still couldn't figure out how Su Chengxian achieved it. Dao Jun was evidently calmer, closing his eyes and coiling up to begin cultivating. The Empress, unable to comprehend despite thinking hard, found it difficult to enter a state of self-forgetfulness and failed several times to calm her mind. Thus, she decided to ask directly, "Old ghost, what did you say to the purple gold wind-chasing turtle? Why did it agree to carry us, old turtle? What, die from now on it's part of our family. You can call it Grandpa Turtle." "Right, Grandpa Turtle, the purple gold wind-chasing turtle die nodded in response. As a young turtle freshly emerged from its clan and a little rascal in the streets, it was clearly enchanted by being called Master Turtle. Its tiny eyes glanced behind, evidently waiting for Ling Xiao to address it. "Master Turtle," Ling Xiao called out, swimming directly in front of it, "how did you agree to sign a pact with the flower snake? Little Cheng's sister Mr. Su and I are sleep companions. He even provides meals." Ling Xiao had a bad feeling and turned to look at Su Chengxian. He. Su Chengxian grinned at her sister. "Have no doubt I entrust you with this, Master Turtle. Rest assured, my sister and brother are excellent hunters. Stupid flower snake, you dare to die before me." Ling Yunzi received this good news several hours later and was about to erupt in rage. He was promptly suppressed by Su Chengxian. Brother, you can't beat me. How about practicing some more?" This came from his big brother Su Chengxian. Thank you, little white brother," to hurry along their journey. They recently decided not to dock. Their hunting targets were mainly the fish in the Great River. This river was truly vast, over 100 meters wide, and in some places the water was several dozen fathoms deep, supporting countless aquatic monsters. Some first and second tier big fish could weigh over 100 pounds. They would never lack food along the way. Ling Xiao refused little Chui's kind offer, letting it cultivate peacefully on the turtle shell. It wasn't out of concern for its safety in the water. The area a few 100 miles ahead was still considered the edge of the mountain range, where the river was too shallow to nurture very strong aquatic monsters. For Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, hunting was also a form of cultivation, a means to hone their combat skills and enhance their fighting strength. To achieve good results in the upcoming competition for the spiritual vein cave mansion, they had to prepare now. Before that, it would be best if they could advance to the 5th tier. 4th tier monsters had too little chance in the cave mansion competition. Additionally, Shi Xiaotsui was already a 5th tier monster, and if it could quickly advance to the 6th tier, it would have a shot at the contest. As for Su Chengxian, she didn't need to worry about him. Seeing his calm demeanor, entering the spiritual vein cave mansion shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, she glanced at the flower snake, which had indeed fallen asleep again. "Sleep, sleep all you want, you'll cry when you're beaten in the arena." But then she thought about how this creature with its thick skin and robust physique could overpower many same-tier monsters just by relying on its physical strength, and she felt a bit discouraged. She could somewhat empathize with how other prodigies felt when she was the empress, overshadowing a generation. Yet, in the next moment, she dismissed these distracting thoughts. Dwelling on them was pointless and only delayed her cultivation, so she cleared her mind and focused solely on her practice. By evening, she joined Ling Yunzi and the mother snake in collecting moon essence with what remained of their demon cores. Woohoo! Master Turtle, who was carrying them while drifting in the water, let out a cheerful little cheer as it sensed the descent of moon essence. For the purple gold turtle, the amount of spiritual energy in its location didn't significantly affect its cultivation. As long as they aren't in a place where spiritual energy is completely isolated with the turtle shell, they can cultivate. However, even when they reach a place abundant in spiritual energy, their cultivation speed doesn't receive any additional boost. They don't even possess a demon core, yet the spiritual energy and moonlight make them feel exceptionally comfortable and sleep more soundly. This was one of the conditions for Su Chengxian to reach an agreement with it. Besides being a sleeping companion and providing meals, all current and future acquired spiritual herbs and roots are to be planted on its back. For Dai wandering anywhere is the same, as long as there are benefits to gain, and carrying them doesn't take much effort, she agreed. In the innate magical abilities of the purple gold wind-chasing turtle, there is a water control skill. It has an uncle in the eastern human realm who is revered as the river god, so whenever it wishes, it can drift along the river in a predetermined direction, sleeping without interruption. Great-grandfather said it's good to make a few friends, especially those who seem to live long. Those who love to sleep often live very long. The flower snake loves to sleep and even calls it grandpa. Turtle, so it is quite willing to make this friend. The flower snake's sister and brother are indeed formidable, capable of drawing so much moonlight, but their demon core is somewhat small. If it were larger, would the moonlight be enough to completely envelop it? Great-grandfather's storeroom has some, but he doesn't allow her to take them out. Without a demon core, she hasn't slept as comfortably as she does at home since coming out. That's why she lay on the opposite bank of the river when she discovered the flower snake family harvesting moonlight. Dai's eyes darted around, pondering where she could get a large demon core, but after thinking it through, she didn't come up with any ideas and instead turned drowsy. Well, she yawned and decided to sleep first and think about it tomorrow. From this day forward, Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi began a routine of cultivating on the turtle shell and fishing off it. Feeding 3 hungry beasts meant fishing roughly every 4 days, catching at least 20 level 1 aquatic demon beasts each time. Fortunately, these 3 aren't picky eaters. The great sage would use the demon beast's blood to nourish the spiritual herbs and roots. Su Chengxian, unchanged from before, alternated between eating and sleeping. On this day, he noticed a few new spiritual herbs had sprouted on the turtle shell, reaching the height of a pinky finger. Realizing this, he became aware that at least 10 days had passed. The demonic cloud on the horizon still hadn't dissipated, and they seemed to be drawing nearer to it. The itching on Su Chengxian's body intensified, culminating in him shedding his skin by evening. Over the next 2 days, his body size nearly doubled. That day, after suddenly closing in on them, the demonic cloud abruptly retreated. Let's find a place to go ashore and take a look, Ling Xiao suggested, gazing at the lingering demonic aura not far away. Let's bring the great sage. Where great demons have been, there are high-level demon beasts. It's said that rare treasures are often guarded by exotic beasts. Therefore, their plan was simple: go and scavenge. If they found nothing, they could at least try to gather some beast blood to cultivate spiritual plants. Su Chengxian immediately glanced at the panel and nodded in agreement. Host: Su Chengxian, race, water-avoiding snake, rank 6th tier, requires over 10 million blood energy to advance to 7th tier beast, blood energy 561,0087, physical realm, demon body realm 2490/10,000, soul realm, demon soul realm 2689/10,000. Abilities and combat techniques. Abilities: Chi devouring blood transformation, bewitching scream. Combat techniques: snake bite, snake constriction. Refinement points 0 out of 6. Before setting out, he instructed the system to use all the refinement points gained during the journey to enhance his strength. Even in his dreams, he continued to practice his combat techniques. Currently, his snake body measures over 30 centimeters thick and nearly 7 meters long. Feeling the abundant power coursing through him, he reckoned he could strangle a mountain shaking boar to death. Encountering a 7th tier beast, he felt confident that he could escape even if he couldn't win the fight. However, the numbers seemed off. System, what's going on with my physical and soul improvements? Su Chengxian asked. Although the increase was unexpected, he felt it necessary to understand the reasons behind it. Especially with the soul realm, the increase was definitely over 100 points. Even without looking at the panel, he could sense it when he wielded his spiritual consciousness. Host's blood energy is vigorous, and in the process of breathing, spiritual energy and moonlight are absorbed. These elements are more effective in refining the soul. Can it work like this? Su Chengxian was amazed. This meant that sleeping in an environment rich in spiritual energy and moonlight could accelerate his strength enhancement. Instantly, he felt more eager to seize opportunities. He left behind Shi Xiaotsui and Old Turtle, taking Great Sage and Ling Xiao Lin Jianzi to the shore. They headed straight for where the residual demonic aura of a great demon was the strongest. An hour later, at a battlefield now only littered with scattered flesh and blood, Great Sage dug something out from the roots of a shattered 1,000-year-old tree. Is this a half-rotten green peach? Su Chengxian hesitantly identified after a long look. Can this still be eaten? It squeak squeak. In the entire forest there was not a single peach tree. From beneath the tree root, Great Sage reached in with a furry paw and fished out a rotten peach, which seemed highly illogical. This green peach must have come from elsewhere. Everything around them had been devastated beyond recognition due to the great demon and the beast tide. Before Su Chengxian and his companions arrived, this place had experienced at least 2 major battles. The first was likely when high-tier beasts here hunted and preyed on beasts from the tide. The second was the great demon's assault on them. It vividly demonstrated the brutal law of the jungle. Su Chengxian gained a first-hand understanding of the harshness of the northern wilderness. Mountains, of course. Once a high-tier beast died, it would be scavenged by lower-tier beasts. There were many traces of beast blood being licked, yet very little flesh remained. Perhaps because of his past life as a human, he felt not much of the sorrow of when the rabbit dies the fox grieves, but rather more relief and vigilance. He was relieved not to have been swept away by this calamity. Shi Xiaotsui, possessing only average abilities, originally lived on the outskirts of the mountains. Due to laying her first egg, she moved even further to the edge, narrowly escaping disaster. This experience instilled a sense of vigilance in her. Even with the system's guidance, there was no absolute guarantee of avoiding becoming prey in the brutal world of survival of the fittest. There are always stronger beings, and overconfidence leads to downfall. As Su Chengxian wisely thought, arrogance invites disaster, and just as rampant storms come with heavy rain, a reckless snake can easily become a snack for others. Hence, it was better to rest and wait until she was strong enough to not be devoured so easily. Fortunately, luck was on their side. Ling Xiao inspected the green peach that had a faint aura about it. Although the flesh was inedible, the pit could be preserved, possibly to grow a peach tree bearing spiritual fruits. Ling Yunzi, observing with some regret, murmured about the demon energy lingering on the peach, which had tainted the flesh, making it inedible. Items imbued with spiritual energy generally do not spoil unless contaminated by other forces, which accelerates decay. Within a few hours, the peach flesh was nearly rotten. Great Sage placed the peach on the ground. Ling Yunzi instructed. The Great Sage, recognizing him as Su Chengxian's brother, complied by placing the peach down. Ling Yunzi then tapped the peach with his tail, transferring a flicker of spiritual power that caused the flesh to fall away, revealing a clean peach pit. Old ghost, check if there's any vitality within this pit, he said, turning to Su Chengxian. What? You want me to check? How am I supposed to do that? Su Chengxian feigned ignorance. Don't play dumb, use your spiritual sense to inspect it. Ling Xiao chuckled. Su Chengxian realized he couldn't hide anything from these two. He focused his mind and extended his spiritual sense to the peach pit, penetrating its hard outer shell to find a faint green glow inside. That was vitality, indicating it could be planted. Ling Yunzi nodded. Now check the surface for any gray-black demon energy. There isn't any. Su Chengxian confirmed, noting that it had been stripped away with the flesh. Good, Ling Yunzi replied. The trio of snakes and a monkey searched the area again but found nothing else of interest, so they prepared to leave. The Great Sage, however, pointed to a spot, darted over and dug out a handful of soil soaked with beast blood. It seemed he wanted to take it back. We have nothing to carry it in, Ling Xiao pointed out. No problem, Su Chengxian said. A large tree broken during their battle was just the right size. With its bark still fresh and pliable, he peeled off a section, rolled it into a cylinder, filled it with soil and tied both ends with vine, then used his tail to carry it. Soil soaked in high-tier beast blood may not be rare, but it benefits spiritual plants, making it worth the effort. With their makeshift container, they returned to the riverbank. Once on Turtle Grandpa's back, the Great Sage busied himself with planting the peach pit amid the gathering spirit grass. They continued their journey. 2 days later, they narrowly avoided another beast tide. Ling Xiao was surprised to find that the great demon was still alive. Before long, they summoned Ling Yunzi and Su Chengxian to join the Great Sage in venturing ashore to seek treasure. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side this time. Not even a glimpse of the beast-blooded soil was found, having been devoured by a formidable demon. Ling Xiao cast a glance and remarked the demon's actions had become more frequent than ever. Each time they would take turns to investigate, only to return empty-handed repeatedly. The presence of the demon and the beast tide meant they hadn't encountered a single beast of the 4th rank or higher, let alone acquired any demon cores. Consequently, their nighttime practice of extracting moonlight using demon cores was forcibly halted, replaced by meditation, which significantly slowed the absorption of moonlight. Boom, roar. That night, under the zenith of the moon, a wretched howl echoed through the forest. The demon had struck again. Ling Xiao awoke from his meditation, glanced at Ling Yunzi, and then toward Su Chengxian. Why are you standing there stunned? Let's go, Su Chengxian said, rising to his feet. The beasts being slain are getting weaker. Ling Yunzi hesitated, observing. Initially, the demon selectively hunted beasts of the 7th rank or higher, but now it wantonly slaughtered even the slightly notable beasts of the 5th and 6th ranks. This explained the increased frequency of its attacks. Otherwise, how could there be so many high-ranking beasts for it to kill? Of course, they themselves being either a short cultivation time with imperceptible magical fluctuations and low bloodline potential, or entirely without magical aura, were beneath the demon's notice. The only conspicuous aspect was Su Chengxian's size, but if one didn't note he was less than half a year old, his size was akin to a 4 or 5 rank mountain python. Hence he wasn't worried about danger, but rather felt that going might be a waste of effort. Weak beasts, even if they guarded heavenly materials and earthly treasures, couldn't hold on to them. Brothers, stop dawdling, we're already here. Su Chengxian stretched and said, what if we miss something by not checking? We'd regret it later. Besides, even if there are no heavenly treasures, finding soil stained with beast blood is still a gain, not a wasted trip. And if we can hunt a few panicked beasts for an extra meal, all the better. Stockpiling resources is crucial. With grain in hand, the heart doesn't panic. Accumulate grain extensively, slowly ascend to power, and gradually forge a venture. As Su Chengxian moved, he continued, isn't our cultivation just like that? We must accumulate little by little, not rush. Look at my vitality, isn't it built up bit by bit from sleep? Goodness, nearly half a year, and only now have I reached the 6th rank. Old ghost, those words of yours are interesting, Ling Xiao chuckled, especially the phrase, we're already here. Even I feel compelled to take a look. Ling Yunzi rose as well, unable to deny that those 4 words seemed to have a certain magic, making them irresistible. It's one of the 4 great incantations. What are the other 3? I'll tell you later. Ling Yunzi thought to himself, humoring no one. What? The 4 great spells? I've emerged from the Orthodox Shin sect and have never heard of such things. Half an hour later, standing alongside Ling Xiao, we found ourselves staring at a small sapling that the great sage had dug out from the beast's cave. Feeling a bit skeptical, we began to wonder if the 4 great spells really existed or if we were simply too ignorant. This is a dragon blood tree, Ling Xiao remarked, confirming that it was indeed a seedling of the dragon blood tree. Indeed, nodded Ling Yunzi, a treasure for the evolution of the serpent bloodline. The two exchanged glances before turning their gaze to Su Chengxian, who appeared bewildered. What's the matter? Is there something wrong with the tree? He asked. The tree's fine, you on the other hand. Ling Xiao hesitated, ready to inquire whether the remaining 3 spells also had a prayer-like function, when suddenly a sigh echoed from afar, causing hearts to skip a beat. Has the great demon fallen? Following that, a voice resonated across the mountains. By the decree of the Southern King, under the command of the white-browed demon Marquis and the Fully Demon Commander, all beasts of the 5th rank and above, proceed immediately to the nearby Spirit Vein residence, participate in the Den tournament established by the gathered demon generals. The victor will be rewarded with a den, while the defeated may vie for a place outside the Spirit Vein residence. The deadline is 10 days. After 10 days, the tournament will commence and last for 5 days. Any delay will not be accommodated. The voice was like distant thunder rolling through the clouds, reverberating and spreading far and wide. It was more than a mere shout, it was imbued with deep demonic power, bearing a soul-stirring force. It pierced through the forest, echoing in the ears of every beast with awakened intelligence. Even those with newly awakened intellect wouldn't miss the crucial information. The sound reminded Su Chengxian of a lion's roar. As the echoes faded, the demon cloud in the distance began to dissipate. Is that great demon truly dead? Su Chengxian could no longer sense its demonic energy. Yes, it's dead, Ling Yunzi confirmed. Just like that, Su Chengxian was somewhat taken aback. Just moments ago, it had been so fierce, creating such a massive commotion, inciting a beast tide, causing the deaths of countless creatures and the destruction of vegetation. Many low-tier beasts had been buried with it, and it had personally slain numerous beasts above the 5th rank. And now, just like that, it was dead, silently and without a trace. What else would you expect? Ling Yunzi replied. I thought it would die a grand death. Su Chengxian said. A grand death is still death, isn't it? Ling Xiao interjected. Besides, at the moment of death and the dissipation of its path, the soul leaves the body beyond its control. How could it die grandly? It's not like it chose to die willingly, picking a way to go. The great demon didn't want to die, it struggled desperately until it had no choice but to succumb. True, Su Chengxian thought for a moment, realizing that whether the death was dramatic or not, it was still death. That reasoning seemed sound. He then asked, now that the great demon is dead, should we go take a look? What do you intend to do? Ling Xiao chuckled. Are you hoping to find something to take advantage of? Not really. It's just that I've never seen a dead great demon before. Of course, I've never seen a live one either. So, is there anything to gain? Not a chance, Ling Xiao snorted. Do you think the demon generals who delivered the decree were simply there to check if it was dead or not? If they were only confirming life or death, a simple scan with their divine sense or a soul lamp would suffice. If the lamp extinguished, the demon would be dead. Even at worst, the demon generals would have their soldiers. Why go there personally? He came to collect the corpse of the great demon, Ling Yunzi whispered. The body of a great demon holds value comparable to a top-grade magical weapon. In the cultivation world, magical tools are categorized into inferior, medium, superior and top grade. the price of a top-grade magical weapon in the human realm is 1,000 inferior spirit stones. This wealth is enough to provide his descendants with the resources to cultivate to the form transformation stage. Moreover, he was a great demon who failed to advance to a demon general, making his value even higher. He might even carry a spiritual tool or treasure forged with his innate abilities. Above, top-grade magical tools or spiritual tools and treasures, also divided into inferior, medium, superior and top grade. The value of spiritual tools and treasures varies greatly, making it hard to gauge. However, regardless of how limited their use, their exchange value will always surpass that of top-grade magical tools. So why would the demon clan allow a great demon's body to wander freely outside? What do you mean by this? Su Changxian was startled. Could it really be? Why wouldn't it be? I find it quite fitting, Ling Xiao replied. Once dead, if the body benefits future generations, isn't it better than wasting it buried in a grave? Empress Ling Xiao, is that why you exhume graves and take the bones? Ling Yunzi was taken aback. The chancellor wants to plant flowers and needs fertilizer. I heard that the bones of cultivators are the best for that. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. I feared if I asked them they'd refuse, so I had to take some. As they spoke, the great sage had finished digging up the blood-stained soil. He wrapped it in tree bark to take back with them. On the way back, a lion demon delivered orders behind them. Ling Yunzi moved and said, "Indeed, he used the lion's roar." Ling Xiao nodded, and it was the command of the demon marshal. Seems we're quite lucky. What do you mean? Su Chengxian turned back to ask. Great demons are led by demon generals who belong to different demon marshals. Ling Xiao explained. Among demon generals under the same marshal, there is no hierarchy. In the northern wilderness mountains, the demon clan is led by 4 demon kings in the east, west, south, and north. The demon kings and their marquises reside within the royal city. The mountains outside the royal city are overseen by various demon marshals. Demon marshals assign their generals to guard the spiritual veins and caves in the mountains. Although the territories vary in size according to the general strength, their status remains equal. The strong cannot devour the weak, nor can they covet the other spiritual veins. Violating this would be a challenge to the demon marshal, so the death of a great demon leaving its spiritual vein cave vacant only concerns the demon general in charge of its distribution. Ling Xiao continued, it should at most alarm the level of the demon general. But the order we just heard was issued in the name of the southern great king, mentioning demon marquises and demon marshals. It was a command from the demon marshal. What does that imply? In the mystical realms, there were numerous vacant spirit vein abodes. Su Changxian, with a knowing look, explained that it was precisely because many demon generals had empty spirit vein abodes that they allowed beasts to challenge the various demon generals. Curious, he inquired, how did you know the one just now was a demon general? Is there some way to assess strength? After all, you couldn't see the beast's rank. He referred to the demon generals collectively as the generals. Ling Yunzi chimed in, don't think the demon clan doesn't pay attention to titles. If it's a great demon, they would refer to a demon general as general. Understood. Su Changxian nodded. This piece of knowledge, alongside the earlier revelation that great demons' corpses could be utilized, left him feeling a strong sense of disconnection. Back on the turtle's back, the grand sage habitually went to plant trees. Dai glanced back and noticed their harvest, catching her attention. Oh, dragon blood tree. She blinked. The fruit is tasty but difficult to cultivate. No worries, we have the grand sage. Su Chengxian laughed. Master Turtle, did you hear the demon general's orders earlier? Ling Xiao swam forward and asked, could we hurry to the nearest spirit vein abode? If possible, once the dragon blood tree bears fruit, I'll treat you to a few. Sure. Dai nodded in agreement. Nishi Xiaotsui approached, puzzled why the rush. Ling Xiao replied, there's bound to be a gathering before the arena begins. Instead of wasting time here, we might as well try our luck there. Ling Yunzi nodded. Indeed, I also want to see if I can exchange for a pill furnace. The dragon blood tree is not only hard to cultivate but also grows slowly. It's uncertain how many years it would take to bloom and bear fruit. However, this wasn't much of a problem for Dai. The monkey on her back had a knack for planting spiritual herbs, feeling their vitality, so it might just succeed in growing the dragon blood tree. After all, quickening the pace only required a thought to ride the water, not a strenuous effort from her. Why not agree? She giggled. Moving quickly didn't necessarily mean moving at top speed. Her limbs and head tucked inside her shell, blinking her eyes. Chasing the wind and the moon was fast, going downstream was fast, and riding the waves was fast too. It was just a matter of degree. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were unaware of this. They knew the speed of the purple gold wind-chasing turtle. in water was astonishingly fast but didn't know exactly how fast. During his time as Empress Daojun Ling Yunzi had no chance to ride on its back. Unexpectedly, as an ordinary young serpent, he had this rare experience. Hearing Dai Dai's inner thoughts, Su Chengxian, who accidentally learned the truth, peeked around him, watching the swiftly receding scenery, and felt the speed was just right, smooth enough not to disturb sleep. Too fast wasn't good either. Excessive speed often led to accidents. So he kept silent, closed his eyes, and continued to sleep. Although Dai Dai had set a speed limit for herself, the traveling speed was still brisk. 2 days later, they reached the nearest spirit vein abode. Upon landing, they encountered a small demon peeking around. After a brief conversation, they learned this place was Luyang Mountain Spirit Abode. "Let me inform you, esteemed guests," said the articulate little demon, introducing Su Chengxian and his companions to the Luyang Mountain Spirit Vein Abode, which was under General Yu's command. A small demon with a cat's face, its transformation incomplete, appeared humanoid yet covered in fur. It was slender and short, with a cat's head, paws, and a tail trailing behind it. Its eyes were bright, hinting at a not-so-low intelligence. After speaking, it bowed to them, inquiring if they would hire it to gather information. The fee was merely a piece of low-grade beast meat. Su Chengxian found it amusing. Ling Xiao asked it if there had been any gatherings for exchanging goods in the area recently. "There is," the link spirit bowed to Ling Xiao. "In the past couple of days, General Yu has organized a treasure and scripture exchange in the east. Many awakened beasts are attending and treasures can be traded there." "Good, come tomorrow and take us there," said Ling Xiao. "You'll get the meat then, at your command." "What is your name, Cat 19? Why didn't you ask more questions?" Su Chengxian asked after Cat 19 left. This link spirit seems clever, speaking human language almost as fluently as the human race. Chatting more could yield more information, so why dismiss it after just a few words? A group of awakened beasts gathering for a competition. What news could be worth inquiring about? Ling Xiao replied indifferently. "When we see it tomorrow, everything we need to know will be evident. Besides, what could a small demon accepting only a piece of low-grade beast meat as payment really know? Accepting beast meat as compensation suggests that hunting even low-grade beasts isn't easy for it, indicating its combat prowess. In the world of beasts, combat strength is almost everything, even for those with awakened intelligence. What it knows wouldn't be of much value. Many beasts even disdain such weak demons, forbidding them from coming close. That's why Cat 19 observed from afar before Ling Xiao called it over. In the world of demons, weakness is an original sin. Su Chengxian smacked his lips. Asking it is indeed less effective than seeing for ourselves. As for its fluent speech, there's nothing surprising. As long as those around it speak human language enough, it will pick it up quickly. Madam Shi Xiaozui, after listening to us for some time, can now speak human language quite well. Your Majesty, where do these small demons come from? He asked with some curiosity. Are they part of the demon race? In the power hierarchy of beasts and the demon race, there's no mention of small demons. Before seeing Cat 19, I didn't even know such creatures existed. Small demons are indeed part of the demon race. They are also called half-demons. Their origins are varied. Some beasts, though physically weak, awaken intelligence early, developing demon cores by the second or third tier. However, once they condense a demon pill, they transform. Due to insufficient power, their transformation is incomplete, resulting in a half-human, half-demon appearance. Such small demons are weak both before and after transformation. They are nearly non-existent outside the spiritual realm because they are often devoured before reaching transformation. Another type comes from 9th-tier beasts that fail their transformation but survive or are interfered with by other forces. The former is easy to understand. In the world of cultivation, transforming into a humanoid form is a perilous endeavor for the 9th-level beasts. Success results in becoming a great demon, while failure often leads to death by lightning tribulation. However, there's a slight chance of surviving as a half-demon. The situation becomes more complex for these half-demons due to various interfering factors, such as accidentally consuming rare treasures or spiritual pills, being enlightened by a powerful being, or succumbing to other pressures to hasten their transformation. In some cases, creatures are born as half-demons, whether from demon beasts and demon clans or from human and demon unions. The offspring of half-demons have a 50% chance of being half-demons themselves. In reality, the small demons are the most numerous among the demon clans. The royal city of Lingxiao Dao is home to hundreds of thousands of these small demons. They can also be found in various marquis mansions, commander residences, and spiritual veins caves. These small demons possess varying degrees of combat ability, making them relatively easy to manage when following orders. More importantly, if they continue to cultivate, there's a slim chance they could ascend to become great demons, although the odds are low in the second transformation fraught with danger. When has advancing in cultivation ever been without risk? The transformation from beast to humanoid form is a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. A great demon failing to ascend to a demon general will also face death when their lifespan ends. Beyond this, the path only becomes more arduous. Now do you understand why I, the Empress, have ascended to my throne, and why my little brother Bai has achieved the cultivation level of Dao Sovereign? You think I, the esteemed Su Chengxian, could be any less formidable? Su Chengxian immediately decided to enrich his own persona, reminiscing about the days when thousands competed to cross the river and he alone managed to make it across with just a single reed. He was referring to the national college entrance examination. In his youth, Su Chengxian faced numerous large-scale selections, overcoming challenges one after another without ever flinching. Whether it was the high school entrance exam, the college entrance exam, or continuing education, he only mentioned not being afraid, not the outcomes or whether he succeeded, such as the art of language. In Su Chengxian's sect, even ordinary people can travel 1,000 miles a day, and the treasures in their hands can observe the affairs of the world. Su Chengxian stood with pride. One should not always focus on individual failures but rather on collective achievements to highlight personal brilliance. A treasure that can observe the world. Ling Yunzi, who was meditating, couldn't help but glance over, wondering if it was the Lingyue treasure mirror, the sky-observing compass, or perhaps the heavenly realm's Haotian mirror. No handheld treasure, it must be the sky eye technique, right? Ha! Of course not, Su Chengxian laughed it off, explaining, it's a treasure crafted by a branch within my sect, something I cannot forge myself. He skillfully covered any potential loopholes. I see. Ling Yunzi nodded, acknowledging that traveling 1,000 miles was simple, achievable through escape techniques or flying methods like earth escape or sword flight, though these require foundation establishment level for training. That all members of your sect can achieve this is truly impressive. Indeed, you can rent large flying instruments. Renting flying instruments to ordinary people, your sect must be extraordinarily powerful. Ling Xiao sighed, in my sacred dynasty, only the privileged enjoy such treatment. Su Chengxian thought to himself, this topic cannot continue further, yet he was tempted to see if he could incite his empress sister to overthrow the imperial system. The next day at the break of dawn, Ket 19 arrived. After a respectful bow he spoke, Your Excellency, if you wish to attend the sermon or set up a stall, it's best to go early to secure a spot. No rush, Su Chengxian replied, we'll wait until more people gather before heading over. Here's a fish for you once you're full, just wait nearby. Ling Xiao emerged from the water, tossing a half-meter-long fish to it and said, let's eat first, then we'll go. As you command, Cat 19 howled, grabbing the big fish with delight, rolling around on the ground several times. Watching this, Su Chengxian's tail twitched eagerly. Half an hour later, once they were full and satisfied, they headed to the Duobao lecture gathering, guided by Cat 19. Su Chengxian and his companions reached the venue in less than half an hour. Amidst several hills, there was a relatively flat clearing. That was where the high platform for lecturing stood. Cat 19 pointed to a large rock about 7 to 8 meters high beneath one of the hills and said, these past 2 days, it's Wolf Qing Captain who's lecturing. In the demon clan, Captain is a respectful title for a great demon. The origin of this captain was evident in his name. Wolf Qing, likely a wolf with blue fur. Naming according to one's bloodline and species is quite common among the demon clan. Of course, not all names follow this pattern, but most do, especially among direct kin. For instance, Cat 19's name follows the family ranking. In contrast, families like Su Chengxian's, where everyone has a surname and a name that don't relate, are rare. It's rare for you, but my brother Xiao Bai and I plan to register with the surname Shi. Ling Xiao commented on Su Chengxian's muttering. Shi shouts away, Shi Ling Xiao Shi Lin Jianzi. Su Chengxian widened his eyes. Shi Ling Yun Lin Jianzi corrected. Goodness, are you isolating me? Trying to single me out? Shi Ling Xiao Shi Ling Yun, they sound like siblings. Why don't you change yours too? I don't need to change it, Su Chengxian chuckled. I take my father's surname. Our father, we don't even know whose belly he ended up in, Lin Jianzi stated calmly. According to the information from Ms. Shi Xiaotsui, their father was a 4th-rank water-avoiding snake lacking intelligence at the time. Later a 5th-rank snake-catching bird hunted a group of water-avoiding snakes, followed by a great demon shaking the beast tide. So this father of theirs might already be dead. If it's dead, it doesn't stop it from having the surname Su. Su Chengxian said matter-of-factly. It wasn't intelligent, so it probably didn't have a name, which is perfect. Ling Xiao mentioned one of Su Chengxian's frequently used exclamations. I'm telling you, snakes with the surname Su or Bai are bound to have great fortune. Why? Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi showed clear interest. Once there was a big white snake with the surname Bai who apprenticed under a powerful master, cultivated for 1,000 years, descended to the mortal world, married a man with the surname Su, had a child, then slept in a tower and woke up as an immortal. Is that true? Lin Jianzi asked. In the snake and python clan's cultivation path, one route is bloodline evolution. The path of evolution ultimately leads to becoming a dragon and ascending to the heavenly realm. Cultivating for 100 years turns into a python, after 500 years into a flood dragon, and after 1,000 years one undergoes a lightning tribulation, ascends to the heavenly realm, shedding the mortal body to become a hornless dragon. In the heavenly realm, after another 1,000 years of cultivation, one can enter the dragon transformation pool to become a true dragon. The 100,000 years mentioned here are figurative, indicating that even without cultivation, living to these ages could lead to dragonhood. In the world of cultivation, everything hinges on one's level of mastery. Take the Qilong or lesser dragon for example. Whether in the earthly or celestial realms, the prefix lesser often carries a connotation of falseness, much like lesser demons or Qilong. Their status in the celestial realm is therefore quite apparent. Nonetheless, for the demon clan, this path of cultivation is the easiest. Once they ascend, they gain a lifespan of 1,000 years. Now that we possess the dragon blood tree, it seems that the most suitable path for Ms. Shi Xiaocui is the divine path, which involves the evolution of her bloodline to ascend as a dragon. If this is indeed the case, perhaps we should persuade Ms. Shi Xiaocui to take on the surname Bai, suggested Lin Jianzi. The divine path's tribulations are significantly less powerful than those of the celestial path, yet they remain a life or death trial for ascending demons. I concur, nodded Ling Xiao. The story told by the flower serpent, where a great white serpent successfully ascended and became a deity, is undoubtedly a good omen. Moreover, the names Bai Ling Xiao and Bai Ling Yun have a more pleasant ring to them. Su Chengxian chimed in, I agree as well. Su Shilin, the son of Bai Suzhen, became a top scholar and was even considered an earthly incarnation of the One Su star. The people of the flower planting nation might not feel particularly connected to other deities, but they hold a special reverence for the One Su star lord and the Wenchang emperor, sometimes even more so than for the god of wealth. Although he sensed that the celestial and earthly realms of the wild continent were not as distinctly separated as in the mythologies of old, given that Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi spoke of the celestial realm with little longing, the temptation of borrowing the fortune of the Wenxiu star was irresistible. Luck and fortune, such concepts were deemed superstitious in his previous life, yet on the wild continent everyone, be they demon or human, were deeply superstitious. Just look at the grand assembly of the many treasure sermon. Hundreds of beasts have gathered here, each a fortunate soul. The unfortunate ones, apart from those in hiding, mostly perished, devoured by other beasts, slain in the final rampages of great demons, swept away by beast tides, or even killed by their own kind. This reminded Su Chengxian of the civil service examinations. The nation has no need for those with ill fortune. In the demon clan, and indeed the entire realm of cultivation, this logic holds even more truth. Luck may seem intangible, yet it remains a critical factor. The path of cultivation is fraught with tribulations, some seemingly surmountable yet resulting in inexplicable death, others appearing bleak yet safely navigable. Everyone yearns to become a mighty figure, but only a few succeed. How many individuals of extraordinary talent have failed to reach the end? It's hard not to believe in the existence of luck or the desire for better fortune. Thus, the three reached a consensus. Upon returning, they would convince Ms. Shi Xiaocui to change her surname to Bai. This wouldn't be a difficult task. The surname she was chosen merely based on her species, without any binding significance that prevents change. As they meandered through the bustling marketplace, Cad 19 dashed ahead announcing, Your Excellency, there's a stall up ahead with some items from human cultivators. The trio had been casually chatting while the little demons sensibly avoided their conversation, opting instead to scout ahead for the alchemical furnace Ling Yunzi was keen on finding. Lacking knowledge of what an alchemical furnace looked like, the little demon simply sought out stalls manned by human cultivators and returned to report its findings. Alright, let's go take a look, Ling Yunzi promptly responded. Hold on a moment. Su Chengxian suddenly remembered something crucial and in his surprise couldn't help but flick out his forked tongue. For goodness sake, have you all forgotten? We didn't bring any money with us. Money? Beasts don't recognize currency, Ling Xiao chuckled softly. By the time you start worrying, it's already too late. Let's just head over and see what they have. they followed Cat 19 to the stall it had mentioned. Ling Yunzi's gaze was immediately drawn to a small ebony cauldron tucked away in a corner filled with herbs. The stalls at the grand lecture gathering were arranged rather haphazardly. Most of the attendees were beasts, with a few small demons weaving among them. The number of stalls was sparse, scattered along both sides of a stone platform with about a dozen on each side. Due to the generally large size of the beasts, a significant distance was maintained between the stalls, giving the setup a somewhat orderly appearance. On the open ground in front of the stone platform, dozens of beasts of varying shapes and sizes had already claimed their spots. Some were crouching, others lying down, waiting patiently for the great demon to begin the lecture, adding a liveliness to the gathering. Su Chengxian's gaze swept across the scene, pausing on nearly every beast. It couldn't be helped. Not only had he never seen such creatures in his past life, but this was also his first encounter in this life, making it impossible not to take a few extra glances. Among them, 3 stood out the most: a hulking black bear with fur as dark as the night sky, a black eagle whose wings shimmered with a blade-like coldness, and a sleek reddish-brown fox. Their potent demonic aura caught Su Chengxian's attention, and they seemed to sense his spiritual perception, indicating that they had at least condensed a demon core with spiritual strength surpassing that of other beasts. If encountered on the fighting platform, they would be formidable opponents to handle with care. The beasts on the open ground showed little interest in the stalls lining the sides, leading to rather dismal business for the vendors. It became apparent upon closer inspection that this lack of interest was understandable. Most stalls traded in beast bones, hides, herbs, wild fruits, tree roots, and similar items. For the majority of beasts, these were far less valuable than even a piece of low-grade beast meat. The intended customers for these stalls didn't seem to be beasts, but rather some half-demons who adorned themselves with accessories other than just leaves. Unlike beasts, who rarely wore clothes, some half-demons wrapped a circle of leaves around their waists. Among them were a few half-demons carrying weapons and clad in leather armor, moving in small groups between the stalls. They appeared to be the only ones at the gathering with a clear intent to purchase. Apart from them, any stray beasts passing by the stalls barely gave them a second glance, heading straight for the open ground or making their way to the last stall, which sold beast meat. The vendor was a massive demon wolf, whom Su Chengxian surmised to be a 7th-tier beast. Your Excellency, over at the stall of the Qingling wolf clan, they have meat from beasts of the 3rd rank and above, but they only accept herbs imbued with spiritual energy. Cat 19 noticed them glancing towards the demon wolf stall and began to explain. The so-called spiritually infused herbs are essentially ordinary herb seeds that, during their growth, absorb spiritual energy, thereby gaining an additional property that nourishes the soul. These can be used to create spiritual medicines. Spiritual medicine, is that what's used to make spirit pills? Su Chengxian inquired. To craft spirit pills, one needs a pill recipe, the ability to control fire, and the skill to perform magical incantations, Ling Yunzi continued. Most importantly, the combination of spiritual plants is crucial. Even spiritual plants need to be meticulously combined to withstand the blend of pill fire. Only with the balance of water and fire and the infusion of magical power can a spirit pill be formed. Herbs with just a hint of spiritual energy would turn to ashes in the furnace in no time. Moreover, there's another point I haven't mentioned. Demon power tends to be explosive, making it unsuitable for pill concoction. Consequently, few among the demon tribes are skilled in the art of alchemy. Alchemy is time-consuming and labor-intensive, less so than cultivation. Besides, the demon tribes can harness the spiritual energy of moonlight, so their demand for ordinary pills is not as strong as that of the human clan. Hence, spiritual medicine is likely processed herbs mixed with honey into pills, or perhaps simply prepared as herbal concoctions, much like ordinary folk remedies, to be decocted and consumed. These are sold to beasts and lesser demons. Your Excellency has keen insight. Spiritual medicine is indeed in pill form, Cat 19 quickly added. There are also herbal packets, but most prefer not to use fire. Comparatively, pills mixed with honey are more favored. Once these pills are made, they are either kept for personal use or handed over to the demon generals to be sold in the royal city. Your Excellency, we have arrived. As they conversed, they reached the stall selling items belonging to human cultivators. On a small black gold cauldron, there were traces of dirt and some residual bloodstains. Su Chengxian instinctively used his spiritual sense to probe, but when he touched the small cauldron, he felt a barrier of resistance. Instantly, he found this object intriguing. Ling Yunzi glanced at Cat 19, who caught the hint and stepped forward, asking, "Gentlemen, how much for this black gold cauldron?" The stall owners were a gray wolf and a mountain-climbing python. The python was thicker and longer than Su Chengxian, and the gray wolf stood over 2 meters tall with a menacing aura and formidable demon power. One was dozing off while the other was gnawing on a large bone with a bored expression, the crunching sounds making one's teeth ache. Upon hearing an inquiry, the gray wolf raised its head and eyed Cat 19 and the others behind Ling Yunzi. Cauldron not for sale, herbs for sale. We don't buy herbs. Ling Yunzi's vertical pupil scanned the herbs inside the small cauldron, noting they were ordinary. We want the cauldron. What do you want in exchange? Not for sale. The gray wolf shook its head, then squinted at Ling Yunzi. Unless, one spiritual herb. Whoa, that's a steep price, Su Chengxian couldn't help but exclaim. The northern edge of the wilderness mountain range is resource poor, making spiritual plants and beasts with special bloodlines equally rare. Before them lay a vast array of mystical beasts, yet not a single one displayed any remarkable traits. Throughout their journey, they had scoured far and wide only to procure a solitary peach stone and a single sapling. Such modest gains were only possible with the presence of a great sage among them, underscoring the true worth of spiritual plants in this realm. It was evident that the Wujin cauldron, which had caught the discerning eye of Ling Yunzi, held a value surpassing that of a mere spiritual herb. However, at the Sanglong stall this item was deemed exorbitantly overpriced. Sanglong was indeed audacious with his demands. Ling Yunzi, unfazed, proposed a first-tier demon fish. Whoa, Su Chengxian turned his head, amused by his brother's offer, which seemed to be scraping the bottom of the barrel. They typically dined on second-tier demon fish, dismissing the first tier as beneath notice. Now to trade such inferior fish meat for the coveted Wujin cauldron, his brother was indeed shrewd in business. No deal. Sanglong shook his head firmly. Just then, the great python opened its eyes, raising its head to speak in a raspy voice. Traded for this. And who might this be? Su Chengxian blinked and followed the python's gaze, which landed squarely on him. Ling Yunzi looked toward Su Chengxian, noting the absence of demonic power, the lackluster gaze, the unawakened intellect. Is this plump snake a captured beast for sale or a useless brother? The python squinted, proposing, give him to us to eat and I'll throw in the medicinal herbs from the cauldron. Whoa! Su Chengxian thought, is this giant serpent out of its mind? He retreated, ceding his spot to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, allowing them to negotiate at the stall. Little did he expect to be considered a tradable commodity by the python. Captured beast or useless brother, who are you calling that? No sense at all, my lackluster gaze. That's merely because I just woke up. Yet from these words one could discern the casual attitude of the awakened beasts toward their brethren, especially those whose wisdom had yet to blossom, ready to be bartered at will. Tisk. Thinking back, the Empress's sister allowing him to pull her chariot could be counted as familial affection. I won't sell him. Ling Yunzi paused, expressing a touch of regret. Sell he would not, primarily because he couldn't best the foolish flower snake. Well, Su Chengxian mused, this Taoist brother isn't so bad after all. Then I won't sell this cauldron either, the python declared, its greedy gaze sweeping over the three snakes, particularly fixating on Su Chengxian. This look sent a shiver through Su Chengxian, making him suddenly curious about the other's thoughts. Thus he summoned the system, lifting the block on mind reading. In the next instant he heard Sanglong mocking internally, the old python hasn't given up on devouring its kin after all. This flower snake is indeed large and plump. Wait, there's something unusual about the aura of the white and green snakes, so that's it, let's go. Seeing that negotiations had stalled, and with Su Chengxian intently staring at the python, Ling Yunzi, fearing trouble, turned to leave the stall. This was a no-combat zone. Getting caught meant expulsion. Su Chengxian hesitated briefly before following suit. Not far away. Ling Xiao could no longer contain his laughter. Old ghost, how does it feel to be mistaken for a dim-witted beast marked as a blood offering? Not so much, Su Chengxian lazily remarked. Besides, you don't think they only want to eat meat, do you? Of course not. Ling Xiao let out a cold laugh. The greedy glint in that mountain python's eyes was so obvious, how could I not see it? Those two are definitely up to no good. Avoid them, Ling Yunzi suggested, pointing to the small black cauldron. It's a decent alchemy furnace. If properly refined, it could be used, but it doesn't even have a lid. Can it really be used? Su Chengxian questioned. The lid is inside the cauldron, Ling Yunzi replied. And as for luring the snake out of its hole, that's possible. Flaunting wealth to lure the snake, Su Chengxian mused. But what wealth? They obviously have nothing on them. How could they flaunt it? Only Mao Shizhou seemed momentarily puzzled by Su Chengxian's words, but the other two understood immediately. they spoke no more, conscious that this was the Duobao lecture gathering surrounded by many beasts. Even the quietest words might be overheard by sharp ears. They found a corner spot in the open area. Honored guest, Mao Shizhou bowed. In a moment the wolf blue captain will arrive. If there are no other instructions, I will find a place to listen to the lecture. You may go, Ling Yunzi said. Afterwards, there's no need to seek us out. Please be careful, and when you return, follow the path we came by. Do not step outside the circle drawn by the spirit mansion, Mao Shizhou cautioned. Outside the spirit mansion, any disputes are not the captain's concern, and life and death are your own responsibility. If anyone tries to lead you out, beware of ill intentions. Has something happened in the past? Su Chengxian asked. Not just in the past, every year many beasts meet unclear ends. During these days? Just in the past 2 days I've seen 4 or 5 disappear, Mao Shizhou replied. Outside the spirit vein cave mansion, it's a slaughter without restraint. Every beast is both hunter and prey. Thank you for the warning. Su Chengxian nodded, appreciating the advice. He let Mao Shizhou find a place closer to the front to listen to the lecture. After Mao Shizhou left, Ling Xiao remarked, so it's a common occurrence here, not something special aimed at us. I thought we were just unlucky arriving and browsing a stall only to be targeted as easy prey. But it seems that's just how things are here. The main theme here is to plot and kill for wealth, and beasts themselves are a form of wealth, Su Chengxian said, rubbing his head with the tip of his tail, feeling a bit irritated. Is the process of selecting the unlucky ones still not over? I suppose it won't end until we reach the arena, where such blatant slaughter will take a temporary pause. Suddenly a roar echoed, and a wave of pressure emanated from the small mountain behind a large rock. A towering figure riding a massive wolf descended from the sky with great momentum. The beasts in the area were startled, responding with their own cries. Silence. The giant wolf steadied itself and roared, the wolf blue captain has arrived. Greetings to the wolf blue captain, the crowd echoed. No need for formalities, said the slender man standing on the wolf's back as he dismounted. Today's lecture is about the method of gathering moonlight essence. Perhaps it was because the demon clan lacked the excessive formalities of humans, or perhaps it was because they felt that with beasts there was no need for such pretenses. Wolf Green sat cross-legged on the stone platform and began his lecture. The so-called lecture was not about the profound insights of the Tao or the intricate secrets of cultivation like a true enlightened cultivator would deliver. Instead, it was about the basic methods of demon-beast cultivation. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were on the verge of nodding off, too. Them it was as dull as listening to a teacher recite elementary books. Expecting them to stay attentive was a tall order. Su Chengxian was even more absurd. He didn't cultivate at all. It wasn't that he didn't want it, he simply had no time. He barely had enough time to sleep, let alone cultivate. Besides, his intelligence in his previous life wasn't remarkable, and his current physical aptitude was just average. Sleeping increased his vitality and strength, whereas spending time on cultivation might not yield significant results. Therefore, knowing one's limits is wise, and he found comfort in lying low. However, for some reasons not wanting to attract attention, they persisted through most of the lecture. Then the great demon Wolf Green announced that those who didn't understand could leave. The three exchanged glances, got up and followed the other departing beasts out of the gathering place. No demon beast chose to accompany them. Once out of the clearing, the beasts scattered like birds. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi led the way, with Su Chengxian trailing behind as they headed back. However, they subtly deviated from the main path onto a small side road, naturally stepping out of the safe zone. Their target was 2 demon beasts, and the trap didn't need to be too elaborate, the simpler the better. As usual, before taking action, Su Chengxian instinctively glanced at his status panel. Host, Su Chengxian race, water avoiding snake, rank 6th tier, 10 million blood points needed to reach 7th tier, blood points 683-0166, physical realm, demon body realm, 2514/10,000. Spiritual realm, demon soul realm, 2767/10,000. Skills and combat techniques. Skills: Chi devouring blood transformation, bewitching scream. Combat techniques: snake bite, snake constriction. Refinement points 0 out of 6. Both the physical and spiritual realms had progressed. Based on his condition after killing the 6th-tier mountain shaking boar, Su Chengxian concluded that confronting a 6th-tier demon beast head-on should be manageable. In that battle he had used a clever trick by first disorienting the opponent with his innate skill before killing it. But so what? As long as a technique worked, it could be used repeatedly. Today was no exception. Until he encountered a soul with a solidity capable of resisting his skill, there was nothing to worry about. At this moment his spiritual awareness detected the prey approaching. Su Chengxian suddenly raised his head and let out a piercing scream. Ling Xiao adopted a hunting stance, exchanged a glance with Ling Yunzi, and they prepared to strike. In the next moment, whoosh, a dark shadow swiftly emerged from the forest behind them. The azure wolf lunged with its jaws wide open, aiming for Su Chengxian's vital spot. Silently, a giant python slithered up beside Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, encircling them with its massive body before tightening and rolling fiercely. In a surprising turn of events, the adversaries aimed to ruthlessly annihilate them all. The golden pupils with their vertical black slits flickered with a cruel and merciless red light, as they closed in completely there. Demonic energy erupted with a powerful surge. "How dare you!" Ling Xiao roared, as his own demonic energy flared up to counter the assault. Ling Yunzi meanwhile gathered his spiritual power into his fangs, ready to strike at the giant serpent. "Humph, you think you can bite me, you little brat?" the serpent scoffed. Another hiss echoed from behind it. Was it the fat snake supposedly killed by Brother Wolf? Wait, what was happening? The giant serpent felt a sudden dizziness followed by searing pain in its eyes, just as it began to struggle. An even sharper agony pierced its vital point. Su Chengxian's hiss was the signal for attack. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi had long mastered their coordination. With their enhanced combat strength, they had expanded their list of critical targets. Ling Yunzi unleashed the battle technique Serpent Bite, instantly blinding the giant serpent, while Ling Xiao took the opportunity to strike at its vulnerable 7-inch spot. The giant serpent, initially the predator, had overextended its demonic power in a bid for a swift kill, leaving its vital points unprotected. Although the two sides were evenly matched in strength, the battle was over almost as soon as it began. In a life-or-death struggle where full force was met with cunning counterattacks and a hypnotic innate ability, victory was assured. The Grey Wolf, weaker than the serpent, faced an even more decisive defeat against the most formidable of the trio, Su Chengxian. Its spine was snapped with a single blow, its throat torn open, and its beast blood drained dry. "Fool," Ling Xiao sneered after drinking deeply of the serpent's blood. The trio, dragging the carcasses of the two demonic beasts, swiftly returned to their safe zone. Quick and decisive, they left immediately to avoid attracting higher-level demonic beasts. This unspoken understanding had long been established. Suddenly, as they made their way back, Su Chengxian felt an unusual disturbance in his soul, his expression shifting as he exclaimed, "Brothers, you handle the serpent." He released the serpent and dashed forward, leaving Ling Yunzi in a stumble. "What's wrong?" Ling Xiao inquired. "Something's happened by the river." Su Chengxian had established servant contracts with De Sheng and Dai Dai, the purple-gold speed turtle. Such relatively fair contracts ensured loyalty, but more importantly, they allowed for a spiritual connection if either party was attacked. However, De Sheng and Dai Dai's spiritual strength was still too weak to send a distress signal actively. The danger Su Chengxian sensed meant they were under attack. Without hesitation, he rushed toward the riverbank. Damn it! Watching his receding figure, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi grew anxious as well. Not only was Lady Shi Xiaotsui on Dai Dai's shell, but all their belongings were too. Being robbed of their home was a dire situation, yet abandoning the freshly hunted Grey Wolf and Serpent was also hard to bear. As they hesitated, a familiar small demon figure appeared before them. It was Cat 19, "Your Excellency." "Something terrible has happened." Cat 19 came running, shouting, "The old lady is about to be snatched away by the golden-backed dragonfish." "Understood," Ling Xiao replied calmly. "Guard here for us. When we return, I'll pay you with a fish just like the one this morning." This was a safe zone where fighting was prohibited. Hiring this little demon as a guard signified that this was claimed territory, prohibiting other demons from scavenging, ensuring safety. "Yes, sir," Cat 19 responded loudly. "Your Excellency, would you like me to hire my brothers to retrieve the items from your stall?" "Go fetch them," Ling Xiao and his companion declared as they dashed off. "Yes, sir," Cat 19 replied with enthusiasm. Looking at the lifeless bodies of the Grey Wolf and the giant python on the ground, it couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. It knew it was right to report the news. This family of water-avoiding snakes indeed possessed extraordinary combat power. It whistled, summoning a bird beast, and shouted at it, "Go call my brothers. First, take the belongings of these two dead creatures and wait for the esteemed ones to return. If they come back, it means they've won against the golden-backed dragonfish and I'll receive a handsome reward. If they don't return, then this will be an even bigger profit. The two demon corpses on the ground alone are enough to cover my travel expenses back to the capital, but I, Cat 19, still hope that the esteemed ones win." they are generous and kind in speech, and most importantly, they are very powerful. In the northern wilderness mountains, immense power is everything. If they defeat the dragonfish, they will surely secure a cave dwelling in the spiritual mansion. Long-term interaction might even lead to winning. In Cat 19's view, meant defeating and driving away the bothersome golden-backed dragonfish, not killing it. This dragonfish possessed a trace of dragon bloodline, excelling in water manipulation and skilled in a technique to strangle opponents with water. It had claimed a cave dwelling in the Great River upon arrival, becoming a tyrant in the water. Although Su Chengxian and his companions were strong, they appeared to be ordinary water-avoiding snakes. The term water-avoiding suggested they had some aquatic talents, but facing the dragonfish, they might not have much advantage. Su Chengxian had already reached the riverbank. He saw large splashes in the water, and amidst the sound of rushing water he caught sight of a dark silhouette in a fleeting flash of gold. Squeak, squeak. "Brother Su, the mistress is in the water," came the voice of the great sage from a large tree across the river. With a splash, a large turtle with a shell encased in numerous transparent waterball covers emerged from the water. Dye blue large bubbles enveloping the spiritual grass and dragon blood tree on its back to prevent them from being washed away or destroyed when diving underwater. Upon hearing the great sage's call, it quickly surfaced and said, "Big brother, little Chui, it's dangerous, I'm coming," with a loud splash. Su Chengxian lifted his head high and plunged into the water with determination. Suddenly, the water began to surge violently. At the murky bottom, he spotted a large white serpent half entwined by two columns of water, desperately struggling to break free. Out of the shadows burst a massive black silhouette. It was a bizarre creature resembling the legendary dragonfish. The dragonfish had a long, sleek body covered in dark scales, perfect for blending into the dim underwater environment. Its head was slightly bulging, with long whiskers that swayed gently in the water. Exuding an air of arrogant majesty, it did indeed possess some dragon-like qualities, though it resembled a fish even more. Golden scales adorned its back, and its enormous head sported dead fish eyes with sharp fangs protruding from the sides of its mouth. Splash! Like an arrow released from a bow, the colossal fish lunged toward the white serpent with astonishing speed. However, the white serpent seemed to have anticipated the attack. With an incredible twist, it dodged the deadly strike at an impossible angle, simultaneously lashing out with its tail to send ripples surging toward the dragonfish in a counterattack. Within the waves, the two forces clashed fiercely, creating tumultuous waves, yet the white serpent's strength paled in comparison to the dragonfish. It found itself ensnared by the opponent's mystical abilities, forced to evade within a confined space. A single misstep resulted in a bite from the enemy, causing blood to flow immediately. Seeing this, Su Chengxian charged forward without hesitation. Boom! His sharp teeth met the dragonfish's razor-edged dorsal fin. Innate battle skill, serpent bite. Next move, constrict. Each collision sent water splashing in all directions with a deafening roar. The surrounding aquatic plants were torn to shreds by the force, and the vibrations from the riverbed reverberated up to the surface, causing waves to ripple outward. The dragonfish seemed well versed in the combat style of serpents, so Su Chengxian's attempt to entangle it failed. Su Chengxian knew he couldn't allow the dragonfish any opportunity to use its innate abilities and techniques to manipulate the water and trap him. The closer he stayed, the better his chances were of catching the dragonfish off guard with his sonic ability. The stout serpent and the dragonfish, over 10 meters long, tangled together. The battle quickly reached a fever pitch. Su Chengxian launched a relentless offensive with his astonishing strength and resilience. Meanwhile, the dragonfish used its ferocious agility and experience, along with its tough scales, to fend off the attacks and search for a chance to counter. The struggle between the two seemed evenly matched. In this murky and deep riverbed, the intense and thrilling battle, with the interwoven forces roaring and water splashing spectacularly, created a disturbance that all creatures in the vicinity wisely steered clear of. After multiple engagements, neither side gained the upper hand. The bloodline of the formidable beasts was powerful even among those of the same 6th rank. Their innate abilities and demonstrated combat prowess were unparalleled. Damn it! Su Chengxian had taken some hits himself, suffering several deep punctures from the dragonfish's fangs. In an unfortunate moment, he was even struck by the opponent's tail, with a resounding thud. A snake and a fish separated by several yards. "Oh, are you the child of that mother snake? I was just worried one wouldn't be enough to eat, and here you are delivering yourself to my doorstep." "Ha!" scoffed the golden-backed dragonfish. "You Don't even mention a monster core or nucleus, you don't even have a trace of demonic aura, you're just an empty-headed snake with brute strength and yet you dare to challenge me? You're courting death with your idle chatter, who do you think? You're underestimating, even without a monster core I can still crush you. Su Chengxian, feeling slighted, was in a foul mood. When his temper flared he preferred action over words. He turned abruptly, whipping his tail as he charged forward. Just a newly awakened fool who can't even speak properly. The dragonfish's eyes remained locked on him, letting out a cold snort. It mistook his silence as a sign that he hadn't refined his core and was incapable of speech. If you're seeking death, then come on, it taunted, releasing a flash of green light from its body, stirring the currents below to rapidly form a whirlpool aimed at Su Chengxian. Splash, crash, Su Chengxian, charging ahead, was a moment too slow and was caught squarely by the swirling waters. He was involuntarily spun around twice, managing to stabilize only by tensing his body. Then with a focused thought he summoned the blood energy within him, which flared up violently, creating a red glow around him. In the next instant he was ready to shatter the turbulent waters. At that moment the dragonfish suddenly roared, "Boy, you're dead, behold my treasure." With those words it opened its mouth and a gleaming bead shot forth. Whoosh! Su Chengxian heard it shout and instinctively glanced over just in time to see the bead appear right before his eyes. Too late to dodge. Bang! The treasure unleashed by the dragonfish struck his head with lightning speed, leaving him momentarily dizzy and disoriented. Within the bead a beam of white light swiftly drilled into his spiritual platform. Buzz, buzz, the platform within him trembled and the ethereal image of his soul aspect flickered slightly. "This is bad," he inwardly exclaimed, sensing the white light making its way toward the lotus platform. Having never faced such a crisis, Su Chengxian's mind faltered for a brief moment, his snake body stiffening, his instincts took over. The ethereal image seated on the lotus platform surprisingly opened its mouth slightly, drawing the white light in. In the next moment Su Chengxian snapped back to his senses, cursing thrice in astonishment. "What just happened? What the heck, did you swallow? Or did I swallow it?" He glanced up again to find the bead that had struck him still spinning overhead, not being retracted. "What the hell is this treasure? Leaving it out after defeating an opponent? Aren't you afraid it'll be snatched away?" Ding. Host, you have a new task. Task content: swallow the demon core of the 6th rank golden-backed dragonfish. Task reward: refinement points *12, transformation pill formula *1. Is this a demon core? Su Chengxian was still in a haze, his mind not fully clear, but he grasped the most crucial piece of information. Without hesitation he opened his mouth, leaned forward and swallowed the demon core that had struck his head. A demon core, after all, was something he'd consumed before, a valuable treasure indeed. Simultaneously he stirred his blood energy and unleashed his innate magical ability, Qi. Devouring blood transformation. Upon devouring the 6th tier golden-backed dragonfish demon core, a complete refinement would grant him a boost of plus 389 to his spiritual realm and plus 355 to his physical realm. As he reached out and swallowed the demon core, his spiritual sense detected two stealthy figures creeping up behind the dragonfish. It was Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. These two fellows had finally arrived. Likely the noise from the battle between the dragonfish and himself had concealed their presence. Moreover, the two might have had some means of masking their tracks. Without his spiritual sense, they would have been hard to detect. Of course, the dragonfish seemed to sense something as the two drew near, but upon seeing its demon core swallowed, it was so startled that it forgot the oddity behind it. It paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Fool, do you know what that is? You dare to?" Su Chengxian couldn't be bothered to let it finish, directly opening his mouth and flicking his tongue like a snake. Thus he must act swiftly. Innate magical ability, bewitching screech. He hadn't forgotten how laborious it was to digest the demon core last time. Having spent 1,000,000 blood energy to enhance his innate ability, the refining process wasn't as overwhelming, though it still felt slightly hot at the start, warming his stomach, a sensation perfect for sleep, enhancing sleep quality. Into the mouth it went. That was a demon core, a demon core. The demon's energy entering his body would damage his meridians, flesh, spiritual platform, and sea of consciousness. How could someone be so foolish? Even beasts without intelligence wouldn't commit such a foolish act. Had his sea of consciousness been shattered by the demon core, plunging him into mad confusion, mistaking the demon core for a true treasure and thus swallowing it? Truly pathetic. The golden-backed dragonfish wanted to voice this, to mock the foolish flower snake before it, yet upon hearing Su's screech its heart was suddenly clouded and disoriented. Su Changxian didn't give it a chance to recover, letting out another screech. At the same time, he condensed his spiritual sense into a small sword, stab. Did you think only you could attack the spiritual platform and sea of consciousness? I can too. Zzzt. An almost inaudible sound perceptible only by sensing souls was heard by Su Chengxian alone. Thus, when the golden-backed dragonfish's spiritual platform was pierced, it didn't know what had transpired. Swoosh, swoosh, two water-evading snakes, one green and one white, unleashed their magic directly at its eyes. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, partnering in this tactic for who knows how many times, grasped the timing with impeccable precision. Splish, the water entwining the great white snake lost its supportive force and scattered away. Regaining her freedom, Shi Xiaotsui immediately surged forward, joining the encirclement to slay the golden-backed dragonfish. Su Chengxian's help wasn't necessary. Among the trio, Shi Xiaotsui had previously been a fourth-tier beast. After cultivation alongside them, she advanced to a fifth-tier beast, allowing her to survive the dragonfish's assault temporarily. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, though just a step away from the fifth tier, practiced cultivation techniques that were considered top tier in their respective paths. Their mastery over magical power, execution of combat skills, and keen perception of an enemy's weaknesses allowed each of their strikes to land with critical impact. This was the foundation of their confidence in achieving success in the upcoming arena. The gathered beasts were mostly above the fifth tier. After a few breaths, there was a splash. Su Changxian emerged from the water first. Soon after, the river surface stained with blood churned as Ling Xiao and his companions dragged the lifeless golden-backed dragonfish ashore. I need to sleep, Su Changxian hurriedly declared before anyone could speak further. I can't hold on any longer, I must sleep now. The warmth in my stomach feels so comforting, I just want to drift off every second I enjoy this wonderful sensation a second less. Then he curled up and closed his eyes. Congratulations to the host for completing the task, earning 12 refining points and a transformation pill formula. As per the host's previous instructions, the refining points will directly refine blood energy, enhancing combat power. Blood energy increased incrementally as he absorbed the demon core, now likely causing him some discomfort. Ling Xiao advised, don't wake him, let Xiaotsui keep watch while we fetch Mao Shurjiu and bring back the blue wolf and giant python. Ling Yunzi nodded in agreement. The battle concluded swiftly. Following their previous path, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi soon found Mao Shurjiu waiting at the original spot. The little demon was quite astonished to see them return so soon. Honored ones, how are you back so quickly? My brother who went to fetch the items hasn't even arrived yet. No rush, you wait here. We'll take these two back first, Ling Xiao replied. You know where to find us. My brother knows where to deliver the items. I can accompany you to help carry them, Mao Shurjiu offered. If you find it tiring, I can have my brothers assist in transporting them. No need, Ling Xiao declined, not wanting to linger longer than necessary. 2 ambushes in one day had taught her that this place was fraught with dangers. Ling Yunzi shared the same sentiment. Together with their snake family, they decided it was safest to stick together. They returned with the corpses of the blue wolf and the mountain climbing python. Not long after, a small demon arrived carrying a package. Inside were items retrieved from the sermon gathering, including the small black gold cauldron Ling Yunzi had set her sights on. Where was this stored? Ling Xiao inquired. At the sermon gathering with the Qingling wolf tribe stall, they help keep watch, Mao Shurjiu explained. Your brother takes the wolf fur and python blood there and they hand over the items. The guardian is a tiling dog capable of detecting the authenticity, Mao Shurjiu added. Ling Xiao nodded, thinking that the dog could likely discern not only the authenticity but also the life or death of the item's owner. It seemed the demons and greater demons here followed rules and respected them. Even if the item's owner died, they wouldn't be accused of seizing it wrongfully. Handing over the items to the victor showed a sense of propriety. Whether there was an underlying intention to incite beasts to fight among themselves was beyond her concern. This little demon is also your brother. Ling Xiao glanced at the monkey demon handing the items to Ling Yunzi. Cat 19 had a brother whom Ling Xiao and his companions had met before. That morning when they gave fish to the little demon, it ate some and called a brother to take the rest away. However, this was not the brother currently before them, but rather another cat demon. Just so you know, Cat 19 chuckled, I have 7 or 8 brothers who roam these parts with me. If you ever need anything, just say the word and we'll make sure you're satisfied. Very well, Ling Xiao responded. Are your sources reliable? Of course. With Ling Xiao and his companions focused on their cultivation, they hired this group of little demons to gather information. Whenever something of importance arose, Cat 19 would send a little demon from the mountain rat tribe to inform them. For the following days, they remained within the vicinity of the riverbank, for demonic beasts seeking to enhance their strength aside from diligently cultivating spiritual energy and moonlight consuming the flesh and demon cores of other beasts was a quick yet perilous method to boost their vitality. Though this method offered rapid gains in power, it was fraught with danger and potential long-term consequences. As night fell, eyes watched them from the river depths and shadows. Despite the presence of the blue wolf, the climbing python, and the dragonfish's corpse as deterrents, no creature dared to approach and attack, especially with the family of water-avoiding snakes staying together. Yet this served as a reminder that even in areas where fighting was strictly prohibited, the approach of the tournament made it far from safe. Around the spiritual veins abode, the air was filled with the anguished howls of beasts. The skirmishes and ambushes in the dark never ceased. Most beasts, particularly those from the peripheral mountains, lacked intelligence and easily fell into traps. Who knows how many will be left when the tournament begins? Ling Yunzi mused. Why lament? Ling Xiao snorted. There will always be victors to take the stage. Surely you don't worry about having no opponents. Didn't you witness such scenes when you first joined? Compared to these beasts, humans are far superior in both tactics and disposition. Within the sects, it's not uncommon for entire families to be wiped out just to ensure victory. Some children, from the moment they are chosen and granted the chance to cultivate, start targeting their peers under adult guidance. Ling Yunzi did not argue, knowing all too well that this was not exclusive to their sect. Even in the righteous sects, the fierce rivalry for benefits was no less intense. He, blessed with exceptional talent, had been shielded by his masters and seniors from such experiences, yet it had only stirred envy and scheming against him. Thinking of the faces of certain people, his mood soured instantly. Noticing Ling Yunzi's silence, Ling Xiao seemed puzzled. Why so quiet, little brother? I simply find it a waste of words, Ling Yunzi finally replied. Ling Yunzi closed his eyes. Ha, I see you have nothing to say, do you? Ling Xiao chuckled. It appears there are quite a few sordid affairs within the Xianmen. Why don't you tell me a few? Let me hear them. Ling Yunzi did not respond. Nearby, Qi Xiaotsui couldn't help but flick her snake tongue, thinking to herself that Xiao Qing and Xiao Bai were at it again, speaking in ways a snake couldn't comprehend. She glanced worriedly at her eldest child Xiaohua, who was still sound asleep. After the fierce battle with the golden-backed dragonfish, Xiaohua had sustained serious injuries and had been sleeping for several days without waking. How could he just sleep and not wake to eat? He needed to wake up to eat and then he could go back to sleep. Just sleeping and not eating would starve him to death. It turned out that Madame Shi Xiaotsui's concern was indeed necessary. The next day, Su Chengxian was roused by hunger. Without even opening his eyes, he shouted, "Food, food, quick, 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 pour it into my mouth." Xiao Qing, Xiao Bai, quickly bring some food to your big brother. If you're late by a second, I'll starve to death. What are you yelling for? You scared me. Ling Xiao, startled from her cultivation by the sudden shout, jumped up in anger and gave Su Chengxian a headbutt to the back of his head. The food is right next to you. Open your mouth and eat it yourself. You think I'll feed you? Dream on. The only people who ever enjoyed being fed by the Empress were either poisoned by her own hands or were two old fellows who received her final care before death. They died the next day after eating, so she can be said to have sent them off. Personally, if you don't mind, old ghost, I could also. Ouch. Su Chengxian, having no interest in listening further, had already lunged at the chunk of dragonfish meat and was devouring it vigorously. Chirp, chirp. King, king. The monkey sage hopped around him excitedly. King. Su Chengxian, amidst swallowing the meat, took a moment to express his confusion. Mao Shizhou explained that among the demon clan, followers referred to their masters as king. Ling Yunzi added that upon hearing this, the great sage called him king. The flower snake was king, while Ling Xiao and he were second king and little king. King, you're awake? Dai Dai peeked her head out from the river, looking over. King, are you all right? I'm fine, doing well, Su Chengxian replied, hastily swallowing another piece of dragonfish meat, anxious and hurried, just feeling hungry. As he spoke, he gulped down another 2 pieces of fish meat. For ease of swallowing, the golden-backed dragonfish had been sliced into sections weighing dozens of pounds each by Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi using their powers. After eating 4 or 5 sections, totaling nearly 200 pounds, he finally felt not so hungry anymore. Alive again, now let me taste some other meat. He twisted his body, crushing the swallowed fish meat, and shifted his attention to the wolf meat, taking a bite while glancing around. Where's the climbing python meat? Is there any left? None left, we ate it. Ling Xiao frowned. What, isn't this enough for you? As She spoke those words, her heart couldn't help but race wildly. Could it be that the damn flower snake's appetite had grown again? More than half of the golden-backed dragonfish and half of a gray wolf still weren't enough to fill him up. She scrutinized the flower snake's frame once more and indeed saw that his snake body had grown thicker by a circle, prompting her to mutter a silent curse. How could this creature grow so fast? Was he a water-avoiding snake or perhaps a Xian Shui black anaconda? The Xian Shui black anaconda belonged to the python tribe, known for being the largest species among pythons, which led Ling Xiao to suspect that Su Chengxian might have the bloodline of a black anaconda. There's enough to eat, but I just want to taste it, Su Chengxian chuckled and said. When it came to meals, he always liked having a variety of dishes to enrich the flavors and switch up the chopsticks. You're quite picky. Ling Xiao couldn't help but turn his head to observe him, saying, I'm starting to believe that you indeed lived in a powerful sect before. Such habits could only be cultivated in a strong and prosperous sect where one's status wasn't low. It wasn't about showing off intentionally but having reasonable expectations naturally. Probably he had been pampered and attended to since childhood, Ling Yunzi remarked. I never thought that even beast meat needed to be mixed. Luckily, there was enough to eat, otherwise preparing food would be all he and Ling Xiao would do. Within these days, the 6-level mountain climbing python was shared and eaten by them. Shi Xiaocui Dai Dai and Da Shang, the flower snake, had just eaten the nearly 7-level golden-backed dragonfish and some 5-level gray wolf meat. If it were low-level beast meat, he'd probably need to eat even more. Of course, in the future, hunting would focus on 5-level beasts as the standard, which wasn't impossible as long as the flower snake was willing to join them in hunting. Su Chengxian didn't explain further. Feeling that he had eaten enough, he slithered around a few times to adjust the position of the beast meat he had swallowed, then returned to his spot, coiling up and going back to sleep. The demon core of the golden-backed dragonfish hadn't been fully refined yet. He slept for several more days without waking up, until one day Mao Shizhou's brother Mouse Liebao came running to inform everyone, Honorable One, the Spirit Vein Caves arena is about to open. When Ling Xiao asked, Honorable One, tomorrow when the sun rises you'll need to head to the arena in front of the Spirit Vein Cave. It had been almost 10 days since the great demon that stirred the beast tide had died, and the demon general issued the order. Today was exactly the 10th day. Ling Yunzi said, time flies so fast. Early the next morning, Su Chengxian was awakened and informed that the arena would begin today. The first thing he said was this: he felt like he hadn't slept well enough, but there was no choice. To avoid being ogled like a big piece of juicy meat, it was best to achieve a good result in the upcoming arena. Go sleep in the Spirit Vein Cave. He was also grateful to have his Empress sister Dao Jun brother and a 5th-level beast mother by his side, allowing him to sleep without constantly being on guard. However, the sleep was still not entirely restful given the need to be cautious of high-level beasts coming to hunt them for experience. Every night the wails of beasts could be heard. What kind of heart could sleep soundly in such darkness? In the depths of the Lingmai Cave Mansion there is a demon general standing guard, and I've heard that the entrance is protected by a defensive formation. You can sleep soundly inside undisturbed for as long as you wish, Ling Xiao said, as long as you are confident enough to secure a cave mansion for yourself. What do you mean? Aren't you planning to seize a cave mansion? Su Chengxian inquired. We're aiming to settle in front of the Lingmai Cave Mansion, Ling Yunzi replied. Neither His Majesty nor I have advanced to the 5th rank yet. The demon cores from the Tsangling and the Pan Mountain Python were each used by the two of us, yielding significant progress in our cultivation over the past few days. Unfortunately, the time was too short, and we still haven't advanced to the 5th rank. Although our combat strength is certainly superior to that of most 5th-rank demon beasts, if we happen to encounter a particularly formidable one and there's only one Lingmai Cave Mansion allocated to 5th-rank demon beasts, we will have to settle for second best. I thought you were determined to win at all costs, Su Chengxian mused. What happened to the pride of the Empress and the Dao Lord? Cultivators have a sense of pride and should bravely compete, but when faced with insurmountable power, blindly pushing forward without reason will only ruin one's future, Ling Xiao said. I don't believe that fighting to the death for a cave mansion is a wise move. Of course, if the odds of winning a fight to the death are high, she wouldn't mind giving it a try. It all depends on the strength of the demon beasts participating in the contest this time. Sometimes hesitating too much can lead to missed opportunities, so let's head there early and adapt as needed, Ling Yunzi suggested. Indeed, Ling Xiao turned to Su Chengxian and said, Old ghost, go clean up the leftovers. We've already eaten, make sure you finish it all, otherwise who knows who will benefit from it. Su Chengxian ignored her and turned to eat. Despite the Empress's harsh words treating him as if he were cleaning up leftovers, the remaining dragonfish meat was actually left for him. In the morning, they had caught some first and second rank big fish from the river to eat. Being of the same serpent and python kind, eating the pan mountain python should be beneficial for their cultivation, so they ate it first to enhance their strength, but they saved the better dragonfish meat for him. Except for Madame Shishatsue, who was on the path of bloodline evolution, a golden-backed dragonfish is what he ate the most. The siblings were meticulous in their actions, so as the eldest brother, Su Chengxian, couldn't be lacking either. As he ate the fish, he thought to himself, just watch, I'll get a cave mansion for you. In this, he felt somewhat confident. A glance at the panel made him even more assured. Host, Su Chengxian species, water-avoiding snake, grade, 6th rank, requires 10 million blood energy to become a 7th rank demon beast. Blood energy, 753-0166. Physique realm, demon body realm, 3508/10,000. Divine soul realm, demon soul realm, 3797/10,000. Divine skills and combat techniques, divine skills. She devouring blood transformation, bewitching scream. Combat techniques, snake bite, snake constriction, refining points, 0/6. Eating demon beast meat can also increase blood energy. But refining low-rank demon beast meat yields too little blood energy for Chengxian. It's far more worthwhile to sleep and let the blood energy increase on its own than to fill the stomach just to avoid hunger. However, the meat of the dragonfish still provided him with a bit of vitality. Both his physical and spiritual realms were enhanced by consuming the dragonfish's demon core and the refinement points gained from completing tasks, each increasing by 600 or 700. He crossed 3,000 inch, moving towards 4,000. Not to mention his innate abilities improved significantly as a result, especially his beguiling wail and the little sword of his divine consciousness. Su Chengxian thought to himself, if push comes to shove, when I step into the ring, I'll transform into Rong Mama and stab stab stab. Are you finished eating? Ling Xiao called out, it's time to go. Coming, he replied, why are you rushing me? Can't a guy enjoy his meal without being hurried? Where's the ring, Your Excellency? The ring is just ahead, he was told. I know, where exactly is the ring, Your Excellency? The ring is just ahead. Su Chengxian looked at the open ground ahead, fell silent for a moment, blinked, seemingly seeing some markings on the ground, and unsurely asked, so the circles drawn on the ground are the ring? Yes, precisely, Your Excellency. This is a bit too careless, isn't it? Just drawing a few circles to make a ring? At least put up a fence or something. No wonder they great sage once drew a circle for Tang Sanzang, he mused, causing Ling Xiao, who was watching, to burst into laughter. She could probably guess what Su Chengxian was thinking. Other spirit mansions of the demon race might not have such a simple setup for their rings, but this was the northernmost edge of the northern wilderness mountain range spirit mansion. The conditions here were undoubtedly the poorest. Just by looking at the surrounding demon beasts, it was clear how remote this place was. Even when counting everyone ready to enter the ring, there were only around 70 or 80, dividing them into different ranks for battles. The whole thing could probably be wrapped up in a day. At the very front, there were barely 10 demon beasts. Ling Xiao even doubted whether there were any 9th-rank demon beasts present here. Of course, this number was the result of everyone's efforts. The initial number of arriving demon beasts was certainly more than this. Should we move forward? Su Chengxian asked. He noticed an open space up ahead right next to a big black bear sitting cross-legged, leaving a large area vacant. He thought squeezing through would give him a better view of the ring. Having traveled for nearly half a year, this was his first time witnessing such an event. Shouldn't he find a good spot? You go ahead, we can see from here. Ling Xiao glanced at him and said with an inexplicable tone, why the courtesy? Feeling shy, Su Chengxian understood. His sister was an empress after all, not fond of squeezing through crowds, which was understandable. So he nodded. All right, here's the plan. I'll go ahead and clear a path, find a good spot, and you all can join me there. The demon beasts were large, so as he squeezed through and plopped down on the ground, he wouldn't block anyone. He started to move forward, calling back to Shu Laibao, brother Shu, follow me. Did you bring the fruits I asked you to, Your Excellency? Yes, I did. The short Shu Laibao replied, trembling as he hugged a net bag filled with fruits, following closely behind him. The net bag, woven from vines, contained fruits picked by the little demons in advance, all cleaned and still glistening with water droplets. With his trembling, the droplets were falling to the ground. Good that you brought them. Su Chengxian focused on moving forward, didn't notice his abnormality. Soon he reached the front, plopped down on the ground, turned around and said, hey, brother Shu, where are you? Here. In a leap, Shu Laibao kept pace. Brother Shu, don't be nervous, I won't bite you, rest assured. When I open my mouth later, just toss a few fruits and got it? Yes, yes, understood. Shu Laibao was nearly scared out of his wits. The oppressive aura of the high-level demonic beasts around was terrifying enough to make a mouse faint. Were it not for the payment he received in his promise to serve by the side of Lord Flower Snake today, he would have fled long ago. Alright then, when it's my turn to go on stage, just wait here for me, I'll come back down to eat. Su Chengxian had it all figured out. These fruits of yours, you can replenish them, right? Yes, yes, we can. Shu Laibao quickly replied. Brother 19 and the others are still outside picking. We agreed that fruits could be exchanged for demonic beast meat, however much this big snake eats, they'll supply. That's good. Su Chengxian nodded in satisfaction and smacked his lips. The downside of being a snake was that he couldn't chew food to savor the flavors, let alone crack sunflower seeds. A pity, but oh well, life as a snake must have its regrets. Shu Laibao listened to his lament, his beady eyes blinking. He could sense that this esteemed one beside him truly wasn't afraid. Could it be that this lord was a high-level demonic beast? Only beasts of the 7th rank and above could be deemed high-level, so why didn't he unleash his aura to make other beasts clear the path instead of squeezing through himself? Not only was Shu Laibao puzzled, but the two brilliant minds behind him were also a bit bewildered. What exactly is Su Chengxian's power? Ling Xiao whispered in confusion. She thought Su Chengxian was joking when he said he would go forward, yet he charged ahead, plopped himself on the ground and stayed put. He really is staying put. Yes, he is indeed staying put. In Ling Yunzi's eyes there was a flicker of admiration. When a demonic beast advances, it senses changes in its own blood essence, thus knowing its rank. Between different ranks, a higher rank can judge the other's rank through their blood essence. A lower rank can only sense the blood aura's pressure from a higher rank, deducing their strength. This blood aura can't cause actual harm to lower-ranked beasts, but it can disturb their souls, instilling fear and prompting them to flee. During hunts, this aura is restrained. However, when unleashed, it serves to showcase the powerful beast's strength, intimidating potential rivals into backing down. Ling Yunzi speculated that it might be related to the contest rules. Both he and Ling Xiao instinctively chose not to contend, preferring to observe first. While part of this was to avoid confrontation and wait for an opportunity, they couldn't deny that the aura of the beasts in front also made their souls uneasy. Hence, they kept their distance, yet Su Chengxian casually lay there, right beside the imposing golden tiger at the forefront. Little white brother, do you think he's just pretending, or is his spiritual solidity genuinely far superior to ours? Ling Xiao squinted her eyes. In her gaze, the fat flower snake was not only lying there but also craning its neck, trying to strike up a conversation with the golden tiger beside it. When the tiger ignored him, he turned his head to say something to the black moon bear behind him. Neither of the beasts paid him any mind, yet he didn't give up. Stretching his neck further, he finally chatted up the two green spirit wolves. Is he relying on his long neck? That's not all. He circled past the wolves and started talking to a big white ape. How come we never noticed that this guy talks so much? Doesn't he see who he's trying to chat with? Haven't you noticed? Ling Yunzi whispered. The flower snake talks whenever he's not asleep. Ling Xiao thought for a moment, and it seemed true. She pondered and asked, do you think that guy might not know why the beasts up ahead are exuding such a presence? The blood fiend's presence can scare away beasts without enlightenment and those with intelligence, because the former have an instinct to sense danger and the latter understand its significance. Only those with limited intelligence suppress their instincts out of curiosity and approach to take a look. Although Su Chengxian, Ling Yunzi paused suspiciously for a moment but continued, he's not that bad, but then again they're all from the same nest of snakes. They're just a bit shy of advancing to the 5th tier. The flower snake is indeed stronger than them, but it shouldn't be strong enough to enter the ranks of high-tier beasts. The golden tiger should be at the 8th tier. The black moon bear is even stronger, though it's unclear if it has reached the 9th tier. Su Chengxian sits with them, even poking at their necks with his tail. This guy. Oh no, he's looking back at us. Ling Xiao quickly turned her head away, certain that he wanted them to join him. She wouldn't go, it was too embarrassing. The foolish behavior of the flower snake seemed like a brain disorder. Ling Yunzi also quickly looked down, avoiding eye contact with Su Chengxian. Even Shi Xiaotsui felt it was best not to respond to her eldest at this moment and lowered her head as well. Huh? Su Chengxian turned around and, seeing his family looking away, was about to call out when a tiger roar came from the small hill ahead. Roar, General Yu has arrived. General Yu landed on the stone chair atop the small hill, and with a glance downward he frowned. The number of beasts participating in the arena at his spiritual mansion this year was actually 10% less than previous years. However, when his eyes fell on the golden tiger and black moon bear, a better expression crossed his face and a smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. Then he noticed a flower snake beside the black moon bear. Oh, this flower snake is interesting, a 6th tier beast. The blood aura is indeed 6th tier, though it falls short of advancing to the 7th tier, yet it can remain calm among a group of high tier beasts, suggesting it has something to rely on. Moreover, it appears to be quite young, a water avoiding snake perhaps. General Yu's eyes flickered. The last water avoiding snake that left his domain had become a beast marquis. Unfortunately, when that one was training here, he had not yet become a beast general. If only a demon marquis emerged from our spiritual abode, we wouldn't have to remain as mere demon generals in this desolate land. Within the northern wasteland mountains, there are countless avoid water snakes numbering in the millions. This striped snake is certainly not a descendant of that demon marquis, otherwise it wouldn't have come here. However, if this little snake has the chance to cultivate and become a great demon, finding a way to send it to the royal city would surely please the Marquis of Avoidwater, having a fellow kin among his subordinates. It would also provide an ear to the happenings in the royal city. Should this young one be fortunate, he might lend me a hand in the future, but it's too early to say. We'll see how things unfold. General Yu waved his hand and said, Lang Cheng, who shall you go and make the arrangements? Yes, yes. The two great demons Lang Cheng and Hu Shao received the order and leaped down from the low mountain. Just as they landed before the beasts and were about to act, General Yu, still seated on the stone chair, chuckled lightly and said, That black moon bear and you golden light tiger, why not show your true skills for me to see? I have 2 superior grade caves ready for 9th grade beasts to inhabit. As soon as these words were spoken, the beast crowd became restless. Superior grade caves, 9th grade beasts. Are there openings for superior grade caves here? Is there a 9th grade beast among us? What is a superior grade cave? Su Changxian, adhering to the principle of asking when in doubt, leaned down and quietly asked Shu Laibao. This question almost made Shu Laibao forget its fear, tightening its grip on the net pouch and saying, Respected one, the caves on the spiritual veins are categorized into superior, middle and inferior grades. This grading is based on the highest quality of spirit stones that can be extracted. As the name suggests, superior grade caves can yield superior grade spirit stones. Therefore, the spiritual energy within them is more abundant and rich. Moreover, the spirit stones excavated by the beasts, apart from the monthly quota that must be submitted, can be kept for personal use. Excavating spirit stones, submitting quotas. Su Chengxian blinked, realizing that these caves weren't free to live in, they required paying rent. Upon hearing this, even the black moon bear, which had previously ignored him, couldn't help but rumble. You striped snake, speak in such an odd manner. It was the first time it heard spirit stone submission referred to as rent. Hey, brother bear, you can talk, Su Chengxian laughed. Humph, the black moon bear rolled its eyes at him. As a dignified 9th grade beast, how could it not speak? It just couldn't be bothered with this small reckless striped snake. Yue Alang, what do you say about this superior grade cave? The golden light tiger, seated slightly lower than the black moon bear, spoke. Its massive body was covered in golden fur that seemed to glow in the sunlight. The king character on its forehead was as dark as ink, with a faint, flowing glimmer. Of course, the bear family wants one, the black moon bear said, stepping forward. Thud thud, thump, thump. As footsteps echoed forward, a thin layer of black demonic aura swirled around, and with a surge of its bear-like power, the already massive figure of the black moon bear seemed to grow even larger with every step. My goodness, Su Chengxian watched in awe as the black moon bear fully revealed its strength, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had always considered himself to be of a considerable size, but compared to this giant bear that resembled a black demon god, he was like an ant next to a mountain. It might even wrap around someone's neck as a scarf if it wished, and the size would probably be just right. Meanwhile, seeing the black moon bears move, the golden light tiger also stood up, taking a step forward, revealing its full form. A golden-furred tiger, no less imposing than the massive bear, stood before everyone. Where the dragon moves, clouds follow. Where the tiger walks, wind rises. As the golden light tiger moved, a gust of wind suddenly swept up, stirring the demonic aura surrounding both beasts, forming a black mist. Black Moon Bear Clan's Yue Lang greets General Yu, said the towering black moon bear, taller than a small mountain, bowing its massive head towards General Yu seated on the stone chair. Golden Light Tiger Clan's Li Xiaomao greets General Yu. The Golden Light Tiger also lowered its head towards General Yu. Ha! Su Changxian, who had been taken aback, couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing that the golden light tiger was named Li Xiaomao. Fortunately, he caught himself in time and stifled further laughter, but it was enough to draw the attention of the two great demons. Su Changxian quickly turned his head, trying to pretend that someone else was laughing while he was just looking around. To his surprise, he realized there were no other beasts around. The area was completely empty with only him alone snake coiled up there. The other beasts had already retreated several meters away, pushed back by the ominous aura and bloodthirstiness emanating from the black moon bear and golden light tiger. Oh no, Su Changxian thought to himself, realizing he might have gone too far. He silently cursed Mouse Libao for not being loyal and running away without warning him, but it was useless to dwell on that now, so he swiftly turned and flicked his tail, slithering with a slick motion into the crowd of beasts behind him. He thought to himself that surely the two great demons wouldn't come after him just for a chuckle. Indeed, as he wormed his way to the back of the crowd and looked back, the attention of the great demons had already shifted away from him. Phew! Lucky for me, I reacted quickly. Su Changxian sighed in relief. Had enough of showing off. Ling Xiao appeared beside him, smirking. Why not reveal your true skills and claim one of the superior caves? Your Majesty, are you kidding? I'm just a 6th grade, Su Changxian grumbled, lying down. Besides, didn't you hear General Yu say there are only 2 superior caves? His earlier fright had left him feeling a bit lightheaded. Did you go up there because you noticed something? Ling Yunzi inquired. No, I was purely there for the spectacle, Su Changxian admitted. His senses had indeed detected unusual fluctuations of demonic energy from the bear and tiger, and he had a faint intention of observing them under the guise of enjoying the show. But the excitement of the spectacle was his true motivation. Additionally, his curiosity about high-level beasts drew him closer to them. In the arena before the spirit mansion of the demon generals, these high-level beasts dared not act recklessly, so while his actions seemed risky, there was actually no danger at all. On the contrary, it allowed him to probe the strength of the high-level beasts. Your Excellency. At this moment, Mouse Libao somehow snuck over. Su Changxian saw it and immediately opened his jaws wide. Your Excellency, here it is. The mouse spirit was momentarily stunned but immediately pulled out a fruit and tossed it with a flourish. This move had been rehearsed in its mind several times, so when it saw the snake's mouth, it instinctively threw the fruit. Your Excellency, is it sweet? Slightly sweeter than my snake gall, which is bitter, Su Changxian sighed, but only a bit sweeter than my past life's fate. Ling Xiao mused. Ling Yunzi, why does this sound so morbid? Silence, step forward in order. A voice came from the front. It was the great demon Wolf Chang. The demonic beasts were then divided into 4 groups, the 4th and 5th tiers in one and the 6th, 7th and 8th tiers each in their own group. She shouts away. Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao were grouped together. When it came to Su Changxian, Wolf Chang hesitated for a moment but ultimately placed him in the 7th tier. Commander, I am. Su Changxian intended to say he was a 6th tier, but before he could speak, the large white ape who had spoken to him earlier pinched his tail, making him pause. What is it? Wolf Chang glanced at him. Nothing. The white ape likely had some connection to General Yu. Whether it was the great demon Wolf Chang or General Yu, though they appeared in human forms, they retained some features of their original beast forms. No demonic beast would mistake them for lesser demons. The most apparent distinction between a great demon and a lesser demon is the oppressive aura created by their demonic energy. This demonic aura is unique to high-ranking demon clan members and is an expression of their power. Each great demon's aura is distinct, though there may be similarities within bloodlines. Ling Xiao, with her lower cultivation level, couldn't confirm this last point. Her conclusion was based on the physical resemblance between the white ape and General Yu. Even if they weren't related, being of the same species might foster some camaraderie potentially useful in the future. As Ling Yunzi noted, unlike humans, demons do not prioritize familial bloodlines, but high-ranking individuals still need to gather their own power and secure resources for cultivation. Those of the same bloodline have a natural bond. The reason they discussed the white ape was of course because they had observed Su Changxian abandon his defense due to its intervention. Is that good or bad? Ling Xiao wondered. We'll soon find out, Ling Yunzi replied. As the great demon Wolf Chang was about to announce the rules for the competition, Su Changxian had been deemed capable of contending with the 7th tier, and much would depend on whether the rules of the competition favored him. Each group would face off in pairs. The winners would advance to the next round, while the losers would be eliminated. The 4th and 5th tiers would compete for 6th lower grade Spiritual residences, the 6th tier beasts for 3 lower middle grade spiritual residences, the 7th tier beasts for 3 middle grade spiritual residences, and the 8th tier beasts for 4 upper middle grade spiritual residences. The first 3 days were reserved for battles within the same tier, while the last 2 days allowed for cross-tier challenges. Additionally, each beast had 2 opportunities to step onto the arena. Winning a match would grant them the right to reside near a spiritual veins dwelling. In other words, the defeated beasts have 2 more chances to challenge the winners. For the first 3 days, they can only challenge within the same rank. On the last 2 days, they can challenge higher or lower ranks. After reading the rules, Lang Cheng and Hu Shao took out 8 drawing tubes and handed them to the 8 small demons beside them. Previously, each beast was given a stick when they were divided into groups. Now, the small demons shook the tubes, and soon the order of entering the arena was decided by the fallen sticks. Only the victorious beast stick would remain in the tube. There are 5 beasts in the 8th rank competing for 4 spots, which means one might have to compete again in the following 2 days. The 4th and 5th rank beasts are the majority, with Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi Xiaocui placed towards the end. Su Changxian wasn't among the first to enter the arena either, so the snake family gathered for a quick meeting. Including you, there are 9 beasts in the 7th rank, there are 17 in the 6th rank, the rest are 4th and 5th ranks, totaling 47. It seems that the white ape trying to dissuade you might not have been out of kindness. Ling Xiao turned to Su Changxian and said, "How so?" Su Changxian asked. "Among the 7th rank group, you are clearly the weakest and might become a target for defeated beasts," Ling Yunzi remarked. "It's not just you. Any winner showing weakness or serious injury on the stage could become a target," Ling Xiao said solemnly. "Therefore you must not only win but win quickly while preserving yourself as much as possible." Picking the softest fruit to squeeze? Su Changxian was puzzled. Can they really do that? Why not? If a beast's intelligence has a hint of human cunning and they take advantage of it, the demon clan would be pleased to see it. Everyone knows that relying solely on cunning won't get you far in cultivation, but in this arena strength is still respected. No matter how sly you are, you have to honestly step onto the stage and fight fairly. Even if you see an opportunity in your opponent, you still need the strength to win. Moreover, how do you know the beasts on stage aren't playing tricks, deliberately showing weaknesses? Many beasts see the arena as a hunting ground. It's not impossible for a strong one to deliberately lure defeated beasts into a challenge, then seize the opportunity to hunt. That's why having 2 chances doesn't necessarily mean you can step onto the stage again. Xiaocui only needs to win 1 match, Ling Yunzi said, after which if a beast challenges, she can avoid the fight. Xiao Bai, and I will act accordingly, Ling Xiao added. Winning a lower grade spiritual mansion doesn't hold much meaning. Upon saying this, they looked at Su Changxian. How confident are you in winning a lower mid-grade spiritual mansion? What do you mean? Su Changxian didn't understand. Aren't I competing for a mid-grade spiritual mansion? If I remember correctly, you're in the 7th rank group. 7th rank beasts compete for 3 mid-grade spiritual mansions. Instead of getting defeated and injured, why not aim for something else? How do I aim for something else? Surrender as soon as you get on stage, conserve your energy for the last 2 days, and challenge the 3rd place in the 6th rank. No, Su Changxian refused. Although I only know the difference between lower mid and upper grade spiritual mansions and not why they're further divided into top, middle, and lower levels, it's obvious that mid grade is better than lower grade. Why give up? Are you confident in ranking in the top 3 among the 7th rank? Ling Xiao asked. And are you confident in defeating the 8th rank? The purpose of the Great White Ape was likely to have Su Changxian secure a position for it, or at the very least to create some trouble in the scramble for the 7th rank. It was paving the way for its own retreat. Should it fare poorly in the 8th rank battle, it could then turn to contesting the 7th rank. Don't think too poorly of the Great White Ape, nor consider me to be so foolish, alright? Su Changxian chuckled. Whether that creature had good intentions or not is beside the point. The final decision was mine alone. If I didn't perceive some benefit in it, not only would I resist any attempt to muzzle me, but I could find a way to speak out even if someone tried to hold my tail. Having resolved to compete for the 7th rank, it was because I had confidence. From the beginning until now, Su Changxian had remained relaxed. Only he knew that his current strength, in terms of both spiritual and physical power, had more than doubled since he had slain the 6th rank mountain-shaking boar. Moreover, the potency of his mind-bewitching abilities and the intensity of his spiritual awareness had also improved significantly. Don't talk about middle-grade spiritual palaces. Can't you have a little faith in me, your big brother? Su Chengxian playfully flicked his tail. Even for a high-grade spiritual palace I might still have a chance. You've never even fought a 7th-rank demon beast, Ling Xiao calmly countered. What's with the big talk here? I haven't fought 7th or 8th ranks, but that doesn't mean I'm ignorant of their powers, Su Chengxian replied with a knowing smile. Ling Yunzi's vertical pupils narrowed slightly. You ventured ahead earlier, clearly with ulterior motives. You've tested them, haven't you? Ling Xiao quickly caught on, and mostly to watch the fun, but I did observe the opponents as well. Do you think I'd be stupid enough to run to the front and play the fool for no reason? Have you heard the saying, know your enemy and yourself and you will never be defeated? Actually, playing the fool is quite enjoyable. Did you intend to take on 8th rank beasts from the start? Not really, Su Chengxian shook his head. His idea was simple: to find the most comfortable environment possible to sleep. The richer the spiritual energy, the better the sleep. Spiritual palaces likely vary in quality, so logically, the more powerful the beast, the easier it would be to obtain a good spiritual palace. If there was a chance, Su Chengxian certainly wanted to compete, but primarily he was comparing and measuring based on his current strength. With 6th rank beasts no longer serving as a reference, his target shifted to the 7th rank beasts. However, after probing with his spiritual sense, he discovered that the 7th rank beasts present had power fluctuations, physical strength, and spiritual states similar to that of the 6th rank golden-backed dragonfish. I suspect the golden-backed dragonfish was eager to devour Xiao Chui to break through to the 7th rank and join the fight for a middle-grade spiritual palace. Then I wondered if, having swallowed the dragonfish's demon core, I might have the capability to challenge 8th grade beasts, so I boldly pushed to the front and used my spiritual sense to sweep the 8th and suspected 9th grades. So you're not relying on a long neck, but on the solidity of your spiritual state far exceeding others. What? Nothing. Ling Xiao shifted the topic. Why do you think the white ape has good intentions? It is indeed powerful. Su Chengxian didn't press further, knowing it was the strongest among the 8th rank. Not only was it formidable, but it also possessed the bloodline's divine abilities. There was no need to leave any room for retreat. Of course, the fact that he could read the opponent's thoughts was something he decided not to share with his sister, the Empress. So how confident are you in facing an 8th rank opponent? Ling Xiao asked again. That mainly depends. Su Chengxian began, but before he could finish, a small demon announced loudly, 7th rank Su Chengxian to the ring. I'm on my way. Su Chengxian turned, his body twisting as his tail flicked, launching himself straight towards the arena, the fighting circle. Xiao Qing, that guy seems really confident. Ling Yunzi couldn't help but comment, watching his eager figure. If his soul force is truly strong enough to assess the strength of an 8th rank beast, then he indeed has a chance to defeat a 7th rank opponent. Ling Xiao said softly. Soul force? For beasts, what significance does soul force hold? The physical strength and blood energy of low-rank beasts form the basis of their power. As they advanced, they adopted spiritual energy and moonlight through their blood and evil energy, refining their spirit. See, as their souls were nourished, they shed ignorance and awakened their intelligence, beginning to condense into a divine soul. High-rank beasts condense demon cores, certainly also forming divine soul apparitions. However, having a divine soul apparition does not necessarily equate to possessing soul force. To elevate spirit consciousness, one must raise a spiritual platform within the spirit sea where the divine soul apparition can sit peacefully. Only then can one condense spiritual awareness. Having spiritual awareness is the first step to wielding any soul force. Even 9th rank beasts may not achieve this. The golden light tiger and black moon bear certainly do not possess spiritual awareness, Ling Yunzi explained. In the cultivation world, probing with spiritual awareness is considered a highly offensive act, almost akin to declaring war. If they possess spiritual awareness, they wouldn't remain unresponsive to Su Chengxian's probing. In other words, Su Chengxian could act so brazenly because he didn't sense any spiritual awareness fluctuations from other beasts. Spiritual awareness is one of the critical defensive measures for cultivators. Once awakened, it surrounds the user, warding off potential attacks. Unless deliberately concealed, there is always mutual perception among them. Why is his soul force so strong? Ling Xiao wondered aloud. Perhaps it's related to his innate divine abilities. Ling Yunzi considered a possibility. In previous battles they had coordinated several times. Su Chengxian's screams carried a power that could bewilder the soul, a divine ability derived from his soul force. At that moment a piercing screech caught the attention of all the beasts. both individuals turned their gaze towards the source of the cry. It was a battle of 8th rank beasts. One of the contenders in the arena was the mighty white ape Su Chengxian had claimed to be the strongest of the 8th rank. It was currently locked in combat with a gray eagle. The gray eagle spread its wings wide, clawing at the white ape's face. The white ape dodged nimbly, and as the eagle missed its mark and was about to ascend and attack again, a thud resounded. The white ape leaped fiercely, seizing the gray eagle's claws, its arms vibrating with demonic power surging wildly. With a swift and powerful motion, the long arms swung apart fiercely on either side to death. In the same instant, the body twisted and the hind legs kicked towards the eagle's abdomen. Bang! A piercing screech filled the air, followed by a downpour of blood that drenched the white ape's body, staining its snowy fur with a crimson hue. Death! The white ape's hindclaws pierced through the eagle's body, and from its chest, torn open by demonic power, it extracted a dimly glowing demon core. Gripping the demon core, it hoisted the eagle's lifeless body and strode out of the arena. It was too fast. The eagle's death came too swiftly. It didn't even have the chance to concede defeat. On the arena, uttering the words "I concede" prevents further lethal attacks. This rule was established by the great demons Lang Qing and Hu Shao, and by General Yu, who remained idly on the low mountain to avoid unnecessary casualties. Yet the brutal demise could not be prevented due to the nature of beastly combat, where the skills and techniques employed are meant for killing prey with a single deadly strike. Especially when there is an obvious disparity in strength, the outcome of one side being slaughtered is almost inevitable. Witnessing this scene, Ling Zhao's first thought was, Su Chengxian, that fellow might really have a chance to compete for one of the upper middle tier spirit palaces. There were already few 8th grade beasts to begin with, and now another one had fallen. If another were to die, one of the 4 upper middle tier spirit palaces would become vacant. The top 3 of the 7th grade would likely have a chance to compete. The question was whether Su Chengxian could make it into the top 3. Regardless, he wouldn't have to worry about being targeted by an 8th grade beast as an easy target. Just as Ling Xiao was about to shift his gaze back to Su Chengxian, he heard a voice. 5th grade water-avoiding snake Xixiaocui. Xixiaocui's name came from the mouth of a small demon beside the arena where the 4th and 5th grade matches were being held. Quickly turning his head, he saw his mother in this life, the great white snake, nervously flicking her tongue. It's okay, do your best. If you can't win, just concede, Ling Yunzi advised. It's fine, losing is no big deal. That's right, we're here for you, Ling Xiao added. The strength gap between lower grade beasts was so small that combat was the only way to determine superiority. Otherwise, Su Chengxian could evaluate the combat power of these 4th and 5th grade beasts and help Xixiaocui avoid those she couldn't defeat. The line between the 4th and 5th grades wasn't distinct, and the only way to know each beast's combat capability was through battle. That's why beasts of both grades were put together to compete for the spirit palaces. If you meet a strong opponent, just concede, Ling Xiao advised. 5th grade Xixiaocui had only just condensed her demon core and hadn't yet refined a demon pill. Her demon power was limited and her combat skills were average, so ranking high in combat power might be challenging. I won't lose, Xixiaocui declared confidently. I'm good at hunting, how could I lose the first match? With those words, she turned and dashed towards the arena. When he was at the 4th tier, he dared to steal the eggs of a 5th tier serpent bird. Now that he's at the 5th tier, can he easily admit defeat? This figure bears quite a resemblance to Su Chengxian. No wonder they're mother and son. Su Chengxian, Ling Xiao suddenly remembered and turned his attention to Su Chengxian's battle situation. However, Ling Yunzi was a step ahead of her, so the two of them, one after the other, witnessed the large fat snake on the stage with its mouth wide open. Ugh, what is he doing? Clearly he was dry heaving. What happened? He just swallowed his opponent's monster core, the core of a 7th tier cloud-stepping deer. Ugh, Su Chengxian's mouth was agape. Damn it, it's over. That was the core of a 7th grade monster beast, a 7th grade monster beast's core. At this time, there was still half of the 6th tier goldenback dragonfish's core in his stomach, not fully refined. The supernatural ability of his devouring talent isn't all powerful, it can't transform everything. Even if it can, it doesn't mean it can be completely refined in an instant. It takes time. Moreover, the body's capacity is limited. It's like, in theory, a person can eat many pigs in a lifetime, but they certainly can't eat a whole pig at once. Right now, Su Chengxian is like someone who suddenly swallowed an entire pig. He might burst. He couldn't help but regret it deeply. What does it mean when your mouth is faster than your brain? Just now was exactly that. As soon as he entered the arena, a task reminder from the system rang in his mind. Ding, the host has a new task. Task content: defeat the 7th tier monster beast cloud stepping deer. Task reward: refinement points *12 shape-shifting grass *3 at the same time a tall and robust deer jumped over from the opposite side. The antlers on its head were unusually thick, spiraling upwards with tips sharp as blades pointing forward. Its eyes were raised, carrying a peculiar arrogance and malevolence, causing annoyance. Its hooves pounded the ground with a resounding thud. This should be the 7th tier cloud stepping deer. Su Changxian roused his blood energy vigilant while calculating whether to strike first and seize the initiative, but he worried that directly using his innate skills or spiritual sense might prematurely reveal his trump card. Perhaps it was better to exchange a few moves first, then seize the opportunity to entangle and attack. He was pondering this when the cloud-stepping deer made its move. Moo! From its mouth and nose spewed a ghostly white monster fog, followed by the discharge of a luminous pearl that transformed into a white light striking towards Su Changxian's head. Su Changxian was startled. Meanwhile, the system's prompt hadn't stopped. Ding! The host has a new series of tasks. Task content: defeat the opponent to compete for a medium-grade spiritual mansion. Task reward: refinement points *10. Shape-shifting grass *4. For each opponent defeated, gain refinement points *4. For each monster core swallowed, gain refinement points *4. Swallow a monster core, swallow a. Then he opened his mouth and swallowed a monster core. He craned his neck, leaned forward and swallowed it. The angle and execution were so swift and perfect, even the cloud-stepping deer was dumbfounded by his heroic demeanor. Ugh! Su Changxian's first reaction after regaining his senses was to expel the monster core. As the snake writhed and twisted its body, it desperately tried to regurgitate the demon core it had swallowed, yet to its dismay the core sank deeper within. Damn it! Su Changxian cursed aloud. What kind of problem do you demon beasts have? Why do you all love to strike with your cores? Haven't you considered that a snake might accidentally swallow it? A mocking sound akin to laughter came from the cloud-stepping deer, who then tossed its head back in laughter. Ha, you actually swallowed my demon core? I've never seen such a foolish snake. Its laugh rang so loud that it drew the attention of numerous other beasts, even the 2 great demons in general. You from the nearby hill cast a glance over. Doesn't he know that swallowing another's demon core would lead to an explosive death? Before that happens, his soul would likely dissipate. Without any demon power, he surely hasn't formed a core of his own. And why would a 6th level beast be grouped with the 7th level ones? Could it be? The great demon Lang Qing overheard these words and couldn't help but glance at the speaking beast, letting out a soft snort. Only a fool would trouble a newly arrived water snake. It's not even considered part of the demon tribe, and there's no need to kill it so blatantly in front of the demon generals. Tiger Roar sneered, understanding Lang Qing's motive. It was clear that Lang Qing had noticed General Yu's gaze linger momentarily on the flower-patterned snake, thinking of the legend of Shanglong Ridge and the water-avoiding marquis of the royal city. He was trying to curry favor rather than plot harm. Why curry favor and not plot harm? Because they were well aware of the death toll in the annual arena battles. Given the flower snake's robust body and solid spirit, it was stronger than the average 7th level beast even without demon power. Moreover, it likely possessed innate supernatural abilities from its bloodline and was skilled in combat techniques. Another demonic aura lingered on its body, indicating a recent battle with another beast. The outcome was clear: it must have won. With such strength, it could even contend with 8th level beasts. Ranking among the top 3 of the 7th level wouldn't be too hard. However, the cunning wolf spirit hadn't expected that the flower snake would make a grave mistake as soon as it entered the arena. It swallowed another's demon core. What are you snickering at, big cat? The flower snake's spirit might withstand the demon power. Lang Qing transmitted his thoughts to Tiger Roar. Unable to hold back, ha, little green dog, when will you fix that stubborn mouth of yours? Tiger Roar retorted sarcastically. Even if its spirit can withstand the demon power, can its bodily organs endure the core's force? Humph, let's just wait and see, Lang Qing replied, though internally he was also lamenting. Was the fat flower snake out of its mind? The cloud-stepping deer used its demon core right off to preserve its strength, not wanting to engage in a prolonged battle and risk injury. In this tale, the deer, lacking any divine insight, underestimated the flower snake whose soul had solidified. Observing that it possessed no demonic power, the deer assumed that the snake's soul was its weak point. It also deduced that the snake lacked a demon core, thus launching the first attack. In battles where demon cores are used as weapons, the greatest fear is that the opponent will counter with their own core, leading to mutual destruction. To the deer's surprise, the flower snake opened its mouth and swallowed the core whole. The snake's ability to easily catch a swiftly approaching demon core indicated an unusual reaction speed. However, swallowing the core was undeniably a grave mistake. That flower snake is doomed, someone shouted, echoing the sentiments of the other observing beasts. The battles between 4th and 5th tier beasts were not much of a spectacle. The 8th tier battles were too dangerous to approach, leaving only the results to be seen. Thus most beasts and the smaller demons eager for entertainment gathered around the 6th and 7th tier arenas. With a mishap in the 7th tier arena, it drew even more attention. In other words, more spectators were eager to see Su Chengxian meet a grisly fate. It was common to see beasts beaten or maimed, but none had witnessed the foolishness of swallowing a demon core and exploding. This spectacle was as novel as it was entertaining. Stupid flower snake, Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse, playing dumb. Now it's going to die from its own stupidity. He won't die so easily, Ling Yunzi responded. I know, I just can't help but curse. They had all seen Su Chengxian swallow demon cores before, and even the golden-backed dragonfish, a beast on the brink of advancing to the 7th tier, had managed without issue. Surely this time would be no different, right? Not so certain, Su Chengxian muttered. While he might not die immediately thanks to his innate ability to devour and transform energy, the demon core wouldn't simply cause him to explode. However, its continuous release of demonic power, if not promptly refined, would eventually reach a limit he couldn't bear. Both the body's endurance and the advancement of innate abilities depend on the elevation of one's soul and physical realm. I need to refine it quickly, Su Chengxian concluded swiftly. Without hesitation, he lunged at the cloud-stepping deer, which had been waiting for his demise and thus hadn't attacked again. Sorry, little deer, since I've eaten your demon core, to make amends, why don't I eat you as well? He taunted. Humph. Trying to struggle in vain, I won't give you the chance. The cloud-stepping deer sneered as Su Chengxian charged. Knowing his opponent was doomed, it considered engaging further to be foolish. With a heavy step, it leaped gracefully over Su Chengxian's head, turning to reveal a mocking smile. Foolish flower snake, do you not understand the meaning of cloud stepping in our name? Our clan is renowned for its speed. Running at full speed, evading a mere water snake is child's play. This isn't the water. Yet in the next instant, the deer's smile froze. Whoosh, bang! A thick snake tail slammed directly into its face. With absolute force, the tail shattered the thin protective demonic aura around the deer's head, striking it squarely. Moo! The cloud-stepping deer cried in pain, retaliating with its antlers, but once again it was too slow. In the moment when the creature swung its head, Su Chengxian had already anticipated its move. The entire serpentine body lunged forward, flicking its tongue and emitting a hissing cry. It was the innate divine ability. Bewitching hiss. General Yu on the low hill turned his gaze once more towards the 7th tier arena because of this hiss. He took a good look at Su Chengxian, who was fiercely battling, and murmured, an innate divine ability targeting the soul. Interesting, very interesting. The two great demons Lang Qing and Hu Xiao, who were closer, did not feel anything special from the snake's cry. Clearly, their consciousness hadn't detected anything unusual. This was not because Su Chengxian's innate divine ability wasn't aimed at them, but it highlighted the difference in soul strength between demon generals and great demons. Thud, thud, the targeted cloud-stepping deer didn't even realize what kind of attack it had suffered. It merely felt a sudden dizziness in its head and stumbled, nearly falling. In that instant, the wide-open serpent's mouth clamped fiercely onto its neck, a deer laughing. That's absurd, so ugly, I bite. The cloud-stepping deer was fast, but Su Chengxian was even faster. He was in a desperate rush as his life depended on it. If he didn't act quickly, he might truly perish. Driven by the urgency of the crisis, he unleashed all his potential. Innate combat skill, constrict, innate combat skill, serpent bite. These battle techniques, practiced countless times in his dreams, were executed in this critical moment faster than Su Chengxian himself had anticipated. Coupled with the coordination and foresight from his consciousness, he naturally ensnared the cloud-stepping deer, completing more than half of the battle to slay his opponent. The remaining half would be swiftly concluded. With the deer's unfortunate cooperation, having lost its demon core and being tightly constricted with its vital point bitten, the cloud-stepping deer had almost no hope of survival, unless it cried out to admit defeat. However, as the flower snake's sharp teeth pierced its neck and severed its throat, the blood sprayed forth, blocking its windpipe, cutting off any chance of calling for help. At this moment, Su Chengxian was more practiced and ruthless than he had been in previous uses of this move. His strength and physique had grown significantly, even using the method of constricting and forcing the beast's blood to flow into his mouth to hasten the demise of this 7th-tier demon beast. So it wasn't long before the cloud-stepping deer collapsed lifelessly. The system's notification sounded at that moment. Congratulations to the host for defeating the 7th-tier demon beast cloud-stepping deer and receiving rewards. Refinement points *12 shape-shifting grass *3. Congratulations to the host for swallowing a demon. Core receiving refinement points *4. Congratulations to the host for defeating an opponent, receiving refinement points *4. System, use all refinement points to enhance my realm. Su Chengxian silently commanded almost immediately. Understood. The system will evenly distribute refinement points for enhancing the host's physical and soul realms. Note: Su Chengxian had his own thoughts. As long as there were no issues, he wanted to maintain his current state where his spiritual realm was more advanced than his physical realm. This higher spiritual realm made it easier for him to control his body, allowing him to execute battle techniques more smoothly and effortlessly. Once Su Chengxian confirmed the death of the treading cloud deer and ensured it could no longer drain beast blood, he finally stretched his body and climbed off its carcass. He lifted his head and signaled to a nearby minor demon. Yes, sir. The minor demon quickly responded, exclaiming, in the 7th-tier arena, Su Chengxian is victorious. Then it asked, Sir, would you like to continue participating in the arena? Of course, Su Chengxian replied, though he found it odd why this question was even asked. When other beast contestants won, they would simply place their bamboo stick into the tube. However, he couldn't be bothered to question it further. He was exhausted from the fight and just wanted to lie down and rest for a while. He wondered how Xiaocui and Lingxiao were doing in their battles. Standing tall, he looked around and soon spotted Lin Jianzi. Then, with the other beasts giving way, he swam over. How's it going? All smooth? He asked. Xiaocui and Lingxiao, they're preparing for their second match, Lin Jianzi replied, eyeing him. How are you feeling? Not bad. Why? Su Chengxian was slightly taken aback by this sudden concern, casting a curious glance at his Taoist brother. Why the sudden interest in his well-being? Even if Lin Jianzi hadn't watched his match, it was clear he hadn't been injured. You swallowed the demon core of a 7th-tier beast, Lin Jianzi said. Everyone's wondering how long you can last. Huh? How long until I explode? Su Chengxian quipped. Who's everyone? Many beasts, Lin Jianzi replied. Well, sorry to disappoint everyone, but I won't be bursting anytime soon, Su Chengxian declared confidently. Good, we're all counting on you to secure a high-grade mid-tier spiritual residence for us. Not half an hour later, Su Chengxian received good news. He had a buy and successfully advanced, earning a spot to enter a mid-tier spiritual residence. Meanwhile, results from the 8th tier arena came in. Unsurprisingly, another 8th-tier beast had perished, freeing up a spot in the high-grade spiritual residence. Su Chengxian turned his gaze back to the 7th-tier contenders, focusing momentarily on the strongest beast that resembled a lion. Unexpectedly, this glance provoked hostility from the beast. What are you looking at? Do you want to compete with me? The curly-haired, yellow-maned beast snorted at him. Why not? Su Chengxian immediately retorted. Amazing, he thought. He hadn't even said much, just glanced, and the other beast was almost accusing him with a "who do you think you are?" attitude. Why back down now? The opponent wouldn't dare make a move right away. You a lion with a perm, acting all high and mighty. What's the matter? We're both 7th tier. If you can, why can't I? How to compete? The curly-haired, yellow-maned beast shook its massive head. Swallow my demon core like you did with the treading cloud deer, it mocked, laughing. Why not? Su Chengxian repeated his previous words. Fine, fine. I'll wait for you. The curly-haired, yellow-maned beast seemed thoroughly provoked. 3 days from now, I'll be waiting to beat you to death. Who'll defeat whom? That's still uncertain. Roar, you foolish snake. I'll eat you up. Humph, General, you is sitting up there. Do you dare? The curly-haired, yellow-maned beast hesitated, so with a snort it stomped away angrily, returning to the riverbank. Su Chengxian and the others hadn't yet spoken when Dai Dai poked her head out from her shell, gazing at Su Chengxian, and said, My king, I've heard that you swallowed the demon core of the cloud-stepping deer and are nearing your end. I've also heard that you boasted on the platform about devouring the curly-haired, yellow-maned beast to become the strongest of the 7th rank. Are any of these true? They're all true. The next morning, is that spotted snake that swallowed the demon core of the cloud-stepping deer still alive today? Yes, it's still alive. Not only alive but thriving. The completion of the task awarded 16 refinement points, enhancing his physique and soul realm, temporarily relieving him of the fear of being exploded by the demon core. What, has my Empress sister and Tao Lord brother finally advanced to the 5th rank? Su Chengxian opened his eyes irritably, looking at Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi standing ahead, and couldn't help but chuckle. You can even sense this. Ling Xiao was startled, wondering just how powerful Su Chengxian's soul force really was. Could it already rival that of a great demon? Not quite, Su Chengxian shook his head. It's just that every time you both advance, you show this same desire to challenge me. Indeed, he had seen them shedding their skin earlier. Every advancement didn't necessarily mean immediate shedding, but each shedding signified a significant increase in power. Plus, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were just a step away from reaching the 5th rank before. What, want a match? His Lady Xiaotsui lifted her head, casting a curious glance. What match? Who wants a match? No, I'll let you off this time, Ling Xiao said. I need to conserve my strength to compete with other beasts. Ling Yunzi added. Both of them, having struggled through the night, finally advanced to 5th rank beasts before sunrise. They were vying for a Spirit Veins cave mansion, so how could they waste energy beforehand? I don't mind either way, Su Chengxian remarked. He didn't need to go to the platform for the next 2 days, and whether he would after that depended on his mood. Go ahead and be smug, it won't be long before my brother Xiao Bai and I surpass you completely, Ling Xiao declared confidently. Oh really? Su Chengxian was intrigued, curious about what gave Ling Xiao such confidence. I condensed my demon core last night, and in at most half a month, I'll be able to form a demon pill, and Ling Yunzi is the same, Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. He didn't want to see Su Chengxian, content with temporary strength, lose the ambition to pursue greater cultivation and fade into mediocrity. The techniques we cultivate, though, one is the demonic Tao Emperor's art and the other is the orthodox sex law, are both top-tier techniques in the world. With a demon pill, as long as the spiritual energy is ample, our cultivation will progress rapidly. In just 1 or 2 years, we can achieve transformation. You should know that after transforming, the path of cultivation truly becomes a smooth journey for beings like us. The cultivation experience and foundation from our past lives will finally come into full play, just like in mortal legends, where one might suddenly achieve enlightenment and enter the realm of immortals. It's not impossible. Yet you don't even possess any demon power right now. Transform. Hearing this, Su Chengxian suddenly perked up. Sister, if you transform, will you look the same as in your past life? He had never seen the Empress before. Maybe, Ling Xiao responded somewhat awkwardly, her gaze shifting. Ahem. Old ghost, having strong blood energy can only last for a while, otherwise the demon clan of today wouldn't all be cultivating their demon power, Ling Yunzi quickly interjected, bringing the conversation back on track. I don't know what you rely on, nor do I know what you've gained from your bloodline inheritance besides your innate abilities, but you must be cautious. Times have changed, and some inheritances may not suit today's wildlands. Yes, that's what I mean, Ling Xiao said. Alright, I've said what needs to be said. I'm off to lead the expedition myself. Xiaotsui, let's go. Yesterday, Su Chengxian secured a spot in a mid-tier spiritual house, greatly provoking the two siblings. They were both reborn as snakes from the same brood. If they couldn't even secure a spot in a low-tier spiritual house, wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Compete they must, so they cast aside their previous dismissive thoughts about low-tier spiritual houses and by nightfall broke through the final barrier, striding to reach the 5th rank. I must win today's arena, declared Ling Xiao with determination. Su Chengxian watched his mother lead his Empress sister and Tao Lord brother with such vigor and couldn't help but sigh. Should he also strive to cultivate? The answer, of course, was no. There were better ways to become stronger than through hard cultivation. He glanced to the side, where a 7th rank cloud-stepping deer stood. Grinning, he thought, my naive Empress sister, surpassing your big brother won't be so easy. Normally, just sleeping could increase blood energy, and Su Chengxian didn't want to make things too hard for himself. For instance, with a half-demon core still unrefined inside him, he could swallow a cloud-stepping deer. The size of his open mouth would have to be big enough to fit the deer's millstone-sized head. Gulp, that image must be quite terrifying. Despite his words, Su Chengxian still opened his snake mouth wide, swallowed the deer's dehorned head, and continued the swallowing motion. The deer's bones and limbs had already been broken by him beforehand. Using his innate battle technique, serpent constriction, he wrapped his snake body tightly around the cloud-stepping deer, binding it into a sausage of deer meat. Others might not even think about using a battle technique this way. Su Chengxian felt quite proud. If there's one thing he's better at than the Empress and the Tao Lord, it's having a brain that's alive and kicking. Living in a world where he's forced to absorb endless information daily, he's mastered the art of making things interesting when bored. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi might have only thought of cutting the deer into pieces, so why doesn't Su Chengxian do that? Well, that's because he simply can't. Why go through all this trouble, you ask? It's about channeling all that fiery energy, concentrating it into a single blow to obliterate that deer. A knife can slice through meat, an axe can chop, but a hammer, it's all about smashing the deer to bits. As for why not enlist help from someone capable, the reason is straightforward. Have watched me pull off something grand, Su Chengxian mused with a hint of mischief. And as for that curly-maned lion mocking my strength, wait until I've devoured this deer and had a good nap. Next time we meet, I'll scare the life out of you. 15 minutes later, he finally swallowed the cloud-stepping deer whole. Even though it had been rolled into deer intestines, swallowing prey larger than his own head was still quite a feat. The natural ability of serpents and pythons to consume prey turned the seemingly impossible into a challenging yet doable task. The body twists and compresses the prey, making it easier to digest. Finally it was down. Su Chengxian stifled the urge to vomit from being overly full and stirred up his blood energy. He activated his innate talent, devour qi, transform into blood. Feeling the scorching heat in his stomach, he lamented, damn, I never even got to taste what deer meat is like. Influenced by his past life, he stubbornly believed in cherishing food and showing a basic level of respect for ingredients. At the very least, make them taste good before enjoying them. Now, such respect was unattainable, but food is meant to satiate hunger, and directly refining it felt somewhat wasteful, so he never did it before, of course, primarily because it wasn't economical for him. But the current situation was special. Refining it to ascend to the 7th tier was more important. Ding! The host has devoured the 7th tier cloud-stepping deer and will continuously gain blood energy, plus 100, plus 100, plus 100, plus 100. Su Chengxian exhaled deeply. Done. He then dragged his heavy body slowly slithering towards the river and climbed onto Daidai's turtle shell. Old turtle, I'm going to take a nap. Blood energy, plus 1, plus 1, plus 1, plus 1. Plus 100 inch, plus 100, plus 100, plus 100. Congratulations to the host for successfully ascending to a 7th tier beast. Indeed, it wasn't cost effective. Su Chengxian woke up 2 days later immediately lamenting. A 7th tier cloud stepping deer normally would sustain him for over half a month without worrying about hunger, but now within just 2 days it was fully refined. However, the gains met his expectations. What the heck? Despite the system notification and the surging blood energy he felt upon successful ascension, he habitually glanced at his status panel. It gave him quite a shock. Rank 7th tier, requires over 20 million blood energy points to ascend to the 8th tier. Blood energy, 100,0133. Physical realm, monster body realm, 4501/10,000. Divine soul realm, monster soul realm, 4618/10,000. Indeed, he had successfully ascended to a 7th tier beast, just barely made it past the ascension threshold. To become an 8th tier beast requires a staggering 20 million blood energy points. Upon realizing this, Su Chengxian's slit pupils couldn't help but constrict. Goodness, how long would one have to sleep to accumulate that much? But then it dawned on him, if it can be achieved through sleep, why worry? If worst comes to worst, he could consume 27th tier beasts and ascend directly. That's akin to dreaming with a belly full of food. In this Luyang Mountain spiritual vein cave dwelling, how many 7th tier beasts were there anyway? Of course, within the spiritual dwelling there were several 8th tier, 9th tier, even demon lords and demon generals. If Su Chengxian could manage to consume them right now. I definitely don't have that capability, Su Chengxian thought to himself. However, there is currently a 7th tier curly-maned lion that might be an opportunity. Perhaps there is a way to exploit it. That creature doesn't seem particularly intelligent. I wonder how Ling Xiao and the others are faring. At this thought, he couldn't help but stretch lazily and look up towards the shore. Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi, and Miss Shi Xiaotsui, along with the great sage, were all at the shore utilizing the demon cores obtained from hunting the blue wolf and the mountain climbing python for cultivation. They didn't seem to be injured. Glancing at the sky, it seemed there was still some time before dawn, so he refrained from interrupting their cultivation. Instead, he lay back down, closed his eyes slightly, and began pondering ways to deal with the big lion. The dragon blood tree seems to have grown quite a bit. After pondering for a while without any good ideas, he turned to change his position and continue thinking, only to suddenly notice the spiritual herbs planted on Daidai's shell were thriving, especially the dragon blood tree. It had grown to nearly a meter tall and its trunk was several times thicker than before. Previously it was about finger thick, now perhaps as thick as 2 fingers. The great sage used the blood of the mountain-climbing python and the golden-backed dragonfish to water it so it grew fast. Dai poked her head out and said, "Mountain-climbing python and golden-backed dragonfish?" Su Changxian was momentarily stunned, feeling as if he understood something and confirmed with her whether only these 2 types of beast blood were used or if others were as well. Although he drank most of the beast blood, some residue remained. He knew the great sage would mix the leftover beast blood into the soil to cultivate spiritual plants. It was intriguing that Dai specifically highlighted the mountain-climbing python and the golden-backed dragonfish. Others were used too, but these 2 were used the most. Dai replied. Oh, Su Changxian nodded, thoughtfully pondering whether it was due to their path of bloodline evolution or if their bloodlines were inherently related to dragons, these 2 beasts' blood being specifically used by the great sage to cultivate the dragon blood tree accelerates its growth. The only connection he could think of between them and the dragon blood tree was dragons. Snakes and pythons transform into dragons and carp leap over the dragon gate. These 2 beasts should be able to cultivate along the path of bloodline evolution, ascending to become dragons, right? Many beasts in the world can transform into dragons. There are rumors that they are all dragon species, possessing true dragon bloodlines, thus capable of becoming dragons. Ling Yunzi, who had just awakened from meditation, heard Su Chengxian's words and said their blood can cultivate the dragon blood tree, likely because it contains a trace of true dragon bloodline. How much of a trace is hard to say. Old ghost, you finally decided to wake up. At this moment Ling Xiao finished her cultivation and heard Su Chengxian's words. She snorted and said, "You ate an entire cloud stepping deer, how didn't it make you burst?" "Not only did I not burst, but I also advanced to the 7th tier. Are you annoyed?" Su Chengxian chuckled. "Sorry Empress sister, big brother here has taken another step ahead of you. I expected it." Ling Xiao wasn't provoked, instead she chuckled softly. "I knew you wouldn't devour that cloud-stepping deer for no reason. It seems just as we thought, that Gaihua snake's bloodline might have a method to increase strength by refining blood food directly." However, a rushed advancement to the 7th tier, facing the strongest of the 7th tier, the curly yellow-maned beast. I wonder what his chances are. But then she thought, given Hua Snake's personality, if his chances weren't good he probably wouldn't step into the ring. At this moment Xiaotsui swam over, nudging Su Chengxian. "Little Hua, are you okay?" "Okay, why wouldn't I be?" Su Chengxian asked, puzzled. "Everyone says you're about to die." Xiaotsui was worried. "They say you swallowed a demon core and you're going to die." For the past couple of days Su Chengxian hadn't shown up around the arena, so some beasts naturally assumed he was hiding away, waiting to die from the danger of exploding due to the demon core. Today even that big lion asked if he had died yet. Ling Xiao laughed heartily. "Humph, there's always someone spreading rumors." Su Chengxian was amused in his irritation. "Goodness, hasn't this rumor blown over yet? A bunch of beasts with awakened intelligence, instead of cultivating properly, they gossip and curse. They just wish for this old man to die. Yet this old man refuses to die. Just wait, I'll go out and scare them to death, including that big lion." Hey, a sudden flash of inspiration hit Su Chengxian. He thought of an idea. It might be a bit silly, but it should be enough to deal with the big lion. "When does the arena start today?" he asked. "Do you really want to go for the superior middle grade spirit mansion?" Ling Xiao didn't answer but rather asked in return. "I've cooperated with Ling Yunzi and managed to secure a lower grade spirit mansion. Along with the middle grade one you already have, it's enough for us." She had gathered this information from Cat 19. Among the different spirit mansions, apart from the quality of spirit stones that could be mined, the key difference lay in the amount of spiritual energy that could be refined in a day. With their 5th tier beast cultivation, a lower grade spirit mansion would suffice. A superior middle grade spirit mansion, though richer in spiritual energy than a middle grade one, making it easier to mine middle grade spirit stones, wouldn't make much difference for us, especially for you, Ling Yunzi said. For Su Chengxian, the middle and superior spirit mansions were just places to sleep. "If that's the case, why take the risk? I might not need it, but you guys do," Su Chengxian declared nobly. "With the abundant spiritual energy of the superior middle grade spirit mansion, our whole family can reside and cultivate there, and our cultivation will improve faster. Don't stop this old man, I'm going for it." Half an hour later on the 8th tier arena. "You came, I came, you still came, did you? Come seeking death?" The curly-maned yellow lion stared menacingly with its eyes wide open. between us, let's see who's really courting death, Su Chengxian responded with a calm indifference, a serene confidence about him. Not only do you want to defeat me, but you also intend to kill me, The curly-maned yellow beast laughed as if it had just heard the most absurd joke. How do you plan on killing me? By swallowing my demon core as well? Yes, and what about it? Su Chengxian maintained his nonchalant demeanor, tilting his chin towards the great lion. Why don't you spit out your demon core and see if I dare to swallow it? You dare to swallow it? The curly-maned yellow beast roared. Do you dare to spit it out? Su Chengxian grinned teasingly. Surely you wouldn't be scared, would you? A clumsy provocation it was, so clumsy in fact that he felt embarrassed using it, though his snakeskin revealed nothing, but still. Fine, I'll spit it out, the lion bellowed. One couldn't deny the beast's bravado. True to its word, it opened its mouth and a beam of white light shot forth, heading straight for Su Chengxian's face. The moment of shame vanished as Su Chengxian focused his mind, locking onto the demon core with his senses. He raised his head, opened his mouth, and swallowed it whole. Advancing to the 7th tier had honed his innate abilities further. He could swallow it, and it would take more than this to bring him down. Gulp. At that instant, who knew how many beasts and little demons present involuntarily mimicked his swallowing action, eyes wide in disbelief as they witnessed him consume yet another demon core. My goodness, he actually did it. Is he seeking death? They exclaimed. He devoured the demon core of the cloud-stepping deer and survived, and now he dares swallow the yellow lions. He's insane. Has he lost his mind? Voices rose among the boisterous beasts, all marveling at the reckless antics of Fat Hua Snake, who was once again flirting with death. In the last 2 days of the cross-tier challenges, no one from the 4th or 5th tier dared to challenge the 6th. Among the 6th tier group, some considered testing Su Chengxian but decided to wait until he finished with the curly-maned yellow beast. As it stood, the only action was on the 8th tier platform, where 2 of the top 3 from the 7th tier battled for the final spot in the 8th tier. Thus, the gathered beast spectators, including the formidable Wolf Green and Tiger Roar, as well as General Yu on the low mountain, all focused on this encounter. Foolish. That was Wolf Green's appraisal of the curly-maned yellow beast, easily provoked into spitting its demon core at Su Chengxian. Indeed, foolish, Tiger Roar agreed, a rare concurrence between them. General Yu on the low mountain suddenly furrowed his brow. Courting death, the curly-maned yellow beast felt a wave of panic but quickly acted. Unlike the foolish cloud-stepping deer, which stood dumbly after having its demon core swallowed, it roared ferociously and leaped at Su Chengxian. Simultaneously, a murderous aura emanated from its body, coalescing into a blood mist tinged with a green-black demonic energy which surged forward like a wave. What is this power? Su Chengxian swiftly sidestepped, evading the oncoming blood mist. Yet, in that split second, he sensed something peculiar embedded in the lion's roar, a trace of a force attacking his soul, a sound attack, the legendary lion's roar? If it weren't for his solid soul and stable lotus platform, that roar would have surely caused a momentary pause in his movements, trapping him in a mist of blood formed by the demonic aura. This innate skill was surprisingly similar to his own bewitching screech, causing a jolt of surprise in his heart. However, unlike his screech, which relied on the power of the soul, the opponent's attack seemed more like a sound assault fueled by magical energy. Truly, no opponent should be underestimated. This big lion has some tricks up its sleeve. No wonder it dares to flaunt those natural curls. Roar, you damned little eel, my curls are natural. The curly-maned beast, realizing its strike had failed, panicked as demonic energy surged from its body and swung a powerful paw toward Su Chengxian's head. Its sharp claws gleamed coldly with murderous aura and moved with astonishing speed. He needed to slay the flower snake quickly to reclaim the demon core. The longer it stayed out of his possession, the weaker he would become. Time was of the essence. If this strike landed, Su Chengxian's head wouldn't just be smashed, his skin would be torn apart, potentially ripping open several large gashes along his snakeskin. Another massive paw followed, blocking his retreat. Dodging one strike would be difficult enough, but evading a second was even more challenging. Su Chengxian thought to himself, the big lion's combat skills seem specifically designed to counter him. The demon core he had swallowed even showed signs of leaping out from inside him as the lion's demonic energy neared. What I've swallowed, you still want to take back? Wishful thinking, big lion. How about tasting my innate skill? Bewitching screech. The snake's screech rang out, causing the big lion to pause. Su Chengxian crouched low, moving forward instead of retreating, diving under the yellow-maned beast with a swift slide. His body was too long and his tail lagged slightly, catching a scrape from the lion's claw wrapped in demonic energy, instantly drawing blood. Damn, Su Chengxian twisted his body around, opened his snake jaws and took a fierce bite at the big lion's rear. Innate combat skill, snake bite, roar. The big lion reacted swiftly, leaping up to dodge the bite, though the snake bite mostly missed. The red glowing snake fangs still pierced its hide, leaving a long bloody gash, making it let out a howl of pain. After a round of exchanges, neither could gain an upper hand, both bearing injuries. Not bad, big lion, Su Chengxian grinned fiercely through gritted teeth. Let's go again. He was curious to see how long the big lion could last without its demon core. Roar. The curly-maned beast's eyes were bloodshot. Unlike Su Chengxian, it didn't have the luxury of ease. The longer the demon core stayed within the opponent, the worse it was for it. So without a word, it launched itself forward again. Boom! This time, Su Chengxian didn't evade, he met the attack head-on. He was also eager to test his true strength now and hone his combat skills. The big lion was stronger than him, but not overwhelmingly so, and with its demon core gone, defeat was certain. It made for a good sparring partner. Thus he refrained from using his innate skills or the trump card of his spiritual sense, forming a small sword, instead wielding only his combat techniques to engage it. Meanwhile, the curly-maned beast's supernatural powers had no effect on him. The battle quickly became a stalemate, with neither side able to claim victory, but after a brief moment, as the injuries on both sides continued to increase, the momentum of one began to rise steadily while the other predictably showed signs of decline. Death. The one whose momentum was rising was Su Chengxian, who had unleashed his ferocity, and his combat techniques were now infused with a bloodthirsty aura. The surging blood energy had tinged his serpentine body with a faint red glow. His eyes turned scarlet and his snake mouth opened wide. The fangs radiating a red light plunged heavily into the back of the curly-haired yellow-maned beast when it made a careless mistake. Roar! The curly-haired yellow-maned beast howled in pain, its entire body's blood, fiend and demonic power now scattered and unfocused. In the next instant, the thick giant snake wound around it, exerting such pressure that it nearly broke its bones. Roar! The curly-haired yellow-maned beast let out a ferocious roar, its eyes filled with a bloodthirsty madness. Ever since it had awakened a trace of the ancient legacy of a celestial variant through its bloodline, it had never suffered such humiliation. The thought of having lost its demon core, and that without retrieving it its future would be ruined, filled it with hatred. It still had one move left: mutual destruction, detonating the demon core inside the flower snake. Damn it! Su Chengxian felt a chill surge to his mind, sensing an ominous feeling. He cursed himself for going too far, treating the big lion as a sparring partner, not realizing that the sparring partner was too fierce and emotional, wanting to drag him down to death together. Who the hell wants to die? This old man hasn't lived enough. At this moment, a formidable demonic power swept in. Instantly, it separated the two entangled beasts and sealed the demon power of the curly-haired yellow-maned beast completely. The match ends here. Su Chengxian, I shall use this peach to exchange for the demon core of the yellow-maned beast in your belly. Are you willing? No one expected General Yu to step in and stop the fight between Su Chengxian and the curly-haired yellow-maned beast. With a wave of his hand, he somehow produced a peach brimming with spiritual energy and handed it over. General, I'm willing, but I can't spit it out. Su Chengxian agreed without hesitation, but also expressed his difficulty. If the general truly wanted to make the exchange, he would have to find a way to help him retrieve it. This should not be a problem for a demon general. There were so many eyes watching on the arena. Given the general's status, he wouldn't harm him. When under the eaves, one must bow their head. Offending the demon general would not bode well for the future. It's not worth the risk. To be honest with you, General, even after swallowing 2 demon cores, I find it a bit overwhelming. Su Chengxian spoke truthfully. In the past few days he had consumed quite a bit, and when he mentioned swallowing 2 demon cores consecutively, he wasn't even including the one he had just swallowed, but was referring to the ones from the golden-backed dragonfish and the cloud-stepping deer. Neither of those 2 demon cores had been fully digested, and 2 days ago he had directly consumed and refined the flesh of a 7th-level cloud-stepping deer, leading to some indigestion. If General Yu was willing to exchange a peach of similar value with him, why not? You snake are quite honest. General Yu listened to Su Chengxian's words and chuckled softly. He felt that Su Chengxian was merely flattering him. After all, Su Chengxian didn't know that you would intervene in the fight, so daring to swallow the demon pill meant he must have the ability to resolve the situation. Such an understanding demon beast was rare, so in a good mood you decided to grant Su Chengxian another benefit. The peach was exchanged for the demon pill credited to the yellow-maned beast. I stepped in to stop you, so it's only fair to offer you some compensation. Here's the deal. Your superior mid-grade spirit residence usually requires a monthly tribute of 10 low-grade spirit stones. I'll waive your annual tribute. How does that sound? Thank you, General, Su Chengxian replied gratefully. Then General Yu extended his hand, sending a force of demon energy into Su Chengxian, extracting the demon pill that belonged to the curly yellow mane beast and returning it to its rightful owner. With that, the spirit residence competition came to an early conclusion. If we had known, we wouldn't have fought for the low-grade spirit residence, Ling Xiao remarked, following Su Chengxian into the superior mid-grade spirit residence he had acquired. As he surveyed the area, he continued, the spiritual energy is sparse along the mountain's edge with few intelligent beasts, so the competition isn't too fierce. It's also because the spiritual meridian dwellings in Luyang Mountain aren't as good as elsewhere, yet a mid-grade spiritual dwelling is still better than a low-grade one elsewhere. Plus, it's quite spacious. Behind the stone door of the cave there are even several separate chambers. Since it's carved into the mountain on a spiritual meridian, the concentration of spiritual energy inside the dwelling is several times that of the outside. The defensive formation of the dwelling doesn't limit the number of beasts that can enter, however, having too many beasts cultivating inside would dilute the demon energies, so few demon beasts invite others to share their dwellings. But for their family of snakes with their low cultivation plus a monkey not yet at the 4th stage, the spiritual energy within the superior mid-grade spirit residence is more than sufficient. Hence Ling Xiao felt that competing for the low-grade spirit residence with Ling Yunzi was unnecessary. Moreover, it required a monthly tribute of 2 low-grade spirit stones. Why don't we just give it up? Shi Xiao Chui suggested. Why give it up? Su Chengxian asked, puzzled. We don't have to live there, we can rent it out. Rent it out? Ling Xiao and the others were taken aback. Exactly, Su Chengxian nodded. We can have Cat 19 find those beasts who didn't secure a dwelling and see if they want to rent it. How can you give up the hard-won low-grade spirit residence so easily? It's like being given a nice house and then just abandoning it. What are you thinking? We can be landlords and collect rent without lifting a finger. Isn't that appealing? Since the monthly tribute to the demon general is 2 low-grade spirit stones, we won't charge much, just 1 spirit stone per month for rent. Su Chengxian didn't want to bother thinking about rental prices, so he stated it plainly. The tribute for a superior mid-grade spirit residence is 5 low-grade spirit stones, and for a mid-grade 1-inch at 7, this price shouldn't be considered too high, right? The spiritual energy within the Lingfu is denser than outside, and it's safe and undisturbed. Surely some spirit beasts would be willing to rent it for cultivation. This idea is excellent, Ling Xiao immediately agreed. In the cultivation world, spirit stones are hard currency. They can be directly used for cultivation, array formations, crafting, alchemy, and planting spiritual herbs and plants. Therefore, they are equally popular for exchanging other resources. Such a valuable thing, the more the better. I shall instruct Cat 19 to handle this at once, she said excitedly. Alright, should we still sell the stuff in our snakeskin to the great demons? The snakeskin shed by her and Ling Yunzi had not been consumed. Due to their cultivation techniques, consuming it had little benefit, so they kept it to store things. It mainly contained the hides of beasts they had hunted previously, such as gray wolfskin, the bones of the mountain climbing python, and scales of the golden-backed dragonfish. There were also the newly acquired cloud-treading deer antlers. Typically, snake demons consume their prey and then expel the indigestible parts. As a result, those parts would be corroded and unusable. However, in their household, when consuming spirit beasts, they would first cut off and preserve these parts, keeping them relatively intact. With some processing, they could be used for alchemy or crafting. After all, these materials had been continuously refined by the beast's blood energy and even demon power. At the very least, they could be used to forge weapons and armor for young demons. Let's sell them and try to exchange them for spirit beast meat, Su Chengxian suggested. Originally, they intended to use the items from the snakeskin to offset the monthly tribute of lower-grade spirit stones. If combined, they could cover a few months' worth of lower-grade Lingfu's monthly dues, which would be beneficial. This way they could spare some time for refining spirit stones and focus on cultivation. Now that General Yu had exempted them from a year's tribute, exchanging them for spirit beast meat would save hunting time and allow for peaceful cultivation. Sure, Ling Yunzi replied, I'll take care of it. He also took the opportunity to learn the technique for refining spirit stones. The technique for refining spirit stones originated from Xuanmen's alchemy, and among the 4 snakes, it was most suitable for him to learn and then teach everyone else. Then I'll go to sleep first, Su Chengxian said. Great, everyone's responsibilities are clear, let's get busy. You can sleep later, eat the spiritual peach first. Ling Xiao restrained the urge to scold the snake and said, after eating, give me the pit and I'll take it to the great sage to plant. Oh right. Upon hearing this, Su Changxian suddenly remembered and said, Yunzi, when exchanging for beast meat, try to get whole pieces and say we like eating blood tofu. I am Ling Yunzi. I know you, flower snake, Ling Yunzi grumbled one day. I'll give you a good beating, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing this series of tasks to defeat opponents and secure a medium-grade Lingfu. Rewards received. Refinement points asterisk 10-inch transformation grass asterisk 4. Upon consuming the wood spirit root small flat peach, the host's soul realm will increase by plus 408 and the physique realm by plus 129. Hee Su Changxian thought as he ate the peach just dripping from his mouth. Old buddy, you wanna hit me, but that might be a bit hard to achieve. I wish you success. Keep up the good work. In Luyang Mountain Lingfu, within a superior medium-grade spiritual vein cave abode, a coiled large snake was sound asleep. With each breath he took, a faint white mist lingered around his nose and mouth. The blood-red mist surrounding the white flower snake fluctuated with his breathing, permeating the entire cave. Around this cave, there were 4 other dens, each housing a green snake, a large white snake, a purple gold-chasing wind tortoise, and the golden-haired monkey on its back. Not bad. Little Chui has reached the 5th stage. Su Chengxian's spiritual awareness swept over each one and he had a clear understanding in his heart. With the current strength of his spiritual sense, he could discern the cultivation levels and strengths of everyone present. Ling Xiao was deep in cultivation with frequent fluctuations of demonic power emanating from him, indicating that he was at a critical juncture for promotion. Before long, he would become a 7th stage demonic beast. Ling Yunzi was not in the cave, he must have gone deep into the mountain to extract refining spirit stones. The great sage was at the 4th stage, still some distance from the 5th stage, and the purple gold chasing wind tortoise remained the same, except it had grown significantly larger. The spiritual plants on its back, however, had grown considerably. Thanks to the continuous efforts of the great sage and the beast blood, the gathering spirit grass and locking spirit grass had matured, growing into emerald green spirit grass about a foot high. Even the shape-shifting grass planted later had reached nearly half a foot in height. No one found it strange that these additional spiritual grasses were growing. After all, if gathering and locking spirit grasses could grow around Su Changxian, other spirit grasses could too. There was nothing unusual about it. Perhaps because everyone was busy cultivating, no one came to ask him what these spiritual grasses were. Everyone was desperately seizing every moment to practice. Ling Yunzi was eager to join forces with Ling Xiao after advancing to the 7th stage to battle the foolish flower snake again. The Taoist monarch and the empress were confident that they would surely win against opponents of the same stage. As for Su Changxian, who was the true form of the foolish flower snake, he could only say, wish you success. After all, even he found it hard to clearly say how strong he was now. It was a good opportunity for some practice. After moving into the superior middle-grade spirit mansion, he once again embarked on a ruthless cycle of eating and sleeping. It was indeed relentless, but the snake enjoyed it. With ample sleep, he could properly digest the gains from the recent arena battles. Firstly, the demon core of the golden-backed dragonfish was completely refined after 10 days. Su Changxian also completed another shedding. This time the shedding was different as he managed to burst through the old skin. His size increased remarkably after shedding. With plenty of demonic beast meat to support his growth, this rapid increase continued for quite some time. It only began to slow down after another 3 months when he fully refined the demon core of the cloud-stepping deer. At this moment, Su Changxian had transformed into an enormous serpent, his body nearly 7 zhang long with a waist circumference exceeding 3 qi. Combined, Shi Xiaotsui, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were not even half his size. Fortunately, the medium-grade spiritual abode Dongting was truly spacious and could accommodate his massive form. He had used all previously refined points to enhance his soul realm and physical realm. Moreover, after advancing to the 7th tier, the immense blood energy and abundant spiritual energy continuously tempered his soul and body even while he slept. The improvements were no longer negligible like 1 or 2 points in the past. His current physical strength and soul power had grown significantly since his battle with the curly-haired lion. Thus, for the newly advanced 7th tier Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, defeating him in a challenge would be exceptionally difficult. The share of demonic beast meat he had received was nearly consumed. Su Changxian pondered that it might be time to find a suitable excuse for his sister and brother to bring meals to their big brother. Otherwise, should he figure out a way to have them take over the work of refining spiritual stones as well? If they lost while it was 2 against 1, should he agree to 2 of their requests? This way he would have more time to sleep, to enhance his strength. But then he thought again, realizing he hadn't really done much lately. Although they had agreed to take turns going to the cave's bottom to mine spiritual stones, Su Chengxian sometimes overslept and forgot. Ling Xiao or Ling Yunzi or even Shi Xiaocui would help complete his share. Although they didn't need to offer spiritual stones for a year, mining the stones was one of the benefits of having the spiritual abode. They couldn't neglect this by focusing solely on cultivation. Spiritual stones have many uses. Directly absorbing them for cultivation can yield twice the results with half the effort. Therefore, they discussed dividing the labor to mine and refine the stones. Since Su Chengxian had won this abode, Ling Xiao had proposed that he need not mine spiritual stones during their discussions. But Su Chengxian, out of curiosity, insisted on participating in the labor. If he hadn't participated from the start, it would be understandable not to go later. However, promising to go and then failing to do so might appear untrustworthy. Since no one had brought it up again, it seemed a bit shameless to make demands about it. He scratched his chin with his tail, deciding to let it go. Occasionally, maintaining a bit of dignity wasn't a bad idea. Has my Empress sister reached the 7th tier? Several days later, Su Chengxian woke up intending to go out for some food and take a stroll. Having not left the abode for over 3 months, it was time to venture out and check on the outside world. He suddenly sensed a familiar demonic power fluctuation emanating from one of the neighboring Dongting abodes. The fluctuation carried Ling Zhao's aura, and the pervasive demonic energy indicated her successful advancement to the 7th tier demon beast. His Empress sister's successful advancement suggested that his Dao Jun brother should be close behind. Su Chengxian recalled that they had previously told him that as long as there was ample spiritual energy, their cultivation speed would dramatically accelerate once they condensed their demonic cores. It seemed they weren't exaggerating. Advancing from the 5th to the 7th tier in less than 4 months was indeed astonishing. It was no less impressive than his own growth through sleeping. What could he say? He could only sigh in admiration, acknowledging that they were indeed figures who had once cultivated to the levels of Empress and Dao Jun. Of course, defeating him was still a bit beyond their reach. After reflecting, Su Chengxian glanced at his own situation. Just a little more and he would reach the 8th tier. With less than a month left, as long as he maintained his current quality of sleep, it wouldn't be a big problem. Moreover, the advancement of magical beasts becomes exponentially more difficult with each tier. Even with Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi's rapid progress, it was impossible for them to reach the 8th tier in just a few months. Truly a joy, he thought to himself as he scanned Ling Yunzi with his divine sense. While passing by, he glanced at the others. Lady Xiaocui had also made remarkable progress, but compared to her extraordinarily talented children, her advancement seemed rather slow. At the far edge, Dasheng sat on Daidai's back, fiddling with the leaves of the dragon blood tree. After nearly 4 months, the tree had grown a little, though its growth was unremarkable, possibly due to the lack of suitable beast blood for nourishment. Nevertheless, 2 small leaves had sprouted, and it was no longer the previous bare withered tree. Squeak, squeak, great king! Dasheng, seeing him, excitedly leaped over and wrapped his arms around Su Chengxian's neck, standing on his back. Tisk, you call me great king, yet you have the great king carrying you. Does this make sense? Does it? Su Chengxian muttered. Squeak, squeak. But great king, I can't carry you, Dasheng replied. Then am I supposed to carry you? Su Chengxian sighed. If great king doesn't want it, then forget it, Dasheng said, loosening his grip with a blink of his eyes. Alright, since you also call yourself Dasheng, Su Chengxian thought to himself, who, having read Journey to the West, could refuse a monkey also named Dasheng. Squeak, squeak. Dasheng beamed with joy. A snake and a monkey exited the cave dwelling. Outside, it was a world covered in silver and white. The Beihuang Mountains experienced seasonal changes, though each season was much longer compared to the human realm of the eastern land. So during their competitions, the leaves had begun to yellow, but it took over 3 months to truly enter winter. Boom, boom, boom. The snow-covered mountain landscape held a unique charm that had Su Chengxian somewhat entranced, but suddenly he felt a slight tremor beneath his feet, followed by several loud bangs and then a piercing, eerie wolf howl. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. He cursed under his breath. It's those 2 fools next door, Wolf D and Wolf Air, again. They must be recklessly mining spirit stones again. Why do I still encounter such troublesome neighbors even after crossing worlds? Wolf D. Wolf Air, get out here, out, he shouted, standing in front of the wolf demon's cave entrance, his voice ringing loudly. Squeak, squeak, get out, Dasheng chimed in, cheering him on. the cave's defensive array had a sound blocking function, so he had to raise his voice. Naturally, he knew that such a basic and simple array had limited effectiveness, otherwise he wouldn't be disturbed by the noise. The five senses of 8th tier magical beasts, especially the ears of the Qingling Wolf clan, were extremely sensitive, so the two wolf demons inside the cave could definitely hear his shouts even if they were mining spirit stones at the very bottom. "Come out quickly, or I'll break the door down," he warned. Squeak, bang on the door, bang on the door. With a soft click, the stone slab of the cave residence lifted upwards. The great sage leapt back, hiding behind Su Chengxian. "That fat flower snake, why are you shouting at my big brother's cave entrance?" A massive wolf head emerged from within, casting a sidelong glance at Su Chengxian. "Wolf 2, if you call me fat flower snake again, let's have a fight," Su Chengxian said in a deep voice. Well, who dares to call him fat flower snake without losing face? Su, why are you scaring my brother?" Another wolf head stretched out from the side. "Surprising, you're not dead yet. Wolf Big, come out, let's have a fight." Upon hearing this, Su Chengxian had no intention of wasting words with these two brothers. He might as well jump straight into action. He was well aware of the two wolves' combat capabilities. As long as it wasn't a fight to the death, handling these two would be easy. "I have no time to fight you, I still have to collect spirit stones." Wolf Big shook his head. "If you have nothing to do, step aside and don't yell in front of my house, disturbing our cultivation. Come out, let's discuss who is disturbing whose cultivation." Su Chengxian was so annoyed that he laughed. Damn, a wolf spirit learning from Zhu Beiji to play tricks, turning the accusation on its head. If there was anything that dissatisfied him after settling in the spirit mansion, it was these two brothers next door, in the competition for the superior mid-grade spirit mansions among the top 3 of the 7th tier demon beasts. Besides the strongest curly-haired lion, there was this wolf demon from the Qingling wolf tribe. The other party, along with their brother, moved in almost simultaneously with their family. The two families had never had much interaction. Among demon beasts, there was no tradition of visiting neighbors when moving into a new home. If they met in the wild, they might even try to kill each other, hoping to turn the other into a bloody meal. It was only the spirit mansion of the demon generals that strictly prohibited killing. The demon beasts that earned the right to reside there prioritized cultivation above all, barely maintaining peace and tranquility. Yet conflicts were inevitable, challenges were frequently issued. The neighboring valley often resonated with waves of demon power. There was no other way among demon beasts. Resolving disputes with fists was more effective than reasoning. That's why Su Chengxian immediately suggested a fight. Wolf Big had seen Su Chengxian battle the curly-haired lion and naturally had no desire to fight him, just snorted without speaking. "We haven't been shouting at your cave entrance." Wolf 2 glared and yelled. "Ha, you weren't shouting, but do you have any idea how loud you are when collecting spirit stones?" Su Chengxian chuckled. "The spirit mansion of Luyang Mountain was built on a spiritual vein. A large spiritual vein often forms a mountain ridge with several peaks distributed in a vein-like pattern. Some mountains are adjacent, while others are separated by valleys, so the distance between the spiritual vein caves carved at the base of the peaks varies, and the cave Wolf Big acquired just happened to be right next to Su Chengxian's. In the shadow of the mountain, two wolf beasts were causing quite a commotion, their ruckus shaking the entire mountain from its very base. Su Chengxian, who prided himself on his ability to sleep through anything, had been woken up more than once by their antics. The reason he hadn't confronted them until now was because these wolves, along with the greater demon wolf Qing, belonged to the Qingling wolf clan. Ling Yunzi often traded kitchen scraps for demon beast meat with Wolf Qing, who not only offered fair prices but also supplied entire beasts and extra beast blood. It wasn't wise to offend such a reasonable demon, so Su Chengxian chose to endure as long as he could. But today the noise from Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 was exceptionally loud, and Su Chengxian could no longer hold back. He couldn't believe that if he gave these two beasts a good thrashing, Wolf Chang would make a special fuss over it. "Do you have to be so noisy?" he shouted, frustrated. "Anyone hearing this would think you're demolishing your own home. I mean, look at you two, you remind me more and more of huskies from my past life. We're mining spirit stones in our own cave, it's not like we're invading your place," Wolf 1 grumbled. They didn't intend to make such a ruckus, however, having lost track of time this month during their cultivation. The end of the month had crept up on them and they urgently needed to mine and refine enough spirit stones to pay their dues. If they failed, they'd have to give even more the following month. Mining spirit stones was labor intensive and their magical techniques weren't refined. The longer they delayed, the worse it would get. Stopping was not an option. If you find it noisy, it's because your heart isn't calm enough, Wolf 1 taunted confident. That Su Chengxian couldn't get to them through the stone door. When you're in deep meditation, how can you be disturbed by external things? Exactly, Wolf 2 chimed in. If you find it noisy, just become a greater demon. Once you're one, you can have a whole small spirit vein and a mountain all to yourself, and no one will bother you. You. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Su Chengxian, about to unleash a torrent of curses, paused. This wasn't just about noise, it was about the subtle tremors coursing through the entire mountain. Typical spirit stone mining didn't cause such disturbances. These two were using brute force. Clearly, they were doing this to save time and conserve their demon energy, a common tactic among beasts rushing to meet deadlines at month's end. But it was a short-sighted approach, missing the opportunity to refine their control over magic. If they'd spoken to him nicely, he might have given them some advice. Now, he just wanted to give them a good thrashing. But Wolf 2's words made him reconsider. He swallowed his curses and retracted the snake tail he was about to lash out with. Ergo, what did you just say? Su Chengxian asked, looking at Wolf 2. Did you say that becoming a greater demon would mean having a small spirit vein all to yourself? Yes. What's the big deal? Wolf 2 took a step back, but his tone remained defiant. Su Chengxian, what are you planning to do? Wolf 2 stood firmly in front of his brother, proclaiming that the Little Wolf Mountain was the sacred ground of their Qingling wolf tribe, home to the Grand Demon Wolf Qing's cave. Should you achieve the rank of a Grand Demon, you could report to General you seek a spiritual vein within the territory of Luyang Mountain and establish your own cave mansion. But alas, it seems you lack both the fortune and skill to achieve such a feat. A Grand Demon's abode is a mountain and a cave, an entire mountain for a solitary cave mansion, monopolizing a spiritual vein. Su Chengxian could only think of one thing. The living conditions of a Grand Demon compared to his current situation were like a private villa versus a hotel apartment. The words of Wolf 2 and Wolf Air were firm, and even the mention of the Grand Demon Wolf Qing lent them credibility. If he had his own cave mansion, it would be as spacious as he desired. This was crucial for a flower snake like him, whose body was destined to grow even larger. Moreover, at home, there was Madame Xiaozui, whose growth, while not as exaggerated, was still advancing towards that of a giant snake. Additionally, Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi's sizes had increased due to their cultivation, reaching 4 to 5 meters in length and over half a foot in width. Not to mention there was Dai Dai, the purple gold swift turtle. Dai Dai carried all his spiritual herbs on her back, essentially a secure mobile spiritual plantation, and they were bound by a contract. Su Chengxian had to consider their living arrangements both emotionally and rationally. In short, he indeed needed a better place to reside. Click. As this thought flashed through his mind, Wolf 2 and Wolf Air shut the stone door of the cave mansion. It was clear they had decided against giving him the chance to resolve their dispute through a fight. The noises from behind the stone door made Su Chengxian realize that the communication had failed. Amidst the wolf howls, the fervent mining of spiritual stones resumed. Su Chengxian grinned. What on earth were these wolves? Clearly, they were just two cowardly, stubborn dogs. They were a disgrace to the Qingling wolf tribe. However, upon further reflection, perhaps Wolf 2's approach was wise, to focus on what was most important to them, undeterred by external forces. Shrewd and persistent, it was in line with the wolf tribe's character. Su Chengxian paced around the cave entrance, realizing there was no point in staying. Those two inside were clearly set on playing dirty, and even if they came out, as long as they refused to fight, any attack from him would give them ammunition to use against him. While the spiritual realm did not prohibit duels, baseless killings were forbidden. Forget it, he thought, I'll find another opportunity to deal with them later. With this in mind, Su Chengxian decided to return to his own cave mansion. Upon returning, he happened to encounter Lin Jianzi heading out. Lin Jianzi, surprised to see him, teased, what a rare sight. Old ghost, you actually went out today? Did it rain red outside? It snowed out there, Su Chengxian retorted. I was inspired to write poetry, so I went out to see the snow. Oh, you wrote a poem? Lin Jianzi was skeptical. Pressing, why not recite it for us? Recite I shall. Listen up. Su Chengxian thought to himself, a doggerel is nothing to whip up on the spot. Upon hearing the impromptu verse, it went, in the frigid depths of winter sleep eludes me, I venture from my cave to witness the snow-laden sky. Yesterday the heavens baked a grand pancake, sprinkling fine white flour all over the earth. How about that? Lin Jianzi was taken aback, not expecting him to actually recite poetry, let alone such a whimsical one. He found himself at a loss for words. Not great, Ling Xiao approached from behind, puzzled. You two snakes, why are you composing poetry here? Planning to take the imperial exams in the human realm? I was just out to fetch some food for the next couple of days and happened to run into our erudite big brother on his way back to the abode, Lin Jianzi teased. Indeed, our big brother's literary talent is remarkable, Ling Xiao chuckled. It's just unfortunate that the heavens flour can't be used to steam buns. With that, she burst into laughter and Lin Jianzi joined in. Whenever they addressed him as big brother, it was invariably in such a teasing tone, which Su Chengxian didn't mind. He actually had a favor to ask of one of them, so he decided to play along. He chuckled. Sister Empress, is it really that funny? Absolutely hilarious. Ling Xiao nodded, her words always blunt and straightforward, leaving no room for courtesy. Is it proper for a sister to mock her brother? Su Chengxian lifted his chin. You've advanced to the 7th tier, haven't you? How about a match? Exciting, very exciting, extremely exciting. Every time he suggested a match, a secret thrill ran through him. When the opponent was his Empress sister, the thrill was even greater, especially when he was quite certain she couldn't win against him. It was so satisfying that he almost wanted to wag his tail. A match it is. Ling Xiao never refused such a challenge. However, she knew that facing Su Chengxian alone gave her slim chances of victory, so she cleverly roped in Lin Jianzi, suggesting, when our little white brother reaches the 7th tier, we'll team up against you. No problem, Su Chengxian readily agreed, prompting Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi to exchange a knowing glance. Old ghost, what's that favor you want from us? Out with it, Ling Xiao asked. Having spent so much time together, they understood each other's temperaments well. Often words need not be fully spoken for intentions to be guessed. Su Chengxian's eagerness for a match clearly had a purpose. Most likely he intended to have them do something for him after winning. Knowing it might be a trap, the Empress wisely chose to uncover his intentions first. I want to live in a big mansion, Su Chengxian stated frankly without any concealment. He knew Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi wouldn't refuse, desiring a more independent living space themselves. After all, they each had their secrets. They probably wouldn't want to be disturbed during their cultivation. Besides, Lin Jianzi was preparing for alchemy and Ling Xiao was trying to recruit followers to build her own strength. He had observed all of this, though he hadn't left the cave with the duo, not deliberately hiding their movements. Su Chengxian was well aware of their activities, so he simply laid out his stance. I think among us one of us should quickly cultivate to the great demon realm. Why not you? Ling Xiao asked. Good question, because my cultivation method is unique. Even with the strength of a great demon, I might not necessarily reach that realm. Su Chengxian casually made up an excuse. The reality was he didn't know when he could reach the 9th tier? Grade, 7th tier. To become an 8th tier demon beast requires a breakthrough of 20 million blood points. Blood, 1780469. Physical realm, demon body realm, 6100/10,000. Soul realm, demon soul realm, 6218/10,000. This was his current state of strength. Only after breaking through the 8th tier would he know how many blood points were needed to break through to the 9th tier. And even after reaching the 9th tier, he wasn't sure if that meant entering the great demon realm. Moreover, Su Chengxian vaguely felt that he might not transform, because he had secretly probed Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi began preparing for transformation as early as the 6th tier, yet the system had not directed him to prepare in this way. Most importantly, he wasn't keen on becoming this transformed great demon, the master of a cave. He found it troublesome. For now he enjoyed a life where he could experience strength improvements and practice battle techniques in his dreams without an urgent desire to transform into a human. Besides, he hadn't decided on what his appearance should be if he were to transform. Should it be like his previous life or actually what you mentioned I knew a few days ago? After Su Chengxian finished speaking, Ling Zhao's expression turned a bit strange. She paused and then continued, moreover, if you want an individual cave dwelling, you don't necessarily have to wait until you advance to the great demon realm. Not need the great demon realm? Su Chengxian was puzzled. What do you mean? Not that you don't need it, but you don't have to wait until you reach the great demon realm. You just need to transform first to choose a spiritual vein and build a cave dwelling, Ling Yunzi said. Then one of you two should quickly transform, Su Chengxian urged. Sounds easy, but how to transform? Ling Xiao snorted. And you need a perfect transformation to be granted permission. Do you know what the conditions for a perfect transformation are? What conditions? You need to practice a transformation technique. Also, you need a transformation herb to refine a transformation pill. Transformation herb? I have it. Su Chengxian's eyes lit up. Where did you get a transformation herb? The great sage planted it. The great sage planted what? Transformation herb. Of course, Su Chengxian not only had a transformation herb but he had more than one. Upon learning that refining a batch of transformation pills required only one transformation herb, he puffed up his chest and confidently told Ling Yunzi, is your pill refining success rate high? Don't worry, Big Brother's stock is enough for you to use. Ling Yunzi couldn't be bothered to correct the way Su Chengxian addressed him. Instead, he and Ling Xiao turned to head to the cave hall where Dai Dai and the great sage were. Just having the transformation herb wasn't enough. A moment later, after having gone to Dai Dai's cave hall and confirming that transformation herbs were indeed growing on its back, Ling Yunzi could hardly contain his excitement. Still need the pill recipe? Su Chengxian swished his tail. I've got it too. Listen to me, the pill recipe, I also remember part of it. Ling Yunzi sighed with relief. Su Chengxian had a complete alchemical recipe, saving him the trouble of slowly deducing it. After noting down the recipe in excitement, Ling Yunzi remarked, we have the washing grass as the main ingredient, but we still lack a few supplementary herbs. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. That's right, but the washing grass is the hardest to find. I can think of ways to obtain the other herbs. Let's send Cat 19 to inquire if any other beasts or little demons might have them. Even if General Yu's storeroom has them, we can exchange them for spirit stones. Over the past few months, with their rent savings and refining efforts, they had accumulated over 20 low-grade spirit stones. As for where the washing grass came from, they never asked, or rather they had become accustomed to the mysterious appearance of spiritual herb seeds around Su Chengxian and tacitly agreed not to probe further. After all, who doesn't have secrets to keep? Since Su was willing to share the herbs with them, there was no need to delve into minor details. That's wonderful. Su Chengxian's eyes gleamed with excitement. Among you, who wants to transform first? Transform into human form? He was curious about what choices the Empress sister and Dao Jun brother would make. Would they choose to retain their past life's appearance or take on a new form? If it were the former, it would certainly be intriguing to witness the elegance of the Empress and Dao Jun. Ling Yunzi, what do you think? Ling Xiao inquired. The matter of transformation is not without risk. Ling Yunzi pondered. I fear I cannot transform before reaching the 9th rank. It's not a matter of being unable to transform, but rather not being confident of a perfect transformation. The cultivation path I follow is the orthodox Shinmen, the path of immortals. The transformation tribulation for demon cultivators involves 12 of the fiercest heavenly thunders. With the body of a 7th or even 8th rank beast, I doubt it could withstand even the first 6. If one cannot achieve perfect transformation, there is a risk of being fundamentally damaged by the thunder, ending up weak like Cat 19, possibly without a chance for a second transformation. Thunder tribulation. Su Chengxian was taken aback. Transformation involves a tribulation, a thunder tribulation? Just like in those strange tales, goodness struck by lightning, thunder also known as the might of heaven and earth truly has the power to kill, especially when it targets demons. He suddenly realized he had underestimated the situation. Perhaps we should reconsider, Su Chengxian suggested. We shouldn't push my sister and brother to face such danger just for a bigger mansion. We can wait until reaching the 9th rank for a safer transformation. Let me be the one. Ling Xiao interrupted him decisively, ignoring his suggestion. Giving up is not an option. I need a private cave dwelling. Her tone was firm and indisputable. As Su Chengxian knew, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were even more eager than he was for a more spacious and comfortable dwelling. They needed a place to act without interference. Ling Xiao desired a suitable location to train troops and cultivate reliable comrades. After all, what kind of empress stands alone without anyone to rally her cause? The latter requires a secluded, undisturbed sanctuary where they can set up formations, prepare spiritual materials, and focus on alchemy. As such, they were even more attuned to the news of a great demon being able to claim an entire mountain than Su Chengxian was. They further discovered that in Luyang Mountain, if one could achieve a perfect transformation in advance, they could report to General Yu and be granted permission to seek out a spiritual vein and establish a sanctuary early. However, to achieve a perfect transformation, one must have the transformation grass. Consuming this grass provides the opportunity for a flawless transformation, making it incredibly rare. Among the demon tribe, this low-grade spiritual herb is scarcer than many high-grade spiritual plants. Now that the transformation grass is in hand, I am confident that after advancing to the 8th rank I can transform, Ling Xiao declared. Isn't that too risky? Su Chengxian regretted bringing up the topic. The thought of undergoing a lightning tribulation was no joke. It sounded perilous. Despite Luoyang Mountain's remote location and the presence of many beasts, only 2 great demons resided. They're hinting at the danger. Previously blinded by the allure of a vast estate, he hadn't considered the risks. Danger is inevitable, but it's not as perilous as it seems, Ling Xiao replied with a smile. Between an 8th or 9th rank transformation there's little difference. The most dangerous aspect of a beast's transformation lies within the soul. Whether the divine soul platform can manifest a complete human exterior is crucial for a successful transformation. The divine soul's aspect must coalesce into a human form, and then the physical body, under the summon lightning tribulation, must also transform into a human shape according to the soul's image. A perfect transformation requires both the soul and the body to be flawlessly human, without blemish. For Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, this poses no challenge. In their past lives, they were true humans and cultivators who often introspected their physical forms during cultivation. Thus, what is hardest for others is easiest for them. As for 8th or 9th rank, it merely reflects the degree of physical refinement under the tribulation's endurance. Surviving longer under the tribulation allows for a more refined soul and a closer to perfect physical form. Transforming early would lessen the tribulation's power. Why is that, one might ask? When practicing the demon tribe's cultivation, it activates the bloodline, tempers blood, and refines bones. Transformation centers on the demon core as the Dantian, using the tribulation to forge a human body and open the demon path's purple palace. The demon tribe on the path of immortal cultivation transforms the body entirely into a human form, reconstructing the meridians and opening the Dantian's purple palace, establishing a foundation for cultivation. Essentially, for demons, cultivating the immortal path, transforming into a human form, isn't merely superficial, it fundamentally changes their form. Therefore, not only do they face 3 fewer tribulation bolts than I do, but the power of the tribulation can vary with different demon strengths. The contrast between the two is stark, especially in life and death battles. The former reveals their true form, unleashing boundless power in a desperate fight. The latter reveals their true form only when nearing death, unable to maintain their human shape. Of course, enduring a powerful tribulation grants immense benefits to those with formidable strength. The trial of thunder is both a calamity and an opportunity. Successfully overcoming it results in heavenly spiritual energy nourishing both the soul and the body. Among us, it seems that Xiao Chui is the most likely to transform. When Ling Yunzi spoke of this, he thought of Xiao Chui, who had already set her path on the way of transforming into a dragon. Being a mother snake, her journey is to transform and ascend like a dragon. Although she too must undergo 9 trials of thunder, these are not the ordinary trials of heaven and earth, but rather the trials of purple lightning. These trials are executed by the spiritual officials from the purple heavens. Except for the trial of ascension, the other trials are mostly formalities. Why is that? The heavens have 9 layers, with the purple heaven being the realm of the Taoist saints. Ling Xiao chuckled, noting that while the Taoist spiritual officials are the ones to execute the thunder trials, the dragons that ascend still end up serving in the red heaven where the heavenly emperor resides. Su Chengxian thought to himself, wow, if you put it that way I can't help but start thinking about conspiracy theories. There might be some hidden reasons that aren't disclosed to outsiders. Ling Xiao hadn't specifically inquired about this, and from Ling Yunzi's expression it didn't seem like he knew the inside story either. Come to think of it, dragons aren't all that rare in the earthly realm. After the demise of the ancestral dragons, even the true dragon clans aren't as dominant as they once were. During the Empress's time, the dragon horses that pulled her carriage were considered to be of dragon descent. Reflecting on these things now is perhaps a bit premature. Once Xiao Chui evolves her dragon lineage, we can explore further. Ling Xiao laughed. While Xiao Chui's transformation trial might be easier, her cultivation level hasn't reached the 6th tier yet. It will take another 3 to 5 years to even approach the 7th tier. This is the normal pace for ordinary beasts. Moreover, unlike them, Xiao Chui doesn't have memories of a past life, so considering transformation at the 9th tier would be more prudent. Therefore, she becomes the most suitable candidate for now. Then it's settled, said Ling Xiao. When I ascend to the 8th tier, I'll transform. There's indeed an advantage to transforming early. It allows the transformation trial and the trial of breaking through the great demon realm to be separated. If one waits until the 9th tier to transform, the trials must be completed in a very short time or even simultaneously. The great demon realm focuses on the demon core and demon power. The heavenly thunder trial is summoned by sensing the demon power. Before it fully gathers, you can summon it to undergo the trial. However, if you don't trigger it and your demon power reaches a point Where a breakthrough is inevitable, the thunder trial can descend at any time, putting you at a disadvantage. Once I achieve a perfect transformation, my cultivation will advance rapidly, breaking into the great demon realm within half a year. Ling Xiao was very confident. This is likely why General Yu agreed to allow a demon beast to achieve a near-perfect transformation and search for spiritual veins to carve out a dwelling. From my perspective, we can start locating the spiritual veins now. Excavating a dwelling takes time, and once it's completed, it'll coincide with the time to break through the realm. This border area could also retain great demons, preventing them from leaving Luyang Mountain for the deeper and more spiritually enriched northern wilderness mountains once they reach the great demon realm. Is that true? Are you so confident that you can successfully change form? Upon hearing this, Su Chengxian also became excited. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded immediately and added, moreover, if I am provided with all the accumulated spirit stones for cultivation, I can surely advance to the 8th stage within 3 months. The spirit stones they mined daily were stored together in one place. Since General Yu had waived a year's worth of monthly offerings, that portion of the spirit stones was divided into 4 parts. Su Chengxian didn't need his share, so he kept 12 stones, gave 2 to Dai Dai, and allocated 10 to the great sage for cultivation and growing spirit plants. When spirit stones are buried in the soil and matched with beast blood, it allows the spirit plants to grow faster and better. Besides, he agreed to lend the remaining ones to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, who promised to repay him double in the future. The spirit stones allocated to Shi Xiaocui, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were directly used for cultivation, otherwise the speed of their cultivation wouldn't have been so rapid. Beyond the monthly offerings, there were 4 stones collected from rent, bringing the total to just over 20 stones accumulated without being touched. Firstly, they were not needed at the moment. Given their current cultivation level, the amount of spiritual energy they could refine each day was limited. The spiritual energy within their own spiritual abodes was already sufficient for their cultivation needs. For instance, Shi Xiaocui still had a significant portion of her allocated spirit stones left. Only Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, with their top-tier cultivation methods and deep meditation, could effortlessly use extra spirit stones. Secondly, they were kept in reserve for emergencies. Therefore, what Ling Xiao implied now was the desire to use the accumulated spirit stones for cultivation and also ensure that any stones mined later would first be supplied to her. Dao Jun, my brother, Su Chengxian, thought there was no issue with this. He didn't use spirit stones much, nor did he often venture into the depths to mine them. However, Ling Yunzi also needed spirit stones for his cultivation, so Su Chengxian wanted to seek his opinion first. Your Majesty, please don't rush. The transformation grass still needs some time to mature, Ling Yunzi said, seeing the situation needed his input. My alchemy furnace hasn't been completely refined yet, so I can't use it to make pills. Moreover, the necessary medicinal herbs are still unaccounted for. Furthermore, I also need to reach the 8th stage to have better assurance in pill refining. How can it be 4 months and you still haven't completed the refinement? Su Chengxian knew that the alchemy furnace mentioned was the small black gold cauldron. He recalled Ling Yunzi mentioning that the small furnace had seals and the imprints of the original owner's spirit. It needed to be purified before it could be used, but he didn't expect that after 4 months it still couldn't be used for refining pills. No wonder there hadn't been any progress. Could that furnace be a remarkable treasure so difficult to purify? It's because I haven't condensed my consciousness yet and can only use spiritual power to impact it, so the progress is slow. Ling Yunzi explained helplessly. He wasn't constantly purifying the alchemy furnace. Compared to refining pills, cultivation was evidently more important, so he only worked on the furnace during breaks in his cultivation. But even so, it slowed down his cultivation speed. Ling Xiao had already reached the 7th stage while he still needed several more days. Oh, I see, Su Chengxian said, slightly disappointed. He had thought that Dao Jun, his brother, had extraordinary luck and that the black gold cauldron he got from a street stall was a great treasure. The black gold cauldron was considered a decent magical artifact, but its true potential would only be revealed once I completely refined it. Ling Yunzi noticed my lackluster enthusiasm. Then you better hurry up, he casually remarked. Once you've refined the shape-shifting pill, let everyone have a taste. A taste? Ling Yunzi flicked his serpent tongue, clearly unimpressed. Yet he continued, refining pills also requires spirit stones to ignite the alchemical fire. Ordinary wood and charcoal won't suffice, they can't even heat the pill furnace. Before you can transform into human form, you won't possess a dantian or a purple mansion to concentrate different grades of alchemical fire. Thus you must rely on external forces to kindle the flames. he finished speaking and turned to Su Chengxian. At that moment Ling Xiao was also watching Su Chengxian. Ding, a system notification sounded in Su Chengxian's mind. Host, you have a new task. Task 1, urge your second sister Empress Ling Xiao to transform. Reward, refining points * 12-inch calming flower * 1. Task 2, assist your third brother Taoist Ling Yunzi in refining the shapeshifting pill. Reward, refining points * 12 calming flower * 1. Got it? Su Chengxian grinned. Isn't it just all about the spirit stones? Leave it to me, your great big brother. The old man here is willing to sacrifice some precious sleep to get those spirit stones. And you, my Empress sister and Taoist brother, he flashed his serpent teeth. Your task is to ensure that within 3 months I get to live in a grand villa. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, Wolfda was startled awake by a series of tremors beneath him. The commotion seemed to originate from the cave's depths. Is little two being unusually diligent today, mining spirit stones so early? But looking around he heard a snoring sound. Turning towards it he saw Wolfair lying on his back, snoring away. It's not little two. Boom, boom, boom. The tremors grew even more intense. What's going on? Wolfda stood up, lowered his body, and perked up his ears, trying to discern the source. The sound seemed to be coming from the adjacent spiritual abode. Oh, that family of snakes, it's the fat flower snake. Wake up, little two, stop sleeping. Wolfda rushed over and slapped Wolfair awake. Oh, Wolfair woke up bewildered. Big brother, get up. The fat flower snake next door is declaring war on us. Declare war? Wolfair shook his head. Big brother, can't we just ignore him? We can't beat him anyway. Just then the thumping noises came again. Wolfda, with a deep voice, said, even if we can't beat him, we can't let him provoke us like this. Let's go. We must also mine spirit stones. We can't let him succeed. Big brother, you just want me to mine spirit stones with you, don't you? Nonsense. Big brother is teaching you how to stand up for yourself. And soon the cave beneath them echoed with the sound of banging as well. Boom, 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 boom. The noise reached the other side, disturbing Ling Xiao and the others who were still cultivating. Deep within the cavern, Su Chengxian could hear the commotion. The two pesky dogs next door, up so early today, he muttered to himself, but didn't pause his actions. Channeling his blood energy to the tip of his serpent tail, he forcefully struck the cavern wall. Bang, bang. With each impact, cracks of varying lengths appeared on the wall. Soon bits of rock tumbled down. Su Chengxian released his spiritual sense to probe through the fissures, seeking traces of spiritual stones. At times like this, the power of spiritual sense was incredibly effective. It was far more accurate than sensing with demonic power, allowing him to pinpoint the location of spiritual stones and focus his efforts, thereby significantly improving efficiency. Spiritual stones are the essence of stone, nurtured within spiritual veins rich with dense spiritual energy. They are hard, smooth, lustrous, and possess a pure, bright color. Depending on their origin, they can be blue, green, red, purple, yellow, white, or even transparent or multicolored. They resemble jade in appearance and, after refinement, sparkle like spiritual artifacts. In fact, spiritual stones are spiritual artifacts themselves. Bang! Su Chengxian lashed out another strike with his tail, his blood energy surging into one of the cracks, dislodging more stones and widening the gap. The bottom of the cavern, where spiritual stones are nurtured, is very close to the root of the spiritual vein, making the surrounding walls exceedingly hard due to the refinement by spiritual energy. The denser the spiritual energy, the more solid the stone, thus higher grade. Spiritual mansions require more powerful magic to ensure efficient extraction, otherwise there wouldn't be a need for the competition and subsequent allocation of spiritual mansions. This ensures that the resident beasts possess sufficient strength. Tisk, Su Chengxian remarked, somewhat dissatisfied with the results. Outside, a single strike of his tail could easily shatter a ton of boulder. Here, it only opened a small window a few feet wide. However, there was a benefit to this. There was no risk of a cave-in, allowing him to use his full strength without worry. Let's try again. He roused his blood energy, wielding his serpent tail like a whip, striking fiercely. It was an excellent way to forge his physical body and enhance his corporeal cultivation. Bang, bang, bang. After several strikes, he finally neared the area his spiritual sense indicated as having the densest spiritual energy. He could now feel the refreshing coolness of the spiritual energy brushing against him. Spiritual energy has no actual temperature. This sensation comes from the clarity it brings to the spiritual platform within the sea of consciousness. With a gentle tap of his serpent tail at the newly opened window, Su Chengxian infused the burgeoning blood energy into the exposed crimson points. The red glow gradually faded as Su Chengxian employed a technique to refine the spiritual stone using his blood energy to extract the essence from the 3-foot square piece of jade. Others wouldn't dare attempt this. The consumption of magic power requires time to recover, and there's no certainty that this stone's essence has reached the level of a refined spiritual stone. Spiritual stones, or rather ordinary spiritual stones, are not preformed blocks waiting to be mined. The extractor must discern the part of the jade with the densest spiritual energy and use magic power alongside techniques to cut and refine it. According to Su Chengxian's experience, the refining process is akin to a form of tempering or smelting. In the mystical world of jade and spirit stones, the art of extracting the essence within is a delicate one. Should the concentration of spiritual energy in the jade fail to meet the standards of even the lowest grade spirit stone, the application of incantations will lead to inevitable cracks or even complete fractures. Success, however, brings forth a new gem. Such was the case as a dark green spirit stone emerged, drawn by the pull of blood energy floating before him. His divine sense swept over it, confirming the absence of any flaws. A spirit stone must be free of cracks and blemishes, without leaks or deficiencies to be deemed acceptable. Otherwise, the spiritual energy within would gradually seep away until it reverted to ordinary jade. This was evident in the jade left behind after spirit stone extraction. Its contained energy quickly dissipated. This phenomenon contributed to the ever-present abundance of spiritual energy within the spirit dwelling. The comfort of being in such an environment. Su Chengxian felt utterly at ease amidst this overflow of spiritual energy. He decided right then and there to take a short nap. With the densest part of the energy extracted, this section of the cave wall would gradually lose its former hardness due to the dispersal of spiritual energy. Thus, a brief rest before resuming the extraction was a wise choice, akin to sharpening an axe before chopping wood. Having found a suitable excuse, he lay down without a shred of guilt. With his efficiency, he could extract at least 2 spirit stones today. This was a feat that even Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi couldn't match. Typically, a 7th tier beast could extract 1 spirit stone in 2 to 3 days from a high-grade spirit dwelling, and that was considered commendable. Su Chengxian, however, relied on his solidified soul, resilient and keen divine sense, and overwhelming blood energy. His robust physique allowed him to adopt the brute force extraction method of Lang de Lang, drastically increasing his efficiency several-fold. Remarkably, he didn't feel fatigued by this approach. Hence, even though he spent more time sleeping at the cave's bottom than working, those above like Ling Xiao found nothing peculiar about it. If they heard no noise, they merely assumed he had exhausted his blood energy supply. Unlike demonic and spiritual energies, blood energy couldn't be restored through meditation, thus necessitating more rest, which was entirely normal. From that day on, Su Chengxian claimed the cave bottom as his domain. He dedicated 1/3 of his time to extracting spirit stones and 2/3 to blissful slumber. Occasionally he would gather the shattered remnants of spent spirit stones, ordinary jade left behind post-extraction, into a snakeskin bag, a real snakeskin bag mind you, and haul it up for Ling Xiao to handle. The Empress, not yet a full-fledged demon, had displayed her imperial might once she resolved to transform first. She had rallied a group of little demons, including Cat 19, to run errands for her. In a mere 10 days, she had procured 18 types of auxiliary herbs necessary for crafting the shape-shifting pill, one of which was a substance called crimson gold crystal used to line the bottom of a pill furnace to control its temperature. Crafting such a pill required not just the main ingredient, the shape-shifting herb, but also 12 auxiliary herbs and several materials to adjust the pill fire. Su Chengxian found the mere thought of it cumbersome. Fortunately, it was not his burden to bear. All he needed to do was hand over the extracted and spent spirit stones to Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, who would then figure out the rest. Thus he busied himself for another 10 days. On this particular day, just as I woke up and was about to get to work, I glanced at my status panel and realized I was just a hair's breadth away from advancing to an 8th tier beast. So, I decided to sleep until the promotion happened. Closing my eyes, surrounded by spiritual energy, I fell back into slumber. Blood energy +1 +1 +1 +1, blood energy +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Congratulations to the host for advancing to an 8th tier beast. Blood energy +1 +1 +1 +1. You've reached the 8th tier. Ling Zhao's vertical pupils widened in surprise. Yes, that's right. After advancing to the 8th tier, Su Chengxian came specifically to report this good news to his sister the Empress. Wearing a genuinely proud expression that required no performance, he quickly nodded and then cheekily asked, "Hey sister, how about it? Isn't your big brother awesome? Just like that, I'm 8th tier. How about you?" Despite the fact that it had only been a little over a months since setting the goal of transformation and that her cultivation hadn't progressed much, Ling Xiao forcefully suppressed the urge to curse the heavens for their unfairness. Although the sudden diligence of Su Chengxian had resulted in more spirit stones being refined, considering they were to be used for exchanging alchemical materials, she didn't use most of them for cultivation. Besides, she still had to deal with waste spirit stones, tame minor demons, and handle various trivial matters. She had planned to sort everything out within a month and then focus fully on cultivation. For cultivators, a month or even a year is an extremely short period. Just when things were about to settle, her good brother came running to deliver this piece of good news. He actually advanced to the 8th tier first. Within just this month, this made Ling Xiao, who despite being busy with trivial matters, never relaxed in her cultivation, truly feel the oft-heard complaints about the unfairness of heaven seemed to have some merit. How long had it been since that foolish flower snake broke through the 7th tier? Less than a year. No, that's not right. It would be just short of 6 months. 6 months from 7th to 8th tier. The growth rate of a divine beast's bloodline might not even compare to this, right? The more Ling Xiao thought about it, the sharper her gaze became as she scrutinized Su Chengxian. She was genuinely curious at this point. What exactly was this guy relying on? "Sister, don't envy your big brother. I'm just one step ahead of you." Su Chengxian chuckled. "So you need to hurry up." This sentence revealed his true intention. To encourage his sister the Empress to successfully transform, he had made a significant sacrifice. Not only did he forego precious sleep to refine spirit stones, but he also rushed over after his promotion to share the good news, hoping to motivate her. Having done so much as a big brother, he felt quite loving indeed. Surely Ling Xiao was deeply moved by this, so much so that she was speechless. After expressing his brotherly affection to his sister, the Empress, Su Chengxian quickly found Ling Yunzi peeking at him with a grin. "Big brother is 8th tier now, Ling Yunzi. I know, if he had hands, they would surely be clenched into fists ready to strike. Ah, who really knows what matters?" Su Chengxian chuckled. "You need to learn from your big brother here and grasp the essence of what I'm trying to convey to you." "Like what?" "For instance, you must understand that I first informed Ling Xiao that I'm stronger now. With her personality, she'll undoubtedly throw herself into focused cultivation, striving to advance to the 8th tier as soon as possible. So you ought to feel a bit of urgency yourself. While honing your skills, don't forget to refine the alchemy furnace and prepare to make transformation pills." "Got it, I understand." Ling Yunzi fell silent for a moment, realizing he couldn't refute the point and could only respond with a hint of frustration. That's the spirit. I'll prepare the spiritual stones and put some pressure on you. Of course, you can't relax your cultivation either." Su Chengxian earnestly advised. "Aim to reach the 9th tier soon and transform into human form." "Got it, I got it." It had been a long time since anyone had given Ling Yunzi such candid advice, reminding him straightforwardly to focus on his cultivation. Back when he first joined, his rapid progress had prompted his master and senior brothers to advise him to solidify his foundation. Now reborn as a snake, he found himself being urged by his makeshift big brother not to lag behind. The stark difference was a true test of his mindset. Luckily, Ling Yunzi was no novice to life's tempests. In an instant, he steadied his mind and, thinking of Ling Zhao's transformation, said, "Old ghost, transformation is no trivial matter. Ling Xiao knows what she's doing. Don't go disturbing her focus." "Have little brother Dao Jun, you're overthinking it." Su Chengxian laughed dismissively. Female emperor's mindset is stronger than yours. She'll only grow braver in the face of my provocations." "She's still a woman," Ling Yunzi pointed out. "Oh, do you dare underestimate women?" Su Chengxian exclaimed. "You're doomed, I tell you, doomed. You're likely to fall at the hands of a woman." "How bold, how dangerous, underestimating women. Half the world is female. Not to mention, there are 3 females in this very abode, none of them easy to deal with. Such arrogance will cost you." Ling Yunzi, hearing this, fell silent for a long while. This realization struck Su Chengxian, who suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Yunzi, don't tell me you actually fell at the hands of a woman." "No," Ling Yunzi denied. Su Chengxian tilted his head. "Brother, do you think I believe that? But it's related," Ling Yunzi admitted. TSK, not in the way you're imagining." Ling Yunzi couldn't help but explain. "Oh, I wasn't imagining anything. Great king. I have news about the Shuiyun stone. One day Cat 19 came to pay respects to Ling Xiao, reporting the discovery of the last spiritual material. This mountain cat spirit, though weak in its own combat ability, had high aspirations. For a long time, they had been intent on finding the right great demon to follow, serving alongside its brethren, hoping for future prospects. But in the presence of a true great demon, they couldn't even get in line, so they sought high-level demon beasts with potential, hoping to pledge their allegiance early. Once the beast became a great demon, it would naturally be logical to follow it closely. However, ordinary beasts rarely had such ambitions, being more focused on cultivation and looking down on these little demons who were of little use. Until Ling Xiao appeared, they hadn't encountered a great king they could follow. Later, when they met Su Chengxian and his group, Mao Shizhou began to consider getting closer to them, especially when several of them moved into a high-grade middle-class spiritual abode. The brothers agreed to join them, yet there were hesitations, uncertain of when a great demon might emerge from this family. Even in the best scenario, it might take 3 to 5 years, possibly 10 to 8 years, or even longer. Success in overcoming tribulations was also uncertain. A few months ago, when Ling Xiao announced the intention to perfect her transformation, Mao Shizhou decided not to wait any longer and pledged loyalty. Since then, it had been running around gathering what was needed for its king's transformation. Today it finally found the last piece. In whose hands? Ling Xiao joyfully inquired after getting the news. Another 3 months had passed and she was not far from advancing to the 8th tier. Once the last spiritual material was gathered, everything would be ready, just waiting for the right moment, just waiting for the transformation pill. Su Chengxian's big head leaned over, asking Mao Shizhou, little cat who has the Shuiyun stone, hurry up and tell me. If you keep me in suspense, I'll dye your little cat head pink. It wasn't a surprise that Su Chengxian opened with a threat. Mao Shizhou had a history of teasing and keeping people guessing, a habit from previous dealings with employers, so when he saw the little demon about to start its antics, he directly interrupted it, reporting to the great king, I heard that the White Ape Lord has several Shuiyun stones. The 8th tier White Ape, precisely. Although Mao Shizhou found out who had the stones, it had no way of establishing contact. Its brothers were unable to interact with such high-level beasts, so they immediately reported the news to Ling Xiao, waiting for the king to visit and negotiate. All right, leave it to me. Su Chengxian chuckled upon hearing this. He still owed the White Ape a favor. Now that they were both at the 8th tier, it was a good opportunity to visit. Their two abodes weren't far apart, just separated by a valley. Thus, not long after he appeared outside the White Ape's dwelling. Before long, he returned with 7 or 8 pieces of Shuiyun stone, handing them over to Ling Yunzi. Yunzi, these are for you. The fist-sized Shuiyun stones were covered with tiny pores resembling volcanic rock, but with a faint coolness to the touch and a subtle aquatic aura. Without magical isolation, water vapor would continuously gather on the stone. Su Chengxian, carrying them in his mouth, had the illusion of drooling. How did you get so many? Ling Yunzi asked in surprise, noticing he hadn't taken anything out to exchange. These are spiritual items containing the 5 elements, albeit of ordinary grade, but in a place like Luyan Mountain they are hard to come by, otherwise it wouldn't have been the last missing spiritual material. Take a look at these few pieces of Shuiyun stone. What do you think their value is? Su Chengxian asked instead of giving a direct answer. Ling Yunzi, after sensing them, replied, given their size, the water element energy they contain is average, but still usable. If sold at the Lingwu Pavilion, these 8 pieces could fetch around 200 lower-grade spirit stones. Alchemists and artifact refiners have a high demand for them, so even with ordinary quality, as long as they are usable, the price remains substantial. This is roughly the fruit of their labor after over a year of hard work in this mid-tier spiritual abode. Even Su Chengxian would have to spend half a year to gather this much. Technically, I only need 1 for this batch of alchemy. Despite saying this, Ling Yunzi hoped to keep all the Shuiyun stones. Will you need them in the future? Su Chengxian asked. Indeed, Ling Yunzi replied. The Shuiyun stone is an auxiliary ingredient in refining transformation pills used to stabilize the 4 corners of the alchemy furnace, balancing water and fire. As the saying goes, water and fire merge to refine the spirit pill. It's not only useful for transformation pills but essential for any spiritual pill refining. Currently, without a formed shape, my control over the alchemy fire is likely far inferior to before. Ling Yunzi briefly explained the way of alchemy to Su Chengxian. There are 3 critical aspects in alchemy: the furnace, the spiritual materials, and the alchemical fire. Simply put, it comes down to the quality of the furnace, the composition of the auxiliary materials, and the control of the fire. You can start refining pills with a good furnace, a complete formula, and mastery of one fire control technique. However, whether you succeed in alchemy depends on your control over the fire, which is to say, mastering the timing. The furnace and materials are easy to transmit and understand, but the timing is hard to teach, comprehend, and execute. I understand. Su Changxian nodded. A master can lead you to the door, but practice is personal. It's like cooking, even with the same recipe. Each person's dish tastes different. High heat, low heat, a pinch of salt or oil, all of these depend on one's judgment. Every sect has its own techniques, formulas, and secret skills in alchemy. Almost everyone in the mystical sects can refine pills, but good alchemists are as rare as phoenix feathers. There's a saying among alchemists: the sage passes down medicine, but not fire. Few ever grasp the timing. To understand the profound secrets of alchemy, one must consult a wise master who can reveal the heavenly mysteries. Calling timing heavenly mystery shows how difficult it is to master. Moreover, sometimes it's not that the master is unwilling to teach, but that the disciple may not learn. This skill particularly requires talent and sometimes luck. When opening a furnace to refine pills, one not only picks auspicious days but may also pray to the ancestors of the sect beforehand. But these concerns didn't much relate to Su Changxian, as he wasn't planning to learn alchemy, thus he only asked, so the role of the Shuiyun stone is to control the timing? Exactly, Ling Yunzi confirmed. When refining pills, it's easy to start a fire but hard to stop it, easy to gather fire but hard to move it, easy to produce fire but hard to adjust it, easy to move fire but hard to know it. Knowing when the timing is off and how to adjust the water and fire in the furnace is even harder. Of course, alchemists have their methods for this. First, you place the Shuiyun stones into the alchemy furnace ahead of time, or you can cast a spell to introduce them when needed to stimulate the water energy within, thereby reducing the furnace's temperature. Additionally, Shuiyun stones help once the spiritual materials have hydrated, allowing them to consolidate into pills. However, once the water energy is depleted, the stones become useless, leading to their high consumption. These stones are a staple resource frequently stocked in the treasuries of many sects and powers. Given this, they should all be retained, Su Changxian, with a flick of his snake tail, decisively declared. What does the white ape want in exchange? Ling Yunzi, not one for unnecessary formalities, acknowledged his need for the Shuiyun stones and inquired about the trade terms. It wants a transformation pill, Su Changxian replied, further explaining, I've agreed to exchange one for it. Additionally, if we produce more than needed, we can sell it another one. So, the 8 Shuiyun stones are exchanged for one transformation pill and a priority purchase right for another. Ling Yunzi nodded in agreement, recognizing the fairness of the trade. The market price of a single transformation pill far exceeds 200 low-grade spirit stones. However, providing the raw materials to an alchemist grants one the right, under customary practice, to purchase the resulting elixirs at a significantly reduced price. How many transformation pills can you produce in one batch? Su Changxian suddenly remembered to ask this crucial question. Based on the materials, one batch should yield 8 to 10 pills, Ling Yunzi replied, but since this is my first attempt at alchemy in beast form, the success rate might not be as high. And how many can you make? About 3 to 4, he estimated after some thought. That's quite good. Su Changxian slapped his tail in delight. He had expected no more than a single pill per batch, realizing it could be 3 or 4 times that was not just fair, it was a great profit. Moreover, according to Ling Xiao's plan, they had gathered enough materials to craft 2 batches worth of pills. After all, there was plenty of transformation grass on Dai Dai's back. To be safe, they prepared extra of the other materials whenever possible. Ling Xiao, I've secured the Shuiyun stones, now it's up to Yunzi. On his way to the cave steps, Su Changxian passed through Ling Xiao's hall, calling out, you're almost at the 8th tier, right? Our family's future in a big house depends on you. Just as he was about to leave, he felt something amiss. Hey, why does that sound awkward, like a scummy brother using his sister's dowry to buy a house? No. How did I turn into a scoundrel after running around doing all this? It should be everyone pooling money together and using my sister's eligibility to buy a house. Damn, that doesn't sound much better either. Forget it, Ling Xiao, rest assured that the best room in that big house will be yours, I promise, even if you get married. Damn. The thought of his sister getting married suddenly made him want to punch a yellow-haired suitor. He decided he would find an opportunity to pummel that curly-maned lion again. Though the lion hadn't done anything to provoke him, Su Changxian didn't care. It was the only yellow-haired creature nearby. He ground his teeth, feeling an irrational animosity towards the very concept of a brother-in-law. did you eat something unclean? Ling Xiao, who originally didn't want to bother with him, couldn't help but step out to check on this seemingly delusional guy. Note, said Su Chengxian solemnly, I just suddenly realized that in this life I truly have a sister, Ling Xiao. Get lost, boom. 3 months later at night a thunderclap broke the silence. Ling Yunzi's first batch of transformation pills was completed, producing 6 spirit pills. 10 days later Ling Xiao, who had advanced to the 8th rank less than half a month ago, triggered a thunder tribulation. The transformation tribulation descended, boom, rumble. The thunder roared, echoing throughout the southern side of Luoyang Mountain. Oh, the loud noise startled Wolf Did awake, causing him to leap up. This thunder was peculiar, as if it was right overhead by his ears. Within the rolling thunder there seemed to be a power that instilled fear in the beasts. This wasn't ordinary thunder. Summer often brought heavy rains and thunderous storms were common, especially terrifying ground lightning, but the magnitude of this was unprecedented. Ordinary thunder didn't possess this kind of hidden, terrifying pressure that made his soul tremble. Old too, he went over and slapped the still sleeping wolf air awake. What's happening outside and you're sleeping like a dead pig? You have no sense of vigilance. Someday a wolf will snatch you away for dinner. Oh, Wolf Air woken up was bewildered. Big brother, do you hear yourself? We are wolves. Besides, it wasn't his fault for sleeping so deeply. Blame it on that pesky flower snake next door. Everyone was mining spirit stones, but his noise was particularly loud. Every time he mined, the ground shook, disrupting the peace of the entire mountain. Not only did he mine noisily, but he also did it sporadically, stopping for several hours at a time. Unlike them, who only did this at the end of the month when they couldn't make the monthly quota, that fat flower snake had been doing this for over half a year. Every day, for more than an hour, there was banging at the bottom of the cave, making it impossible for the mountain to remain tranquil. Moreover, he had no fixed schedule. Just as they settled into meditation, there'd be banging. Just as they finished eating and were ready to sleep, there'd be banging. This made Wolf Air, who already loved sleeping, cherish even more the rare peaceful times without disturbance, leading him to sleep soundly. Wood trying to seize every moment to sleep, only to be slapped awake by Big Brother. Wolf Air felt very wronged. Enough, get up quickly. Wolf D gave him another slap. Let's go, we need to check this out. Check what? The thunder tribulation. He remembered now that family next door, one of them, that green snake, had been searching everywhere for materials to refine transformation pills. It seemed intent on transforming. Coupling that with the unusual thunder, it was easy to guess what was happening. It was most likely a transformation tribulation. Although Wolf One had never personally experienced a lightning tribulation, it had heard tales of them. The last time a great demon had undergone a tribulation at Luoyang Mountain was over a decade ago, yet the elders in the clan still mentioned it. They advised that if one encountered someone going through a lightning tribulation, it was crucial to keep a safe distance to avoid any collateral damage. However, once at a safe distance, they could observe the process and experience the power of the tribulation lightning, thereby gaining valuable insights for their own future tribulations. Today was a perfect opportunity to witness such an event, and of course Wolf 1 and its sibling Wolf 2 were eager to see if their neighbor, the water-avoiding snake, could successfully pass the tribulation. Moments later, Wolf 1 and Wolf 2 dashed out of the spiritual abode and climbed to the mountaintop. From there, they could see a thick layer of dark tribulation clouds hovering over a nearby valley. Within the swirling clouds, countless electric pythons seemed to be weaving through. Thunder rumbled ominously. In the next instant, a bolt of tribulation lightning swiftly descended towards a point in the valley below. Could this be an attempt at a perfect transformation? Wolf 1 recalled the interest shown by the fat flower snake when it had listened to the brothers' conversation. It watched the tribulation lightning intently. Was it truly possible for an 8th-tier creature to withstand this force? Rumor had it that among the Bai family's 4 water-avoiding snakes, apart from the matriarch Bai Xiaozue, the green snake, the little white snake, and the fat flower snake, had all ascended to the 8th tier. Which one of them was facing the tribulation today? As the 6th and 7th bolt struck and then the 8th, Su Chengxian counted the number of lightning strikes silently in his heart. It wasn't just him, Bai Xiaozue, who had agreed to change her surname Ling Yunzi Dai, and the great sage all watched the valley as the tribulation lightning fell. Each thunderous crash seemed to hit their very hearts, making it hard to breathe. Besides their family, many other beasts were observing from various vantage points. This rare tribulation scene at Luyang Mountain had drawn the attention of nearly all the minor demons and even two great demons. General Yu Jian was notably absent, likely because a two-headed blackwater venomous python of great demon rank had been injured by a demon marshal's guard and might have fled to Luyang Mountain. This news had only been received a few days prior and a bounty had been issued. However, the Su family was not concerned with these matters, as their entire focus was on Ling Zhao's tribulation. The power of the tribulation lightning was indeed terrifying. Su Chengxian thought to himself, would Ling Xiao succeed in overcoming it? Bai Xiaocui anxiously shifted her body. Of course she can, Su Chengxian replied without hesitation. His sister was no ordinary person, she had been an empress in her past life, and having been reborn with her previous life's memories, dealing with a lightning tribulation should be a breeze. Even if she were to fail, there would surely be no danger to her life. The heavens had granted her a second chance and would not so easily reclaim her life. You certainly have confidence in Her Majesty, Ling Yunzi remarked. Of course I have as much confidence in her as I do in you, Dao Jun. Su Chengxian chuckled. You should also focus on your cultivation and prepare for your tribulation. Ling Yunzi edged away slightly. This guy seemed obsessed lately, urging everyone to enhance their cultivation whenever he got the chance. Boom, the ninth bolt struck as the conversation between the two continued. The ominous storm clouds in the sky began to gradually disperse, revealing a pillar of spiritual light piercing through them, illuminating the valley below. Could it be? Su Chengxian sprang up, his heart pounding with anticipation. Had success been achieved? As his gaze followed the radiant beam, a silhouette emerged within it, ascending into the air. Enveloped by spiritual energy, the figure's details remained obscured. Look quickly! He shouted excitedly. It must be Ling Xiao. Clouds formed by the spiritual energy cloaked the figure within the light, then slowly the energy was absorbed into the figure's body. After what felt like the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the mist dissipated, revealing the person within. Suspended in mid-air stood a tall, graceful woman. She was adorned in a robe embroidered with golden phoenixes, the deep ocean blue fabric interwoven with countless strands of gold thread shimmering brilliantly under the sun as if capturing all the radiance of the heavens. Her phoenix crown towered proudly, set with 9 exquisite pearls, each gleaming with a unique luster, yet none could rival the brilliance of her eyes. Her features were exquisitely crafted, her skin smooth as jade, exuding a subtle glow akin to the finest gemstone. Her brow bore an innate majesty that brooked no defiance, and though her lips curled in a faint smile, it was overshadowed by an undeniable haughtiness. Truly, here was a sovereign empress of unrivaled elegance and commanding presence. With her head slightly raised, it was unclear if this was an inherent trait or a habit acquired from her prolonged serpent form. Her gaze swept slowly over the surroundings, seemingly capable of piercing into one's very soul. She descended gracefully from the sky, each step steady and powerful, exuding an aura of supreme authority that compelled all to bow in submission. This was the unique majesty of a ruler cultivated from years spent in a position of absolute dominion. The old adage rings true. One's dwelling shapes one's spirit and one's nurture shapes one's nature. Magnificent! What a woman! Su Chengxian exclaimed with excitement. Great sage, let's go, it's time to head out. With a chirp, the great king responded, here I am. Before dawn broke, Su Chengxian called upon the great sage and exited the stone gate of their mountain abode, heading westward. Just then, a familiar chime resonated. Ding, the host has a new task. Task details: locate a spiritual vein and establish a sanctuary. Reward 16 refinement points. The system prompt sounded at just the right moment. Seems I'm destined for a life of toil, Su Chengxian muttered to himself as he moved forward. Oh well, at least I can earn some refinement points along the way. Ling Xiao, having just taken human form, needed to stabilize her cultivation and could not leave the sanctuary easily. Despite the nourishment of heavenly spiritual energy after the tribulation, her body and soul needed rest to recover from the 9 thunder strikes. Without care, her human form might disintegrate. Meanwhile, Lady Bai Xiaocui was at a critical juncture in her advancement to the 6th tier. Lin Jianzi was not only preoccupied with crafting a second batch of transformation pills but also needed to quickly train to ascend to the 8th tier. Thus, the responsibility of seeking out spiritual veins temporarily fell to Su Chengxian. In the cave, it was just in Dai Dai and the great sage, with no pressing matters to attend to. Dai Dai was slow on land, with a large physique that made movement cumbersome, so in the end it was just a flower snake and a monkey that ventured out. Everyone was busy, but being busy was good, it kept things moving. Su Chengxian mused to himself, hoping they would eventually carry him along on their ascension to immortality. after Ling Xiao transformed, her cultivation progressed rapidly, and within a year or two she would reach the 9th stage, entering the realm of great demons. Although the Empress sister had a fiery temper she never boasted, there shouldn't be any major issues. He wondered whether her appearance now was the same as in her past life, but he hadn't had the chance to ask. Yunzi, that guy definitely wouldn't let himself fall too far behind. He was already one step behind Ling Xiao and needed to catch up quickly. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees most clearly. Between these two reborn powerhouses there was an unspoken rivalry and a competitive drive to match each other step for step. Su Chengxian, as an aspiring salted fish content with lying flat, watched this with delight in his heart. Having ambition was great. Compete, both of them had grudges to settle. They should be striving in their cultivation, making leaps and bounds, and while they're at it they could look after their big brother. Birds fly far when following the phoenix, he thought, believing he too would soar high by staying near these dragon and phoenix figures. Although he was the stronger brother, was it too much to enjoy some of the pleasures of effortless success? After all, he had the conditions for it. Yunzi surprisingly knew how to refine instruments. Su Chengxian had only discovered this in recent days. His Taoist brother had this skill as well. Since the transformation thunder tribulation was more perilous, Lin Jianzi needed to prepare. He planned to exchange the second batch of transformation pills he refined for a protective magical artifact from General Yu. Protective artifacts were rare and a single transformation pill wouldn't suffice, plus there might not be a suitable one at General Yu's place. Therefore, he intended to refine all the remaining spiritual materials into pills to send over first. Next month the spirit stones from Luyang Mountain were to be delivered to the command tent at Wangyun Mountain, and he could entrust the escorting demon general to help exchange for a suitable one. If he couldn't get a ready-made artifact, he could exchange for some materials for refining instruments. The demon clan wasn't adept at refining but had no shortage of spiritual materials. Refining the obtained materials into a magical artifact in time was feasible. However, this left Lin Jianzi with a tight schedule: refining pills, refining instruments, and cultivating, all while not falling behind Ling Xiao. Busy indeed. Su Chengxian sighed with some sentiment. Of course, he had no way to share in that burden. The best he could do was not add to it. Initially, he wanted a storage artifact to keep beast meat fresh for whenever he wanted to eat without having to leave the cave, and if Cat 19 trade for it, he found out that storage bags with embedded formations could draw in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, keeping items inside fresh indefinitely. But since Lin Jianzi was so busy, Su Chengxian felt it inappropriate to ask him to do more. After all, he was the big brother and shouldn't exploit his little brother excessively. He thought that the Taoist brother could be pushed, but only to a reasonable extent, or else he might explode. When the time came, he could ask the escorting demon general to bring back one for him. At worst, he'd gather more spirit stones. It's been nearly a year, but unfortunately no medium-grade spirit stones have been extracted. The exchange rate between medium-grade and low-grade spirit stones isn't a straightforward 1:100 inch, it fluctuates around 1:1000. Moreover, hardly anyone would trade a medium-grade for low-grade ones. The reason behind this is still unclear to Su Chengxian, but all he needs to know is that a single medium-grade spirit stone is worth at least 1,000 low-grade ones. If he could extract just one, it would compensate for 3 to 4 years of effort of the great sage. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but turn back and call to the little golden-haired monkey perched on his back. Ji, great king, you must help. Find a good spirit vein nearby, let's look for the best one. Su Chengxian made a wish to the monkey as if it were truly the great sage. After all, this little monkey did possess a knack for finding treasures, and it had even named itself the great sage with a certain flair. In this world where fortune truly exists, who knows, it might actually work. Ji, the best. Hearing this, the great sage thumped its chest confidently. I'll help the great king find it, meaning leave it to me, and rest assured. Alright, Su Chengxian grinned. Once we find it, I'll give you 2 extra spirit stones so those 2 peach trees can grow fast and bear fruit early, then you can enjoy spirit peaches. The 2 peach trees carried on Dai's back were planted by the great sage using peach pits. One was from a half-rotten green peach picked up on the way here, and the other was exchanged by General Yu for the curled lion spirit pill. They were growing well, about 2 fingers thick, but still far from bearing fruit. Moreover, if spirit stones were used to grow the peach trees, most of the fruit would likely end up in the bellies of their snake family. How many could the great sage eat? So Su Chengxian was essentially painting a picture for the great sage, much like bosses who promise employees that if they work hard, the company will provide a platform for success and a hefty year-end bonus. The employees might get a bonus enough to buy an electric scooter while the boss earns enough to get a new Range Rover. But the golden-haired monkey didn't mind any of this. It was so delighted it kept rubbing its hands and nodding, its eyes darting around, keen on finding a good spirit vein. The vast Shenglong Ridge spans thousands of miles. Just the Luyan Mountain alone covers 500 to 600 miles in radius. Perhaps because of its barren location, general use jurisdiction was mapped out to be quite extensive. At this time, in the height of summer, the mountain's vegetation was at its most lush. Su Chengxian moved through it, unknowingly startling countless birds and small beasts. Some low-level demon beasts, sensing the blood energy emanating from him, had already made sure to steer clear. Among them was a 5th-level cloud-stepping deer which ran off upon seeing him from afar. This gave him a direct sense of his current strength. Curious, he glanced at his own cultivation state. Host, Su Chengxian race, water-avoiding snake grade, 8th level, requires over 50 million points of blood energy to reach 9th level demon beast. Blood energy 312946777. Physical realm, demon body realm 7600/10000. Spiritual realm, demon soul realm 7808/10000. Divine abilities and combat skills. Divine abilities: Chi devouring and blood transforming, bewitching screech. Combat skills: snake bite, snake constriction. Refining points 0/8. Over the past 6 months, staying at the bottom of the cave to extract spirit stones and slumbering there had significantly advanced Su Chengxian's cultivation in both physical and spiritual realms. However, the difficulty of advancing to the 9th tier is far greater than before. It would take him at least a small year for his vital energy to reach the level necessary for breaking through. Once he finds a suitable spiritual vein and establishes a sanctuary, he plans to enjoy a good rest. He secretly calculated, first he would advance to the 9th tier and then slowly wait ahead for Ling Xiao and the others. Those two fellows would never expect that he would surpass them and reach the 9th tier first. Thinking of this, Su Chengxian couldn't help but reveal a slightly cunning smile. Such an expression on the face of a snake appeared peculiar and eerie. Instantly, it seemed to silence the insect chirping around him. Something was amiss. He suddenly narrowed his vertical pupils, realizing something was wrong. What do birds and insects know about beauty or ugliness? They only flee out of fear. There must be a terrifying presence ahead. Should he advance or retreat? Su Chengxian hesitated. Moving forward might be dangerous. Retreating, however, left a sense of unwillingness. Squeak, squeak. Great king, great sage pointed ahead, questioning why they had stopped moving. Let me think. He couldn't help but raise his head to scrutinize the path ahead. In truth, coming back tomorrow night wouldn't delay matters much. Just today, there was no fear of not finding the place again, but after searching for several days, this was the only area he hadn't explored. Leaving now would only breed an inexplicable sense of reluctance. What if just ahead lay a prime spiritual vein? Since he was already here, shouldn't he go take a look? Why should he delay a day for no reason? He decided to go for it. With a determined bite of his teeth, Su Chengxian resolved to proceed. With his current strength, even facing a 9th tier opponent wouldn't be frightening. At worst, he could flee. Of course, there couldn't possibly be a 9th tier presence ahead. The 9th tier beings near Luyan Mountain were all cultivating within top-grade spiritual palaces. This thought brought him a bit of reassurance. Since it wasn't a 9th tier threat, there was nothing to worry about. Encountering an 8th tier beast outside the spiritual palace's domain would be a perfect opportunity for an extra meal. So, after a moment's hesitation, he continued to swim forward. Ahead lay a dozen small mountains yet to be explored. To find a spiritual vein, one must follow the mountain's contours. Spiritual veins beneath mountains are a natural rule. However, some mountain veins have yet to fully form, or perhaps due to changes in the world's spiritual energy, they have long since dissipated. Therefore, not every peak hides a spiritual vein. Moreover, some mountain ranges might contain multiple intertwined veins, though the latter is unlikely in the spiritually barren Luyan Mountain. Spiritual veins vary in size and, like spiritual palaces, are graded. Unlike humans, the demon race doesn't bother with names implying meanings or metaphors. They prefer straightforward and simple expressions. Thus, even the concept of distinguishing quality is clear and straightforward. The size of a spiritual vein is judged by the abundance of spirit stones within it. The hierarchy of the veins is determined by the type of spiritual stones they contain, with the most abundant grade setting the standard. At Luyan Mountain there are no superior or supreme spiritual veins, not even intermediate ones. The mountain only has lower grade spiritual veins, which are further divided into upper, middle and lower subgrades. the best vein in any region naturally becomes the dwelling place of the strongest beings. Thus at Luoyang Mountain the prime spiritual vein lies beneath General Yu's cave abode. Although the vein's quality isn't high, its vast reserves allow it to barely qualify as a large spiritual vein site, which is then developed into a spiritual vein cave for the beasts to extract and cultivate. This is precisely where Su Chengxian and his group currently reside. The next best veins are occupied by earlier arriving great demons, leaving newcomers to rely on their luck. General Yu's abode, along with the territories of the great demon Wolf Cheng and Tiger Shao, are all situated towards the northeast. Therefore, Su Chengxian considers exploring the west for spiritual veins. Despite rumors of the west being sparse in resources, the area is expansive. With a careful search, there's a chance of discovering a decent spiritual vein. Additionally, his family prefers to maintain distance from other great demons. Whether training soldiers or refining elixirs, they wish to avoid attracting too much attention, and they must act swiftly. They seem to have stumbled upon a serendipitous time. According to Cat 19's intel, there are currently 6 ninth-rank beasts in Luoyang Mountain's spiritual domain, with 2 having moved in alongside them, still some time away from transformation. However, 2 others have resided in the spiritual domain for several years, likely nearing their transformation. They probably lack the confidence to undergo tribulation, hence the delay. Given the limited prime spiritual veins in Luoyang Mountain, should they transform and decide to stay, they too would seek to establish cave abodes. Su Chengxian's early move is akin to cutting in lines, securing an advantage. Discovering the best spiritual domain beforehand would greatly increase their gains. This thought brings Su Chengxian immense joy, adding a spring to his spiritual sense as he searches for veins. This is the mental boost of securing an advantage. The best method for locating spiritual veins is of course through spiritual sense exploration. The soul's strength is naturally keen to fluctuations in spiritual energy, making it highly sensitive to the presence of spiritual qi. Thus, Su Chengxian isn't tasked with finding veins merely because others are busy, it's also due to his prowess in this area. Yet, his strength is limited and the task is exhausting. Spiritual sense varies in intensity, and penetrating deep beneath the mountain is nearly impossible. Therefore, Su Chengxian must approach the mountain cautiously, probing along the ground. With the spiritual sense strength of a demon marquis or king, a mere sweep would reveal the full condition of the veins. It's said that all current demon martial residences were determined by demon kings. Demon generals don't have this privilege, but the royal city has specialized geomancy masters. Some great demons hire these geomancers to locate spiritual veins or use magical instruments, but the family currently lacks resources and doesn't wish to venture to the royal city for assistance, not to mention the uncertainty in securing help. Fortunately, with Su Chengxian and the great sage in their household, even if they couldn't find the best spiritual vein, they could certainly locate a decent one. However, Su Chengxian was quite ambitious. Having already gained an advantage, it would be a loss not to seize the best opportunity. Thus he gathered his spirits and meticulously searched and compared. This western path from Mount Luoyang was one he had traversed twice before. On the previous occasions he took 2 different routes, noting several small spiritual veins, but none met his expectations. Therefore he held great hope for this path, which is why he felt so reluctant earlier to turn back. Yet the deeper he ventured, the more hesitant Su Chengxian became. Squeak, squeak, my lord, there are formidable monsters ahead. The great sage, sensing the anomaly as they progressed, whispered cautiously in his ear. Monsters? Su Chengxian's heart skipped a beat. A monster, not a beast. The great sage, with its keen sense of auras, wouldn't call a high-level beast a monster. In human terms, the word monster refers to all beasts and demonic races, but among the beasts it signifies a demon clan member of at least minor rank. So up ahead, could it be that great demon that fled? Su Chengxian suddenly recalled the command given by General Yu before Ling Zhao's tribulation, to find a 2-headed black water venomous python in the great demon realm. However, their family was preoccupied with Ling Zhao and paid little attention to this task. Besides, although this great demon was severely injured, it was still a vicious character, now at the end of its rope. Encountering it might lead to a desperate struggle, posing significant danger. Joining the hunt, there was no need. Consequently, they didn't even inquire about the python's crimes or the specifics of the bounty. This oversight caused Su Chengxian to forget the matter entirely until just now. So could it really be that great demon up ahead? He was now truly considering retreating. Even though the spiritual energy was noticeably richer around the mountain ahead, encountering a great demon, especially one that is a fugitive, was too risky. Better to leave before alarming it. quickly let's go, ding, host you have a new task, task content, eliminate the great demon the black water venomous python of Wushan, task rewards, 12 refinement points 2 ghost mushrooms, as Su Changxian heard the ding he was just about to turn and leave. But the sound instantly made him realize there was no turning back. Simultaneously his spiritual awareness, which had been spread out, detected the presence of something. It seemed the entity had noticed his intent to flee and launched an attack. A foul stench surged forward from the depths of the dark, dense forest. Indiana, a secluded valley, the moonlight faded as dawn's light subtly emerged, marking a moment of ambiguity between night and day. The surroundings were barely discernible with tree shadows casting mottled outlines. What should have been a bustling morning was eerily devoid of birds or even insects, leaving an unsettling stillness. This silence added an eerie tension to the imminent life and death battle cloaked in mystery and anticipation. The two opposing forces, having clashed just moments ago, found themselves in disbelief at the outcome of their encounter. A great demon, Wu Mountain? The air was thick with humidity and a faint, almost imperceptible trace of poison, making Su Chengxian's breathing feel heavy. Yet his mind was more at ease than before the enemy had revealed itself. This was because the power displayed in the opponent's strike was not as formidable as he had imagined, hiding in the shadows, suppressing their aura and launching a surprise attack. These factors together were enough to rule out the possibility that the opponent was deliberately concealing their strength. There was no need for a great demon to deal with an 8th-rank monster. What need was there to hide its power? Thus he couldn't help but doubt whether the opponent was indeed the demon of Wu Mountain, although the aura and the two massive, menacing snake heads suggested otherwise, making such doubt unnecessary. Humph! A deep, disdainful snort emanated from the mouth of the colossal black venomous python opposite him. The contempt carried a hint of angry shame. With no intention of conversing with Su Chengxian, to the python an 8th-rank monster wasn't even worthy of speaking to, just mere prey. Even if it had dodged one strike, it was merely by chance. Die! It roared, raising its head swiftly. The twin forked heads opened their gaping maws and sprayed 2 streams of dark green venom. Whoosh! The venom sliced through the night sky like arrows from the Grim Reaper, heading straight for Su Chengxian. Wherever the venom passed, the dark green mist it emitted caused the surrounding vegetation to wither instantly. Even leaves that were too close and merely brushed by the mist were corroded into a charred black. Damn! Su Chengxian reacted quickly. As the python raised its head, he had already slid to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. But seeing the potency of the venom, he knew he hadn't completely evaded danger. No wonder the great demon's venom was unleashed so brazenly, without any accompanying movements or combat techniques. It simply didn't need any. Such potent venom, whether or not it actually made contact, just a whiff of the poison was potentially lethal. He was simultaneously relieved that the instant his spiritual sense warned him he had managed to sweep the great sage far enough away with a tail swipe. Otherwise, a single breath would have been fatal. You want me dead? In your dreams. At this moment, dodging again was no longer an option. Su Chengxian once more surged, his vitality thickening the dark red protective aura around him several layers. Sizzle! The venom missed Su Chengxian, but as anticipated, he couldn't completely evade the poisonous mist. The mist, as it touched his protective aura, emitted a sinister sizzling sound. The dark green vapor seemed to transform into countless threads attempting to penetrate his flesh. Fortunately, his aura was thick enough to block it. Seeing that he could withstand it by consuming his aura, Su Chengxian knew he was safe. When it came to the sheer vigor of his blood and spirit, he wasn't being arrogant. Even if that formidable demon across from him spat venom a few more times, he could still handle it. Yet even for a mighty demon, how much venom could it truly have within? Something that powerful in large quantities would defy logic. Ushin Commander, why aren't you fleeing for your life instead of fighting me? Su Chengxian had completely shaken off the prior fear from being ambushed by the demon and regained his clarity of thought. He quickly deduced why Ushin's strength was not a match for the demon realm. It had to be that this creature was severely wounded during its escape. Moreover, those 2 attacks Ushin launched earlier were likely its trump card, its strongest moves. The logic was simple. This demon was a fugitive, constantly hunted, always at risk of being killed. This was Luyang Mountain in general. He was actively seeking it. If Su Chengxian were in Ushin's position, he would also go all out to kill an 8th-tier demon beast, swiftly avoiding any commotion that might attract station demon generals. But Ushin surely didn't expect that Su Chengxian could evade its attacks. If he could dodge the strongest ones, what was there to fear? Nonetheless, Su Chengxian had no intention of continuing the Battle with Ushin. If you ask me, you'd better run. I promise I won't chase you. The creature was a monstrous serpent, its body stretching tens of meters as thick as an ancient tree, covered in glossy black scales that shimmered with an eerie green light in the dim surroundings. Its bifurcated heads flickered with crimson tongues, and its eyes gleamed with a cunning, bloodthirsty menace. Not to mention, it was vastly larger than Su Chengxian. More chilling was the serpentine demon's power, which was several levels above his own. There was a moment when Su Chengxian considered hunting it, consuming its flesh and demon core to enhance his cultivation, perhaps even claim the bounty on its head, but he quickly dismissed the thought. Facing a demon of this realm, even if it was injured, as an 8th-tier demon beast he wouldn't have much of an advantage. Injury was inevitable, and a severe one would be excruciating. Worse still, poisoning would complicate matters further. Thus, Su Chengxian hoped Ushin would realize it couldn't swiftly kill him and wisely choose to retreat. Don't waste time on him, continue its flight, die. Yet his words seemed to thoroughly enrage the black serpent. It lifted its massive heads, giving Su Chengxian no chance to speak further, and lunged at him. Within the low growl of die, a formidable aura of pressure emanated from it. Here it comes again, Su Chengxian cursed. Ushin had used this very move to attack him earlier. The demon's aura exerted a natural suppression over lower-ranking beasts, a dominance from the higher to the lower. The most perilous aspect of this suppression was that it targeted the soul sea of consciousness, but with the dual hints from his spiritual sense and system tasks he had managed to evade it. Moreover, his spiritual strength was not weak. Even if he couldn't match Wushan, he wouldn't be suppressed to the point of immobility due to the difference in their realms. However, Wushan clearly didn't think he had evaded through his own skills, so he repeated his old trick. This was bad news for Su Chengxian. It meant that this monster didn't intend to let him go and still thought of him as prey. Damn it, Su Chengxian couldn't help but curse. Bastard, do you think I'm easy to bully? It was clear that Wushan regarded him as a blood meal to be hunted. This attitude irked him immensely. Since he couldn't avoid it, it was time to fight. Don't know what's good for you, Su Chengxian shouted. I gave you a chance to leave, but you insist on being stubborn with me. Well then, don't leave. You're not some peak demon beast, so what's with the arrogance? Just a mere big demon, and you dare provoke me? When two paths cross, the brave one wins. Besides, if I can't beat you, can't I at least wear you down? If this two-headed beast is courting death, then I'll oblige. As long as I create enough commotion, General, you will arrive soon. Still a useless fool, watch as I kill you. With this thought, Su Chengxian no longer dodged Wushan's attack but faced it head-on. He was confident that in terms of physical strength, Wushan might not be much stronger than him. It was a good chance to hone his combat skills and temper his muscles and bones. Constantly hiding was not a solution. Avoiding battle meant never achieving powerful combat strength. There are always stronger opponents, so when's the right time to stop hiding? So strike when it's time to strike. If I really can't win, then I'll run away. After all, General, you has my back, so what's there to fear? Die. Of course, to hasten General Yu's arrival and to unsettle Wushan's mind, he shouted randomly while charging in. His voice echoed far and wide, yet the shout was nowhere near as loud as the sound of the clash between the two sides. Boom, thud, thud, a large and a small giant serpent entwined, instantly rolling, biting and coiling, each collision accompanied by deafening noise. The snake's tail slapped the ground and the reverberations echoed through the valley, making the earth seem as if it were trembling. The two-headed blackwater venomous python continuously tried to bite the giant snake's vital points, while the giant snake used its massive body and incredible strength to suppress its opponent, attempting to strangle it completely. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, after several rounds of exchanges, a few century-old trees were knocked down. The battle grew ever fiercer, the air thick with the scent of blood and death. Damn it, Su Chengxian was enraged. Clearly he had suffered in the confrontation. Most of the blood scent came from his serpent body. As he had anticipated, even with its power greatly diminished, Wushan, the blackwater venomous python of the great demon realm, was far too strong for him, after all. Whether it was the refinement of the physical body or the thickness of protective demon power, his opponent surpassed him by 2 realms, and these were not just minor differences, but 2 major realms. His combat skills, when unleashed upon the opponent, inflicted only negligible damage. Particularly, his adversary's battle experience was far superior. He couldn't gain any advantage at all. Damn black eel. Once the fight began, real flames of anger flared, making it difficult to control his emotions. At this moment, Su Chengxian was consumed by the thought that he must not suffer this loss in vain. Since both belonged to the snake and python clan, Wushan was even more skilled in entanglement. his spiritual sense couldn't penetrate the opponent's protective demon power and was even detected, resulting in a clash of their soul forces, neither gaining the upper hand. Naturally, the solidity of a great demon's soul outmatched Su Chengxian by a notch. With such a disparity, his beguilement cries were unlikely to be effective. Unwilling to give up, Su Chengxian launched his combat skill, Snake Bite. With blood energy surging around him, he once again made a full attempt to breach his opponent's defenses. Zzz, an unsettling sound enough to make one's teeth ache came from the spot where the snake fangs pierced. Su Chengxian's heart sank. The strike still failed to break through that layer of protective demon power. Ah, young one, still dared to bite. A hint of savage anger flashed in Wushan's eyes. He had been hunted down like a stray dog, fleeing everywhere. If not for his demon core being shattered by a demon marquis, how would he have fallen to this state? The ones who pursued him were either demon generals or great demons like himself, and now, just for being hungry and wanting to eat an 8th-tier little beast, this beast dared to fight back. Not only was the opponent not intimidated by his pressure, but it also resisted 2 attacks, forcing him into a physical tussle. This was utterly humiliating, especially with the nonsense it spouted mocking him. It was simply outrageous. You deserve to die, seeing Su Chengxian unable to even break through his protective demon power. Wushan wasn't pleased, on the contrary, he was even angrier, recalling the previous words of the flower snake, saying something like, "You go, I won't chase you." Did it think Wushan was as trivial as a chicken or dog? You deserve to die, deserve to die. As if he had suffered immense humiliation, a nameless fury surged within him, and with killing intent blazing, the 2 massive heads lunged aggressively at Su Chengxian's vulnerable point. He intended to devour this defiant, water-avoiding snake alive. Such weakness, and yet daring to challenge the strong. On what grounds? Damn it! Su Chengxian was taken aback at the sight. Good heavens, why the sudden madness? Has rabies kicked in? This was not the time for a direct confrontation. The gap in strength was significant. Resisting head-on would surely result in a loss. In a hurried move, he sidestepped and dodged. Not to mention anything else, just his evasion technique. Even those like Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi with their top-tier martial arts and combat techniques would need to strategize to catch a glimpse of his shadow. Countless times practiced in dreams had refined these skills, so when he decided to dodge, Wushan couldn't entangle him. However, the opponent's massive size completely overshadowed him, and with 2 heads, even though Su Chengxian managed to evade, one of the snake's fangs still grazed his body, leaving a bloody mark. It doesn't hurt, damn it, it's poisoned. Su Chengxian immediately realized that the lack of pain must be due to the poison in the opponent's snake fangs. Damn, this guy has venom too. In the past, he hadn't felt numbness from his injuries because he had cautiously held back, but this time he was careless. Was he really playing tricks with an 8th-level monster? It was hard to tell if that was clever or foolish. If he were smart, he wouldn't waste time here, he should be running away. Su Chengxian was certain that General Yu was on his way, so why not take a chance? He suddenly turned around, baring his fangs, and bit into the body of the snake on Wushan, roared, "Die!" Perhaps the 2-headed poisonous python thought he couldn't break through its protective demonic energy, so it didn't even bother to dodge. Its cold vertical pupils flashed with a sinister light, and it twisted around to bite back at him. The dark demonic energy on its fangs surged violently. Roar! It hurt like hell. Su Chengxian's body was pierced by the snake's fangs. Even his thick protective blood energy couldn't withstand the serpent's bite, but he had also bitten into Wushan. Sizzled, just like before, he only penetrated the demonic energy, but this time he didn't let go. Instead, he took a fierce inhale. The protective demonic energy he had bitten into was sucked into his mouth, then swallowed into his belly. His innate divine ability, devour, to transform chi into blood. Hiss, damn it, it hurt as if he had swallowed knives. Icy knives at that. But Su Chengxian didn't stop. He swallowed several more big gulps. Instantly he felt like countless icy knives were stabbing him from within. It was so painful that he began to sweat, yet he also felt an illusion that the entire serpent was about to freeze solid. The demonic energy of a great demon was no small matter. If his ability couldn't devour it, his internal organs would suffer immensely. Luckily, he soon felt his blood energy continually refining the demonic energy after activating Devour to transform chi into blood. Although the process was excruciatingly slow, he held onto Wushan tightly, swallowing the demonic energy relentlessly. Consume, as long as he didn't die he couldn't let this creature go. Su Chengxian was determined. The black eel was asking for trouble by not accepting a toast and instead opting for punishment, bullying him too much. Of course, it would be even better if devour to transform qi into blood could refine faster. The thought flashed in his mind. Ding, attention host. The great demon two-headed blackwater poison python Wushan has devoured many of its kin in cultivation, resulting in strange and highly toxic demonic energy. The energy exceeds the host's absorption limit. Would the host like to consume 1 billion blood energy to upgrade the divine ability? Upgrade, upgrade. Su Chengxian rejoiced at the prompt, shouting in his heart. He thought he was in for a world of hurt, but unexpectedly things took a turn for the better. It had been a long time since his divine ability transformed qi into blood upgraded to devour to transform qi into blood at the cost of 1 million blood energy. During that time he even consumed the demon core of a golden-backed dragonfish. Even when he devoured the flesh of the 7th-level cloud-stepping deer he relied on his own slow refining process, because during this period as his spiritual and physical realms grew stronger his two innate divine abilities, bewitching roar and devour to transform qi into blood, also significantly enhanced. Su Chengxian thought his divine abilities couldn't forcibly leap forward anymore and would only gradually improve with his overall strength. Affirmative, host, please note, the divine ability devour to transform qi into blood will be upgraded to devour and refine. The divine ability upgrade for the host is in progress. Please focus and mobilize your blood energy with all your strength. As the system's inorganic voice broadcast echoed in his mind he felt the warmth within his abdomen re-emerge, identical to the sensation he experienced last time. Note this time it was more intense, a searing heat. It was as if his blood and energy were boiling, refining his physical form in a wondrous way. So hot, within a few breaths, the burning sensation spread throughout his body, growing more intense with each passing moment, making it harder to endure than before. Snakes prefer warm and moist environments, but they dislike extreme heat. Even his spirits dwelling the spiritual sea of consciousness was feeling restless due to the boiling of energy and blood. Sensing this, Su Chengxian quickly calmed his mind, focusing all his efforts on mobilizing his blood and energy to accelerate his advancement. Simultaneously, he remained tightly coiled around the formidable demon Wushan, who was desperate to kill him. He continued to devour the demonic energy from the two-headed venomous python's body. Damn it! Wushan was infuriated by Su Chengxian's tenacity, clinging on without letting go. Especially as Su Chengxian's blood surged and his snake body writhed violently, Wushan's attempts to inflict serious harm through biting were thwarted. Moreover, with the loss of his demon core, his magical power was waning, forcing him to abandon his plan to further pierce and tear Su Chengxian's body. Hiss! Consumed by fury, Wushan failed to immediately realize that his diminishing power might not be solely due to the absence of the demon core. All he wanted now was to devour this flower snake. As he withdrew his venomous fangs he let out a roar, his two heads twisting in different directions, lunging straight for Su Chengxian's vulnerable spot. At this moment Su Chengxian noticed that his act of consuming the opponent's demonic energy was becoming smooth and seamless. Every strand of demonic energy he swallowed was rapidly refined by his burning body. Blood energy plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 inch soul realm plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 physical realm plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 blood energy plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10. The sound was like celestial music, akin to the war drums urging him to charge, resounding continuously in his ears. He chose not to block it out as it didn't affect his consciousness. On the contrary, it invigorated Su Chengxian's fighting spirit. There was only one thought in his mind: what a treasure this great demon is, such a boon. If it's this beneficial, wouldn't it be a shame not to take a few more bites? Thus he conceived a daring idea: dodge the critical hits but don't completely evade. Since he wasn't as large as Wushan, fully dodging would mean letting go and ceasing to consume the demonic energy, but he was unwilling to do that. Damn it, he refused to let go, biting even harder. With a powerful suction between his throat and tongue he gulped down more of the demonic energy. Having spent vast amounts of blood energy to ascend his abilities, he had to recuperate some of it. Then Wushan bit his snake body again, his sharp fangs piercing deeply into his flesh. In the next moment an excruciating pain almost caused Su Chengxian to pass out. It was unbearable. In 2 lifetimes he had never experienced such agony. With the intense pain, a surge of malevolence rose within him, tempting him to turn around immediately and fight Wushan. However, the more it hurt, the clearer his mind became. He knew he couldn't act rashly. Despite appearing weak, the opponent was a bona fide great demon, yet being attacked without retaliating was a grievance he couldn't swallow. Determinedly he stirred his life force, gritted his teeth hard and took a long forceful breath of Wu Shan's protective demon power. Seizing this opportunity he thrust the snake fangs deeper. Finally, with the next gulp of demon power he tasted the blood of the great demon. It was metallic with an indescribable flavor but immensely satisfying. Devour, vitality plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 inch vitality plus 10 plus 10 plus 10 plus 10. Feeling the power within the great demon's blood and hearing the increasing vitality in his ears, Su Chengxian felt his pain slightly diminish, but it wasn't enough. Sensing within himself that he could quickly refine the demon power and blood he ingested, it no longer felt like swallowing ice-cold blades. Without hesitation he began to vigorously absorb and swallow it. Moreover, his innate divine ability evolving during his ascension was gradually revealing its true power. With just one deep inhale he could easily seize and consume the demon power Wu Shan had refined over years. Each time it was more than the last. After a few more breaths he sensed that the resistance on the snake fangs piercing into the great demon was decreasing. Wu Shan's protective demon power was a cohesive whole. When Su Chengxian bit into a section and absorbed the demon power, other parts would promptly flow to replenish it. Therefore he couldn't immediately break through this defense by devouring the demon power. Even when taking advantage of a gap he could only penetrate little by little. However, now there was a lapse in this flow, a perfect opportunity. Su Chengxian immediately realized that Wu Shan's strength had been more severely damaged than he had imagined. Perhaps he truly had a chance to kill this guy. At this moment Wu Shan also finally sensed the loss of his demon power. He roared in shock and anger. "Damn it, you little beast, what kind of trickery did you use?" Without the presence of a demon core his manipulation and perception of his power were significantly dulled. Only after a few moments did he realize what had happened. Why was the demon power disappearing? Because this speckled snake had consumed it? Impossible. The fact that he was being eaten was even more shocking and terrifying than the disappearance of his protective demon power. How could an 8th level demon beast devour his power? There was an absolute difference in power levels between a great demon and a demon beast. If he absorbed Su Chengxian's vitality and demon power he could forcibly refine it with the absolute power of a superior, but conversely it was impossible for an 8th level demon beast to refine the power of a great demon. Furthermore, this 8th level water-avoiding snake had no demon power fluctuations at all. Impossible. You devoured my demon power, why aren't you dead? Su Chengxian had already absorbed enough demonic energy to make him explode. Or perhaps he would use his blood energy to refine the power of the great demon? Blood energy could refine spiritual energy into demonic energy, so naturally it could also refine the demonic energy itself. No, the consumption of blood energy in such a manner was far beyond what any ordinary demon beast could possess. Could it be some innate divine ability? The ability to devour and refine the power of a great demon was something he had never heard of before. Unless it was the bloodline of a divine beast. Impossible. Wu Shan was so shocked that in an instant countless thoughts flashed through his mind, yet each thought that emerged was quickly dismissed by him. Even though he had lost the demon core, his soul power remained undamaged. If Su Chengxian had the bloodline of a divine beast, even a trace of it, he would have sensed it. Su Chengxian's bloodline aura was pure, devoid of any powerful guardian presence, and even lacked the fluctuation of demonic energy. This was why Wu Shan, while being pursued, still entertained the idea of capturing and consuming him as blood food. But now he felt he had been mistaken. Perhaps he shouldn't have. Suddenly he heard a serpent's hiss. The disbelief was so overwhelming that it caused a momentary instability in Wu Shan's mind. Su Chengxian did not let this opportunity slip. In an instant he launched another innate divine ability, bewitching hiss. In truth, his dispersed divine sense had been circling the great demon, constantly seeking an opening to break through the defense and attack the opponent's spiritual sea. After all, compared to breaking through the protective demonic energy and assaulting the formidable physical body, the spiritual realm, which demons were generally not adept at refining, was a better breakthrough point. This theory came from Dao Junling Yunzi and was highly credible, so when Su Chengxian sensed an opening he didn't hesitate and immediately launched the attack. It was a gamble. Not only did he use his divine ability, but he also condensed his divine sense into a small sword, stabbing it towards the brow of one of the great demon's heads. The two heads of the twin-headed blackwater venomous python were almost identical. Moreover, he had no means of discerning which head housed the opponent's spiritual sea. it was unlikely that both heads did, but he lacked the ability to condense two small swords of divine sense, so he simply decided to strike one and not let any main target escape. At the same time, he seized the chance to open his serpent's mouth wide and, as fast as lightning, bit into Wu Shan's python body again. Innate combat technique, snake bite. I absorb, swallowing the demonic energy and blood, refining them. This time, he finally broke through the great demon's defense with a single strike, piercing into his flesh. Innate divine ability, devour and transform blood. Roar. Wu Shan first felt a momentary dizziness, then one of his heads was pierced by a force, causing a sharp pain in his soul. Then the horrifying event occurred. His second head, due to the pain, uncontrollably thrashed and roared. Although the two heads were primary and secondary, when the secondary head went out of control, his upper body was thrown into a state of being restrained. Compared to this, Su Chengxian's attack on his abdomen seemed far less significant. Regaining control over the second head was imperative, otherwise he would no longer be able to fight. The loss of control over his head would prevent him from executing any of his combat skills properly. Strike when the iron is hot. Seeing one of the heads of the two-headed venomous serpent in an abnormal state, he fiercely tore off a large piece of flesh from the serpent's body on Wu Mountain. He swallowed it. Once more he unleashed his innate divine ability, Beguilement Screech. Unfortunately, his spiritual consciousness could not conjure another small sword in such a short time, otherwise he would have surely aimed for the remaining head as well. Kicking a lame man's crippled leg can be a very effective tactic. This time, of course, his target was still the conscious head. Roar, roar, blood gushed from the place where the flesh was torn away. Relative to its massive body, the pain was not severe, but Wu Mountain was furious. He had been injured by an 8th-rank demon beast, however anger was of no use. Perhaps due to the loss of control over the second head, his spiritual consciousness and demon power began to collapse, therefore he could not withstand the attack. His soul was unguarded and his movements stiffened for a moment. I bite, I suck. Su Chengxian naturally seized the opportunity, unleashing the combat technique snake bite, swallowing and gulping down large mouthfuls, although he clearly understood that if he wanted to pose a lethal threat to the great demon, the best choice was certainly not the physical body. By continuously swallowing demon power and now even incorporating demon blood into his belly for refining, he repeated the process several times but failed to deal Wu Mountain any significant damage. It was still too slow. Compared to the great demon's physical strength, his consumption speed was far too slow. And the damage Wu Mountain caused him was not to be underestimated either. Where is General Yu? Su Chengxian pondered. He didn't want to get injured anymore, therefore he couldn't allow Wu Mountain any room to retaliate. He must continuously unleash his innate divine ability, Beguilement Screech, nor could he stop consuming. Every bite he swallowed increased his vitality. Moreover, the advancement of his innate divine abilities allowed him to directly refine the swallowed demon power for use in enhancing his soul and physical realm. This was an ability he hadn't had before, thus the battle took on a bizarre turn, quite bizarre. The two heads on Wu Mountain's neck, one was screeching wildly while the other was oscillating between clarity and dizziness under Su Chengxian's snake screech. Su Chengxian repeated his actions in a cycle. He bit Wu Mountain, desperately absorbing several mouthfuls of demon power and blood. Then, upon noticing signs of clarity, he would fiercely tear off a large chunk of flesh and swallow it, refining it together. Then he would emit another screech, vitality +10 +10. Soul realm +1 +1 +1 +1 inch physical realm +1 +1 +1 +1. Vitality +10 +10 +10 +10 inch. The pleasing plus sound constantly encouraged him. Thus he performed exceptionally, maintaining the bizarre situation for dozens of breaths. Since Beguilement Screech consumed a lot of soul power, it couldn't be sustained for long. So after emitting the 6th snake screech, Su Chengxian failed on the 7th attempt. Roar, damn it! In the instant of regaining consciousness, Wu Mountain's eyes turned red with rage. Several new wounds appeared on his body, and a tenth of his demon power and flesh had been gnawed away. The longest wound was torn so deeply that the bone was visible. He had been made so miserable by a demon beast. At this moment, the second head had already drooped down, no longer a burden, yet he didn't immediately pounce on Su Chengxian. In a world where mythical creatures and formidable powers intertwine, a cunning great demon had learned the art of spiritual attacks from his adversaries. His slit pupils narrowed into a thin line as he directed a concentrated spiritual force straight toward his opponent, though He couldn't forge a small sword from his spirit. In haste he managed to condense it into a sharp spike. This spike pierced into the spirit sea of a beast and exploded, a lethal maneuver capable of ending its life. The spiritual force struck with the speed of thought. There was no escape. Su Chengxian's heart pounded with dread. He could not evade it. What should he do? Unable to dodge, he chose to confront it head-on. With a swift motion he opened his snake mouth and swallowed the spiritual force whole. The system chimed in. Host has devoured a wisp of spiritual force, soul realm plus 40, damn. Ha, it actually worked. Su Chengxian felt a rush of exhilaration as if he had been resurrected from the brink of despair. Across from him, Wu Shan was momentarily stunned. Could one actually swallow spiritual force? But he quickly scoffed, utter foolishness. Swallowing spiritual force is no different from it invading your spirit sea. Are you trying to delay your demise? Explode for me. He roared, anticipating the obliteration of Su Chengxian's spirit, yet the spiritual force vanishing into Su Chengxian's maw lost all connection, as if truly eaten, much like the demon power and flesh he had consumed before leaving this patterned snake unharmed. Leave, Wu Shan felt a creeping dread, realizing he might be devoured bit by bit until nothing was left. Despite having strength far exceeding Su Chengxian's, the terror was undeniable. The once mighty great demon, now in a desperate flight, turned to escape, dragging along its other drooping head and a body riddled with bloody pits. Trying to run? No way. Su Chengxian had no intention of letting Wu Shan escape. He pursued relentlessly, employing combat techniques to latch on with a fierce bite, continuing to absorb and consume the great demon's energy and flesh. The intoxicating surge in power was irresistible. Even if Wu Shan unleashed his might in a desperate tail whip, flinging Su Chengxian away, he would immediately ignore his injuries to chase him down again. Soon enough, the demon's body was missing another substantial portion of flesh. Suddenly Su Chengxian sensed a powerful force approaching at lightning speed, accompanied by a voice tinged with surprise and curiosity. While fiercely biting Wu Shan's tail, a chill ran through his heart. Could this two-headed venomous python have an ally? With a deafening crash, a figure appeared almost instantaneously. In the blink of an eye, as Su Chengxian registered its presence, this newcomer raised a hand midair, conjuring demon power to form a massive hand. It grasped the neck of the two-headed blackwater venomous python and twisted, severing its heads, both of them. Then, with a deft gesture, the figure performed a hand sign, extracting and confining Wu Shan's soul. Then, the serpent's head was returned next to its body. The action was swift, effortless, smooth, and decisive. It was carried out with such nonchalance that there was hardly any noticeable fluctuation of magical power. In the previous moment, the mighty demon Wu Shan, who could easily flick Su Chengxian away with a single tail swipe, had silently lost its two serpent heads. Its soul had been captured. It was too fast, too powerful. Even Wu Shan's chest, raised high from its movement, remained upright after the heads were taken. Thud. Su Chengxian witnessed this with his own eyes and couldn't help but be taken aback. Is this the power of a demon general in its prime? In front of him, the mighty demon was nothing more than an entity to be effortlessly crushed. Even though this demon was at the end of its strength, it was still a genuine great demon. It was stronger than himself. Any arrogance he had felt in the presence of Wu Shan was shattered by this single strike. Shocked, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Swallowing hard, however, he forgot that he still had Wu Shan's serpent tail in his mouth, so that gulp mixed with the demon's blood and power caused him to burst into a fit of violent coughing. Cough. General Yu. Su Chengxian. The newcomer was none other than General Yu, clad in splendid attire. Su Chengxian had always seen this demon general as unremarkable, fond of fine clothes, generous and fair in dealings. He had never expected such decisive and ruthless action. After witnessing the earlier scene, Su Chengxian couldn't help but see General Yu in a different light. And General Yu's gaze towards him was even stranger. I've been pursuing this venomous serpent for days, and yet it ended up in your mouth. He glanced at Su Chengxian and then at the lifeless Wu Shan. The double-headed venomous serpent's body bore many bite marks, with a significant portion of its flesh gone, presumably all devoured by the aquatic serpent before him. Surprised, he looked again at Su Chengxian. Your cultivation has progressed remarkably fast. You were only at the 6th stage on the arena, and now just a year later you've reached the 8th stage. Noting that Su Chengxian still had Wu Shan's tail in his mouth, he added, to devour a great demon to this extent shows your combat abilities are quite extraordinary. Su Chengxian was startled, quickly releasing his grip. General, is it not allowed to eat the flesh of a great demon after fighting it? He had only been thinking of sneaking a bit more of the demon's tail meat before General Yu took Wu Shan's body away. After all, the double-headed black water serpent was already in such a state, there was no need to hide it. All this could be refined into blood energy to enhance his cultivation and strength. Every bite was a gain. Of course, to not expose all his cards, he resisted the temptation to siphon more of Wu Shan's demonic power, but now General Yu's words made him uneasy. It reminded him of the system's notification about Wu Shan being hunted for devouring fellow clansmen for cultivation. Did consuming Wu Shan's flesh breach some taboo of the monster clan? No matter, General Yu dismissed his doubts. Wu Shan had been declared an evil demon to be expelled by the monster marquis, and all monsters were free to hunt and devour it. In truth, the value of Wu Shan, the black water venomous python at the demon lord level, far exceeded the reward of a mid-grade spiritual stone. This was the real reason why the great monsters and even monster generals were motivated to act. If not for Wu Shan's monster core and life-bound magical treasure being destroyed by the guards under the monster marquis, it would never have fled to Luoyang Mountain. With only its physical body left, its value was significantly diminished, certainly not worth a monster general's journey. Moreover, chasing it beyond their territory would mean sharing the spoils with other monster generals. A demon lord's physical body wasn't worth the trouble of two monster generals. Even General Yu wasn't overly concerned. If not for his duty and eyewitness accounts of Wu Shan heading straight for Luoyang Mountain, he wouldn't have wasted these days unable to cultivate peacefully. Now that Wu Shan was dead, his mood was quite good. He waved to Su Chengxian and said, "Since you discovered Wu Shan's trail and fought with it, allowing this general to slay the evil demon, this body shall be yours." Due to his cultivation practice, he preferred spiritual fruits and plants over blood food. Besides, since it was already in such a state, he might as well generously give it to the flower snake. "Thank you, General Yu." Su Chengxian quickly expressed his gratitude. With the black water venomous python's body, he might be able to replenish the immense blood energy he had expended. General Yu is indeed fair in his dealings. "This is what you deserve." "No need to thank me," General Yu said, "but I have something to remind you of." He was about to leave but paused, turning back to Su Chengxian. "You snakes and pythons have a habit of devouring your kin for cultivation. However, this is not the true path of cultivation and is forbidden by the laws of the monster clan. You must keep this in mind and not violate it." "Thank you for the warning, General. We are aware and will certainly not disobey." This response didn't come from Su Chengxian. Just as he was about to speak, a woman's voice answered on his behalf. As she spoke, her figure emerged from the forest, appearing before the two of them. Behind her followed a white snake. "Lin Xiao greets General Yu." "Lin Yun greets General Yu." The woman and the snake both bowed to the monster general in mid-air. No need for such formalities. General Yu waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over Lin Yun and finally settling on Lin Xiao, his eyes flickering slightly. A newly transformed female monster, tall and elegant with an extraordinary aura and beautiful appearance. But what caught his attention wasn't these traits. "By Lin Xiao, was it you who recently underwent the form-changing lightning tribulation?" Reporting to the general, "It was indeed me. I have heard of your transformation." General Yu nodded with a smile. "To think you not only transformed perfectly but also manifested a life-bound garment. Very impressive. Congratulations. Cultivate while I look forward to the day you become a great demon." "Thank you for the praise, General." Lin Xiao replied. "I will not disappoint your expectations." "Good, good. And then there was you too." General Yu's gaze shifted towards Su Chengxian and Ling Yunzi. "Since you two have advanced so significantly in such a short period, why not push yourselves even further? Strive to reach the 9th tier and break through to the great demon realm as soon as possible." He could see that the white snake's cultivation was on the verge of advancing to an 8th tier demon beast. He increasingly found this family of water-avoiding snakes with the surname Bai quite intriguing. Initially interested, he now believed in their ability and didn't mind offering a bit of advice. "If within 3 years any of you can achieve the great demon realm," General Yu said with a meaningful smile, "perhaps I can present you with a great opportunity." "Opportunity? What kind of opportunity?" Su Chengxian craned his neck. 3 miles ahead, there's an unnamed peak. It's the best spiritual vein in this area." But General Yu didn't continue discussing the opportunity he alluded to. Instead, he suggested, "If you trust me, why not choose that place as your cave dwelling?" He assumed Su Chengxian came here to find a spiritual vein to establish a cave, so he generously pointed out the exact location, saving them the trouble of searching. After saying this, he advised them to cultivate diligently, then turned to leave using his cloud writing technique. He thought to himself, "A resonant drum needs no heavy hammer." They had the wisdom to choose a surname and meaningful names, and their actions were methodical, distinct from ordinary beasts. They even understood the art of refining garments during transformation. With his words, the three demons should understand his meaning. What opportunity? Why didn't he explain before leaving? Su Chengxian wondered, watching General Yu's departing figure with some confusion. However, now wasn't the time to dwell on this. He lowered his head and bit into Wu Shan's tail, swallowing the demon's energy in big gulps. At the same time he asked Ling Xiaoyunzi, how did you get here? There was a considerable distance between this place and the spiritual vein cave. Although the commotion from his battle with the great demon Wushan was significant due to his efforts, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi shouldn't have been able to sense it considering their cultivation levels. Moreover, from the moment Wushan attempted to attack him to when they fought and then General Yu's arrival, not much time had passed. To him, the process seemed lengthy because it was perilous. How did they arrive so quickly, only a bit later than General Yu? Is everything all right at home? Everything is fine at home, Ling Xiao replied, frowning at him. The great sage went to summon the red-winged bird brother of Cat 19 to report to the spiritual mansion. The great sage? Su Chengxian then realized that he was so engrossed in the battle with Wu Shan that he hadn't noticed the great sage's whereabouts. He quickly asked, is the great sage all right? It's fine and scathed, Ling Xiao assured him. Ling Xiao asked, what about you? How did you get so injured? The scene was gruesome. Wu Shan, with his neck snapped and head twisted, was covered in numerous bloody wounds from bites, clearly meeting a tragic end. Yet, Su Chengxian's condition wasn't much better. His body was riddled with wounds, and although the rolling blood energy had stopped the bleeding, the fresh blood that spurted out had stained his serpent form, now crusted into dark red scabs. Particularly where the fangs of the two-headed blackwater venomous python had pierced through, the wounds were ragged and glowed with a dark green hue, indicating he had been poisoned. I'm fine, none of the injuries are fatal. I just need to sleep it off, Su Chengxian said, taking a moment to look up. He wasn't just trying to reassure the others, it was the truth. His innate ability to devour and transform blood was still advancing and the benefits were increasing. He could already feel a slight tingling where the venom had been injected, suggesting he might even be able to refine the toxins. Moreover, the surging blood energy was steadily expelling and cleansing the poison. Overall, it wasn't a major issue. Otherwise, how could he continue to so confidently devour the beast's flesh and demonic power? So this two-headed blackwater venomous python was the great demon Wushan who had fled here? Ling Yunzi swam over to Wu Shan's head, inspecting it before shaking his head slightly. The spirit is gone and there's no demon core. The unicorn on the python's head is also missing. It's obvious that if those things were still here, it wouldn't have escaped to this place, Ling Xiao explained. They had only figured this out on their way here. As soon as they received the message, they knew something was amiss. They guessed that Su Chengxian might have encountered the great demon Wushan, who was on the run after having a bounty placed on his head. Serpents and pythons have a habit of devouring their own kind because the similar bloodline provides unmatched benefits for increasing their blood energy and demonic power. Thus, Su Chengxian was in great danger as Wushan intended to consume him. The gap between an 8th-level demon beast and a great demon was vast, so they hurried over. Unexpectedly, it was Su Chengxian who ended up devouring Wushan. Ling Xiao couldn't help but twitch her eyelids at the thought. Su Chengxian was indeed peculiar. He consumed the demon's flesh and blood in copious amounts without any adverse reaction. She even sensed that some demonic power was being absorbed along with it. Old ghost, you seem to have grown stronger. Ling Yunzi swam closer, unable to hold back his comment. Initially, they feared that by the time they arrived, they might not even find a trace of the flower snake's remains. It was only when they heard the ongoing commotion halfway there that they realized Wu Shan might have been severely injured during his escape, his power much diminished, yet they still believed Su Chengxian was in grave danger. But the sight of the two-headed venomous python riddled with bloody holes and the large flower snake feasting voraciously revealed the course of the battle. Ling Yunzi felt a bit relieved that he hadn't yet transformed, otherwise he wouldn't have known what expression to wear in response to such an event. Sure, here's the translation. He had indeed grown a bit stronger. Su Chengxian nodded in acknowledgement and said, you didn't see it, but it was really dangerous just now. Fortunately, in that critical moment, my innate divine ability strengthened again. As Su Chengxian spoke, he nibbled off a section of Wu Shan's tail, finishing it clean. Then he decided not to eat anymore. He was full. He planned to take the rest back as reserve food. The flesh of a great demon could be preserved for years without spoiling. He could eat again when he woke up hungry. It was more economical that way. Shall we head back first or go check out the mountain, General, you mentioned? He asked. Let's go back, you need to heal. Ling Xiao immediately replied, the mountain isn't going anywhere. Since General Yu mentioned it personally, it's as good as reported. Whether we see it or not doesn't matter. Tomorrow we'll have Cat 19 make a trip, mark the spot, and then we can start excavating the cave dwelling. There's no need to check it now while injured. Alright, let's head back then, Su Changxian agreed, nodding, since Ling Xiao was temporarily unable to revert to his snake form. He and Ling Yunzi dragged Wushan's body as they walked back. As they walked, Su Changxian lamented, I was really unlucky this time. In such a vast area, how did I manage to run into it? You running into him might have been inevitable, Ling Xiao commented from beside them. General Yu, the demon general, and the cave dwellings of 2 other great demons are all on the eastern side of this mountain range. Wushan, being a great demon, must have some skills to have escaped the guards of the demon marquis. He likely sensed the danger and hid here to avoid them. As long as Su Changxian kept looking for spiritual veins in this direction, he was bound to encounter him sooner or later. True. Besides, Wushan heading toward Luyang Mountain likely meant he wanted to escape to the southern continent, Ling Xiao added. That's an ungoverned area, a place where demons gather. He was probably waiting for a chance to slip past General Yu. A great demon of no significant value wouldn't warrant too much effort from a demon general. If he had hidden a bit longer, he might have had a real chance to escape. Unfortunately, he ran into Su Changxian and his efforts were wasted. So in a way he was rather unlucky. Su Changxian felt a bit better. Serves him right. That's what he gets for being greedy and trying to eat me. Look at him now, he's become food for me instead, hasn't he? He chuckled to himself. Then he remembered the opportunity General Yu mentioned and asked Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, do you know what this opportunity is about? Both of them shook their heads. I know, Su Changxian said. You know, Ling Xiao was skeptical. General Yu hadn't explained clearly, so how could Su Changxian know? Did he hear it from somewhere else? How do you know? Ling Yunzi also doubted. Of all of them, the flower snake went out the least. How could he know more than they did? Was it something from a past life? Based on their observations of Su Changxian, this guy knew very little about demon tribe matters. It didn't make sense that he'd know this one thing. I really do know, Su Changxian insisted. As he spoke, he couldn't resist taking another bite of the great demon's flesh. After swallowing, he continued, although it's just a guess, I'm quite confident that I'm right. Oh, so certain? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Why don't you tell us what you think? General Yu's mention of an opportunity probably refers to a powerful demon seeking a son-in-law. A son-in-law? Both Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were taken aback. What makes you say that? Do you have any evidence? Of course, Su Changxian replied, lifting his chin. Do I seem like the kind of person who speaks without thinking? No one argued with him on that point, implying that in their eyes he was indeed quite the character. Alright, I admit I can be a bit spontaneous sometimes, Su Changxian conceded after a moment's reflection, but this time I'm sure I'm right. Ling Xiao, think carefully. What did General Yu say before he mentioned the opportunity? Su Changxian continued. Ling Xiao's excellent memory recalled that he had encouraged both of them to advance to the 9th level and then break through to the great demon realm. Exactly, Su Changxian nodded. General Yu praised Ling Xiao but didn't mention the opportunity outright. You've already perfectly transformed and logically you should be the first among us to ascend to the great demon status. If this opportunity was meant for you, General Yu would have encouraged you directly, but instead he mentioned both you and me, saying something like you too. Su Changxian grinned. So isn't it possible that this opportunity is meant for one of us? Upon reflecting on his words, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi couldn't help but find some truth in his reasoning. General Yu's words indeed seemed to imply that obtaining the opportunity depended on one of them reaching the great demon realm. To conclude that the opportunity is about becoming a son-in-law is a bit far-fetched, Ling Yunzi commented. Why is it far-fetched? Su Changxian chuckled. Little brother, if there's something you and I can do that Ling Xiao can't, what else could it be? Become a son-in-law to a powerful being? Wrong, it's about the daughter of a powerful being being pregnant. Reluctantly, Ling Yunzi had to admit Su Changxian had a point. The unique aura of the Empress was hard to simply define as male or female. If she wanted, she could disguise herself as a man, and many powerful demons would likely be willing to take her as a son-in-law. Ling Xiao's lips curved into a smile. Despite being the Empress and having seen countless people bow and scrape before her, few men would so candidly acknowledge her strength. Some might outwardly respect her but secretly regard her achievements as mere luck. Generally, by the time one reaches the great demon realm, one should have already transformed, Su Changxian continued. This should be the minimum standard for becoming a son-in-law in the demon clan, right? Indeed, Ling Yunzi nodded. The gap between a ninth-level demon beast and a great demon is the difference between a mere beast and a member of the demon clan, accepting Su Chengxian's theory. And upon further reflection, everything seemed to make sense. The demon clan apparently did have a tradition of seeking sons-in-law, a thought Ling Xiao had not previously considered. At this moment it became evident that the so-called opportunity was likely what General Yu knew about. A certain powerful figure would be choosing a husband for his daughter within 3 years. However, I recall that when the demon clan seeks a son-in-law. Ling Xiao paused, looking towards Ling Yunzi. I have also heard. Ling Yunzi nodded that the demon clan's way of choosing a son-in-law is similar to how humans take in a son-in-law to join their family. What? Su Chengxian was dumbfounded. A live-in son-in-law? Oh dear, he was familiar with the concept. Rumor had it that such a person would have to work tirelessly for his wife's family, be at their beck and call, and the children born would not even take his surname. Moreover, if he were beaten or scolded to death, all that was required was a compensation to his parents. In ancient times, this was considered a lowly status. Except for the last point, how is it different from a woman getting married? Ling Xiao seemed quite puzzled. Why are you so surprised? The lowly status is just a precaution against the son-in-law being disobedient. After all, men are generally stronger than women. Those who become live-in sons-in-law are usually either from poor families seeking survival with a wealthy family, or some people seeking advancement by marrying into a prominent household. Exactly. Ling Yunzi nodded. If one is unwilling, they simply do not agree to it. Throughout history, many have forced women into prostitution or marriage, but rarely have men been forced into marriage as a son-in-law. The purpose of taking a son-in-law is to have children. The pants are on you, can someone just take them off at will? Su Chengxian looked at Ling Yunzi in bewilderment. Brother, you, never mind, why are you so shocked? Is there something incorrect about what I said? Ling Yunzi was puzzled. Even if one becomes a son-in-law, so what? In this world, where is it not the strong who are respected? Such a trivial identity as a son-in-law cannot hinder my path to the top. Really? Su Chengxian glanced at him, thinking Da was saying such things as overly not clearly not having experienced the harsh realities of the world. Be careful you don't end up with a fierce wife who makes you a live-in son-in-law, beats you black and blue, and forces you to have 17 or 18 children. Then see if you can still speak such blasé words. Moreover, this is in the demon clan. Ling Yunzi continued. They are different from humans. The demon clan doesn't have so many formalities or the concept of honor and disgrace. The terms son-in-law or live-in son-in-law are only human concepts. There's no such thing as a lowly status or suffering indignities. In the demon clan, a strong figure choosing a son-in-law is to pick a young person with decent strength and potential for the benefit of their family. Being chosen means you will have to contribute to the family in the future, but you will also receive the nurturing of the strong and the resources the family has for cultivation. Thus, it can indeed be considered a great opportunity. What surname will the children take? Su Chengxian asked. They will take the surname of whoever is stronger. Ling Yunzi replied calmly. No problem, very reasonable, remarkable. Su Chengxian blinked, biting into a piece of snake meat to calm his nerves. Huh? Does it matter whose surname the children take? Ling Xiao laughed. Would the child of Cat 19 have the surname Cat? Cat 19's name is Cat 19. It doesn't have a surname. This is not only the case for lesser demons, but also for greater demons. Names like Wolfcheng and Tiger Xiao are merely names they gave themselves based on their original demon forms. Some are too lazy to think of names, so a whole group might follow someone else's name and come up with something similar. Most of the time, beings will choose to follow the naming conventions of the strong. As Lang Qing rose to become a great demon, many of the little wolf demons in his domain decided to take on names with the character wolf and them mimicking his name. For example, they'd call themselves Wolf 1 or Wolf 2. These names are relatively well thought out compared to others. Many of the demon clan names are chosen quite randomly as they lack the concept of familial bloodline inheritance. Upon hearing this, Su Chengxian couldn't help but nod in agreement. It seems that there's no mistake in saying that one follows the surname of the strong. Ling Xiao wanted to point out that they don't use wolf as a surname, yet, upon reconsideration, he realized that the emergence of human family names might have originated in a similar manner. In the future, the Wolfching clan might indeed take wolf as their surname. In demon tribes, generally only those at the level of demon commanders or above will form family factions and consider the inheritance of their bloodline. Ling Yunzi added. That's why there's the concept of inviting a son-in-law into the family. Oh, so that's how it is, Su Chengxian mused, nodding while taking another bite of meat and swallowing it with a tilt of his head. Then he asked the 2-inch, so here's the question, who do you think General Yu wants Yunzi to marry into his family? Big brother Ling Yunzi looked at him, isn't it obvious? What's wrong with that? Su Chengxian glared. Look at my physique, would I look good after shapeshifting? He was previously troubled about what kind of appearance to take after transforming into a human form. But when Ling Xiao transformed and saw the Empress's appearance, he felt uneasy. The Empress's appearance bore a striking resemblance to her original demon form. As for his snake body, how could he describe it? Not to exaggerate, if coiled up, his form could make for an expressive emoji, especially if adorned with text for emphasis. For example, a picture of a rotund self with the caption, "Hugging my chubby self with heartache, JPG, Mom, am I eating too much?" He pondered, struggling to imagine what kind of human form his adorably overinflated snake body might morph into. With this thought, Su Chengxian couldn't help but take another bite of python meat. Xiaohua, are you joking, or do you really think that? Ling Xiao looked at Su Chengxian with an expression that seemed to say, do you realize what you're saying? No matter what cultivation method one practices, shapeshifting is clearly about condensing a human form from the essence of the soul and apparition of the human body. What connection does it have with the demon's bodily form? If Su Chengxian were a genuine water-avoiding snake who had seen little of humans, he might be influenced by his demon body. Seeing his snake form every day might lead to bizarre outcomes when forming his human appearance, like looking like a snake, or, as he feared, excessively plump and unsightly. But the silly snake isn't a real water-avoiding snake. Does he need to worry about this? Yes, I do, Su Chengxian replied. To him, the shapeshifting tribulation is akin to a crucial exam, and he fears exams the most. Exams make him nervous. Nervousness leads to mistakes. He must visit the restroom before exams. What if he gets nervous during shapeshifting? It would be overthinking. Lin Jianzi offered a perspective on Su Chengxian's concerns, noting that Ling Xiao, even amidst the tribulation lightning of her transformation, had the leisure to craft her robe with such exquisite detail. Her appearance, demeanor, and attire were flawless in every aspect. Why should you find it difficult to merely assume human form without such elaborate dress? Lin Jianzi remarked. Ling Xiao agreed, adding that even if one desired beautiful garments, crafting them from spiritual consciousness was hardly daunting. The aesthetics of a robe do not affect its function. These garments, forged by demons amidst the transformation tribulation, are akin to the companion treasures of ancient demons, born from the world's spiritual energy. Ling Xiao's robe was forged from the spiritual energy she used to refine her shed snakeskin. It could be layered over other garments to enhance defense and integrated with each successive shedding to boost its power, a treasure that would grow with her. You just don't want to become a live-in son-in-law, do you? She teased. The robe's design was based on her favorite attire, modified slightly to achieve a result perfectly aligned with her wishes. Everything fell into place without a hitch, leading her to suspect that Su Chengxian's worry stemmed from another source. Who knows whom I'll become a son-in-law to? Why would I fear that? He retorted. No matter who it is you're afraid. Don't think we can't see it. And surely you have some guesses. Right? Ling Xiao smiled knowingly at Su Chengxian, as if to say, do you really think you can fool me? Realizing something, Su Chengxian admitted, I do have some thoughts. He glanced at the two, his eyes suggesting that if they were unaware he might just flaunt his intellect. Isn't it obvious? Ling Xiao laughed. I've already figured it out. What? Su Chengxian exclaimed in disbelief. Was it really that simple? Yunzi, what do you think? He asked. Indeed, it's not difficult, Lin Jianzi replied, without turning his head. If General Yu's opportunity involves selecting a groom, then likely the chooser is an elder from the snake clan, or perhaps even the same water-avoiding snake tribe, right? How did you deduce that? Su Chengxian asked, surprised. It's easier for the same lineage to produce offspring, Ling Xiao explained. Thanks for the reminder. In the demon clan, when parents are from the same lineage, it's more likely for their offspring to have strong bloodlines, since selecting a groom is about passing on the lineage. This is a crucial consideration. Su Chengxian felt a bit dejected. Impressing a female emperor and a Dao ancestor was no easy feat. Compared to them, his strength lay in his lively, unconventional thinking, allowing him to approach matters from angles they might not consider. Yet once he revealed his insights, they could quickly draw broader conclusions from their vast knowledge. Nonetheless, he still held the upper hand in strength. I need to stay ahead, he thought, biting into a piece of snake meat. I'm off to bed. Despite Su Chengxian's injuries in carrying a massive demon's body, the trio moved swiftly, soon returning to the spiritual vein's dwelling. As soon as he entered the cave abode, he began to speak. Ms. Bai Xiaotsui is in the midst of her cultivation, so let's not disturb her. If she learns about the injuries, she'll undoubtedly worry. These are merely flesh wounds. After resting for 10 days to half a month, I'll pretty much be recovered. We can inform her then, it's for the best. The other two had no objections and returned to their respective chambers. Su Chengxian moved to his usual sleeping spot, lay down on the ground, coiled himself and closed his eyes. In no time he was fast asleep. Blood energy +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 blood energy +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 blood energy +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Congratulations to the host. The divine power talent Devour and Transmute Blood has successfully advanced to ingest and refine blood energy +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. He was utterly exhausted. Both his body and spirit had been significantly drained during the battle on Mount Wu. He slept for 3 days straight. On this day, as he awoke, he happened to hear the notification of his talent's successful advancement. Simultaneously, he sensed a fluctuation of magical power emanating from the adjacent chamber within the cave. He couldn't help but extend his divine sense to investigate. Lin Jianzi, the magical fluctuation came from within Lin Jianzi's chamber. This fellow, has he reached the 8th stage? I have ascended to the 8th stage. Lin Jianzi's long unheard laughter now echoed through the cave. Su Chengxian chuckled to himself, thinking, Dao Jun, my old friend, has finally reached the 8th stage. Next up is the challenge of the 9th stage. I must be the first to reach it. Just then, outside their cave abode, a voice called out, Su Chengxian, are you there? The arrival of Lang Qing wasn't for any other matters but to hand over a mid-grade spirit stone to Su Chengxian. Moreover, he inquired if Lin Jianzi could refine transformation pills. If there were any refined transformation pills available for sale, he could assist in the transaction. In the straightforward manner typical of the demon clan, he informed them, as per usual practice, anything sold under the name of a station demon general is subject to a 20% commission. However, Su Chengxian and his companions are exempt from this as long as the sale is entrusted entirely to him. Of course, he assured them that the pricing would be fair. Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Selling the pills under General Yu's name meant having at least one demon general's endorsement, which would save them a lot of trouble. Many pill shops, for various reasons, refused to accept spirit pills of unknown origin. The intricacies of trading spirit pills within the demon clan were not well understood by them, nor could they make a long journey to handle it themselves. Entrusting this matter to Lang Qing was the most pragmatic and hassle-free solution. General Yu's delivery of this mid-grade spirit stone demonstrated that he was not short-sighted or greedy. After Lang Qing left, Ling Xiao remarked with a smile, in other words, this demon general doesn't currently have intentions of exploiting us to the max, or perhaps we're simply not worth him breaking the rules. Lin Jianzi added, randomly killing subordinate demon beasts, especially high potential ones, was strictly prohibited. If General Yu were to take action against them in the next moment, all the beasts here would scatter. For those who have already become demon generals, consuming these beasts wouldn't significantly enhance their cultivation. In fact, it would be a loss rather than a gain. Compared to their flesh and blood, General Yu is more in need of superior battle techniques, cultivation methods, divine abilities, spiritual pills to boost cultivation, and opportunities to gain more bloodline heritage. The demon clan has secret realms of bloodline inheritance that open periodically. To gain entry, one needs recommendations from demon commanders and support from the marquises of the royal city. This likely explains why General Yu wants them to quickly ascend to great demons to seize what is known as opportunities. Unexpectedly, we guessed this right. Ling Xiao couldn't help but smile. She might not be entirely familiar with the affairs of the demon clan, but having once been an empress, she could easily see through General Yu's intentions. The demon generals stationed here are akin to local officials. The powerful ones are like high-ranking ministers and marquises in the court, too. Build connections, especially close ones. Gifting is the basic approach. Why? Ling Yunzi was puzzled. Simply gifting is inadequate, giving too little is ineffective, and gifting improperly can lead to trouble. Although Ling Xiao has never given gifts herself, she has seen many receive them. Furthermore, one must choose a side. Gifting combined with taking a side makes you part of the group, but it's still not enough. Everyone knows that good things should be kept for one's own people. The easiest way to become one of the family is through marriage, creating familial ties. But we have neither blood relations nor close ties with General Yu, Ling Yunzi pointed out. Within the sect there is also a struggle for interests and power. Though he has not participated, he has observed such scheming many times. To form an alliance through marriage, one needs close juniors, whether they are direct descendants or key disciples. At the very least, they should be from within one's own clan. You can't just pick someone randomly from within your sphere of influence to form such a bond. Don't we have such ties? Think again. Ling Xiao nodded towards the mid-grade spirit stone in Su Chengxian's hand. A mid-grade spirit stone. At first glance, it seems inferior, yet for them, this piece is enough to help one of them cultivate to the 9th level. With their cultivation methods and ability to utilize spiritual energy, this isn't difficult. An alliance through favors? Ling Yunzi understood. Exactly, Ling Xiao nodded. When we eventually leave Luyang Mountain, there will be a natural alliance with General Yu. In this world, who isn't entangled in social connections? Moreover, anyone within a power structure is inevitably involved in interest entanglements and factional struggles. Until one's personal strength is sufficient to challenge the rules and overturn the tables, it's impossible to remain uninvolved. Relying on others is sometimes unavoidable. Just like now, don't we need General Yu to help smooth things over, sell spiritual pills and buy magical artifacts? Ling Xiao mentioned, asking Lang Xing to help find protective magical items or refine spiritual materials. The other party agreed readily and even praised Ling Yunzi. Was Her Majesty deliberately displaying my abilities? Well, show off your skills a bit so that General Yu might be more inclined to invest. Ling Xiao chuckled. If General Yu wants their family to be associated with the strong, shouldn't he offer more benefits? It's also to make the other party believe more firmly that they can advance to the great demon realm within 3 years. A mid-grade spirit stone, such generosity can't be denied, but this was the bounty for Wushan. The two-headed poisonous python was slain by General Yu, but the dumb flower snake also had a part in the bounty. Saying it was a favor might be understating it, but it's not like it was given much weight either. Just wait, if Lang Qing sees you've advanced to the 8th tier, there will surely be more to come. Not necessarily. Su Chengxian finally spoke up after staring at the mid-grade spirit stone. In silence, General Yu isn't the kind of demon general who needs to curry favor with us to engage with the powerful. Why do you say that? He's very strong, exceptionally strong, Su Chengxian replied. I've seen him in action. These past few days I've been replaying the previous battles in my mind, and I concluded that General Yu is very powerful. He can guard the edge of the mountains because his strength among demon generals must be at the forefront. Ling Xiao nodded. I heard from Cat 19 that General Yu became a demon general 10 years ago and ranks in the top 3 under the command of Demon Marshal Fuli. And he's only been cultivating for 60 years. With such strength and a long lifespan ahead, it's no wonder he'd give away a mid-grade spirit stone so easily. A demon general ruling an area is like a local demon king. Wushan was killed by him. Leaving this bounty could mean sparing Su Chengxian 3 months of tribute as a courtesy. If he weren't being courteous, he wouldn't have to give anything and could still say, I do not expect repayment for my generosity. After all, outsiders wouldn't know the situation at the time, nor would they know Su Chengxian's combat prowess. Most would assume that if it weren't for the demon general appearing, Su Chengxian would have been devoured by Wushan. But perhaps I've thought too simply. Demon generals, after all, are different from ordinary human officials. Cultivators are often proud, and demon cultivators even more so. With his strength, he likely doesn't need to win anyone over. As long as there's a pretext to connect with the strong, he will naturally be valued. So, instead of calling it goodwill, it's better described as a mutual understanding, a transaction where Su Chengxian and his people are willing to serve as the pretext. Even assisting them in selling elixirs or agreeing to purchase protective artifacts seems more like a gesture of benevolent support. In that case, the mid-grade spirit stone is sufficient, Ling Xiao said with some regret. This means there won't be more benefits from the demon general in the future. Moreover, such benevolent support is something they must reciprocate. Should we refuse it then? Of course not. Can I just swallow this thing directly? Su Chengxian suddenly blurted, staring at the mid-grade spirit stone, startling Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. What did you say? Are you mad? I'm not mad, just feeling a bit weak, Su Chengxian sighed. I couldn't even defeat a half-crippled great demon without struggling. And I feel like my cultivation is progressing too slowly. Weak, too slow. Ling Xiao was utterly speechless. How long have you been cultivating? At most just 2 years, from an ordinary water-avoiding snake to advancing to an 8th-ranked demon beast, not to mention having fought a battle with a great demon. Weak, slow. Do you know how long it takes for a beast with ordinary bloodline to have the fortune of becoming a demon beast? Ling Yunzi said. It takes at least 10 years of effort, 10 years during which the beast's blood and energy are at their peak. Becoming a low-ranked demon beast is Merely stepping onto the path of cultivation, not only must one survive but also thrive to even have this chance. In the northern wilderness mountains, countless wild beasts die each day. After becoming a demon beast, only by advancing to a high rank within 20 years do they have the opportunity to reach the 9th rank. In other words, if everything goes smoothly, it still takes 20 to 30 years. Of course, among the demon race, bloodline inheritance determines cultivation potential and speed, and some beasts encounter various fortuitous opportunities. It's not unheard of for some to have luck and serendipity on their side, but to advance to the 8th rank in just 2 years like them, impossible. Yet to the ugly flower snake it was too slow. Old ghost, are you still asleep? Ling Xiao felt like giving him a slap to wake him up. To call yourself weak, where does that leave me and the Dao Jun brother? Yet Wushan was crushed to death by General Yu. Su Changxian couldn't stop recalling the moment General Yu crushed Wushan. The more he thought about it, the stronger it seemed, and then he couldn't help but feel how weak he was. Provocation easily stirs greed. As the saying goes, human insatiability is like a snake swallowing an elephant. He was once human, now he is a snake, embodying both, provoked to the point where even a laid-back salted fish wants to turn over and make an effort. Of course, such an effort might not last long. Sleeping to increase blood energy is the only way he feels confident to persist, so Su Shangxian didn't even think about cultivating, pondering if there was a fast track like swallowing a medium-grade spirit stone to quickly boost strength. Can't I really swallow it? He asked, unwilling to give up. My combat power is even weaker than Wushan's. General Yu used one hand to crush him, probably 3 fingers would be enough to crush me. I genuinely want to speed up my cultivation. On the surface he was speaking to Ling Xiao and the others, but in reality he was asking the system. The system was silent, offering no response. No response meant no. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were silent to his words as well, but unlike the system, their silence seemed to carry a deafening rebuke. Su Chengxian wisely decided to block out his inner thoughts. As long as the old man can't hear, you can't scold me. But he forgot these two could still speak. Old ghost, are you deliberately trying to make me unhappy? Ling Xiao crossed her arms and frowned, suggesting, how about a fight? Su Chengxian glanced at her, thinking, you can't beat me, but his injuries hadn't healed. Not wanting to worry little Chui nor wanting to completely anger the Empress sister, he didn't say it out loud. Wushan's strength, despite being severely diminished, was still a genuine great demon. His physical strength and combat power were evident. Ling Xiao, no matter how formidable, could hardly discern anything from his snake face. Continuing as an 8th-rank demon beast, being weaker than him is only natural, isn't it? The path of cultivation only gets tougher. However, when beasts ascend to the higher ranks, they quickly come to realize that the promotions before the 8th rank are far less challenging than those that follow. This realization stays with them should they have the fortune to continue their journey. The barriers are ever present and grow increasingly insurmountable. The leap from the 8th to the 9th rank is the first major hurdle, while advancing from the 9th rank to shapeshifting is the second. Successfully overcoming both within a decade and transforming into a demon is considered exceptional among the demon race, yet there is a 90% chance that they will be reduced to ashes under the tribulation of lightning. The same holds true for human cultivation, as Ling Yunzi remarked. Typically, a 9th-rank beast requires more than 10 years to gather enough demon power to shapeshift. However, if one can rise from a great demon to the rank of a demon general within 50 years, they are deemed a prodigy among demons. The disparity in difficulty between these two feats is self-evident. General Yu accomplished the feat of becoming a demon general in just 60 years, a testament to his extraordinary talent. In recent days, they have also gathered intelligence on Wushan. The two-headed venomous python, who has cultivated for 80 years, possesses the power of the late-grade demon stage. Ling Xiao paused here. She intended to convey that Wushan, with his commendable talent, was confident enough in his abilities to contemplate fleeing to the southern continent, especially since crossing the endless sea would be a formidable challenge. Despite possibly sustaining injuries, Su Changxian managed to survive in combat against Wushan, even gaining some advantage, which speaks volumes about his strength. Therefore, there is always someone stronger, and there is no need for self-pity in this scenario. Yet as these thoughts reached her lips, her eyes narrowed and she said instead, General Yu at present is likely in the mid to late stages of the demon general rank. That's why he could so easily defeat Wushan. It seems he has the ambition to reach the demon marshal level within a century. To achieve such a goal, he requires the assistance of other powerful beings to seize more opportunities. Luck is indeed on his side. General Yu is unaware of their backgrounds. Moreover, whether they can successfully ascend to the 9th rank is still an uncertain matter from an outsider's perspective. You won't let General Yu down, will you? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Within 3 years, I shall surely shapeshift, Ling Yunzi declared with unwavering confidence. I'm not so certain, Su Changxian said. Not certain? Then how long until you ascend to the 9th rank? Oh, it might still take over 9 months, Su Changxian replied, sounding quite dejected. He had invested a tremendous amount of blood and energy to improve his aptitude, which inevitably delayed his progression to the 9th rank. Even with Wushan's physical form available for refining, it would still take over 9 months before he could reach the 9th rank. Ling Xiao, Ling Yunzi, the man and the serpent turned away, each returning to Dongting. Over 9 months? Su Chengxian's precise estimation suggested that he was confident in reaching the 9th rank within that time frame. Otherwise, without such assurance, he would have spoken in more vague terms, much like Ling Zhao's own predictions about when she might break through to the great demon stage, often using time frames such as within a year or in a year or two. They all lacked the confidence to ascend to the 9th rank within 9 months. Since that was the case, why waste any more words with this guy? It's pointless, better hurry back to cultivate, huh? Why are they leaving all of a sudden? Su Changxian blinked his eyes. They were just talking nicely, and now they're gone without a word. What's the rush? Do they have something urgent to attend to? Or perhaps they just didn't like what I was saying. But I wasn't saying anything untrue, everything was a fact. Never mind, I should leave too. Go back to sleep, quickly ascend to the 9th rank. Only by advancing to a 9th rank beast can one understand the conditions needed to reach the next level. As Su Changxian swam along, he pondered. In about 4 months he could obtain 10 million units of blood energy. The energy required for each level up from low to high in beast rankings increases substantially, almost doubling each time. After reaching the 9th rank, the blood energy needed for the next realm won't exceed 50 million, right? That means it would take about 20 months of sleep. Considering the times he'd have to wake up in between, it might take nearly 2 years. TSK, Su Changxian didn't mind much. He was just a bit worried about Ling Yunzi. Can Yunzi manage to transform within 3 years? Thinking of this, he glanced at the mid-grade spirit stones. After some thought, he decided not to use them yet and wait until he reached the 9th rank. Once his innate abilities advanced, the speed at which blood energy refined spiritual energy and elevated his divine soul state had increased once more. But he wasn't practicing any cultivation techniques. If he couldn't consume the spirit stones, he couldn't use his innate abilities to refine them. He could only crush them, letting the spiritual energy disperse and slowly be refined by his blood energy as he breathed. Or should I just swallow them whole? Su Chengxian's mouth twitched. A robust, large flower snake, bulging its eyes, opening its mouth wide, continuously sucking air in and then swallowing it down. The image was too beautiful yet utterly foolish. It would be a waste of spirit stones and sleeping time. It would be better to give them to Ling Xiao or Ling Yunzi, letting them trade for something else like spirit pills. Ling Xiao had already perfectly transformed, and from the looks of it, her ascent to the Grand Demon realm was just around the corner, so he preferred to give the spirit stones to Dao Jun, his younger brother. No matter what, sending a Dao Jun to become a live-in son-in-law, this kind of commotion the old man very much wanted to see. A snake's life shouldn't just be about eating and sleeping. Occasionally one should seek some amusement. Besides, what's the point of always cooping up in a small valley? Visiting the royal city of the demon clan could broaden his horizons. As Su Changxian thought about this, he passed by the cave hall whereby Xiaocui resided and released his divine sense for a glance. The large white snake had just advanced to the 6th rank and was stabilizing its blood energy, cultivating demon power to condense its own demon core. Observing the fluctuations in demon power and the flow of blood fiendish energy around it, things seemed to be going smoothly. In the adjacent cave, Dai was sound asleep. It had grown larger, with spirit-gathering grass and spirit-locking grass laid out. A spirit-gathering formation was set up, keeping the spiritual energy within the cave concentrated. The spiritual energy roiled, forming a mist that enveloped it and the spiritual plants on its back. Daisheng, curled into a ball of fur, sat in the middle with its 5 hearts facing the sky, clearly in the midst of cultivation. 2 more patches of land have been stained with the blood of beasts. On them are planted 2 tranquil flowers and 2 ghost mushrooms, none of which have sprouted yet. The former was obtained as a quest reward for urging Ling Xiao to transform and assisting Ling Yunzi in alchemy. The latter was for slaying Wushan. Although Wushan ultimately fell by the hand of General Yu, the system still granted the rewards in full, including the refinement points. System as always, use all the refinement points to enhance my cultivation level, Su Changxian thought as he returned to his cave hall. Yes, host. He then closed his eyes and fell asleep, activating his newly upgraded innate ability, devouring refinement. Familiar white noise filled his ears. Blood chi +1 +1 +1 physique realm +1 +1 +1 blood chi +1 +1 +1 +1 is soul realm +1 +1 +1. The blood and demonic power of Wushan which he had consumed had not been fully refined yet. This added a layer of complexity to the accompanying white noise, but it didn't affect Su Chengxian's quality of sleep. What the yi 10 days later, Su Changxian finally refined all the blood and demonic power he had ingested during his battle with Wushan. Stretching lazily, he found that his injuries had almost healed, but as he stretched he noticed the cave hall seemed narrower. Of course, a spacious cave hall wouldn't shrink on its own. He extended his snake tail to tap on the backmost cave wall, confirming this. This action was unnecessary, as the use of the word again indicated it wasn't his first such discovery. Hey, I've grown bigger again. Haven't I? He mused, realizing the interval this time was quite short. Great demons are truly nourishing. Su Chengxian naturally calculated in his mind how long this cave hall could accommodate his growth. The conclusion, up to the 9th tier, after which he'd need to find a new dwelling. He had to urge his sister the Empress to build a new cave abode soon. Just then he heard some commotion outside, seemingly discussing the construction of the new abode. Su Chengxian immediately slithered out, ready to join in the new home's planning. Seeing him appear, Ling Xiao was startled. Old ghost, why are you out? Ling Yunzi turned swiftly, eyes bright as stars, to look at him. Huh, can't I come out? Su Chengxian was puzzled. What's going on? Am I not allowed out? Have you advanced to the 9th tier? Ling Xiao asked. Of course not, Su Chengxian replied. As soon as he spoke, he heard several breaths of relief, vividly demonstrating what it meant to breathe a sigh of relief. Well, Su Chengxian chuckled to himself, in your eyes I won't leave my nest unless I advance? How did I become such a strong persona without knowing it? Look at how scared you all are. With just a flick of his snake tail, you think ascending to the 9th rank is that easy? It's still a long way off. So why are you here? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. It's not that they're making a fuss, it's just that Hua Snake has never been one to bother with trivial matters. He's always focused on eating and sleeping. Eat till he's full, then sleep till he's rested, then eat, and then he comes to announce his successful ascension. At other times, he's nowhere to be found. I just woke up and heard you all talking about carving out a new cave mansion. I wanted to offer a small suggestion, Su Chengxian said. Oh, you want your cave mansion to be extra large, is that it? Ling Xiao chuckled. I'm aware of your needs, rest assured. So that's why the plump Hua Snake has come out. Turns out it's for this matter. From urging her transformation to refining spirit stones and seeking spiritual veins, he's shown unprecedented enthusiasm. All for the sake of having a large enough cave mansion in the future. Yes, exactly, Su Chengxian laughed. And how long will it take to build our cave mansions? It needs to be quick, otherwise he won't fit in here for long. It does need to be faster, Ling Xiao agreed, glancing at Su Chengxian's size and recalling their previous discussions. Also, Daidai's cave mansion needs to be larger too. She remembered that in terms of sheer size the growth rate of the wind-chasing turtle wasn't much slower than Su Chengxian. Of course, as the bearer of the Bai family's spiritual plantation, a rapid increase in size isn't a bad thing. It's not just about building it big, we need to leave room for future expansion, Ling Yunzi couldn't help but comment. No one knows how massive Su Chengxian will become. The growth rate of the purple gold wind-chasing turtle's size also depends on its bloodline heritage. Building it large now might not suffice for more than a few years. Besides, it's uncertain how long we'll stay here. Better to leave space for expansion during construction and dig further if needed. That's exactly what I had in mind. Ling Xiao nodded. And so I plan to construct the cave mansion like this. She sketched with a casual point of her finger, drawing a 5-petaled flower on the ground. Just like this. Around the spiritual vein carve out 5 independent cave mansions. The peak above the spiritual vein is shaped like a lotus flower with 7 or 8 petals spread out. We'll carve out 5 areas, which will be more than spacious enough. The remaining areas can be allocated for the little demons to reside. Theirs will primarily focus on cultivation in the future, while some trivial matters will be delegated to them. We'll need places for Mao Shijiu and others. Su Chengxian and Ling Yunzi had no objections. They called by Xiaocui Dai and Dash Hangout, asked for their opinions and received agreement. Thus the matter was settled. Everyone returned to their respective cave halls to continue cultivating. I almost thought he had truly ascended to the 9th rank. As soon as Su Chengxian left, Ling Yunzi couldn't help but sigh. Clearly, I knew in my heart that only a dozen days had passed. How could it be possible to ascend so quickly? Moreover, how long has it been since Hua Snake ascended to the 8th rank? Upon seeing him emerge, my heart couldn't help but skip a beat. I too was momentarily startled before regaining my composure. Ling Xiao shook his head slightly. Both Ling Yunzi and she had returned from a rebirth, having once stood at the pinnacle of the masses in their previous lives. They were prodigies with extraordinary aptitude, and although their path of cultivation wasn't always smooth, their progress in cultivation far surpassed that of ordinary people. In this life, though their bloodline was common due to avoiding the water serpent, they still had the accumulations from their past life and top-notch cultivation methods, allowing them to advance rapidly. They focused solely on cultivation without much thought until recently, when Lang Qing brought medium-grade spirit stones and Su Chengxian suddenly mentioned critiquing his own slow cultivation pace and weak strength. He spoke of how much time ordinary monster clans spend on cultivation. Only after that did they realize how astonishing their own cultivation speed was. However, Su Chengxian was even more terrifying. He had always been a step ahead of us, Ling Yunzi noted. When they were both low-level beasts, it could be attributed to different bloodline inheritances. Ling Xiao observed that even after forming a demon core, Su Chengxian was still able to advance a step quicker. Not only that, but Su Chengxian's battle prowess allowed him to contend with half-crippled great demons. His innate magical abilities were also remarkable. It's said that only descendants of some ferocious beast bloodlines can devour the flesh of great demons with the body of an 8th-level beast. Could the cultivation method he practices be superior to ours? Ling Xiao frowned. Your Majesty, when have you ever seen him cultivate? Ling Yunzi countered. Heavenly cultivation methods come from the Tao ancestor, and earthly cultivation principles originate from the orthodox Xian sect. Both stem from the same lineage as do monster clan methods. I've never heard of any method that allows one to grow stronger by merely sleeping. Truly peculiar. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, speculating, could it be a special bloodline within the monster clan that I haven't heard of? Monster clans rely on bloodline talents which make their combat strength superior to humans of the same rank. Occasionally, special bloodlines emerge producing exceptional talents, stories of ferocious beasts enhancing their strength by consuming blood or other worldly energies are known. However, he said this with more confusion in his voice, that still requires the formation of a demon core, the cultivation of demon power and the refinement of blood evil energy, otherwise one would lose their mind and become an unfeeling, unthinking fiend. Yet, this flower snake exhibits no demon power and has never revealed a demon core. We can't even deduce the origin of this old flower snake, let alone fathom the cultivation method or innate talents it possesses. Ling Xiao's brows knitted tightly. She disliked situations that were beyond her control and without any means to approach them. Ling Yunzi remarked the ancient monster clans were once glorious for millennia. It's only natural there are secrets unknown to us. Since they're currently allies, not enemies, time will tell. I'm returning to my cultivation. He glanced at Ling Xiao, advising, Your Majesty, don't let trivial matters hinder your cultivation. We've always benefited from Su Chengxian's presence. Words are futile, we must give our all in cultivation. As a Tao Lord and an Empress, being consistently overshadowed is not flattering. I understand. Ling Xiao lifted her chin slightly. From this promotion to the 9th rank I will undoubtedly surpass you all. Your Majesty, don't be too hasty with your declarations. Ling Yunzi swam leisurely while musing aloud. Who can say I won't be the first to advance to the 9th tier and enter the realm of great monsters? Shao Qing Xiao. By do you feel confident in reaching the 9th tier within 9 months? A white snake head emerged from the front, flicking its tongue as it inquired. Lady Bai Xiaotsui was very concerned about whether her offspring could be this formidable. It will depend on who triggers the thunder tribulation first. After Su Chengxian returned to the cave hall, he didn't pay attention to the happenings outside, but without even releasing his divine sense, he knew how determined Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were to surpass him in cultivation. So, how could he, the elder brother, allow himself to be outdone by his younger siblings? Even if they were an empress or a Tao Lord, that was unacceptable. Therefore he quickly began devouring the flesh and blood of the great monster. The carcass of the two-headed venomous python had been lying in his cave hall. Others in the cave, due to the difference in their power levels, simply couldn't handle this creature, so Su Chengxian had to enjoy it alone, to replenish his depleted vitality more swiftly and to accelerate his advancement to the 9th tier. He decided not to merely use the flesh to satiate his hunger. Instead, he chose to consume it and activate his innate divine ability to refine it in his sleep. Of course, he was also reluctant to waste it. With the great monster dead and its soul captured and confined by General Yu, the monster's power in its flesh would gradually dissipate. It was better to quickly consume and refine it to directly enhance his soul and physique. First, he feasted heartily, then he closed his eyes to sleep, activating his innate divine ability, devouring and refining. Vitality +1 +1 +1 +1 inch physique realm +1 +1 +1 +1 vitality +1 +1 +1 +1 +1 is soul realm +1 +1 +1 +1. Afterward, he never left the cave hall. As soon as the flesh and monster power within him were fully refined, he continued to consume and sleep, refining repeatedly, until one day 6 months later he heard the notification, vitality +1 +1 +1 +1 +1. Congratulations, host, on advancing to the 9th tier monster. Su Chengxian opened his eyes again, awakened by the sound indicating his advancement to the 9th tier. Just as he was about to glance at his power status panel, he heard someone shouting outside. Xiaohua, Xiaoqing, Xiaobai, wake up, the cave mansion is completed. By Xiaozui's voice echoed within the cave. We're getting ready to move, the cave mansion is finished. I didn't expect it to be completed so quickly. Su Chengxian immediately slithered out of the cave hall, joyfully flicking his tail as he rushed toward the front hall. Due to his enormous and heavy body, any large movement caused the stone walls of the cave mansion to rumble loudly. Seeing this, Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi sensibly stepped aside to let him charge out first, then followed behind at a leisurely pace. By the time he reached the cave courtyard, he realized the others hadn't arrived yet. What? Move over a bit. Ling Xiao kicked Su Chengxian's snake tail from behind. Don't you know your own size? Blocking the way like this, I can't even find a spot to step down. The ugly flower snake had undergone another skin shedding 4 months earlier. After that, Su Chengxian's serpentine body entered another phase of rapid growth. Every time Ling Xiao passed by and saw him, she worried that if he continued to grow, he might collapse the cave dwelling. Fortunately, after finishing the flesh of the great demon and returning to eating ordinary demon beast meat over the past 2 months, Su Chengxian's physical growth began to slow down. Otherwise, he might have had to move to the valley outside the cave to sleep before the new dwelling was completed. Of course, this colorful snake probably wouldn't mind. Sleep is the same wherever it is. Little Hua, you grow so fast. The purple gold chasing wind turtle Dada expressed admiration and envy at Su Chengxian's size. It's good to grow. The bigger you are, the stronger you become. Turtle Lord, you're not slow either, Su Chengxian replied, reciprocating the compliment, and wriggled his body aside to make room for Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. You two can stop complimenting each other now. Didn't you say it would take at least a few more months for the cave dwelling to be completed? Although Su Chengxian hadn't left the cave hall, he had overheard some things happening outside. 3 months ago, Ling Xiao mentioned that it would take another 6 months to finish the construction of the cave dwelling. With the two of you here, shouldn't the new dwelling be built faster? Ling Xiao chuckled. To speed up the excavation of the dwelling, she didn't hesitate to clear out all the waste spirit stones, leaving none behind. Ling Yunzi even took out 2 transformation pills he refined to sell through Lang Qing. Of course, these 2 spirit pills not only accelerated the completion of the cave dwelling but would also be exchanged for materials needed for refining tools. During this period, General Yu provided quite a bit of convenience, though it was merely a small effort on his part. It seemed he had no intention of fully recruiting them to become his own, merely hoping to borrow their strength. As a demon general, General Yu's strength was far beyond theirs, so there was no competition for cultivation resources for a significant period. Therefore, Ling Xiao accepted this arrangement gladly. This is why the Bai family's cave dwelling could be completed earlier than expected. Finishing it early would also allow Mao Shizhou and others to go to the bottom of the cave to help us mine spirit stones. The spirit vein cave dwelling didn't allow minor demons to come and go freely, but such rules wouldn't apply once they were in their own dwelling. Does that mean we can move now? Su Chengxian asked, focusing solely on this matter. Sleeping in a cramped space was uncomfortable and turning over was quite inconvenient. It's about time to switch to a bigger place. Yes, we can move today, Bai Xiaozui said with a smile. Seeing her so happy, Su Chengxian's heart stirred. He scanned with his divine sense and exclaimed joyfully, Xiaozui, you've reached the 7th level? So fast? From advancing to the 6th level until now, it's been, if you count it fully, 7 months? Xiaozui's at the 7th level. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi both looked at the big white snake. The original big white snake could no longer keep up with its offspring in terms of size. Even Ling Yunzi, who was least concerned with having a massive body, had surpassed it. The mother snake was an ordinary water-avoiding snake with mediocre bloodline potential, so this growth rate was somewhat beyond their expectations. But upon reflection, it was also within reason. After all, over the past few months, the family of snakes, apart from Su Chengxian, had an open supply of spirit stones for cultivation. Ling Xiao had previously sold the skeleton of Wu Mountain to Lang Qing, exchanging it for spirit stones. Although the price was not high due to the excessive dissipation of demonic power devoured by Su Chengxian, he still managed to get 10 low-grade spirit stones. Additionally, the cultivation technique that Bai Xiaocui is currently practicing was carefully selected by Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao from countless options. It is the complete version of the true dragon transformation technique. Both of them would also take time to guide her through any mistakes in her cultivation. With abundant spiritual energy, a suitable technique, and the protection of both the Empress and the Tao Lord, it was not surprising that she advanced from the 6th to the 7th rank within 7 months. Today our family has a double blessing, Ling Xiao remarked with a smile. It's actually a quadruple blessing, Su Chengxian chuckled. The great sage has reached the 5th rank and even condensed a demon core. Oh, Ling Yunzi smiled, clearly pleased. That's wonderful. I shall find a suitable cultivation technique for you right away. In his view, any beast that has condensed a demon core and is on the verge of forming a demon pill is ready to be taught cultivation techniques. At that point, their cultivation could progress by leaps and bounds. The great sage is currently responsible for tending to the spiritual plants, and if its cultivation improves, it might even be able to hasten their maturity. They were well aware of the great sage's capabilities. Your Majesty, do you have any cultivation methods for spiritual monkeys? Ling Yunzi inquired. If it can cultivate the corresponding techniques, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Perhaps we could consider purchasing some spiritual seeds and entrusting them to it for planting. Since I need spiritual roots and plants for alchemy, it would save us the trouble of searching for them later. Previously, this idea hadn't occurred to me. Because spiritual seeds were hard to come by in Luyang Mountain and nurturing spiritual plants took a long time. So, I hadn't paid much attention to it, letting the great sage plant whatever seeds Su Chengxian brought from who knows where. But now that this little monkey has condensed a demon core, I can't help but think about planting more useful spiritual plants. I remember a technique called the Green Emperor's 10,000 Laws, but I don't recall it completely. Ling Xiao said, his expression somewhat peculiar, and he wasn't looking at Ling Yunzi as he spoke. Instead, his gaze was fixed on Su Chengxian. No worries, Ling Yunzi responded with a smile. I remember some of it too. We can verify our knowledge with each other. Wait a moment, he suddenly realized something was off. Quadruple blessing? The completion of the cave, Xiaocui's 7th rank, the great sage's 5th rank. That's only 3 blessings. Where's the 4th? He then noticed Ling Zhao's strange reaction and froze, a thought flashing through his mind. No way, could it be? But wasn't it supposed to take 9 months? It's only been less than 7. Ling Yunzi slowly turned his head, joining Ling Xiao in staring at Su Chengxian. Could it be? They wondered. Heh. Su Chengxian grinned at the two, flashing a toothy smile that made their hearts skip a beat. Then he announced, the 4th blessing is with me. Sorry, Empress sister and Tao Lord brother, but I've outpaced you once more. I've already advanced to the 9th rank. Su Chengxian declared this high-spiritedly, looking eagerly at the two of them. Surprise, shock, darn it, curse it all. That guy beat us to the punch again. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi, one with a stoic face and the other with slightly narrowed vertical pupils, harbored the same thought in their minds. The inevitable has finally arrived. Xiaohua, you've reached the 9th tier. Unlike them, Lady Xiaocui's heart was filled with pure joy upon hearing that her precious child had reached the 9th tier. She shook her head with delight and praised, impressive, my child. Perhaps spending so much time with Su Chengxian had influenced not just her speech but also her tone. And it wasn't just her. Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi were similarly affected. If it weren't for Su Chengxian spending most of his time asleep, they might even cut down on using grandiose self-references so quickly at the 9th tier. Dai Dai was also pleased. Xiaohua, that's remarkable. Squeak squeak, great king, remarkable. The great sage had already raised his arms, dancing around Su Chengxian with exuberant gestures, offering the most fervent celebration to the great king. Ayahaha, I didn't expect it to happen so fast either. Su Chengxian couldn't hold back and burst into laughter. Wushan deserves a lot of credit here. The flesh and blood of a great demon are truly nourishing, simply too nourishing. refining all its flesh and demon power not only replenished the blood energy consumed in ascending my innate skills but also significantly boosted both my magical and physical realms, 9th tier? Isn't that near the great demon realm? Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow and asked. Not at all, still a long way to go. Su Chengxian shook his head. How far? Ling Yunzi chimed in. Let me see. Su Chengxian realized he hadn't looked at how much blood energy was needed to ascend to the next realm. Now seemed a good time to take a peek. Host, Su Chengxian race, water avoiding serpent, grade, 9th tier. To ascend to the great demon realm requires surpassing 100 million blood energy, 500936777 physical realm, demon body realm, 9620/10,000. Soul realm, demon soul realm, 9798/10,000. Abilities and skills. Abilities, devour and refine, entrancing screams. Skills, serpent bite, serpent constriction, refining points, 0/9. Well, wasn't that something? Su Chengxian couldn't help but marvel upon seeing that surpassing 100 million blood energy was needed for the great demon realm. Looking at his current blood energy, he's still nearly 50 million short. 10 million blood energy takes about 4 months, so that's 20 months needed in total. He glanced over his current combat power. Both his physical and soul realms indeed showed significant growth. The rewards from slaying Wushan amounted to 12 refining points. Additionally, discovering a spiritual vein and establishing a cave dwelling earned him 16 refining points, all of which the system had used as he intended over the past 6 months to refine blood energy and elevate his realm. Some of the increase also came from continuously consuming Wushan's demon power through his innate skills. Naturally, part of the strength increase came from within. As the blood energy within him grew more substantial, the benefits of using it in battle to enhance his soul and physical strength became increasingly evident. Even during his sleep, the flow of blood energy would temper his serpent body, absorb spiritual energy, and nourish his soul. The effects, naturally, cannot compare to the results of diligently practicing cultivation techniques. However, due to the vigorous surge of vital energy, it's possible to increase one's stats by a few dozen points within a month. Thus, Su Chengxian surmised that in the process of advancing to the great demon realm, both his spiritual soul and physical body would also experience breakthroughs. The exact form these changes would take remained unknown. Fortunately, the wait wouldn't be long. Within 2 years, all would be revealed. What are we looking at? Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi initially felt puzzled. Then, observing Su Chengxian with his eyes slightly closed, appearing to enter a state of internal observation, they assumed he was checking his cultivation progress and chose to remain silent, waiting patiently. During this time, Dai Dai the great sage and Bai Xiaozui could no longer contain their curiosity and left the spiritual abode to venture to the newly constructed cave dwelling. Therefore, when Su Chengxian opened his eyes, only Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi remained, awaiting his response. So, can you determine when you'll advance to the great demon realm? Ling Xiao asked, suppressing a strange mix of emotions. Ling Yunzi shared his curiosity. Both of them were still a bit short of advancing to the 9th tier, despite their cultivation progressing more smoothly than anticipated. Barring any mishaps, they expected to complete their advancement earlier than previously estimated, perhaps within 9 months, yet Su Chengxian had already taken the lead. He didn't just advance within 9 months or even 1 or 2 months ahead of schedule, but nearly 3 months early. As a Dao sovereign, he had never heard of anyone's cultivation level improving on a monthly basis. Cultivators, after reaching the 6th tier of Qi refinement, typically required over a year to advance each subsequent tier, even if they were prodigies within their sex. The advancement from the 8th to the 9th tier of a beast was akin to the breakthrough from the 8th to 9th tier of Qi refinement. Having memories of a past life didn't mean one could achieve everything in one fell swoop. Advancing early was possible, but to cut down the time by more than half, what kind of monster was Su Chengxian in his past life? 20 more months. Su Chengxian honestly answered Ling Zhao's question. If he spent less time awake in between, he might shorten this period further. He didn't voice this thought aloud, as even though Dao Sovereign's brother's expression was unreadable, the Empress's sister's gaze was fierce enough. 20 months, another time frame accurate to the month. Ling Yunzi lost interest in further questioning, while Ling Xiao snorted and turned away. 20 months, is it? Within 20 months I shall surely summon the tribulation and break through to the great demon realm. Of course, before that she intended to advance to the 9th tier within 2 months. Then, as previously mentioned, they would see who could summon the tribulation first. Ling Yunzi shared the same plan. Being temporarily outpaced was no issue. as their cultivation levels rose, enhancing their skills and overcoming tribulations would become increasingly challenging, but for them it was quite the opposite. Su Chengxian had yet to condense a demon core or refine demon power. How would he break through? Could he possibly use his vital energy to attract the spirit energy of heaven and earth, thereby summoning the tribulation? What a surge of energy that must be! Su Chengxian lifted his head, happily trailing behind the duo as they made their way to their new abode. When it came to moving, there wasn't much to pack. Ling Xiao had already dealt with the discarded spirit stones and other such items. The easily mined spirit stones from the cave had been pre-extracted and stored in snake sheds, which were then placed on Daidai's shell. Thus their move was simply a walk from one spiritual vein cave dwelling to their newly built one. Afterward, Ling Xiao made a trip to return the property rights. Following this, everyone in the Bai residence returned to their respective caves, continuing their cultivation as usual. Aside from occasionally needing to mine spirit stones, nothing much changed. A month later, General Yu, within his own cave, sensed two surges of demonic power. Chief, Lang Qing inquired, puzzled. Some beasts have ascended to the 9th rank, General Yu replied. Could it be those two water-avoiding snakes of the Bai family? Indeed, the Bai family has 4 snakes to have reached the 9th rank. Quite impressive, Tiger Roar chimed in. Not 2-inch but 3, General Yu corrected. Su Chengxian's lack of demonic power fluctuations meant the two great demons didn't sense him. He had in fact ascended to the 9th rank even earlier. A family with 3 at the 9th rank, remarkable. General Yu stood with his hands behind his back, eyes slightly closed. Among the family of 4, 3 had ascended to 9th ranked beasts. Remarkably, they had only been at Luyang Mountain, residing within the spiritual dwelling, for a little over 2 years. If the chief recalls correctly, Lang Qing added, not only that, but when they arrived, the most powerful among them, the flower snake, was only at the 6th rank. Chief, this flower snake is quite peculiar. It seems it hasn't condensed a spirit core to cultivate demonic power, Tiger Roar added. It must have its own plans. This family of self-proclaimed by the water-avoiding snakes each practiced different cultivation methods. General Yu, with his discerning eye, couldn't fully decipher the cultivation techniques of Ling Xiao and the others, but could sense the general direction. One practiced the orthodox Taoist method, another the demon clan's technique. The method of the flower snake was unclear, but judging by its combat prowess and cultivation speed, it seemingly wasn't inferior to the other two and perhaps even superior. The female snake practiced the ascending dragon method, which, in terms of strength and future achievements, was likely the lowest. In terms of bloodline aptitude, the latter should be the best choice. No matter how boundless the future path is, one must be able to tread it. Cultivation is fraught with dangers. For snakes and pythons, the ascending dragon method opens the door to the heavens, offering a 1 in a million chance to ascend despite the countless perils. Yet Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi chose the more arduous path. Chief, could they possibly possess some treasures? Tiger Roar suggested, stepping forward with wide eyes. It's unreasonable for a whole family to be so formidable, even for beasts having more than 2 rare cultivation methods is unheard of. In the realm of mythical beasts, cultivation often relies heavily on instinct, allowing them to naturally grasp the most basic breathing techniques and the art of absorbing the essence of the moon. Alternatively, these creatures might inherit the legacy of powerful beings. To acquire cultivation methods apart from awakening their bloodline, there are only a few ways to obtain such legacies. Being born into a clan where a great demon or higher beings exist might offer an opportunity for transmission of knowledge. For those beasts who cultivate themselves to high levels in the depths of the mountains, only upon reaching the spirit palace do they have the chance to gain basic cultivation methods. Previously, at the Grand Lecture of Treasures, Lang Qing shared the most ordinary method of becoming a demon. If one desires superior cultivation techniques and combat skills, they must trade using spirit stones or rare natural treasures. Spirit stones are needed for cultivation and natural treasures are even rarer, so generally monsters seek a method suitable for their own bloodline after overcoming the tribulation of transformation. For instance, like Lang Qing and himself, by pledging allegiance to General Yu, whom they call the commander, they received the mystic technique of Greed Wolf and the Heart Sutra of Tailfire. These are relatively safe paths. Alternatively, one could venture into the endless sea or the land of chaos to hunt and slay vicious beasts and demons, thereby earning military merits to exchange for cultivation methods. The Bai family's water-avoiding snakes do not seem to have awakened a powerful bloodline, Lang Qing subtly pointed out. As for the legacy of powerful beings, it should certainly include treasures alongside cultivation methods. yet they appear to be without possessions. Perhaps these treasures are hidden somewhere, or they might have been swallowed. The flower snake's ability to devour might indeed be due to such treasures. After speaking, the two great demons discreetly turned their gaze toward the demon general. What does it matter if there are treasures or not? General, you laughed heartily. You need not probe any further. My future is bright and I have no intention of abandoning the righteous path to take a crooked one. He had once cautioned Su Chengxian that the demon clan has its own laws. Higher-ranking beings have no reason to harm lower-ranking ones, and if reported, they would only face exile. Of course, the emphasis here is on a bright future. If he were to reach a dead end, he wouldn't care about laws and rules any longer. Commander, they are still just beasts, yet their combat strength is extraordinary, one of them noted. General Yu waved his hand with a smile. Moreover, talking about so-called treasures, it's uncertain whether they exist. Even if they do, they might not be usable by me. Treasures within the demon clan often can only be refined by those with the appropriate bloodline. There are too many unknowns. Furthermore, the target is too large. The Bai residence now not only has 4 water-avoiding snakes, but also a troublesome purple gold wind-chasing turtle and another 20 or 30 little demons. Should we slaughter them all? It's too risky. A treasure that might very well be a figment of imagination is not enough of a reason for me to act recklessly. It's neither worthwhile nor necessary. Better to wait and see. General Yu's elegant face showed a hint of a smile. I am not one of those bloodthirsty types. If I can forge bonds of kindness with promising young ones, why should I create and Mati? I've always acted this way, and there's no reason to change my mind now. If they break the law, they are no longer under its protection. The demon clans of the northern wilderness can be slain at will. I have no intention of working for others' benefit. Wise words, General. Lang Qing and Hu Shao, showing respect, clasped their hands in salute. You two, no need to flatter me. General Yu waved them off with a laugh. Even if Ling Yunzi and his companions have excellent techniques, I can't use them. If I really wanted them, there are other ways. How much effort to exert depends on the value of the techniques. I was just marveling at how quickly they've reached the 9th level, he chuckled. It seems there's a chance that the opportunity one promised might be fulfilled. You promised them an opportunity, General. Lang Qing's eyelid twitched. I agreed with them that if they could successfully break through to the great demon realm within 3 years, I would grant them a chance, General. You said with a smile. Advancing to the great demon realm in 3 years, Hu Shao shook his head repeatedly. That's impossible, utterly impossible. 5 or 10 years might be more realistic. Moving from the 8th to the 9th level within a year is already an astonishing speed. To break through to the great demon realm in 3 years and successfully undergo tribulation would be unheard of. Many who reached the 9th level decades ago are still accumulating demonic power, wary of triggering a heavenly tribulation. 3 years was just a casual remark, General Yu laughed. In reality, achieving transformation within 5 or 10 years is perfectly acceptable. I was thinking that the flower snake and white snake might transform perfectly like the green snake named Ling Xiao did. Making a breakthrough to the great demon realm seemed natural. Thus, the 3 years were merely meant as encouragement to keep them diligent. General, why does it seem like the opportunity is waiting just for them? Lang Qing inquired, with a hint of curiosity. Indeed, if there's an opportunity, why not give it to us? It seems tailor-made for the snakes. Hu Shao chimed in, looking eagerly at General Yu. This opportunity isn't one you can seize, General Yu replied with a smile. What kind of opportunity suits those snakes but not us? They wondered. The Marquis of Water Avoidance has 3 daughters, all unmarried, General Yu explained. The wolf and tiger exchanged glances, realizing that the Marquis would likely prefer choosing a mate from the same clan. But don't be disheartened. Focus on your cultivation, General Yu encouraged them. When I advance to a demon marshal, I'll take you with me to the marshal's palace. Yes, General, they responded, bowing deeply. In their hearts they pondered which of the 3 from the Bai family would first achieve the great demon realm and transform successfully. If both brothers transformed, or even simultaneously, it would surely be entertaining. Though the opportunity wasn't theirs, witnessing a grand spectacle would be worthwhile. However, even General Yu thought this spectacle might take years, possibly until the Marquis of Water Avoidance's last daughter held a tournament to choose a husband. So 2 years later, on a certain day, a sudden surge of demonic power caused tribulation clouds to gather in the sky. A daunting pressure descended, startling Lang Qing and Hu Shao. They rose in disbelief and gathered together. What's happening? Who is undergoing tribulation? None of the 9th level demon beasts in the spiritual estate mentioned undergoing tribulation. Could it be the Bai family in the West? Impossible, even following General Yu's estimate of 3 years, there's still a year left. Boom, boom, boom. Outside, the sudden rolling thunder echoed. Oh ho, bored out of his mind and digging a pit at the bottom of his cave-dwelling refining spirit stones, Su Chengxian's eyes widened at the sound. In an instant he was alert. Who's crossing their tribulation? Could it be those two at home, the Empress's younger sister? Or the Taoist brother? Immediately he spread his divine sense, and in the next moment he let out a howl and dashed out of the cave. Empress sister, you've finally come around. My goodness, someone is finally facing the great demon thunder tribulation. These past months he's been so bored to the point of counting all his ribs and scales. His snake body now has a total of 1,399 pairs of ribs and 9,894 scales. Moreover, he even dug through the bottom of the cave toward the end of the spirit vein. Just with inferior spirit stones he refined more than 40 pieces. There was nothing to be done. After eating his fill, there was nothing to occupy him. Without a phone to pass the time, even sleeping didn't increase his vitality anymore, driving him to such boredom that he almost took up cultivation out of sheer desperation. Luckily he didn't actually learn any cultivation techniques, but he did master a few minor spells. Chanting incantations and forming seals he could perform them quite convincingly. However, spells require magical power, using either demon power or spiritual power to mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He didn't have demon power, so using his vitality was a bit rough and not as smooth. Of course, Su Chengxian didn't mind since it was just to pass the time. Over 2 months ago his vitality had already surpassed 10 million. Originally he thought to be cautious and stop temporarily when it reached 9 million or so. He planned to wait for Lingxiao and Lingyun to reach the great demon realm first. It's not that Su Chengxian suddenly developed a sense of filial piety, worrying about overshadowing his sister and brother, fearing it might damage the Empress and Taoist state of mind, not to mention the strong will of those two showing no signs of being discouraged. Even he didn't possess that meticulous big brother's mindset. The main reason was he hadn't experienced a thunder tribulation and was unsure of its power, fearing he might be struck dead. He wanted to observe and be mentally prepared. Although Lingxiao had previously crossed a thunder tribulation, who knows if the transformation tribulation is the same as the great demon tribulation? This is a matter of life and death. Being cautious is wise. It was that thunder tribulation that made Su Chengxian deeply realize that a bit of reverence for the might of heaven and earth is necessary. But who would have thought after a sleep he'd sleep right through it? His vitality surpassed 10 million and exceeded by several thousand more. Fortunately, it didn't immediately trigger the thunder tribulation. It was at this time that he suddenly remembered Lingyun and the others mentioning several times that using demon power to trigger heavenly thunder was necessary, meaning there might be a grace period. After a couple of days, Su Chengxian noticed a change in Lingxiao's demon power fluctuation. It became more substantial with a faint sense of vastness. The power had changed in its tier. If one were to describe it, it's like transitioning from mist to water. Then Lingxiao began constantly refining his divine sense, suppressing the fluctuation of his demon power, and even ceased to release his demon core while refining moonlight at night. It was then Su Chengxian realized the other had also broken through to the great demon realm. Truly worthy of her past life's title as Empress, she was only a few days behind him. Subsequently, within days, Lingyun's cave also emanated power fluctuations. This guy also entered the great demon realm in the guise of a human, possessing an innate Tao body, practicing top-tier techniques, and with prior life experience. Their cultivation speed was akin to soaring through the skies. It only took them a little over 2 years to advance from the 8th tier to the great demon realm. Who said crossing from the 9th tier to the great demon realm within 10 years makes one an outstanding member of the demon race? Su Chengxian thought to himself, isn't this just a roundabout way of praising themselves? Of course they're fast, but he's even faster. Yet at the same time he felt a slight sense of urgency. Those two were catching up too closely. But then again he reminded himself that he had enhanced his innate abilities twice by using his blood energy, and now he could directly refine flesh and demon energy, which put his mind at ease a little. The elder brother is still the elder brother. The elder brother was born first, the elder brother broke out of the shell first, so the elder brother is destined to be one step ahead. The Empress and the Tao Lord, those were matters of a past life. However, this time is different. The elder brother, who hasn't yet passed the tribulation, decided to let the experienced younger sister and brother go first. Boom, boom, several bolts of lightning split the dark clouds. you really can hold it in, can't you? Su Changxian looked at the thunderclouds in the sky and couldn't help but marvel. He was unsure how long the grace period for crossing the tribulation was, or if it was related to the growth of blood energy. But seeing Ling Yunzi and Ling Xiao suppressing their demon power fluctuations, he guessed something, so from then on he dared not sleep. He feared that if he fell asleep, the tribulation lightning would strike him, leaving him fried to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside. A snake life of sleeping and eating suddenly without the sleeping part left him feeling restless. He even went to Ling Zhao's training ground, wandering around several times. He almost resorted to catching his own tail and playing a game of snake, but he couldn't just rush Ling Xiao and Ling Yunzi. It was clear from their reactions that they were accumulating strength. One was an empress and the other a Tao lord. They knew when it was time to face the tribulation. Moreover, the tribulation was no joke. Trying to force them to share their experience would be too cunning. After all, in this life he was still their real elder brother. Whenever he had thoughts that were too outlandish, Su Changxian would remind himself not to go too far. Bored, then refine some spirit stones or count the scales on his body again. But the latter required focus and calmness, or else it was easy to get drowsy. Finally, Ling Xiao was about to face the tribulation. At last the day had come. At this moment the pitch-black thunderclouds were roaring in like 1,000 galloping horses. The rumbling was continuous and unending. The layers of thunderclouds were deep black, as if awakened gods and demons from the depths of the heavens were angrily roaring. It was noon, yet the sky-covering black clouds devoured the daylight completely. Every dark cloud loomed like a series of towering mountains, carrying an irresistible force, slowly and steadily pressing down upon the earth. The air was suffused with an oppressive atmosphere, so much so that even breathing seemed burdensome. Thunder quietly brewed amidst this oppression. Initially it was a deep rumble, like an ancient beast turning in its slumber. Gradually the rumble grew louder, as if it intended to tear open the sky and unleash something even more terrifying. Crack! In a flash, a lightning bolt streaked across the sky, silver and fierce, illuminating the world shrouded in darkness. As Su Changxian dashed out of the cave dwelling, he sped toward the place chosen by Ling Xiao for the tribulation, a valley far from the spiritual veins they resided in. Upon looking up at the scene, a chill crept over his scalp, instinctively halting his steps. The lightning itself was not enough to frighten him, but its residual power exuded a terrifying aura that made his heart race. Focus, calm your mind. Lin Jianzi appeared beside him, noting the thunder tribulation hasn't arrived yet, but your spirit seems unsettled. He found Su Chengxian's reaction peculiar. You've experienced this before, so why are you so nervous? Su Chengxian mused inwardly. You might not believe it, but I've truly never gone through this. But he couldn't say that aloud, it would give him away. So he chuckled awkwardly. It's been so long I've forgotten. Then he quickly added, Yunzi, can the second sister handle this thunder tribulation? Quickly tell me about the tribulation. I need your commentary. Su Chengxian looked at Lin Jianzi with eager anticipation. It's just a mere thunder tribulation, Lin Jianzi remarked, casting a somewhat puzzled glance at Su Chengxian, seemingly baffled by his concern. Her Majesty was once an empress, why wouldn't she manage? Su Chengxian, unfazed, replied. Now we're all starting from scratch. The use of we was mildly shameless, but it was the truth, despite having a system cheat that allowed him to gain vitality while sleeping. It still started from level 1, moreover he had no clue about cultivation practices. His limited understanding made it challenging even to grasp basic cultivation methods. If creating PowerPoint presentations or writing copy could increase his cultivation, then perhaps he could reluctantly give cultivation a try. Similarly, Ling Xiao and Lin Jianzi had to start from scratch as well, barely retaining any spiritual power, although they possessed memories and experiences from their past lives as an empress and a Tao lord. In this life they were merely 3 water-avoiding snakes with mottled bloodlines. Hatching from the egg, they had to begin with refining qi into their bodies and then dutifully advance from first-tier beasts. If it weren't for a particularly reliable little green mother who thought of feeding them spirit-infused bird eggs, their cultivation journey would have been significantly more arduous. It took over 3 years of strenuous effort to reach the point of crossing the great demon realm's thunder tribulation. Of course, this speed was exceptional among the demon race, capable of stirring countless covetous desires. Hence, their family never mentioned their true age to the outside world. The journey to Luyang Mountain was one of silent contemplation, a reluctance to speak of what lay ahead, but compared to the bloodlines of mythical beasts and the cultivation they achieved in their past lives, what did a mere great demon matter? The dragon horse that once pulled the Empress's carriage wasn't its cultivation at the level of a demon general, Su Chengxian probed curious about how long it had been since she last encountered a being of the great demon realm in her past life. Could she still remember how they would overcome tribulations with their cultivation? The more he spoke, the more he worried. Despite his poor math skills, he understood that solving the same problem required different approaches at the elementary and middle school levels. To put it more bluntly, could a teenage girl and a middle-aged woman at a public dance handle a rogue in the same way? The latter could strip the rogue bare, throw him onto the street, and leave him unable to afford socks. Similarly, the same tribulation lightning back when Ling Xiao was the empress, she could probably disperse it with a mere wave of her hand, but she was no longer the empress, she was now but a water snake that had just broken through to the great demon realm. Crack, boom, boom, as Su Chengxian's words fell, a bolt of lightning illuminated the valley opposite. Accompanied by this was the increasingly close and deafening thunder entwining with the tribulation clouds. In that instant it seemed as if the entire world trembled. Whoosh, whoosh, a sudden gale arose, it roared wildly, ravaging the valley, sweeping through with a fury that lifted dust and leaves into swirling vortices. Trees swayed violently in the wind, branches snapping, some even uprooted and tossed about in the stormy whirlwinds. In mere moments, the valley was left in a state of utter chaos. No wonder all the birds and beasts had been driven away beforehand. Boom, boom. The dark clouds, thunder, lightning, and tornadoes. My goodness. The scene before Su Chengxian reminded him of the apocalyptic films he had once seen, but those were fiction, this was reality, and the real tribulation lightning had yet to strike. Waiting cautiously proved to be a wise decision. This tribulation was even more fearsome than the one during her transformation. Amidst this terrifying scene, his gaze suddenly fixated on a point. Above the valley in midair, a tall woman in a phoenix robe surrounded by a faint azure golden glow appeared. She stood with her hands behind her back, gazing toward the sky. The golden phoenix embroidered on her robe seemed to flutter with her windswept sleeves and skirt as if ready to soar into the heavens. Her long hair, like a cascade, was gently tied back with an exquisite golden hairpiece, adding an ethereal and noble aura to her presence. Ling Xiao's face was expressionless, her beauty cold and absolute, her brow exuding an inviolable dignity and resilience. Her deep-set eyes looked toward the tribulation clouds, the corners of her eyes slightly raised. She appeared indifferent, but Su Chengxian could tell at once that she was provoking it, provoking the tribulation. Good heavens, my proud empress sister, you are truly something. What puzzled Su Chengxian even more was, why wasn't Ling Xiao wearing her phoenix crown? The ceremonial attire was a complete set, the phoenix crown, the phoenix robe, and a pair of cloud shoes. Once activated with magical power, they could form a protective array that enveloped the entire body, a defense more robust than the protective demonic force. Missing any piece would reduce the defense by 30%, yet Ling Xiao was stubbornly without her phoenix crown, wearing only the robe and cloud shoes. The golden hair ornaments on her head looked beautiful, but they were merely illusions created with a touch of magic. They had no defensive power. Sure, she appeared more carefree without the crown, but now was not the time for vanity. She was undergoing a tribulation. Changing her headpiece for aesthetics, unthinkable, old ghost. Her Majesty isn't the type to disregard safety for appearance. Ling Yunzi couldn't bear to listen any longer and interjected, she must have her reasons for doing so. What reason? Su Chengxian snorted, isn't Ling Xiao above such things? Don't kid yourself. When the Empress's second sister was just reborn, her mind might have been influenced by her body, revealing her true nature. Not only did she disdain him for being a flower snake, unattractive in color, but she also took great pleasure in being a pure-colored blue snake herself. What's wrong with the Empress? Can't the Empress fancy beautiful things? Would she really let vanity cause trouble? If I remember correctly, Ling Xiao once said she was schemed against. A beauty trap, wasn't it? The tribulation lightning is induced by the demon power of the one undergoing the tribulation. Ling Xiao was unaware of this, so he explained on her behalf. As it gathers, it also brews according to the strength of the one facing the tribulation. This means that for tribulation challengers of the same realm, the stronger one's cultivation, the fiercer the lightning they must endure. Correspondingly, the heavenly spiritual energy that descends after the lightning will be greater, proportional to the power of the tribulation lightning. Any external forces like protective magical items will invite even more potent tribulation clouds. The spiritual ceremonial attire is considered in existence between one's own magic and external force. Therefore, according to the experiences of human cultivators, as long as the full attire isn't worn, the power of the tribulation clouds won't increase. Su Chengxian fell silent for a moment. So that's how it was. Indeed, no matter which world, humans belong to, their innate talent for learning from experience and exploiting loopholes is unparalleled. At that moment, the tribulation clouds in the sky had reached their peak, the lightning tribulation was about to begin. Crack, boom, it gave neither the person undergoing the tribulation nor the spectators any chance to react. From within the tribulation clouds, a bolt of lightning descended. Amidst a fierce wind, it split the gloom and headed straight for Ling Xiao, seemingly containing the power to destroy heaven and earth, illuminating the entire sky as if it were broad daylight. The rain poured down in torrents. Su Chengxian's snake-like lips parted slightly as he gazed at the formidable and earth-shattering thunderstorm. In his heart, he wondered if being struck by it would turn him into a skewered delicacy. He wasn't alone in his thoughts. The beasts around him, whether near or far, who were observing this celestial tribulation, couldn't help but feel a sense of fearful awe. The lower-ranked beasts were already prostrated on the ground, not daring to look directly at the figure suspended in mid-air, let alone the thunder itself. At this moment, only those of significant prowess dared to continue watching the tribulation lightning, yet standing firm against the fearsome heavenly tribulation, Ling Xiao merely nodded slightly, her gaze unwavering. As the first bolt of heavenly lightning descended, the thunderous light struck. She remained motionless, simply raising her hands gently, palms up. The power she had already summoned surged like a river, colliding with the thunderous light above her head, producing a series of booming sounds. The collision between her power and the lightning dissipated much of its force, but some of it still landed on her physical form. The tribulation lightning made her flowing phoenix robe instantly crackle with electricity. Could the tribulation lightning be blocked? Su Chengxian couldn't help but wonder if it could be blocked. Why hadn't Ling Xiao done this during her previous transformation tribulation? Instead, she had chosen to resist it with her physical body. Su Chengxian looked at Ling Yunzi, hoping for an answer. The tribulation lightning is both a trial and an opportunity. Ling Yunzi glanced back at him as if puzzled by how long Su Chengxian's past life must have been to forget such things. Generally speaking, practitioners do not choose to resist with their power. It can be blocked, but few do so. When the tribulation lightning passes through a cultivator's body, it not only tempers the physical form but also tests the sea of consciousness. Some daring individuals even use the tribulation lightning to refine their souls. After undergoing the tribulation, both the body and soul can reap great benefits. It greatly aids practitioners in cultivating their souls into a yang spirit. The yang spirit condensed through tribulation lightning offers an unparalleled advantage in future tribulations. When Ling Xiao underwent her transformation, she harnessed the power of the tribulation lightning, thereby gaining more spiritual energy from heaven and earth to manifest her magical garments. Ling Yunzi continued, noting that this time, as she entered the great demon realm, she seemed unwilling to let the tribulation lightning penetrate her body and spirit sea entirely, or rather, she didn't intend to use it all for cultivating these two aspects. Was she unsure? Su Chengxian wondered if she was using her power to first weaken several bolts of lightning. That couldn't be the case. Ling Yunzi shook his head. He knew that Ling Xiao had actually entered the great demon realm 2 months ago and had been accumulating demonic energy. Since she decided to undergo the tribulation now, it meant she was fully prepared. For her, surpassing Su Chengxian was important, but she would not squander the opportunity to enhance her cultivation. Utilizing the tribulation lightning for cultivation was undoubtedly a chance for advancement. If Her Majesty the Empress were so unclear in her thinking, she wouldn't have ascended to her position. Holding the supreme power in the world requires more than just cultivation talent. There are 9 bolts of tribulation lightning in total. This was only the first one, Ling Yunzi remarked. Let's see what she plans for the following ones. Boom, boom, crack. As the two spoke, the second bolt of heavenly tribulation had already descended. No matter the type of tribulation, each subsequent bolt of lightning was fiercer than the last, yet Ling Xiao stood like a deity, unmoved. She gathered her mana once more, concentrating it entirely in her arms and hands, as if facing the first bolt of tribulation lightning. She raised her hand to ward off the force with her power. The wind howled, a force seemingly capable of tearing through everything, yet it couldn't touch her proximity in the slightest. Her robes glimmered faintly with a bluish light. Amidst the lightning, her figure was pierced by even more bolts, yet she remained expressionless, graceful and composed. It seemed as if this heavenly tribulation was merely a minor trial on her path of cultivation. There was no hint of uncertainty in her demeanor. Su Chengxian observed and commented, during the tribulation there was no sign of panic around her, preventing any disrespect from subordinates. Even Mao Shirjiu and others did not emerge from their abodes, therefore Ling Xiao had no need for theatrics. Besides, putting on a facade requires distraction, yet she managed to maintain her composure, indicating that she wasn't deeply flustered internally. So why would she forego the benefits of tempering her body with tribulation lightning? Su Chengxian was puzzled. Ling Xiao followed the path of demon cultivation. She pursued the return to ancestral bloodlines, the ultimate strength of the flesh and the might of the spirit. She had no reason to act otherwise. I understand now. Ling Yunzi broke the silence, suddenly speaking up. Ling Xiao is depleting her own demon power. What? Su Chengxian was startled. Depleting her demon power? Demon power is the magical force of the demon race, their source of combat strength. Without demon power, demons are like tigers deprived of claws and fangs, vulnerable to being preyed upon. Although Ling Xiao was undergoing a tribulation and not in battle, if she depleted her demon power, what about the subsequent tribulation lightning? Previously, she endured the lightning by protecting her vital points with demon power, mitigating some of the damage to avoid being reduced to ashes by the tribulation lightning, correct? It's about depleting her demon power, not exhausting it completely. Ling Yunzi's tone was relaxed, having deduced Ling Zhao's purpose. What purpose, Su? Chengxian was discontented. Why play the enigmatic sage at this moment? However, before they could finish their conversation, the third bolt of tribulation lightning descended. Boom, crack. Ling Zhao's response was the same as before. She shielded part of it, allowing another part to strike her directly. Then came the fourth bolt, and the fifth. After the fifth, the sixth bolt of tribulation lightning did not immediately follow. Instead, there was a pause, looking up at the tribulation clouds again. The dark clouds were swirling with electric light, as if the power of electric pythons and thunder snakes were devouring each other within. This was the brewing of the sixth tribulation lightning. Clearly, this bolt would be more terrifying than the previous ones. So, does heaven show mercy by giving the tribulation transcender a moment to prepare? Su Chengxian couldn't help but find humor in his own thought. This is a tribulation. It is the calamity created by the spirit of heaven and earth to suppress cultivators. Mercy? Heaven and earth are heartless, treating all things as straw dogs. It means that in the eyes of the Tao, cats, dogs, lice, fleas and humans are all the same. Cultivators are even more reprehensible, akin to blood-sucking cockroaches. Ugh. Su Chengxian's own imagination made him feel nauseated. An old ghost? Ling Yunzi took a slight step back from Su Chengxian. Are you about to throw up from fear? He had seen it before, those with weak nerves stumbling upon a cultivator's tribulation site, getting so scared they lost control of their bodily functions and couldn't stop vomiting. Vomit? Humph, as if. Su Chengxian lifted his head high and, seeing Ling Yunzi's skeptical look, added, I was just thinking, if I swallowed the tribulation lightning, would it feel like it was poking me inside? Just the thought made his throat feel prickly, causing him to dry heave. Ling Yunzi is slightly flicking his tongue like a snake. Su Chengxian rubbed his scalp with his tail, realizing he might have bragged a bit too much, and quickly changed the subject. Anyway, you mentioned earlier that Ling Xiao wasted a few bolts of tribulation lightning. Does she have some plan? If my guess isn't wrong, she intends to use the remaining 3 bolts of lightning to temper her demon body, Ling Yunzi said, narrowing his eyes slightly. He was eager to dismiss the strange thoughts Su Chengxian's words had stirred, so he continued, besides, perhaps the previous lightning wasn't wasted. The tribulation lightning, mostly neutralized by her demon power, could be perfect for refining the spiritual sea within the mind. It could also make one's physique more stable and solid. The demon body would become accustomed to the formidable nature of lightning, paving the way for further refinement. Why consume demon power to temper the demon body? Su Chengxian still didn't understand. He realized he knew too little about cultivation. Perhaps he should learn more about various techniques and strategies, particularly spells. It would be even better if he could find some senior's notes or travelogues. He was quite interested in those. He could read them once and store them in his mind, play them like movies while he slept. Imagining them as a drama series sounded fun too. It seemed like he found a way to make all that sleep time less boring. If demon power isn't consumed, it will be involuntarily stirred up to resist the tribulation lightning when the demon body is damaged, Ling Yunzi remarked. The Empress is truly decisive. Suppressing demon power to avoid resisting the lightning will inevitably disperse the soul's power, which isn't conducive to fully concentrating on soul refinement. Ling Xiao seeks the strength of her soul above all, with the demon body as secondary. However, the spiritual sea is too crucial. Once damaged it's irreparable, hence, the tribulations might shouldn't fall entirely on it. Instead, most of the lightning should strike the demon body. There are 3 perilous bolts of tribulation lightning left. She must be confident in withstanding them though the pain is unavoidable. What a terrifyingly strong heart, Ling Yunzi mused with admiration before turning to Su Chengxian. Brother, since you don't remember much about tribulation, you might have forgotten what's most crucial during it, right? Then you must remember this well. During a tribulation, whether it be lightning or wind and fire, the greatest fear is a wavering soul and an unsettled mind, giving rise to fear and cowardice. Therefore, the most vital thing is an unwavering, resilient conviction. Crack, boom. The 6th bolt of tribulation lightning descended. So it was the azure snake that had transformed and was now undergoing the tribulation. Upon realizing that Ling Xiao was the one facing the tribulation, Tiger Roar couldn't help but laugh heartily. It truly gave him a fright. He had thought it was the little white snake and the flower snake attempting the tribulation. In comparison, knowing it was Ling Xiao, who had already manifested in human form at the 8th tier and shown extraordinary potential attempting the tribulation of the great demon realm, was more palatable to him, though the speed of her cultivation was equally astounding. Upon another glance at the gathering tribulation clouds in the sky, he couldn't help but frown. Lang Qing and General Yu were also observing the tribulation clouds. The former was puzzled, while the latter raised an eyebrow. The thunderous might contained within these clouds seemed unusually strong. Then, as the first bolt of lightning struck, Lang Qing couldn't help but let out a surprised sound. Indeed, it was stronger than his own tribulation, but what surprised them even more was Ling Xiao's approach to facing the tribulation. She was expending her demon power to resist the tribulation lightning outside her demon body. Why is Ling Xiao so impatient? Tiger Roar frowned and spoke immediately. He naturally assumed that Ling Xiao had no choice but to undergo the tribulation, unable to suppress her cultivation. Or perhaps she found the tribulation lightning more formidable than expected, prompting her to resort to such a desperate measure. It seemed like she was bracing to withstand as many strikes as possible in a reckless gamble. Big cat, don't jump to conclusions. Why are you still so impulsive? Calm down and watch a bit longer. Lang Qing disagreed with his view. He had interacted with Ling Xiao a few times and felt that she wasn't like the typical beast without a plan. Even the dullest of creatures understood the importance of caution when dealing with tribulation lightning. The fact that this azure snake from the Bai family had successfully transformed indicated she possessed a strong spirit. She should be able to suppress her cultivation and delay the tribulation. At the very least, she should have some premonition of the tribulation's power. General Yu watched with his hands behind his back, remaining silent. The speed at which the tribulation lightning fell was incredibly fast. The first few bolts came almost one after another, leaving the one undergoing the tribulation no time to catch their breath, until the 6th bolt, which preceded a short pause. But this brief interval signaled an even greater danger to come. By this time Tiger Roar was convinced that Ling Xiao was doomed. The azure snake's demon power was already too depleted, and the upcoming lightning could very well shatter her spirit platform and damage her physical body. She might even be reduced to ashes amidst the thunderfire. Lang Qing couldn't help but furrow his brow and sneak a glance at General Yu. At that moment, General Yu's face was expressionless, revealing nothing of his thoughts. It wasn't long before the next tribulation lightning arrived, the 6th bolt. Under the tribulation clouds, the suffocating pressure seemed to freeze time itself. Suddenly, the sky split open with a blinding fissure, and a streak of lightning roared forth like a silver dragon, striking directly at Ling Xiao's location. Boom, boom, crack. In this critical moment, the woman in midair showed no sign of panic. A brilliant light burst forth from her body. As the lightning touched her, Ling Xiao's form began to undergo a slow transformation. Her ceremonial robes clung tightly to her amidst the electric glow, amidst the dazzling light of the lightning within. The raging storm, a deep and resonant hiss emerged from within her, suddenly unleashing a halo of azure light. Ling Xiao's humanoid figure seemed to be torn by an invisible force, revealing her true form, a jade-green serpent, vibrant and alive. Under the lightning, the enormous green serpent slowly took shape, its scales shimmering with a luster that brimmed with vitality. Embracing the strike in her demonic form, Ling Xiao's slit pupils, calm and proud, faced the descending divine lightning without a trace of fear. The tribulation lightning pierced through her serpentine body. Lightning fire danced across her scales, leaving countless wounds and drawing countless beads of blood which slowly dripped away under the cleansing rain. Su Chengxian involuntarily drew a sharp breath. He hadn't expected that Ling Xiao's so-called refining of her demonic body would mean enduring this tribulation with sheer physical strength unaided by any external force. The serpent's flesh began to peel away, and this was merely the first of the strongest trials of lightning. Boom, crack, the seventh bolt of tribulation lightning descended. Come forth. With a gentle exhale, a demon core glowing with green light emerged from Ling Xiao's slightly parted mouth, hovering and spinning above her head. This bolt of tribulation lightning was even more fierce. Buzzing, the demon core was instantly shrouded by the lightning erupting with a burst of green light. In that instant, the green serpent raised her head and swallowed the core, allowing the lightning to pierce through along with it. Hiss! The serpent hissed, her body twisting and coiling in the air, each motion like a dance with the thunder. The lightning coursed over her, and with the spread of fiery light, a burgeoning demonic power emerged on her serpentine form. Her scales, caught in the battle between lightning and demonic force, bore more wounds. The scales began to crack, a pallor spread over the serpent's body, and then this pallor was shredded with gaping tears. The lightning followed these tears, igniting the old, veil-like pallor. The ignited lightning fire instantly enveloped Ling Xiao. Was she shedding her skin? Su Chengxian's eyes widened in disbelief. Shedding during a tribulation, a serpent is at its weakest when shedding, and Ling Xiao, she chose this perilous moment under the tribulation lightning to shed her skin. Not only that, she fractured part of her demon core. Under the tribulation lightning, Su Chengxian could not extend his spiritual sense to inspect further, but as long as he wasn't blind or out of his mind, he could discern what happened the moment Ling Xiao spat out the demon core. The core was struck by the lightning, developing cracks, and after Ling Xiao swallowed it back, the demonic power within her, which had been exhausted, surged once more. What was it then, battling the lightning on the serpent's form? This demonic power came from the demon core. It must have not shattered completely, leaving behind the most refined essence. Ling Yunzi's vertical pupils flashed with a glimmer of brilliance as he exclaimed with admiration, "What a clever thought! So it can be done this way." Su Chengxian glanced sideways. "Oh boy, from your tone, it sounds like you want to learn as well." Boom, crack, the thunder and fire on the green snake's body hadn't yet extinguished. The ninth tribulation lightning had arrived. This was the final and most terrifying strike. It roared down, causing the entire world to change color, yet the green snake closed her eyes, allowing the lightning to strike her. The tribulation lightning was so powerful that it instantly extinguished the thunder and fire on her body. However, immediately after, even greater flames of thunder emerged. The green snake let out a painful hiss. Her once emerald body turned charred and black. The smell of scorched flesh, which was already faintly present around the valley, suddenly became overwhelmingly strong. Su Chengxian craned his neck anxiously. "Please don't let Ling Xiao be turned into grilled snake by the tribulation." No, Su Chengxian shook his head. "This is the Empress we're talking about. She wouldn't die so easily, and certainly not in such an undignified manner." Sure enough, Ling Xiao did not give up. The green snake in midair suddenly rolled, bursting forth with a dazzling green halo from her body. This was the culmination of all her demonic power and will. It was, in the truest sense, her last line of defense. If this power was exhausted, what awaited her would be the failure of the tribulation. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. The fierce entanglement of those two lights was all that remained in the world. Goodness, this is too risky. Su Chengxian's heart was in his throat. He felt that Ling Xiao's tribulation had no reference value for him. The slightest miscalculation could mean death and the disappearance of the Tao. This isn't a game, there's no need for this. Thankfully, he still had Ling Yunzi as a reference point. Of course, Su Chengxian also believed that since Ling Xiao chose this path, she must succeed. This empress was waiting for the return of her emperor to settle old scores. Why would she seek death? So even if it seemed self-destructive, it was just a way to maximize gains. Truly, he was impressed by this person who would stop at nothing to become stronger. She was absolutely relentless. As he saw the thunder fire extinguish, revealing the green snake's current appearance, Su Chengxian couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Yes, the thunder fire had gone out. The power of the lightning had also begun to dissipate. The tribulation lightning was indeed terrifying, but it was not sentient. As long as the one undergoing the tribulation could endure the final strike and remain conscious with their soul and body intact for several breaths and still have demonic power within to drive away the waning lightning, they could be considered to have passed this tribulation. But those few dozens of breaths were enough to make the one undergoing the tribulation die beyond death. Only someone like Ling Xiao, who had survived many tribulations in past lives, been taught by countless others on How to endure such trials, and had her own unwavering heart would dare attempt such a feat. Oh no, Sister Green Snake has turned into Sister Black Snake. Su Changxian let out a sigh of relief and joked, where can you see any trace of green on this green snake now? It's pitch black, like a roasted sweet potato just pulled from the bottom of a pot. The surface has probably turned into a charred crust, hasn't it? Speaking of roasted sweet potatoes, I'm getting a bit hungry myself, he muttered. Why don't you go back and eat something? Ling Yunzi suggested after a moment of silence. He felt that if Hua Snake continued to babble on like this, the two of them would inevitably end up in a fight once Ling Xiao finished his tribulation, but that wouldn't be ideal, mainly because he also wanted to participate. However, he thought it best to wait a bit. The roaring wind ceased and the torrential rain gradually subsided. Within the tribulation clouds there suddenly came a fierce surge of spiritual energy, waves of barely visible spiritual energy descended into the valley like a whirlpool, beginning to converge around the successful tribulation passer, the green snake. They formed cloud-like white mist winding around her, enveloping her. The mist nourished her body in strands and wisps, inhaled and exhaled through her mouth and nose, refined within. In just a few breaths, faint cracking sounds emerged from the green snake's body. With a hiss and a pop, the green snake landed in the valley. She climbed onto an ancient tree, 1,000 years old, slithering gracefully. Her massive form nearly enveloped the entire tree, yet her movements were exceptionally elegant, as if every inch of her scales and every twist embodied endless power and beauty. As she twisted, countless black and red snakeskins peeled away, revealing vibrant green scales beneath. The verdant color was even more beautiful, exuding strength and nobility amidst its enchanting aura. These scales were undoubtedly tougher now. Everything settled. The world, once turbulent and unstable due to the tribulation, was now calm. The green snake not only showed no signs of defeat but also used the power of the lightning tribulation to undergo transformation after transformation. Her aura grew even more powerful. Ling Xiao opened her eyes, gazing proudly in all directions. Her vertical pupils shone brightly. Not only had she successfully passed through 9 heavenly tribulations, but she also achieved a leap in cultivation during the process, honing both her physical body and soul to the current limits they could endure. The power of this lightning tribulation far surpassed that of an ordinary great demon realm. Successfully overcoming it meant her strength would undoubtedly be greater. To think one could traverse a lightning tribulation this way, Lang Qing couldn't help but marvel. He had also endured the great demon realm's lightning tribulation, and the peril was still vivid in his memory. At that time, he had barely clung to half his life, making it through sheer force, without the foundation of a common demon race, without techniques, without the protection of powerful beings. He could only rely on bits and pieces overheard from others, comprehending the crucial points on his own. Then it was all up to fate, leaving fortune or misfortune to the whims of the heavens. To even escape death was considered extraordinarily fortunate. Had he known earlier, he and Huxia were considered the luckiest among the fortunate, though gravely injured, taking 7 or 8 years to recover. At least their foundations weren't harmed, and there remained the opportunity for progress in their cultivation. Witnessing Ling Xiao undergoing the tribulation, how could anyone remain indifferent? If we had known earlier, we might have attempted her method, but unfortunately it's not feasible for us. Huxia shook his head, expressing his thoughts. Don't forget, Ling Xiao first transformed her form and then faced the thunder tribulation of the great demon realm. Can ordinary beasts dare to transform early? Even if they dare, success is rare. If they wait to transform after entering the great demon realm, they must endure both the thunder tribulation and the process of condensing a human form, leaving no room for other concerns. Yet, ironically, the thunder tribulation of the great demon realm is the best time for transformation. Otherwise, once the demon body is set and demon power increases, facing the thunder tribulation for transformation later would amplify the power of the tribulation lightning several times over. Alas, there's no way to learn it. Lang Qing nodded slightly, acknowledging that Huxia was correct. Then could this method of undergoing tribulation be used? His thoughts shifted, and he looked towards General Yu. For the thunder tribulation of the demon general realm, perhaps this method could be applicable. General Yu smiled and nodded. Instantly a gleam of anticipation appeared in the eyes of the two great demons. Huxia was intrigued. Then could you, General? Perhaps you might try it as well. General Yu laughed heartily. The demon race fears the thunder tribulation. In other words, no cultivator is unafraid of it. Considering his cultivation level at the late stage of the demon general, thinking of advancing to the demon marshal's tribulation might be premature. Without decades or even a century, breaking through to the demon martial realm seems impossible. But precisely because it's early, more preparations can be made. Ling Xiao has indeed brought him an unexpected delight, huh? What's with these tribulation clouds? Since the 9 bolts of tribulation lightning have already descended, why haven't the clouds dispersed? Hu Xiao felt the sky darkening and looked up. To his surprise, the black clouds covering the sky had not dispersed. Not only that, but there were also signs of them gathering again. This. Langqing, in general, you were equally astonished. Yunzi, are you about to undergo tribulation? Su Chengxian's heart raced. Since Ling Xiao had become a great demon, Lin Jianzi smirked proudly. How could I, in my position, fall behind her by much? With that, he moved towards the valley. He was going to undergo the tribulation.